Chapter 101. Dream World. Following the appearance of fish players last time, players have found a new way to play. People can dream with fish characters and then turn into a fish. They could also use flying animals and turn into a bird. Player Dr. Liang is a lucky one among non-human players and has a very rare fantasy creature template dragon. This dragon is not a dragon with bat wings, but a dragon that is as long as a snake and has horns on its head. Such a rare panel comes from a fantasy virtual game. It is the only one, and no one else has it. However, Dr. Liang recently heard the upper-level official announcement that they are going to make a game featuring face-pinching creations, and a face-pinching game specifically adapted for dream games. Dr. Liang is deeply aware that the rarity of the characters is being diluted by the official. He doesn't want to see such a scene, but it is inevitable. In order to face the unknown nightmare world and guard against the horror existence that may pass by from time to time, the Research Institute said that it must strengthen its adaptability. Set to wake up in 8 hours. Dr. Liang turned into a white dragon, lying in a villa on the top of a mountain, and set the wake-up time for deep sleep. A drowsy feeling came over him, and Dr. Liang felt that his body was changing, being twisted and stretched, and growing incredible things. He opened his eyes, and saw a group of Orange Star compatriots with stunned faces. "Hello, I'm Dr. Liang." He spoke dragon language, but no one could understand dragon language, and could only vaguely understand that he was a human. He moved his body, and wanted to fly directly like in the virtual game. But he doesn't have that ability. To outsiders, he just rolled over on the grass. Oops, it's over. This character can't fly at all. He twisted his body, and could crawl like a snake. In front of him, the Orange Star people also came to their senses. This strange creature should be a dragon. But they looked like a snake from all directions. After seeing it too much, some people couldn't help it and laughed while holding their stomachs. Haha, you are the reincarnation of a snake spirit. Brother, the road is narrow. Fantasy creatures can fly because they have superpowers, but you don't have superpowers here. Dr. Liang was very frustrated. He didn't expect that this dragon had no flying function at all. At this time, a huge shadow passed by the ground. Dr. Liang, who couldn't fly, looked up at the sky. A giant pterosaur flew across the sky and flew away. Ah! The cry of the pterosaur sounded in the sky. Dr. Liang was stunned. There really is a dragon that can fly. But he is a pterosaur, a dinosaur character in the animal world. If Keeman doesn't go online for a day, he will not expect that the dream world has become a world of strange creatures. On land, more than a dozen giant Tyrannosaurus Rex run side by side, casting long shadows in the sun and making strange roars. Listening carefully, Keeman heard the sounds of happiness, unrestrainedness, and freedom. In addition to dinosaur creatures, there are also some strange alien creatures. Their body structure is extremely weird, with misplaced bone structures, mixed organs, multiple hands and feet, sharp steel knives on their hands, multiple eyes on their heads, and compact and strong muscles all over their bodies. They have no reproductive organs, and are extinct creatures with strong bones. Keeman couldn't imagine the meaning of such alien creatures. Keeman didn't give the dream world a special power system, mainly because he didn't think it would be so large at the beginning. The original idea was to let the Orange Star people survive safely. Now these people survived, but they were too idle, and a bunch of non-human creatures appeared. Keeman felt the thoughts of the Orange Star players. They wanted to break through themselves and experience stronger power. So should they fulfill their wishes? No, it shouldn't be to fulfill their wishes, but whether they want to see such a dream world. Keeman is the master of this dream world, and can't be led astray by the players' ideas. If an extraordinary system is created, it will affect many Orange Star people. This step can't be done now. Bold assumptions need to be made, and careful deductions are needed. If it collapses, Keeman doesn't know what the dream world will become. The current dream world is the most stable style he can think of, peaceful and serene, and everyone is working hard to build it. Orange Star. Since the last time a terrifying existence passed by, a new batch of patients has been born. After they came out of the game, they often talked nonsense and said some sensational things, but there was no evidence to support their views. After a period of time, they will return to normal, consistent with normal people, without any abnormalities. Now the people in the Orange Star Research Institute are most concerned about the 8 Cthulhu believers. After they came out of the game, they were kept in an isolation room, and were not allowed to touch the virtual game. The isolation room is very large, an aerial garden with an area of 20,000 square meters. It is built on the top floor of a high-rise building, with an inverted round glass cover that seals the roof space, making it impossible for patients to commit suicide by jumping off the building. In this large isolation layer, Lu Siding has gone from being irritable in the early days to being calm now. Her rationality has returned, knowing that she can't make the outside world believe her crazy ideas if she continues to make trouble like this. Only by disguising herself as a rational person can she reintegrate into the researcher circle, and then enter the virtual game again to collect materials and summon Mr. Ke. She firmly believes that Mr. Ke is real. The 7 friends around her are also firm in their beliefs, with a steel-like will, and firmly believe that they are not wrong. But people outside don't believe them. They must make changes to make themselves normal. Dean, we need entertainment activities. We can't let us stay here to make children. We are not close to each other. Lu Siding turned on the call system and connected directly to the Dean. The old face of the Dean appeared on the screen, his face as calm as a mountain, and he advised, without the meeting permission, the virtual game route must not be touched. I hope you can understand our painstaking efforts. Then ancient games are okay, that is, computer games played with a mouse and keyboard. Lu Siding took a step back and put forward a new request. The Dean of the General Hospital listened and fell into silence. This seems to be okay. The virtual game world is entered through the virtual game cabin. There are too many technical compartments, and ancient computers must not be able to enter world. The Dean turned off the video call. 10 minutes later, the artificial intelligence sent the Dean's voice permission. Okay. Not long after, 8 computers were moved into the isolation layer of the Sky Garden. The chassis of these 8 computers were all sealed, and there was no possibility of disassembly. Once forcibly dismantled, the artificial intelligence would report to the Institute. After Lu Siding and others got the computer, they immediately turned on the computer and operated it with great interest. The computer's background program was openly operating, providing immediate feedback to the research center on the 8 people's operations, and popping up a subtitle: "This machine is being monitored by the research center to let them know." Chapter 102. This blatant monitoring behavior made it unnecessary for the 8 people to do small tricks. Lu Siding knew that she had to behave normally, otherwise she would not have a chance to return to the virtual game world. However, in the eyes of the superiors, the 8 people playing ancient computer games must have some unspeakable secrets. They know the content of nightmares, and can enter the dream world every night. Although our people control them in the dream world, it is difficult to guarantee that there will be no accidents. A researcher slid out a few blank papers. Someone looked at the video data on the desktop. The white paper was full of chaotic lines, disordered, and illogical. The content of the white paper came from the crazy people in the dream world. Although those crazy people regained their rationality after coming out, the researchers believed that they were potential crazy people, and could not be allowed to enter the virtual game world again. In addition, every time they entered the dream, Orange Star also sent people to watch them. The only information that can be confirmed is that the chaotic lines are related to the evil god. The pictures drawn by the patients, who look directly at the sacrifice in the virtual game world, are in this style. The birth of nightmare disease originated from the initial language transmission, and the researchers directed all clues to Cthulhu. The evil god Cthulhu is the biggest enemy of Orange Star. Will ancient games hide information about the evil god Cthulhu? The experts of the Institute expressed doubts in the conference hall, and preconceivedly defined the behavior of the 8 believers as looking for Cthulhu. We should also check some ancient games to see if there is any information related to words such as Cthulhu. The person in charge of public security said in a deep voice, and ordered the artificial intelligence to search for tasks. The artificial intelligence immediately searched for ancient games stored on the server. This type of ancient game cannot use a virtual machine, and can only be played with a backward keyboard and mouse computer. The amount of information is countless times less than that of a virtual game. The artificial intelligence searched very quickly. Besides, this is the headquarters, and the resources of the entire planet are under its control. After more than 10 minutes, it searched all the information of computer games. There are no computer games with Cthulhu culture, but there are many games that contain sacrifice plots. The artificial intelligence informed. Sacrifice? Sacrifice to Cthulhu in a computer game, is this feasible? Everyone exchanged glances, and immediately switched to the computer monitoring desktop of Lu Siding and others. I saw 8 people playing a decryption game together, connecting to the local area network and decrypting together. Decryption doesn't matter, the point is that this game happens to have a sacrifice plot that artificial intelligence searched. In this decryption game, the sacrifice plot is not the main core, but just one of the tasks. Through investigation, the protagonists of the game found that a group of evil believers were playing sacrifice. The protagonists rescued the sacrificed child in time, and then followed the clues to find a human trafficking gang operating across provinces. This is essentially a case of combating illegal child trafficking, and the sacrifice is just one part of the plot. But in the eyes of the Orange Star people, this sacrifice plot is very problematic. Lou Siding and others touched the game with the sacrifice plot as soon as they got started. No one believed them when they said they had no problem. They haven't played the sacrifice process yet, but they will reach the sacrifice plot in 2 more hours. My suggestion is to stop them from playing this game and switch to a safer game. The Minister of Public Security said in a deep voice, asking for everyone's opinions. I disagree. We need to know more information. If the sacrifice ceremony in the computer game is really successful, it means that the evil god Cthulhu is not limited to the virtual game world. There are too many games related to the sacrifice plot. They may not trigger anything. The researchers discussed fiercely and split into 2 factions. One faction believed that it must be stopped. Lou Siding and the other 8 suddenly shouted that they wanted to play computer games. It was not unprepared. This was a conspiracy of evil believers. The other faction advocated support. The supporters have put the safety of the 8 believers at a lower level, hoping to use these 8 believers to test whether the sacrifice in the computer game can be successful. Time jumped by 1 second, and it came to an hour later. The 8 people initially came into contact with the prelude of the sacrifice plot task, and heard that children frequently disappeared in a mountain village. Lou Siding and the other 8 were having a great time, and were suddenly told by their superiors to suspend the game. Please pause. We have sent a psychologist to understand your thoughts. The psychologists came in one after another in white coats, with gentle smiles on their faces, as gentle as the spring breeze. Everyone was invited to a separate booth, chatting on the bench, and asked in depth why the other party wanted to play that detective game. There is no reason, I just thought I could play it online using the LAN. Lou Siding with purple hair shook her head. The reason was so simple, there was no other reason. Is there something wrong with that game? Lou Siding asked indirectly. The psychologist shook her head, but her headphones vibrated, and she nodded gently. The game itself may not be a problem, but we don't know what you want to do, so we want to understand it in advance. I don't have any ideas, I just play games to relieve boredom. Lou Siding said puzzledly. When you chose the game, did you choose this game specifically? No, I didn't, I just picked it randomly. Lou Siding denied. Half an hour later, Lou Siding returned to the computer desk again, and her companions returned to their seats at this time. What were you asked? Lou Siding asked. Ask me if I have that kind of idea. Yes, they asked the same question. What about you? The 7 people turned their heads and looked at Lou Siding. Lou Siding said nothing, and the 7 people were silent for 3 seconds, stopped asking questions, and continued to play games. In the game, the characters walked slowly under their control, followed the mission route, entered the backward village, and investigated the mystery of the child's disappearance. The Orange Star people did not prohibit them from playing games, and their gaming behavior was tacitly approved by the upper level. The supervisors also heard the conversation process of the 8 believers and uploaded the conversation to the upper level. The psychological analyst team went all out to analyze the thoughts behind the people. That idea refers to sacrifice. The psychologist did not mention sacrifice when asking questions, but the other party knew our purpose. This keen sixth sense is very similar to the group of people who went crazy and returned to reason. It was the evil god who influenced them. The analysts analyzed the behavior of the 8 people from various angles. After too much analysis, a lot of useless information was generated. The top management ignored the useless information and focused on their weird behavior. This way it can only let them take risks for all mankind. Their subjective will is voluntary, no one forced them, look at it openly. I am just worried that the successful sacrifice will affect Orange Star. Although it sounds nonsense, the nightmare disease really happened, and we can't stand the new disaster. I think the sacrifice cannot be successful. They don't have the time and space stone powder at all. This is the necessary material for sacrifice, that the ghost said. Without it, there is no sacrifice. The researchers have checked this detective game thoroughly. There is no time and space stone powder in the game at all, which does not constitute the summoning conditions. They even sent normal game researchers to play this computer game, fast forward the plot using background operations, and play the sacrifice plot before them. The result was nothing happened. So they wanted to know what would happen if Cthulhu believers played this game, or if nothing would happen. Only by further understanding and solving the mystery can we overcome the fear brought by the unknown. Chapter 103. Lou Siding clicked the mouse and manipulated her character to talk to the children in the village. Everyone disappeared. I don't know where they went. I'm so scared. A little girl in a linen shirt, with a gray face, sat on the side of the road and cried softly. The little girl's cry was very creepy, but Lou Siding's face remained unchanged. She clicked the mouse and listened to the whole process. After a while, 8 detectives spent the night in this village. When night fell, the 8 detectives were divided into 2 groups and spent the night in the houses. A strange cry outside the house woke you up. Do you want to get up and check? Ignore him, go to sleep. Wake up your companions and check together. 3 lines of subtitles appeared, and Lou Siding looked at other people's screens, and 2 options appeared. The options of this detective game are not for show, and sometimes they will form a killing situation. If you follow him out, you may die. If you continue to sleep, you may continue to commit murders. If you continue to ignore it, you may be the next to die. But all 8 people chose the same option. Lou Siding's character slowly got up, and her companions also got up and walked out the door. After some investigation, everyone found that the little girl had disappeared. Everyone found a shoe at the foot of the mountain behind the mountain, which was the little girl's shoe. At this time, the game popped up 2 options. One was go up the mountain to investigate, and the other was ignore her and go to sleep. The 8 people clicked the mouse and climbed up the mountain together. There were some footprints on the mountain road, and the footprints of adults could be vaguely identified. There were many branch roads at the fork of the mountain road, and the computer screen environment was dim, so it was easy to go the wrong way. But the 8 people never saw the wrong way, crossing from one mountain to another, and saw a dim sacrificial scene on the second mountain. They wore black robes without masks, and each of them had bloody lines on their faces. There was a high seat in the center of the sacrifice site, and a child was placed on the rectangular altar. In the distance of the altar was a fallen child and a blood bucket. There were bloody lines painted on the ground in the shape of a pattern, which was crooked and looked a bit scary, but the 8 detectives did not change their expressions. Several candles were lit in various corners, forming a preliminary sacrifice site. You have discovered the sacrifice site. Retreat and call the police. Go up. Shout loudly to attract attention and lead away the enemy. Wait for the signal from your companions. Lou Siding looked at the 4 options, and reason told her that she should choose the 3rd and 4th options. 1 group to attract attention, and 1 group to rescue people. This is a detective game, and you can cooperate in reconnaissance and rescue people. But for some reason, Lou Siding had a strange picture in front of her eyes. She remembered the magic circle pattern of summoning Cthulhu, and the wording of the summoning spell. Listening to the NPC in the game chanting, there was no emotion, no sincerity, and the voice was full of hypocrisy. This is not a true sacrifice. It is just a show. They can't get feedback from the true God. Click. Lou Siding clicked the left button and chose to rush up and fight hard. The other 7 detectives also chose to rush up and fight hard against the evil believers. During this period, the characters became free fighting. The 8 people were more than the 4 evil believers, and they overwhelmed the opponent with numbers. The evil believers were suppressed alive. They tied the hands of the evil believers with the ropes used to tie children and put them aside. The rescued child was grateful, but the 8 people outside the computer had no interest in the child. In front of them, there was only the wrong sacrificial array. This computer game has a high degree of freedom. Everyone picked up a branch and a stick, inserted it into the blood bucket prepared by the evil believers, stained it with blood, and drew a magic array diagram in an open space. No, we are still missing something. Lou Siding watched the 7 people move the candles and draw the magic array. The familiarity became stronger and stronger, but they lacked something crucial. Without that thing, the summoning ceremony would not be successfully started anyway. After everyone finished drawing the diagram, they switched the team voice channel to the full channel. Do you know about the time and space stone powder? Lou Siding couldn't bear the irritation in her heart and asked the NPC child. Although it was an ancient game, artificial intelligence had already developed initially in that era. NPC can answer some questions based on the player's questions. The ability to answer is limited to the database information. If the information cannot be found, it cannot answer. The little girl shook her head as expected, indicating that she couldn't understand. Lou Siding saw the little girl shaking her head and became more impatient. The question has been asked, and the Research Institute will definitely ask her why she did that afterwards. Such an action is too extreme. The boss must think she is going crazy again. She can't think of a good way, and the summoning step is stuck at a crucial step. The boss is indeed paying attention to Lou Siding's mysterious operation, and she even dared to ask the NPC if there is time and space stone powder. The key is that the little girl who was rescued is just a plot NPC in the game. How could she know the items of other games? Besides, this is an old game from hundreds of years ago, and there is no way to connect the two games. Lu's sighting is crazy. Oh. Should we cut off the power supply to her computer? Someone asked. Wait a little longer, and see what other tricks she has. The old man shook his head. Lu's sighting stared at the screen, sweating profusely. Her irritable mood made her feel uneasy, and unable to solve the current situation. Suddenly, she thought of an idea that was not a good idea. But she couldn't say this idea on the spot, because she knew that her superiors were still monitoring her. Be steady, don't rush. Let's go home. Your family must be waiting anxiously. Lu's sighting said to the microphone, persuading the little girl to go down the mountain. The 7 people behind escorted the 4 evil believers down the mountain, and they frequently looked back at the back mountain with regretful faces. If there was time-space stone powder, maybe a summoning ceremony could be held, but this game doesn't have that kind of thing. Back to the small mountain village, the child's parents were very grateful, and the little girl didn't sleep for most of the night and was very sleepy. Lu's sighting accompanied the little girl into the bedroom and told her a bedtime story to help her fall asleep. The design of this game has a high degree of freedom. The game company has greatly optimized the voice interaction system of players, so the current plot development is still within the framework of the existing program. But the official Orange Star does not think so. Their psychological analysis team is staring at the ideas of Lu's sighting and the other 8 people, wanting to know what she will do next. Once upon a time, there was a sun that never set, and the sea was endless. The fisherman fell into the sea, swam and swam, and swam for a long time, and was eaten by the fish that blocked the sky and the sun. At first, the Orange Star analysis team did not understand Lu's sighting's ideas. After Lu's sighting said more than a dozen sentences, someone vaguely came back to the taste. Is she telling a nightmare story? Let the little girl in the game enter the nightmare world. Crazy, can this really succeed? The people in the analysis team scratched their hair and scratched off some scalp. To be honest, this plan is too crazy. If it can be realized, the horror of nightmare disease will be even higher. Chapter 104. The Cthulhu believers, who were taught by the ghost apostles themselves, firmly believe that Cthulhu is imprisoned in the eternal Raya mansion, and believers need to sacrifice rare items, offer their loyalty, and wait for his awakening. Correspondingly, Cthulhu will respond, or he may not respond. Facing the evil god often has no good results. As long as the brain is rational, no one will do that. Lu's sighting's thinking is different from that of ordinary people. She firmly believes that the power of Cthulhu can bring a new beginning to Orange Star. Since it is impossible to sacrifice to Cthulhu, then preach. She once saw a terrifying existence passing by in the dream world. At that time, she also looked up at the sky. Although she couldn't see his true appearance, the vast power and madness were definitely the will of the evil god. She had come into contact with the corrupt ghost and vaguely felt that the breath of the evil god in the dream was very similar to Cthulhu. As long as this little girl was sent to the nightmare world, there would always be a chance for her to become a true believer. This is Lu's sighting's missionary idea. As long as the superiors don't stop it, the little lowly NPC on the computer screen may land in the dream world. Lu's sighting's idea is crazy. The top leaders of Orange Star are also closely monitoring her actions, and know that she wants to bring NPC into the dream world. So should we interrupt her plan? If we interrupt, it will be a bit forced. Can a group of programmed data enter the dream world? The Orange Star people put a question mark. They also want to know the answer. So the Orange Star people acquiesce to Lu's sighting's behavior, and let her continue to tell the story. Lu's sighting's story is very long, from drowning in the sea, to the ancient city inside the big whale, and then to the formation of a land out of thin air on the sea surface, ushering in the era of building temples, workers building factories, fantasy enthusiasts forming alliances, building world trees, and towers of Babel. She said it in great detail, describing the development of the dream world from zero to the end. The little girl was very sleepy and closed her eyes halfway through the story, but Lu's sighting was worried that she would not be able to enter the dream world if she did not finish listening, so she woke the little girl up again and continued to tell the story. The little girl in the game was slightly dissatisfied, but she still listened to the whole story quietly. The other 7 companions were playing on the computer, and naturally heard Lu's sighting muttering to the microphone. The power was not disconnected, indicating that the superiors acquiesced to their operation. So the 7 people clicked the mouse, and found the 4 kidnapped evil believers and some villagers. Click. The computer screen went black. The 7 people clicked the power button, but the computer did not respond. The power was cut off by others. Only Lu's sighting continued to read the story, and was not affected. The 7 people looked at each other and understood. The test can be tested, but the impact in the early stage should not be so great. The Research Institute wanted to control the situation, and only let one NPC enter the dream. If it succeeded, the little girl's freedom would be controlled first to prevent the situation from escalating, and then a meeting would be held to discuss more specific matters. Luciding became a knife in the Research Institute, spying on old games from more than 100 years ago, and studying how powerful nightmare disease is. On the computer screen, the little girl finally closed her eyes, and a sweet smile appeared on her face. She was originally just a bunch of data, but after listening to those fantasy stories, she underwent unexpected changes. In the background of the local computer, the monitoring software closely monitored the data operation status of the computer, and found no suspicious data. Dream world. Beside the cliff on the coast, the surging waves hit the coast, creating white waves. The little Lolita in a linen shirt suddenly appeared on the edge of the cliff, looking around in confusion, not knowing what happened. In the distance, there is a dark blue ocean, with a layer of light on the sea surface, which is the light of the sun. Looking up, she saw a sun hanging in the sky, and the blazing light hurt her eyes. She quickly closed her eyes, and dared not look up at the sun. After a long time, the little girl opened her eyes. She was confused and couldn't remember who she was, or why she was here. Raising her young hand to block the sun, her attention was suddenly fascinated by her palm. The skin on the edge of the 5 fingers of her palm became transparent, and the palm was white and red, as if the light penetrated the palm. The sun shone on the skin, itchy, hot, and very comfortable. But after standing there for a long time, the little girl began to sweat all over, her hair tips were wet, and her clothes were stained with sweat. Her inner world was like a blank sheet of paper. She only knew that she would be sunburned to death if she stayed in the sun again, but she couldn't tell where she learned this common sense. Bang! The sound of a heavy object falling came from behind. The little girl turned around and saw a strange-looking fishman creature with long blue hair, human arms and legs, but the blue skin had fish scales, and the soles of its feet were also amphibian flippers. Although she didn't know what it was, the non-human appearance made the little girl subconsciously feel dangerous, and she couldn't help but step back a few steps. Behind her was a cliff, and below the cliff was the ocean. The little girl accidentally stepped on the air and screamed. As soon as the player Clementine entered the dream and logged into the dream, she saw the little girl step on the air, and immediately rushed up to hug her. The two fell into the sea together, splashing and splashing 2 meters high. A few seconds later, the Murloc player Clementine floated to the surface, with the little Lolita, who was eating water. Fortunately, she can swim in reality, and the Murloc's body is very suitable for swimming, so she was able to save the person. Otherwise, jumping into the sea to save people would be another ending. Are you okay? Clementine spoke human words. Her neck has gills, esophagus, and human vocal organs, which can make human sounds, but the tone of her speech is different from that of humans. It has a low and hoarse tone, and most people don't like this tone. However, the little Lolita was frightened and closed her eyes. Clementine saw someone fainted in a dream for the first time, and hurriedly pulled her ashore. On the shore, Clementine found that the little Lolita's clothes were quite retro. The clothes were made of poor material, and her face didn't have much luster, like a poor child. Although she washed her face in the seawater, the haggardness on her face could not be concealed. Clementine patted the other's face, and the little girl was quickly awakened. Sorry, I didn't mean to scare you. If you want compensation, come to me at room 203, building 103, Orange Star Intelligent Machinery City. Clementine saw that the little girl woke up, and she was not too worried about her. She stood up and walked towards the sea. She turned back and said, I'm leaving. You can have fun by yourself. The little girl was half lying on the ground, slowly got up, hugged her body and shivered. The sea water soaked her clothes, and the water droplets fell. She looked very pitiful. Clementine had already stepped into the sea with her legs, half of her body was submerged in the sea, ready to dive and swim. Seeing the little girl's miserable appearance, she turned around and walked back, cursing, Are you stupid? Take off your clothes if they are wet, and dry them in the sun. You will die if you get sick here. Is this your first time entering a dream? Chapter 105. Although people who have nightmares will not die, and will not die tragically in the dream world, there have been terrifying things in dreams. Anyone who has experienced it once does not want to experience that indescribable tremor again. Therefore, public opinion related to nightmares is still blocked, and there is no specific dream content of nightmares on the internet, as if it has never happened. The same is true for online dream forums. Artificial intelligence checks whether the end user is an officially recorded nightmare patient. If not, they cannot enter the dream forum. This means that people who are not aware of the situation cannot obtain nightmare content from the internet, and only by communicating with people who know the situation in reality can they suffer from nightmares. The little loli in front of her may have accidentally heard her family talking about nightmares, and then dreamed into the dream world. Looking at the shivering little loli, who has no common sense of life in the dream world, Clementine sighed, and could only act as a babysitter, taking off her linen clothes and putting them on the rocks by the sea. This is a dream world, not a game. You should think of this as a second real world. You should also keep the common sense you need in reality, Clementine said earnestly. She found that the little girl was a little afraid of her. Maybe her appearance was a little weird. After all, she was a fishman. However, she couldn't change her body to enter the dream for a while. Only when the game cabin woke her up could she wake up. Clementine was afraid that the little girl would not take it seriously, so she deliberately whispered in her ear and instilled some common sense in life. The little girl listened and was afraid. After a long time, and Clementine never heard her and behaved very gently, the little girl gradually let down her guard and nodded silently. "Hey, can you tell me your name?" Clementine asked. The little girl nodded heavily and was about to speak, but suddenly she couldn't remember her name. Or rather, she had no memory of her life, and her body only retained some common sense and conversation common sense. I don't remember." The little girl shook her head, and her ponytail swayed uneasily. The little girl vaguely felt that she had a name, but she really couldn't remember it. Clementine looked at the distressed little girl, not sure if she was deliberately lying to her or really forgot something. "How could I forget? This is a dream world, and the memories in reality will be brought along." Clementine was puzzled. "I don't know." The little girl still shook her head, her mind was blank. Clementine walked out of the cave by the sea, and in the fierce weather above her head, she touched the little girl's linen clothes, and the clothes were dry. Handing the clothes to the other party, Clementine chatted for a while, but didn't ask about the little girl's life experience. Clementine dusted herself off and stood up. "Forget it, you wake up sooner or later anyway. As long as you wake up, you remember who you are. You stay here until you wake up, I go diving first." The fishman Clementine walked towards the blue ocean. The little girl behind her hesitated for a few seconds, made up her mind, stood up, ran over with her short legs, and hugged Clementine's fishman waist. Clementine is a fishman character, with slippery fish scales on her body, very slippery, and a little cold at the same time. The little girl was a little scared, but after she hugged her, she decided to follow her. "Why are you hugging me? I'm a fishman, I can breathe underwater. You are a human, it's impossible to dive for a long time. Next time you change to a fishman, you can swim with me." Clementine pinched the little girl's tender arm, and moved her hand away. "Oh, I forgot. The fishman character is not easy to get. But the official is making a virtual game for face shaping. After the official release, you can make a character like my sister. So you should wait for the offline in the cave by the sea. My sister is going to swim. If you follow her, you will drown," Clementine persuaded. Clementine wanted to experience the feeling of swimming in the sea. It was a blue sea, she said with great yearning. Although the little loli was reluctant to leave her big sister, the two were indeed different species. "You must come back." The little loli raised her head and looked at her eagerly. Her dirty little face was full of desire, just like a pet watching the owner go out to work. "Got it." Clementine scratched the little loli's nose and told her to go back and rest, and not to come out to bask in the sun. Then she stretched out her arms and put them together, like a dolphin bent into a crescent, and plunged into the blue sea. Gurgle, gurgle. The seawater rushed over, caressing Clementine's whole body. She opened her mouth, and her gills began to work. The seawater entered Clementine's body through her mouth. The seawater flowed in the opposite direction of the blood in the gills. Carbon dioxide was taken away, oxygen flowed into the blood, and seawater flowed out of the gills, forming a standard countercurrent exchange. Clementine kicked her legs quickly, stretched her hands forward, and moved her body up and down like a dolphin, swimming very fast. Breathing in water is just like breathing on land. It has become a survival instinct. So free, so happy. Is this the way of life for fish people? Clementine fell in love with the feeling of swimming in the sea. She swam farther and farther, her body became more and more relaxed, and her swimming speed also quietly increased. This time she set the timer for 10 hours, so she could swim to her heart's content. The shallow sea water was very pure, and through the transparent water she could see the pure golden sandy beach, with some shells, crabs, and other creatures swimming in the water. Occasionally there were some tropical fish species swimming in groups, and Clementine was delighted to see them, so she followed them all the way. When she swam deeper, she saw coral reefs on the seabed, which were colorful and piled up into a forest, a vast and undeveloped forest. The shapes were all very beautiful, which was a feast for Clementine's eyes. But here came the problem. How long would it take to swim into the real deep sea? She wanted to see the giant deep sea fish, which was said to be thousands of meters long, or tens of thousands of meters long. In short, no matter how exaggerated others described it, Clementine was very curious and wanted to see the deep sea monster. At worst, she would be swallowed by the monster, die and be reborn, or enter the monster's stomach, so there was nothing to be afraid of. An hour later, she swam out of the continental shelf and into the continental slope. The seabed sloped downwards, the depth of the sea water deepened, and the deeper she went downstream, the more she felt the pressure of the sea water. When she first swam on the continental shelf, she didn't realize it, but now she swam deeper and immediately felt the pressure increase. The depth of the continental shelf is generally no more than 200 meters, and she has sunk to 500 meters underwater. Deep sea fish species generally refer to 600 meters to 2,700 meters. She thought that her fishman body could swim freely in the deep sea, but now it seems a bit difficult. Swimming down another 300 meters, the water pressure made her body very uncomfortable, and her head seemed to explode. There was no choice but to swim back. Clementine was a little disappointed that she didn't see the deep sea monster. But it doesn't matter. She will try to explore the deep sea again after she molds a deep sea fish species in the future. After swimming for a long time, Clementine climbed out of the water, and the water flowed down her body. After shaking off the water from her hair, she walked into the cave entrance and saw the little girl lying on her side on the ground, eyes closed, mouth slightly open, nose wings slightly twitching. Her sleeping face was very cute. But the point is not this, but can she sleep in a dream? Clementine? ? Chapter 106. She had never thought that someone could actually sleep in a dream. Clementine stared at the sleeping face of the little Lolita, thinking about one thing. What would happen if you fell asleep in the game? Would you enter the next level of dream? The action mechanism of Orange Star's game cabin is to influence the player's brain and let the players play games in their minds. The game cabin detects the player's brainwave signals, uploads the data to the server, and then transmits it back to the local area, and affects the player's brain through the game cabin, thereby achieving the effect of virtual game interconnection. Before playing a virtual game, the game cabin needs to hypnotize the player to enter a strange sleep state, so that the game can be played efficiently. Deep sleep in the game is actually the influence of the game cabin on the player, which makes the brain sleep quickly and efficiently, so it is still in the first layer. Entering the dream world during deep sleep can be regarded as the second layer. Then continuing to fall asleep in the dream world will not enter the third layer. What will be in the third layer of dreams? Clementine tried to lie down and close her eyes to sleep. After lying there for more than 10 minutes, she still couldn't fall asleep. She didn't give up and continued to sleep with her eyes closed. Half an hour passed, her mind was in a mess, her consciousness was too active, and she couldn't fall asleep at all. But logically speaking, she had been swimming for nearly 4 hours and her body was almost exhausted. If it were in reality, she would have fallen asleep on a bed as soon as she saw it, but she hadn't fallen asleep yet. Clementine thought about it. She was already in a dream, and it shouldn't be that easy to enter the next level of dream. It was also at this time that the little girl woke up. When the little girl opened her eyes, she saw the blue-haired fishman Clementine and said in surprise, "Big sister, you're back." I've been back for a long time." Clementine smiled and asked, "Hey, did you have a dream when you fell asleep just now?" "Dream?" The little girl nodded when she heard the dream. "Yes. How did you know?" "Then tell me, what did you dream about?" Clementine asked curiously. "Well, I dreamed of a village, my father and mother, but everyone is gone, and no one plays with me." The little girl suddenly became very depressed and full of negative emotions when she said this. "It's a nightmare, so don't think about it." Clementine touched the little girl's back with her fish palm to comfort her sadness. After comforting for a while, the little girl's mood also quietly warmed up. "I seem to have a name in my dream." The little girl raised her head and whispered, "My name is Xiao Taozi." "What kind of name is that?" "This is your nickname, right?" Clementine laughed when she heard it. On Orange Star, naming is more casual, but it doesn't mean that people will name it casually. A name like Xiao Taozi is more like a nickname, title, nickname and the like. "I'm really called Xiao Taozi. I don't have any other name." Xiao Taozi was also distressed. Then tell me, what's going on with the village in your dream? But if it's uncomfortable, don't tell me. Clementine smiled and didn't take it seriously. Clementine thought that the little girl was affected by the experience of the third level of dream, and that the little girl's true memory had not been restored. Xiao Taozi said and told the story of the villa in a soft voice. That day, 8 detectives came to our village, saying they wanted to investigate the mystery of the missing child. Then I told them all the strange things that happened recently. However, when I was sleeping at night, there was a strange sound outside. I just wanted to pee, so I went out to take a look. Xiao Taozi spoke intermittently. Sometimes she forgot part of what she saw in the dream halfway through, and could only turn it into a vague statement, quickly skipping the part she couldn't remember. Clementine expressed her understanding. No one would remember the dream so clearly. If the dream is remembered very clearly, it is the legendary lucid dream. Speaking of which, every time Clementine wakes up from the dream world, she remembers the dream, and the mental fatigue will also be brought into the real body. From this perspective, the second layer of dream itself is also a lucid dream. Why can't the little loli remember the third layer of dream? It's really strange. While the two were talking, Boss Ku was synesthetizing the players' perspectives and patrolling around for interesting things. Clementine's performance surprised Keeman. She was the first fish player to successfully dive into the deep sea. However, her fishman's structure could not withstand the pressure of the deep sea, and she was defeated quickly, which made Keeman a little regretful. But because Clementine was the first player to enter the deep sea, Keeman paid a little more attention to her. All the way back to the land, he saw a sleeping little Lolita. Clementine imitated the little Lolita and lay down to sleep, but Keeman noticed that her emotions were very active. There was super fatigue from long-term swimming, and there was also excitement in the cerebral cortex. She couldn't fall asleep, which attracted Keeman's attention. Why couldn't she fall asleep, but the little Lolita beside her could fall asleep? So Keeman began to synesthetize this little Lolita, wanting to put himself in her identity perspective, sense her emotions, and watch her dreams. It doesn't matter if there is no synesthesia, but once there is synesthesia, Keeman feels layers of obstacles. The connection between the other party and himself is very weak. Keeman uses powerful synesthesia skills to constantly capture that erratic feeling, and further synesthetize that feeling to find the source. Well, there is a connection with the Black Ghost Apostle and the player's breath. The Black Ghost is not a direct line, but the player believer is the direct connection. In addition to this faint connection, there is another connection related to spreading dreams. Keeman felt for a while, and figured out one thing. This little Lolita was summoned by spreading dreams, and is related to the player believers. Without the above two connections, it is difficult to synesthetize. And the world where the little Lolita originally lived is another distant place. That place is so far away that it seems to be non-existent, but for some reason, it exists. This unknown factor is the stumbling block on Kuming's path to telepathy, preventing him from further telepathy. As an evil god, there are things that he cannot telepathize. Pay attention, you must pay attention. Chapter 107. A few hours ago, Orange Star. Lu Siding's hands have left the keyboard, the computer screen is on, and she stays in the room. The character in the game continues to watch the little Lolita sleep. The General Research Institute has sent people to Lu Siding's retreat place, took over the control of the computer, and carried out strict monitoring. Lu Siding also revealed her plan under the psychologist's clever words. Spreading the content of nightmares is to make the little Lolita in the game a new believer. Since there are no believers in the dream world to preach, she believes that the great existence passing by in the sky will make her a believer. The key point is that the people of Orange Star cannot control the freedom of the little Lolita. This game is a standalone game, and players can interfere with NPCs to a certain extent through voice and action. If you want to restrict personal freedom excessively, it can only be done with the support of the plot. If the plot does not support it, the player cannot tie up the little Lolita. So the official Orange Star sent people to control Lu Siding's character, so that she stayed in the little Lolita's room all the time, keeping time relatively still. The time management master of Orange Star said that as long as the protagonist does not leave the room, the next plot will not be triggered, thus realizing the eternal time bug, which can never be used up. After Lu Siding came back, her character was still in the room staring at the little Loli sleeping, and the timeline did not change at all. Lu Siding was speechless about this method of stuck bug. Can we play on the computer? The other 7 Cthulhu believers had been sitting in front of the computer chair for a long time, and they also wanted to play games, and want to relieve boredom. The senior management of Orange Star communicated for a while, and the original computer was left untouched to ensure that the time bug would not go wrong. In order to prevent these evil believers from making trouble, 8 new computers were moved in, and Lou Siding and the other 8 people started a new detective game. During these 2 hours, the little Lolita in the original computer turned over from time to time and kicked the quilt, like a normal Lolita sleeping. All these actions were within the framework design of the program, and did not exceed the original framework. The little Lolita suddenly groaned, her eyelids moved, and she was about to wake up. Artificial intelligence paid close attention, and then the senior management of Orange Star put down their work and paid close attention. But not long after, the little Lolita calmed down again and did not wake up, which was a false alarm. Don't watch it. The time program set in the game will never be changed unless the game changes, the old dean said, asking everyone to calm down. No accidents have occurred so far, and everything is going well. However, after the second hour, the little Lolita groaned again. Her eyelids fluttered. She was no longer asleep, and slowly opened her jewel-colored eyes. The artificial intelligence discovered that the little girl opened her eyes through the face image recognition system, and immediately reported it to the top management. The top management received the alarm, and hurriedly cut the camera to check. Seeing that the little girl opened her eyes, everyone gasped. The protagonist did not leave the room. In theory, the timeline of the little girl and the protagonist should have been blocked. But the little girl woke up, and the time rules set by the program were broken. If nothing else, just the fact that the little girl woke up was enough to shock everyone. This is a single-player game from 100 years ago, and the level of artificial intelligence is not high. As long as it is a fixed template, the program will never jump out of the frame to run. But the little Lolita NPC broke the law of time, and woke up under the gaze of the protagonist. "Who are you?" the little Lolita asked as soon as she woke up. The NPC took the initiative to speak, making the Orange Star people's hearts hang in their throats. "Quick, call Lou Siding back." Lou Siding was called back urgently. She was playing a detective game with her companions in the next room. When she heard that the little Lolita woke up, she dropped the mouse and rushed back to the next room. The 7 companions also put down their mice and went back to eat melons. Such a big melon, it's not human not to eat it. Lou Siding came back and looked at the little Lolita on the screen. She found that the other party's eyes seemed more real. However, this was only a change in feeling, and there was not much change in vision. Lou Siding couldn't explain why her sixth sense became sharper. It has been like this since she began to believe in Cthulhu in her heart. "Hello, I'm Lou Siding." Lou Siding suppressed her inner excitement and said to the microphone. The little girl on the screen looked around, walked and stopped, and then, as if waking up from a dream, she called out sweetly, "Sister Lou Siding." "Yeah," Lou Siding responded, but saw the little girl walk out of the room on her own initiative. When she walked out of the room, she saw that the little girl was a little confused again. But soon, her expression revealed a look of reminiscence. Lou Siding secretly observed her expression, and the more she looked, the more she felt that the other party had human nature, not the emotionless machine before. "Have you entered the dream?" Lou Siding asked excitedly. The little girl was confused and didn't understand what Lou Siding meant. Lou Siding went back to the story of the dream and shook her head. "But I seem to have seen another sister, who looked so strange." Hearing this, Lou Siding regained hope. After careful questioning, the little Loli couldn't describe the appearance of the strange sister. As for the experience, she only remembered a blue ocean. There was very little information, but the evidence showed that the little Loli might have become abnormal. In order to test whether the little Loli was abnormal data, the official decided to repeat the method of the dog-headed man's imprisonment, let the little Loli tie up the player, and test the imprisonment time bug. If the imprisonment time is not limited, the little Loli must be abnormal data. The 7 Cthulhu believers reconnected to the network and entered the previous online game. However, there is a premise here. They are playing a standalone game, and online reconnaissance can only be achieved based on the same mission point. At this moment, the little Loli has woken up. The other 7 people connected in, but found that they could not enter the little Loli's room. Player Lou Siding is in the process of comforting her and cannot enter. The actual situation is that Lou Siding has already walked out of the room and accompanied the little girl to walk around, looking for her parents, neighbors, and familiar people and things in the village. At the same time, she also remembered that her friend was caught and killed, and also remembered the bloody sacrifice. Her cheerful face gradually became gloomy. "What's going on?" Lou Siding has already walked out of the room. "Why can't we see her?" the 7 people shouted. Lou Siding glanced at their computer screens when she heard this, and a layer of inspiration suddenly appeared, saying, "These are already 2 games. We are not in the same game." As soon as this was said, the researchers of Orange Star exploded again. Chapter 108. The character data is abnormal, the character has a bug, and the other 7 players can no longer enter the game where loose sighting is after the connection is disconnected. The Orange Star people used a large amount of data to analyze, and came to an astonishing conclusion. If electronic data can enter dreams and become alienated, then artificial intelligence around the world may suffer. They have to think so. You know, Xiao Taozi is just an NPC from 100 years ago. It is essentially a program composed of codes. Even programs can dream. So what about perfect artificial intelligence? It's terrifying to think about it carefully. Invisible panic spread among the crowd, and they became suspicious. Keeman didn't know what happened on Orange Star. He is currently paying attention to the follow-up of the little loli. The little loli has not drunk fresh water for a long time, and she has a dry mouth and tongue. The weather is hot, and she has to drink water. Keeman thought about it. It's sunny every day. Isn't it too inhumane? The dream world is a closed world with poor climate regulation ability. Before, Keeman used the power of distorted dreams to establish rules, so that the temperature environment of the entire dream world is reset every once in a while. The accumulated heat disappeared and returned to the original environment. This is also the reason why the average temperature of the dream world has not accumulated to more than 50 degrees. It has been resetting in a cycle, and players can hardly detect the changes. Things on land are basically not damaged, and if they are damaged, they will be automatically repaired. Next time, make a variety of weather. Keeman thought. Keeman is still trying to empathize with the little loli's perspective, but he has not figured out her way. The next second, Keeman suddenly woke up. Looking out the window, the sun overflowed, and the clouds were covered with a layer of golden light. I took out my phone to check the time. It was already 10 o'clock in the morning. I slept soundly. No new believer sent sacrifices this time, but the printer I moved back last time has not been tested yet, so there is no rush for the time being. Keeman called Captain Luo first. After a beep, the call was connected 10 seconds later. Hello, Amon. Keeman heard fatigue in the other party's voice. It seemed that the captain had just fallen asleep. He must have fought for a long time last night. After all, it was the Shadow Stream members who were making evil sacrifices. He had to take it seriously. Keeman had to go home to rest because he lost too much energy, so he didn't stay up late later. Captain Luo and other investigation teams jointly presided over the situation. Captain, you should rest first. I won't disturb you for now. Director Lei is in charge of this matter now. If you have anything, go to him. Well, I'm going to sleep first. Captain Luo hung up the phone. Director Lei is the director of the testing department and an A-level member. Director Lei was also present when Keeman tested the trident last time. Keeman immediately called Director Lei to find out what happened last night. Both men have no shadows. The shadows on them have left. They are abandoned by the Shadow Stream members. At present, the Investigation Bureau has used special items to spread holy light throughout the city. If you have the energy to get out of bed, you can go to the street to look for stains left by the Shadow Stream members. Remember to wear psychic glasses. Director Lei suggested. In Director Lei's mind, Keeman might have lost all his energy. After all, Keeman used the bone whistle to talk to the dead for several minutes last night. At first glance, he is a real man with strong yang energy. Otherwise, how could he last so long? No matter how strong he is, he can't withstand the continuous absorption of a special item that absorbs essence, so Director Lei subconsciously thinks that Keeman can't get out of bed. Okay. Keeman agreed, and then made up another excuse. This time when I woke up, I got another strengthening liquid, and I drank it directly. Director Lei, ? So what? So I can get out of bed now, and I'm very strong. Keeman said. Okay. Director Lei was really drunk. Keeman is really a mobile treasure house. One treasure every day. I'm glad you're okay, but you still have to be careful in the future. Have you found out the side effects of the big-faced cat? Be careful not to be cheated. Director Lei said, feeling a little sour, and hurriedly ended the topic. Anyone who hears Keeman like this, a new thing every day, will collapse. Keeman put on his regular clothes, and put on his psychic sunglasses. Sunglasses don't have a key role in Keeman's hands. But this time when he put on the sunglasses and looked out the window, he saw a layer of light golden light film attached to the city streets and the walls of the house. However, there is less golden light in the house, which may be related to the range of the golden light. There is no golden light in places that cannot be illuminated. Keeman patted the glutinous rice balls with his scarf, and the glutinous rice balls were patted into the scarf. Put on a mask and go to the convenience store downstairs to buy 2 breakfasts. Downstairs, Only Mrs. Chen was sitting in the store, and the pancake stall at the door of the store was still there. "Hey, where is Momo?" Keeman asked. "The second year of high school has started." Mrs. Chen saw Keeman order 2 fried dough sticks and 2 cups of soy milk, and immediately helped him pack them. Mrs. Chen looked at Keeman, hesitant to say, "The news said that you are an official science popularization staff. Is it true?" Obviously, Mrs. Chen also paid attention to the official big move. Mysterious things invade reality, and bring too much shock to the lives of ordinary people. There are not many supernatural crimes in reality, and people don't believe it. This is due to the means of the Investigation Bureau to block the news, which has led to the public living in a very safe worldview in Koi Island. Keeman nodded and acquiesced. "So that's it," Mrs. Chen suddenly said. In this way, the strange things my daughter had said were also true. Mrs. Chen was so scared when she thought about it that she couldn't help showing gratitude. Keeman turned and left the store, wearing sunglasses to look for possible shadow stains. In the perspective of sunglasses, the street was full of golden light, holy and pure. The passing crowd was also covered with a layer of faint white light, and Keeman could vaguely feel the existence of human nature. After searching around, Keeman suddenly felt a little stupid. Why do you have to search every street in person? Can't you use synesthesia? Other people's synesthesia may not be able to directly spy on the traces of abnormal people, but Keeman, who is full of spiritual knowledge, may be able to. Besides, when he blew the bone whistle last night, he talked to the dead and had a connection between life and death. It would be a waste if he didn't use it. Chapter 109. Keeman returned home, got in his car, took out the bone whistle, and rubbed it gently. He closed his eyes, emptied his mind, and kept imagining the 2 dead appearances in his mind. No, that was not their original appearance. Keeman wanted to track the Shadow Stream members, not the corpses. Keeman turned his attention to the bone whistle, and captured the possible connection through finger-skin contact. He kept thinking about the words of the 2 living dead in his mind, trying to outline the original appearance of the other party from the tone. Keeman sat in the car with his eyes closed and meditated for a long time. 10 minutes later, he vaguely felt 2 faint connections from the bone whistle. It was too faint. If it weren't for the connection of life and death communication, Keeman would not be able to find a breakthrough point at all. Fortunately, this breakthrough point can be used. Keeman immediately used his rich experience to perceive the other party's environment. Keeman saw a dark bedroom, with a large black and red goose down bed, thick curtains on the windows, and white marble tiles on the floor. He saw the scene, but Keeman couldn't tell where it was, and he even covered the curtains. Keeman called Director Lei and told him his synesthesia results. Director Lei was silent for 3 seconds, and it seemed that he didn't think of using Keeman to track down the murderer directly. After all, he had already done synesthesia himself, and found no clues. Then Director Lei sent a professional painter to Keeman's house, and Keeman dictated the content, and then the professional restored the scene that Keeman saw. After drawing the content, the professional analyzed the other party's location through light and shadow information, furniture materials, layout and other things. The rest was done by professionals, and Keeman could take a break for a while, or go to the Investigation Bureau to do a printer evaluation. Keeman's evaluation task has not been completed yet, and fans are starting to urge him. Keeman doesn't want to waste time, so he just drives to the Investigation Bureau to do the evaluation. Bone whistle can also be tested by the way, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Coming to the underground evaluation room, in a small room, a tester in a white coat is testing the printer. The room is full of high-definition high-speed cameras. Keeman doesn't need to bring a camera. The official will give the materials taken to Keeman for processing. This is agreed at the beginning. Buzz buzz buzz. The typewriter is printing crazily in the hall, and white papers are spitting out from the printer. The tester makes a gesture of invitation, and Keeman will do the evaluation. Keeman wants to post it on the internet for popular science, so it is better for him to do the evaluation in person. Keeman first checks the targeted tests that the tester has done. After having a reference, he speaks an opening line to the camera, and then starts the evaluation. As you can see, the library's printer is very sophisticated, so the director of the library asked me to test it to see how many sheets of paper it can print in a day. Kaming pointed to a pile of paper on the ground, gestured, recalled the tester's data, and then reported a data. Although it is not a day, its production time is constant, so it produces about 28,800 sheets of white paper a day. Rather than saying it is a printer, a paper-making machine is more in line with its positioning, because it does not need paper raw materials and actively produces work. Under the guidance of the staff, Kaming opened the printer cover and checked the ink and other things. The ink is full, it does not print with ink. In addition, it does not need to be charged. But what will happen if we plug it in a charging plug? Kaming walked around the back of the printer and picked up the charging plug. This type of test has been done by the tester, and there is no danger. Plug in the plug and the printer continues to print. Numbers appear on the panel of the printer, indicating that it is in working condition. Kaming stood up and did some more small tests, all of which were safety tests done by the tester. Then, Kaming asked the tester to temporarily avoid suspicion, and he was going to use the first level things for evaluation. The tester walked out of the test room and closed the door. Kaming patted the scarf in front of the camera, and the big-faced cat landed, looking like he had stopped thinking. First, he patted a bag of dried fish from the scarf, fed a small dried fish, and then looked into the eyes of the big-faced cat. The big-faced cat judged that there were strange things around him, and the radiation range could not penetrate the floor, nor could it be too far away from Kaming, so Kaming didn't know the details of many things in the investigation bureau. After a while, the strange knowledge increased. Hard-working printer. One sheet of paper is produced every 3 seconds. The paper material comes from the local forest. Different trees have different materials, different papers, and different functions. The materials used by the printer are completely random. Kaming sorted out the new strange knowledge in his mind and found that this thing is not a waste, and it is quite useful. According to the explanation of the strange knowledge cat, using strange trees as materials can produce unusual paper. Although it cannot be controlled artificially, the role of the printer is highlighted for the entire country. Mass production, the product has functionality. This is similar to the production of strange items such as clairvoyant glasses. In the files of the Investigation Bureau, such items are called production items. Kaming knows that core functions like this cannot be made public, so he can only test the surface capabilities, such as infinite production of white paper, and not disclose its deep functions. Kaming patted the big-faced cat with a towel, and put the big-faced cat back into the scarf. A trace of coldness escaped, making Kaming feel the coolness of the air conditioner. The storage scarf is a mobile air conditioner in summer. It can be used as an air conditioner by storing some things. This coldness will weaken over time, but as long as you store things, the coldness will increase again. After taking out things, the coldness will not decrease. In theory, he can take out unlimited nesting dolls of storage and keep brushing until absolute zero. But Kaming doesn't want to commit suicide knowing that he is committing suicide. Absolute zero is not something that ordinary people can persist. Kaming called Director Lei to inform him of the hidden function of the printer. Director Lei was overjoyed when he heard it. However, when he heard Kaming say that the paper material comes from local trees, Director Lei was keenly aware of the risks of the printer. It's okay to take materials from trees, but at the speed of the printer, the trees in Whale City are not enough for it to use, and it will be plucked out sooner or later. Thank you. This wave of information is very important. We will immediately count the trees in the city, Director Lei said solemnly. Then, the Bureau of Investigation began to count the trees in Whale City to see how many trees had disappeared in Whale City. After that, Kaming began to test the function of the bone whistle. This thing is actually not very convenient to test. Its function is more like the dead spirit system. The corpses have to be transported by the hospital. But the necessary tests are still necessary. The test of the bone whistle was carried out quickly. Its function is relatively simple. After Kaming blew a wave of whistles, the cadaver teacher woke up from the formalin and stood up. A pungent odor filled the air. The tester felt it on the side, using his sixth sense to feel whether his energy would be absorbed. The result was that there was no obvious effect, and the side effects only affected the user. Chapter 110. That night, Kaming returned home. He parked the car in a parking space on the side of the road. As soon as he got out of the car, he found a group of people gathered in front of a convenience store, seemingly discussing something. Kaming put on his sunglasses first and took a look, but he didn't see any dirt. At night, the golden light on the surface had dissipated, the dark part was brighter, and the bright part of the convenience store was darker, which made the vision weird. He took off his glasses and approached the crowd, and found Chin Momo in the crowd. She was wearing a yellow short t-shirt and blue jeans. Because she was not tall enough, she stood on tiptoe to look inside. He called Chin Momo, and the ponytail girl turned around and squeezed out of the crowd. What's going on? Everyone is gathered there. The tree in front of the door disappeared, and everyone is worried that there is a special item nearby. Chin Momo said worriedly. If there is no official popular science, no one will think about it. Sometimes, if you don't find clues in advance, when the situation breaks out, it may cause more deaths. But sometimes, being ignorant is a blessing. In short, there are both good and bad things about special science popularization. It is not necessarily right to be kept in the dark. After discussing for so long, the top leaders finally decided to make common sense public so that everyone can be alert to such incidents. The relevant knowledge is selectively disclosed. We are calling the police. Take photos for the police. Chin Momo took out his mobile phone and used the software alarm channel, which can upload pictures and videos. The response of the investigation bureau was also very timely. Kuming saw the information on Chin Momo's mobile phone, which showed it is suspected to be related to a special object. Please stay away from the scene. There is no major life risk for the time being, but it is not recommended to stay. After receiving the information, the crowd in front of him also dispersed and went back to their homes. After no one was around, Keeman saw a cracked hole on the spot. Judging from the shape, it was exactly where the big tree took root. It's probably a side effect of the printer, Keeman thought. The rating of the printer has not yet been released, but judging from its range of action, it is definitely not a problem to radiate the forest system of the whole city. If it continues to print, all the trees in the city will disappear. It's really a terrible thing. But Keeman thought about it. This thing is so powerful. If it is moved to the enemy's forest, it can directly attack the enemy's forest environment. This war idea is really a bit scary. Think about it again. Even the printer is so awesome, so how powerful should the investigation bureau's level 0 things be? Destroy Blue Star? To be honest, I dare not imagine it. If there were no justice items to support the investigation bureau, Blue Star would probably have perished long ago. Human civilization is as insignificant as sand in front of powerful special items. It is too fragile. Don't worry, there is no risk for the time being, Keeman comforted. Chin Momo nodded and went back to the convenience store to do his homework. He looked a little uneasy, but not as nervous as before. Keeman went back upstairs and took out a mobile hard drive. Inserted it into the computer, and the drive letter appeared. Drive H. 876.13 gigabytes. This time the printer was just pure printing paper, without any fancy materials, so the film material content was not much. Keeman edited the video, and made the printer into a new evaluation material. Press the enter key to render the video. While waiting, Keeman went online to check the local news. Whale news. 306 local garden trees disappeared out of thin air. Who is the thief? Shocking. A tree on the street disappeared out of thin air. It is suspected that the tree has become a spirit and ran away. Whale branch. Rumors refuted. The tree is not a spirit. Please don't panic. Beep beep. While reading the news, the sound of a police car sounded downstairs. Keeman stood by the window and looked down, and saw the police blocking the tree base in front of the house, asking witnesses to take notes, and taking photos on the spot to collect evidence. In this busy operation, there has been no major casualties for the time being. Keeman looked at the night sky in the distance, and remembered the sacrifice made by the shadow stream. That sacrificial pattern was definitely not dedicated to Cthulhu, and Keeman didn't know who the pattern pointed to. Or maybe the shadow stream members didn't understand sacrifice at all, and the pattern was imagined by them. After thinking about it, Keeman patted his scarf and patted out a human figure stone. Pulling out a tank of ant breeding box, Tang Yuan used dog hair to grab a big round and black ant. The shadow-grabbing hand grabbed and threw it, and repeated the set, and the shadow of the female mentor was thrown back to the ant. Mi Jingyun's shadow had been still for too long. She was still a little uncomfortable with entering the body of an ant. After more than 10 minutes, she became slightly active. What does this pattern mean? Kuming drew a pattern for her to see. The pattern was exactly the sacrificial pattern drawn by the two shadow stream members. Mi Jingyun shook her body, as if she knew something. Kuming poked the ant with his hand to make her move. She wrote horizontally and vertically, very slowly, her body trembling during the writing process, and finally only wrote 3 words, unspeakable. After repeated questioning, there was no new answer, so Kuming threw her back as a stone. At this time, the video rendering was completed. Kuming exported the video and waited for a while. After uploading it to Bilibili, I didn't expect the video to pass the review directly without even a pause. First pass, then review? Kuming secretly guessed that this might be the official science halo of the Investigation Bureau, which saved the complicated pre-review process and passed first and then reviewed. After the video was reviewed, he had all members in the group. At all members, the new evaluation is out. So diligent? I thought it was updated once a week. I wonder who dares to say that the host used special effects in the filming this time. Brothers, let's go! Go, go, go! As soon as Kuming's video was updated, the number of views rose. Netizens clicked on Kumeng's new video and saw a line of title, Unboxing Review, Printer. The 3 words printer were added with spaces, and the title style was a sand sculpture as always on B Station. Clicking on the video, you can see Kumeng sitting in a room with a completely white background. There is an exquisite box on the table. Before it is unboxed, the box makes a rumbling sound. Here it comes. What's that sound? The printer starts working now? Kumeng gave the box a 360-degree angle view, showing that the box has no external power supply. As you can see, the old librarian's printer has become a spirit. It prints every day. The office is full of paper and can't be processed, so it was sent to me to see how to deal with it. Kumeng didn't waste any words. He directly took scissors to open the carton. The camera moved over and saw that the carton was full of white paper. The carton was completely cut open along the tangent line, and the full white paper fell, revealing a white printer. Its appearance is no different from that of an ordinary printer, but the paper it prints never stops, and soon covers a small part of the ground. It's a magical artifact. It can replace the paper mill. Are you sure it's not editing? I wonder if anyone really thinks it's fake. Chapter 111. Let's plug in this and see what happens. This wave, I've seen this wave, the outpost was electrocuted, and the whole play ended. The previous one, are you going to make me laugh to death, haha. In the camera, Keeman wears insulating gloves and plugs the plug into the socket. Back to the printer, the working text status appears on the printer's display. The plug was unplugged, and the printer was still printing, without any impact from the plug. As you can see, it is separated from the demand for electricity and automatically generates paper. Keeman picked up a piece of paper from the paper outlet and put it in front of the camera for the audience to take a closer look. When recording this shot, Keeman had not yet taken out the big-faced cat to see the properties of the printer. There is a tendency to mislead here, but when editing later, Keeman did not delete this segment. The main reason is that its side effects involve core secrets, and there is no need to explain whether the printer needs raw materials. Confuse everyone and make everyone believe it. Anyway, people who watch the video cannot own a printer, so they don't need to know the real secret. Keeman is a popular science host. The meaning of popular science is to let everyone pay attention to the many special items in the world. Unimportant information or confidential information does not need to be disclosed. Just enough is Keeman's steady understanding of the special evaluation industry. If your printer has become a spirit, please call the hotline of the Investigation Bureau for a safety assessment. If it is not dangerous, you can choose to keep it. However, if others know about it, I suggest that people who are unable to protect themselves choose carefully. Keeman finished a promotional slogan as usual and ended this evaluation. The screen slowly went black, and the audience was still not satisfied. That's it? Can the test be longer? Each time it's only 3 or 4 minutes. It's too short and uncomfortable. Why do you feel that the level of sand sculpture in this episode has decreased? I understand. I go back and buy a printer, or I dismantle it. The number of views soared, and Keeman looked at the increase in this video, and the unknown task must be easily completed. Looking at his B Station account again, because of the official list, Keeman has become a big up host with 1.5 million fans. If there were no hundreds of names on the official list, which diverted the attention of the crowd, Keeman's number of followers would be even higher. But it doesn't matter. Keeman believes that with the passage of time, the task rewards will become more and more generous, and the resistance will become higher and higher. It was late at night. Keeman was ready to go to bed, and told Tang Yuan to guard the house, and prepared to move the nameless salted fish out and put it in the bedroom as a defensive item. Before going to bed, Keeman drew a pattern on the table again. That pattern was drawn by the Shadow Stream members during their sacrifice. Keeman himself had tried to use synesthesia on this pattern, but there was no warning. It was as if it was a dead object, without any secret information. But Keeman didn't believe in evil, and decided to use the identity of Mr. Ku to synesthesia the pattern in his dream. Keeman drew it several times in a row, became proficient in it, then burned the paper and went to bed. After closing his eyes for a while, Keeman gradually fell asleep and dreamed of returning to the deep sea of Raya. In Raya, the sea is silent, and darkness is the eternal theme here. Keeman ignored the crazy seafood and concentrated his energy to condense the synesthesia into the pattern imagined in his mind. It was a twisted symbol. It was not complicated. It had 3 vertical curves, and then a big circle at the bottom, with a horizontal line passing through the middle. But the horizontal line was not straight, but it passed like a meteor, dragging a long and thin tail. Keeman simply called it the 3-curve meteor pattern. Mr. Ku's power was very strong. He could sense secret information that the human body could not sense with the status of the evil god. As the imagination deepened, the image symbol became very clear. However, the connection between this pattern and Keeman was not deep. He had only met once, and the connection was too plain. Although the evil god was very powerful, it was difficult to obtain effective information when the connection was extremely shallow. In the end, Keeman saw a fleeting picture, only 1 second, a very short time. It was a secret room, and 2 men drew a pattern on the ground. When the pattern was drawn, travels in Whale County had not yet been stained with blood. That's it, Kamong was a little confused. He didn't expect that he could only sense this as an evil god. This pattern should have some meaning. Judging from the attitudes of the 2 ants and the sacrifice ceremony of the Shadow Stream members, there is something behind this pattern. It has a secret attribute. Another thought flashed through his mind, and Keeman realized it a little. Unfortunately, because Keeman's relationship with the pattern is too weak and not deep enough, the synesthesia cannot be deepened. This matter can only be synesthetized later. After ignoring the pattern, Keeman once again captured the place where the little girl was. This time, the little girl was no longer at the beach, but came to a camp near the beach. There were several newly arrived players camping here. Clementine was also in the camp, feeding Xiao Taozi with wild fruits. She landed a few hours later, and when she came back, she found that Xiao Taozi had fainted from hunger on the beach. The original diving plan had to be shelved, and she had to take care of the little girl's stomach first. Because of this, she found that the little girl seemed unable to log off, that is, she woke up in her dream. Xiao Taozi could do something that others couldn't do, sleep, which made Clementine guess about the NPC. Could it be that this little girl was the aboriginal in the dream world? Clementine's mind became hot when she thought of this. Although she couldn't immediately dive into the deep sea to find deep-sea monsters, the aboriginals were more attractive to the Orange Star people. Clementine asked all the details of Xiao Taozi's dream through constant questioning. Backward villages, narrow hills, people engaged in primitive production activities. Knowing these things, what's next? There was no next. Clementine couldn't find a breakthrough. Keeman also knew the content of Xiao Taozi's dream through Clementine's emotions. Mountain village? Detective? Children sacrificed? What is this? Kamong had no impression of this, and had never even heard of the name of the village that Xiao Ao mentioned. This is definitely not something from the dream world, because everything in the dream world is created by Keeman's will, and the rest is the collective wisdom of the players. At present, players have not formed a family relationship based on the village, and there is no such character as a detective. In addition, Keeman felt the bond of spreading dreams from Xiao Ao, and Keeman realized it. It should be that a player spread it to the backward village of Orange Star, and then the little lowly entered the dream, and found a bug during the dream, which prevented her from returning to reality and dreaming in the dream. However, Keeman knew that Orange Star had developed a virtual game, and its technology was very advanced, and it had developed nuclear fusion technology, so there should not be such a thing as a poor village. Crossing this option, Keeman thought of another possibility. Chapter 112. Time passed quietly. Keeman secretly observed and finally waited until Xiao Taozi fell asleep. Taking Xiao Taozi's sleep as an opportunity, Keeman activated the Dream Invasion skill. Let's first review one of the methods of activating the Dream Invasion skill, using synesthesia to guide the direction, and then directional invasion. In other words, this step can bypass the joint dream world and directly invade Xiao Taozi's dream, preventing the Orange Star people in the dream world from falling into panic. But the problem still came. After using the skill, there was an unknown factor that prevented Keeman from further synesthesia, and the Dream Invasion skill was interrupted for the first time. There was no choice but to invade the joint dream in person. A thought flew over, and Keeman's will descended on the dream world. The terrifying pressure was like a tidal wave, and the humans living on land felt the trembling of their souls. Keeman ignored those mortals, and looked directly at the seaside camp, looking directly at the face of the little lowly. The little lowly was originally dreaming, but she was spotted by Keeman. Unspeakable terror rose in her heart, but the next moment, the terror left the dream world again. But the little girl woke up, breathing heavily, her brain trembling, her body trembling. It was hard to describe what it felt like. At that moment, the world was filled with indescribable things, and she felt uncomfortable all over. Clementine was also trembling, but her trembling was not as severe as that of Little Peach. The little girl beside her was shaking non-stop, looking like she was having difficulty breathing. Deep-sea Raya. Keeman stopped at that point, and did not stay in the dream world for too long. With just a moment of gaze, Little Peach had established a very deep connection with Cthulhu. You have to know that this is the gaze of the evil god. Even if it is just a glance, the connection is terrifyingly deep. Keeman dares to guarantee that as long as the little lowly dreams again, he can probably establish a connection with the little lowly, and then see what she is dreaming about. If possible, that world can also be distorted into a part of the joint dream, breaking through the boundary between dreams. Keeman has done similar things before, connecting the dreams of each player to form an unprecedented connected dream. Unfortunately, after being looked at by him, the little lowly was in a very bad state, and her spirit was in an extremely tense state. If there was a rational manuscript to help her stabilize her emotions at this time, she should be able to recover quickly. In reality, there is no such thing, and she can only resist it herself. Fortunately, Xiao Taozi's thinking mode is naturally different from everyone else. After a few hours, she returned to normal and no longer trembled. Unfortunately, Keeman's awakening period is coming soon. On the eve of awakening, a vague murmur sounded in his ears. It's the believers who are offering sacrifices. After waiting for so long, finally there are new believers offering sacrifices. Kamong blinked his eyes and saw a large yellow desert. In the desert, a group of black robes wearing bird-beak masks gathered beside the oasis pool and dug a small pool. The surrounding area of the pool was covered with time-space stone powder. Candles, spices, everything was there. Kamong couldn't figure out where the monsters living in the desert got candles, spices, black robes, and masks. Forget it, after all, it was a game world, and it was normal to have unreasonable things. It was also the time when Keeman descended, and the monster sang praises to the name of the god Cthulhu, and then offered a sacrifice to Cthulhu. It was a sand sculpture with white feathers, with its eyes closed, as if it was pretending to be dead, but its body was shaking constantly. As it trembled, sand kept falling from its feathers. The sand sculpture's beak contained a bell, and as it shook, the bell made a crisp tinkling sound. Great Cthulhu. Our sand sculpture clan. Look forward to your awakening. The black-robed monster made a strange cry and raised its wide robe. It didn't look like a human hand, but like wings. As they said, they were the sand sculpture clan, shaped like an eagle, but bigger than an eagle. The needs of the sand sculpture clan were relatively pure, that is, they purely hoped that Cthulhu would be unsealed and awakened, change the world, and let the believers live happily and freely in chaos forever. The premise was that Cthulhu would be awakened and unsealed. Keeman felt their will. They were truly fanatical believers. The rewards could be delayed until the awakening period. Before that, they did not expect any rewards. Since they didn't want rewards, Keeman would not give them rewards. Most of the evil god's skills have a bad ending, and Keeman doesn't want to chill the hearts of these sand sculpture believers. The young sand sculpture was thrown into the misty water, and it bubbled and disappeared. Keeman quietly retreated, but the atmosphere at the sacrifice site had not returned to normal. All the sand sculptures waited in place until the scene was no longer cold. On the other side, Keeman took the initiative to sense his body and awaken his consciousness by looking at his face. When he opened his eyes, he saw a shivering sand sculpture standing on the floor, with his eyes tightly closed, not daring to open them for a moment. The bell in his mouth was shaken by the shaking, making a ding-ding sound. Listening to the ding-ding sound, Keeman felt a strong sense of crisis in his heart. I don't know where the crisis came from, but I was a little panicked. Ding ding ding. The bell kept shaking, and the sense of crisis came one after another. The feathers of the white-haired sand sculpture kept dropping sand, making a small pile of sand on the floor. Tang Yuan had already rolled over, with his hair stretched to the point of being as tight as needles, ready to beat up Shadao at any moment. But Shadao was unaware, and was still trembling. Faintly, Keeman sensed the emotion of a frightened bird from it, afraid that the evil god would eat it. Chapter 113. Kamong patted the scarf around his neck, and summoned the big-faced cat. He wore a scarf even when he slept, and would untie it a few times for comfort. Kamong stared into the eyes of the big-faced cat, and glanced at the sand sculpture with his peripheral vision. With Tang Yuan staring at the sand sculpture, he didn't have to panic. In terms of reaction speed, the pet was definitely faster than him. The bell made a nail-like sound, which made Keeman feel a sense of crisis. The sense of crisis came inexplicably, and Keeman didn't know where the crisis came from. 15 seconds later, Keeman gained strange knowledge. Sand sculpture. A rare eagle that grows in the desert. Other birds shed feathers, but they shed sand. They always clean the sand in the gaps between their wings, and sand will fall when they shake. The sand sculpture family is proficient in sand sculpture language. Even if you don't understand bird language, you can understand their sand sculpture sound. Kamong looked at the sand sculpture's feet, and a thin layer of sand had piled up under his feet. Sand maker? I always feel that the construction site needs it. It makes sand for free, which is environmentally friendly and clean. Then, there is another strange knowledge. Ding ding bell. A small bell will make a crisp ding ding sound every time it is shaken. The person who hears it will feel a sense of crisis. The longer you listen to it, the louder the sound, and the heavier the sense of crisis. The sense of crisis generated by the ding ding bell has an upper limit and cannot be promoted to fear. After obtaining new knowledge, Kumain finally knew where the sense of crisis came from. The ding ding bell can make a ding ding sound, and any creature that hears the ding ding sound will generate a layer of crisis. The sense of crisis can be continuously superimposed, but the bell can only be superimposed to the limit of fear. The ding ding bell can scare away some people or things at certain times, and the effect is not bad. Kumain thought for a moment, and slapped the big-faced cat back into his scarf. Then he used sign language to Tang Yuan, who understood and twisted his golden hair into the shape of a hand to snatch the bell from the sand sculpture's mouth. Ding 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 ding. The sound of the bell rang loudly, and the sense of crisis intensified. Without the bell, the sand sculpture still did not dare to open his eyes. His body trembled more violently, and his fear intensified. It can be seen how terrible the status of the evil god is in the sand sculpture's heart, and he dared not even open his eyes. He wanted to dig out both eyes to avoid looking directly at the evil god. Because of the intensified shaking, more sand fell from the gaps between the feathers. Kumain used his scarf to slap the bell into the storage space. The ding-ding sound disappeared, and the sense of crisis disappeared without a trace. The little sand sculpture seemed not so scared anymore, but he still did not dare to open his eyes. Wake up, it's safe here, don't be afraid. Kumain put on the giant gloves and sat on the bed and looked directly at it. Tang Yuan remained tense. When facing abnormal creatures, he had to maintain basic vigilance. When Shadao heard what Kumain said, the sand fell off again. Open your eyes, Kumain said again. Shadao quickly raised his wings and buried his head in his wings, not daring to look at all. However, this action revealed that he could understand human words. Tang Yuan, pry open its wings. Tang Yuan received the order, rolled his body directly onto Shadao, then used dog hair to pry open his wings, and then used fine dog hair to pry open Shadao's eyes. Such a tough attitude made Shadao even more scared. His body trembled to the extreme, and he opened his beak and made a sound, like a young wife being raped. However, because he opened his eyes, Shadao finally saw that the thing in front of him was a ball of golden hair. Then its head was forced to straighten, and Kumain's face also came into the eyes of the sand sculpture. The little sand sculpture thought it would be a very scary face, and a very scary environment. But what the hell was the situation in front of him? Warm sunshine, white walls, and a man who looked harmless, with the face of an adventurer. Ah! Ah! The sand sculpture made a strange sound. The small head had a big doubt. Is this the evil god? The little sand sculpture spoke the carving language. Kumain didn't know the carving language, but he did understand its sand sculpture language. It was covered with white hair, like a creature in the snow, holy and pure. Because the feathers were very white, the yellow sand that was shaken off became very conspicuous, and the gaps in the feathers were full of sand, which seemed to never be shaken out. It doesn't matter who I am. What matters is that you have to live here in the future, follow the rules of contemporary society, and don't make trouble, otherwise I will pluck all the hair and use it to make soup. Kumain set the tone as soon as he came up to prevent the sand sculpture from making trouble. This idiot didn't have the master recognition ceremony like Tang Yuan, so he is definitely not as loyal as Tang Yuan. He needs to be trained well. The idiot naturally heard what Kumain said. But to be honest, the idiot didn't understand what Kumain said. The action of burying his head in his wings was a subconscious behavior. With his neck shrunk, he couldn't see the outside, and the evil god couldn't see him. Self-deception. This is the idiot's way of saving his life. Seeing Kumain's face at this moment, the idiot's heart seemed to stop beating. Oh no, he saw the true face of the evil god. He couldn't live anymore. And he just asked a question. At this moment, the idiot wanted to die. The body was shaking constantly, and the sand was shaking off from the gaps between the feathers. Kumain watched the sand pile up on the floor, and his mood gradually became subtle and a little unhappy. There was too much sand, and he had to clean it up himself, which was really troublesome. The little sand sculpture didn't know what Kumain was thinking. Seeing Kumain's face sank slightly, his heart skipped a beat. Ah! The sand sculpture closed his eyes, and looked like he was ready to be slaughtered. He accepted his fate. In the little sand sculpture's heart, Kumain was definitely an evil god. As for the fact that Kumain didn't have a strong terrifying aura, The little sand sculpture understood that the evil god had hidden the evil god aura, so he looked harmless. If the evil god was angered, he would definitely turn his face and kill him in the blink of an eye. Keeman saw that the sand sculpture was shaking more violently, and the sand fell from the gaps between the feathers. Looking at the sand all over the ground, Keeman fell into deep thought. How can I train the little sand sculpture to stop shaking? Got it. Nameless salted fish. Keeman looked at the nameless salted fish in the room. At this moment, the nameless salted fish was placed on the table. Shadyo just had his back to the nameless salted fish and closed his eyes waiting to die, so he didn't see the salted fish. A few seconds later, Tang Yuan picked up the nameless salted fish and gently patted Shadyo's face. The little Shadyo opened his eyes and saw that his face grew on the body of the salted fish, feeling inexplicably horrified. It was also at this time that its body finally stopped shaking and stopped shaking off the sand. Chapter 114. The sand sculpture stopped shaking, and his whole mind was attracted by the salted fish face of the nameless salted fish, and he lost his own face. Keeman also secretly glanced at the scales of the nameless salted fish to test whether his 30 points of resistance could withstand the mental interference of the nameless salted fish. With just one glance, Keeman saw his face printed on the scales of the nameless salted fish. An inexplicable sense of horror rose in his heart. Keeman tried to move his body, but his body was extremely stiff and difficult to move. 30 points of resistance is not durable. The nameless salted fish is still strong. However, Keeman is stronger than before, and he forced his eyes to look away and no longer stare at the nameless salted fish, and the pressure suddenly eased. His neck was able to move slightly, and he slowly twisted his head. A minute later, Keeman turned his head to the other side, no longer thinking that his face grew on the fish's body. The body's perception also began to slowly return to normal. The idiot was still staring at the nameless salted fish, which showed that Tang Yuan's mental resistance was really high, many times higher than that of the idiot. After all, Tang Yuan was an elite monster, originally set as a gatekeeper dog in front of the small boss, and its attributes in all aspects were very strong. Keeman used a broom to clean the sand on the floor and filled half of the trash can. The amount was really amazing. So much sand was shaken out in just a short while. If they were shaking every day and night for thousands of years, Keeman suspected that the sand in the desert in the game world was the land they shook out. Go downstairs to buy 2 breakfasts from Mrs. Chen, go upstairs to feed Tang Yuan, and by the way feed the big-faced cat some dried fish. Watching the round fish head of the dried fish gently drill into the cat's mouth, there was no resistance, and it disappeared in an instant. Keeman looked at the dazed big-faced cat, his mind jumped, and he thought of a wonderful way to deal with it. Can the big-faced cat eat sand? Keeman looked back at the sand sculpture with a dull expression. It didn't shake the sand now, but once it came back to life, it would definitely shake the sand again. Keeman thought as he fed another dried fish into the cat's mouth. The cat's mouth is very small, not big, and any meaty food will disappear when it enters its mouth. Keeman's chopsticks did not disappear when they entered its mouth, and theoretically, the sand would not disappear either. But Keeman still wanted to try it. How could he know if he didn't try? This sand was not ordinary sand, but sand shaken off the sand sculpture. The composition of the sand might be different from that of ordinary sand. Keeman held on to his fantasy, and took a silver spoon to scoop up some sand. Tang Yuan used dog hair to pull open the big-faced cat's mouth and stretch the mouth to the maximum. The spoon was inserted into the big-faced cat's mouth and then taken out, and the yellow sand still remained on the spoon. Keeman poured the sand on the spoon back into the trash can, tore off a little dried fish meat, and put it on the spoon, put it into the big-faced cat's mouth, and the fish meat disappeared instantly. The conclusion of the test is that the big-faced cat does not eat the sand shaken off by the sand sculpture. You are a bit picky. Keeman patted the big-faced cat's head, and the sound of meow rang in his mind again. It has been a long time since I took a photo of a cat. Hearing the cat's meow, Keeman was stunned for a moment, and then patted again. Meow. After patting the cat for a while, Keeman patted the scarf again and took out the ding-ding bell. The ding-ding bell is translucent blue with a crystal texture. It reflects dazzling light under the sun, and is very beautiful. Shake the bell, and it makes a ding-ding sound. Ding-ding. An inexplicable sense of crisis warning rose in my heart, but I couldn't tell where the crisis came from. The bell was clearly in Keeman's hand, right in front of him, but he could not detect the direction of the sense of crisis. It can be seen that the concealment function of ding-ding bell is very good. Tang Yuan's hair also moved, slightly tensed, and felt the sense of crisis. Shadya's consciousness had lost his face, and his body showed no signs of moving. Keeman put away the bell, and went online to check his own evaluation video. The big cat face evaluation has risen to 6 million views and is very popular. And the latest printer evaluation has risen to 2 million views, successfully completing the requirements of the unknown task. Click to receive the reward. Keeman's resistance has risen to 80 points. Keeman didn't know how strong he was, so he could only take another look at the nameless salted fish for testing. Once again, he saw his face printed on the fish, but this time, Keeman's body was finally not in a state of being unable to move. Keeman used all his strength, as if he was carrying a 200-pound weight, and took a step forward. If he forced his eyes away, the pressure could be reduced to the lightest and quickly return to normal. 80 points of resistance is so strong, and this is only the performance of mental resistance. Physical resistance has not been tested yet. Keeman went to the kitchen to get a small fruit knife, with a hesitant look on his face. There is no need to be afraid, just pierce a wound lightly, and put on a band-aid. After thinking about it, Keeman gently pierced his little finger 1 millimeter. The tip of the knife entered the flesh, and there was an obvious sense of resistance. The sharp tip of the knife should have pierced the skin, but Keeman could feel an inexplicable force flowing through his fingers, preventing the tip of the knife from piercing the skin. With a little more effort, the resistance from the handle of the knife became stronger, and the tip of the knife could not break the defense of the skin. At this time, Keeman still used the strength of a normal person, without wearing a giant glove. He turned the blade against the back of his palm and gently cut it, as if nothing had happened. He pinched the handle of the knife with his fingers, and then increased the strength, using the strength of cutting a watermelon. But the skin of the arm had an inexplicable force to prevent the blade from cutting in, and the arm still had no wound. At this point, Keeman can't test anymore. It's impossible to wear the giant gloves. If your hand is cut off, it will be a big loss. There's no need to take risks. After knowing the power of 80 points of resistance, Keeman feels that he is closer to the dream of laying the thickest armor. Opening the task list, due to the change in popularity, the requirement of the evaluation task has been increased to 2 million viewers. The rewards have also increased accordingly, and the rewards for difficult tasks have been increased to 50 points of resistance. The unknown difficulty task has disappeared, and there are currently no optional unknown difficulty tasks. Chapter 115. So, there is a sand sculpture with a bell in your room? Captain Luo's voice came from the phone. At first, Captain Luo thought Keeman was talking about something strange, but after seeing the photo, he realized that Keeman was not joking. It was really a sand sculpture. Of course, it was a sand sculpture with white feathers, and even in the animal world, it was a top-notch show. After a while, Keeman brought the sand sculpture to the Investigation Bureau for detailed testing. By the way, he also brought the nameless salted fish. Since there were a lot of things, Director Lei specially divided 3 test teams into batches for testing. The bell test was very fast. After all, this thing was non-aggressive. It was just to increase the sense of crisis. The sound range of the ding-ding bell and the sound penetration were quickly tested. The white-haired sand sculpture was drawn a little blood by the tester for blood testing. Afterwards, Keeman took the nameless salted fish away, and the sand sculpture slowly regained consciousness after a minute. As soon as the sand sculpture woke up, he saw a group of white-coated specialists surrounding it. It trembled all over, its wings trembled uncontrollably, and a lot of yellow sand fell from its feathers. In the mind of the sand sculpture, Keeman was an evil god, and there was a group of evil gods here. His heart beat faster and faster, his brain was congested, and he fainted. What's going on? Why is it not moving? Abnormal state? Keeman, what's going on? Keeman walked over, saw the fainted sand sculpture, patted its head, and woke it up. It's a little timid, and its psychological endurance is poor. Keeman straightened the sand sculpture and stepped aside. The tester nodded, and took away the yellow sand that the sand sculpture shook off to test the material composition. Can it understand human language? Probably. Keeman was not sure. Keeman had said a lot to Xiaoyao, but this guy always looked cautious, and he didn't know if he understood. Sometimes it felt like he understood, but sometimes it obviously didn't. The testers looked at each other, and they could only use special items to make it understand. After a while, the tester brought a special item, a black headset. What is this? Keeman asked. This thing was originally a Khoi language proficiency test listening headset for a candidate, and later it became a special item. As long as you wear the listening headset, you will hear the Khoi language test content. After listening for about 2 hours, you can learn standard Khoi language. The tester said. So amazing. Keeman was surprised. The Investigation Bureau has so many good things, even props for people to learn the common language. But it's a sculpture. Can it make human language sounds? Mr. Ke, this is a special item, and the current scientific theory cannot explain how it can achieve its functions. The tester shook his head, and then put headphones on the sand sculpture that closed its eyes, and waited for death. Just in case, the tester asked Keeman to use the nameless salted fish to freeze it. When using the salted fish to freeze it, some testers looked directly at the fish scales, and did further tests. The tester was stunned on the ground, and the speed of being hit was as fast as 1 millisecond. Tang Yuan appeared and blocked one side of the salted fish with his body. Then Keeman took out the rational manuscript and shook it in front of him. Under the effect of the rational manuscript, they quickly returned to normal and wrote comments based on their own feelings. The ability of this fish is very strange. Control system, weird side item. When multiple people look at the fish scales, group control is still possible, powerful functionality. Reaction time is 0. Once seen, it cannot be avoided, unless you carry a control-free item. The testers were still frightened, and did not dare to look at the fish body of the nameless salted fish again. In the investigation bureau, everyone is human, and they are probably as strong as normal people. Only some people with physical fitness items will be stronger than normal people, but there are too few such people, extremely rare. 2 hours later, Keeman took off his hearing headphones, put them on his head, and listened for a while, and he really heard the content of the Koi language test. It's a pity that the headphones are too small for Tang Yuan to wear, otherwise it would have a chance to learn Koi language. Put the nameless salted fish in the storage scarf, and patted the sand sculpture's head. It took a long time for the sand sculpture to come back to his senses. Seeing Keeman next to him, it hurriedly screamed, shook its wings, and dared not look at people. Lift this iron block, and see how much you can carry. Keeman ignored it, and directly issued the order to lift the object. Next to Keeman, there was a basket with a fixed weight of iron blocks in it, and the basket was tied with an iron chain. The white-haired sand sculpture understood Keeman's words. It didn't expect that one day, it would understand the words of the evil god. It flapped its wings, grabbed the iron chain ring with its claws, spread its wings and took off, and the basket was lifted into the sky. The net weight of the basket was 700 grams, and the weight of several iron blocks totaled 5 kilograms. The sand sculpture grabbed the basket, and flew into the sky, looking very relaxed. At the request of a group of evil gods, it changed several baskets in succession to a special heavy object. The final test result was that the sand sculpture could hold a total weight of 1 ton, that is, 2,000 kilograms. From a scientific point of view, an eagle can grab a creature weighing 100 kilograms, and the carrying capacity of this sand sculpture has exceeded the upper limit of normal animals. The testers wrote in the evaluation, the sand sculpture has extraordinary power. Then, there was a vision test and a hearing test. Each test was extremely detailed, showing the comprehensive ability of the sand sculpture. In the end, the sand sculpture was defined as a level 6 thing, 1 level lower than the glutinous rice balls. The reason is that the sand sculpture's attack ability is not as strong as the glutinous rice balls. The pear blossom rain needle of the glutinous rice balls is comparable to the shooting of hot weapons, while the sand sculpture has no attack skills. It can only shake the sand. In addition, the claws are very strong, which is the only advantage. As for the sand sculpture language that the white-haired sand sculpture is proficient in, they did not measure any useful information, and it is not a plus point. In the afternoon, Kumeng took Wuming salted fish, the sand sculpture, the glutinous rice balls, and Ding Ding Bells home. When he got home, the sand sculpture trembled in the room again, and the sand flowed. In the heart of the sand sculpture, the world is full of madness. If you don't see the madness, it must be hidden. It is different from the sand sculptures in the tribe. The sand sculptures in the tribe are stupid and crazy, and want to live in an unrestrained freedom, but it likes a quiet and peaceful world. Because it is incompatible with the sand sculptures in the tribe, the black ghost happened to pass by, and it was taken as a sacrifice by the tribe. Chapter 116. A friend gave me a sand sculpture. Let me show you what a sand sculpture looks like. Keeman posted a status on Bilibili, and attached a picture. In the picture, there is a sand sculpture with white hair. Yellow sand is flowing down its white feathers, forming a small waterfall. It looks weird, as if it just walked out of the desert with sand all over its body. Keeman has a plan for the next video. Either use a honey video or use a sand sculpture as a test material. The highlight of the sand sculpture is that it can shake the sand non-stop. A minute later, Keeman looked at his status bar again, and the number of comments had exceeded 100. The comment area is getting hot, and the pictures of white sand sculptures are made into emoticons by netizens, with sand sculpture text, and they are constantly spreading poison in the fan group. One is a big bird with simple lines, and the other is a white sand sculpture picture released by Keyman, with extreme color text. Some emoticons are rough processing techniques, with a white bottom border under the original picture and a line of text. Keyman looked at the fan's emoticon skills with relish, and took the phone to the sand sculpture to let it take a look. Look, others have made you into an emoticon. The sand sculpture has learned the Koi language, and there is no problem in recognizing words by looking at pictures. It cautiously glanced at the screen of Kuming's phone. It doesn't matter if you don't look at it, but once you look at it, you will feel that something big has happened. Shadiel found that his appearance was trapped in a strange metal object. Oh no, it was a thing called a mobile phone. Shadiel went over the language knowledge he had just learned in his mind, and understood what a mobile phone was. But knowing is one thing, and being able to accept it is another. Ah. Shadiel spoke the language of the carving and made a begging sound, hoping that the owner would not lock it in the mobile phone. In Shadiel's heart, it is not an evil god. Even if it learns the content of the evil god's language, it cannot speak in the language of the evil god. That is disrespectful to the evil god. If you don't have that status, don't commit suicide. Shadiel was crazy in his mind, and thought that this was right. Kuming looked at Shadiel with a strange look, suspecting that this guy had not learned how to speak, otherwise why would he still speak in the carving language? After dinner, Captain Luo suddenly sent a message. Good news, the people from the Investigation Bureau have caught the 2 Shadow Stream members. Now their bodies are still sleeping in the shadows of others. You have done a great job, Captain Luo said happily. Keyman was also very happy to hear the news. Once the shadow creature changes its owner, it will generally fall into a deep sleep. The side effects can only be eliminated if the replaced body has no shadow, and the 2 Shadow Stream members cannot find such a body, and are currently in a deep sleep period. The people from the Investigation Bureau can see the stains left by the Shadow Stream members through the psychic glasses. As long as the footprints and stains are connected to that person, it can be basically determined that he is the parasitized person. Keyman took the things at home and immediately went to the Investigation Bureau to check on the 2 parasitized humans. The 2 Shadow Stream members were locked in a special room, and the room was filled with light items. The light-related item was a modern lamp, which was connected to a socket and continuously used electricity to release bright light. Under the effect of the light, the 2 men cried out in pain. They were locked to a chair, with both legs and hands locked by the chair. Under the continuous illumination of the light, the shadows under the 2 men showed twisted ripples. The bigger the ripples, the louder the 2 men cried, as if their bodies were torn apart. The members of the Shadow Stream are all shadow creatures, living in the shadows of others in a parasitic form. Only by shining them with specific items can the parasitic shadows be separated and the original shadows be retained. The pain during the separation process is unavoidable, and you can only suffer. Captain Luo stood outside the window and explained to Keyman. Keyman nodded. It was also the first time he knew that the separation procedure for the Shadow Stream members was like this. He looked at his hands. He had a shadow-grabbing hand, which could grab shadows, which was much more convenient than the method of the Investigation Bureau. Director Lei also added, generally speaking, the longer the parasite is, the harder it is to separate it, because the original owner's consciousness has been overly eroded by the shadow. Even if the parasitic shadow is separated with a specific item, the original owner will still end up stupid for the rest of his life. Only by discovering and separating it earlier can the original owner's consciousness be clear. Keyman listened to it, and thought of Chinmomo and her daughter. How many days does it take for a Shadow Stream member to parasitize for irreversible damage? Keyman asked. Director Lei said without hesitation, there is no definite deadline, but based on our experience in fighting Shadow Stream, generally half a year of parasitism will cause irreversible damage. The more experienced members of the Shadow Stream can shorten the erosion time, and the damage to the original owner is stronger than that of the newcomers. If you find yourself often drowsy, you have to be alert. It is best to come to the Investigation Bureau for a checkup first. Once a person parasitized by a Shadow Stream member enters the territory of the Investigation Bureau, black smoke will also come out of his head, which indicates that his justice is not the same as the justice defined by our Investigation Bureau. At this time, we need to check whether this person has any problems, whether it is a problem of concept change or being parasitized. That night, Keyman learned some little knowledge about the Shadow Stream from Director Lei, and redefined the judgment of justice. It turns out that black smoke coming out of the head not only refers to justice, but can also be refined into differences in the concept of justice. The greater the theoretical differences, the darker the black smoke. Keeman is a little curious about what the Special Affairs Investigation Bureau defines the word justice. In response, Director Lay smiled and said nothing, without explaining. Captain Luo explained in a low voice. This is the core secret of the Investigation Bureau. You'd better not ask about it. Anyway, if you don't think too much, there will be no black smoke. 1 hour later. Kamong saw the two people in the interrogation room separated into 4 shadows, 2 original shadows and 2 parasitic shadows. The veins on the foreheads of the 2 people popped up, their hands clenched into fists, and beads of sweat slid down their bodies. Chapter 117. The 2 people in the isolation room couldn't stand it anymore and shouted, I don't want to do it anymore, it's too painful, let me go. Hold on, don't let his will control your life. Think about your parents, your children, your wife, they are waiting for you to come back. Director Lay clicked the voice button and said to the microphone. Hearing Director Lay's speech, the 2 victims regained their motivation. Both men are married and have happy families, and they don't want to leave happiness. In order to fight against the shadow, the 2 gritted their teeth and persisted. Sweat came out, and they were soaked. At the most critical moment of the split, both of them shouted out strange screams. However, the isolation room has good sound insulation, and people outside the isolation room can't hear it clearly, only the speakers are ringing. The staff had expected this to happen, and turned off the sound output function in advance, and only let people with stronger resistance wear headphones to monitor. Keeman looked outside the window, and felt very painful. Faintly, Keeman thought of a word, childbirth. The process of separating the shadow is like giving birth to another life in the body, and the birthing process is accompanied by indescribable labor pains. Keeman was thinking, why not give them both towels to bite, so as not to bite their tongues? Keeman told Captain Luo his idea, and Captain Luo glanced at him, that makes sense. This choked Keeman, and Captain Luo didn't expect it. Captain Luo said embarrassedly, this is the second time our Whale City branch has encountered a shadow case. Shadow members are not so easy to catch. We don't have much experience in separating shadows. After a while, someone gave 2 tightly twisted towels to the 2 men. The 2 victims bit the towel, and finally stopped howling. Instead, they bit the towel tightly. Drops of sweat flowed from their foreheads. Even Keeman couldn't help but sweat for them. If Keeman did it, he could take out the 2 shadows with both hands at the same time, which was much more convenient than the Investigation Bureau staff. But Keeman was not ready yet. He had to consider the influence of the shadow grabber. Now the Investigation Bureau has a mature separation method. Although it is a bit painful, it is an effective separation method. Keeman grabbed the 2 shadows at the same time. The original owner's shadow will also be grabbed by Keeman, and the body will be in a shadowless state. The process is different from the official one, which may have an invisible impact on the original owner. Keeman concentrated on observing the process of separating the shadows with the light of the desk lamp, and saw that one shadow was constantly lengthening and had many tentacles on its body. The other shadow did not change significantly, and was still biting the towel, with the same posture as the original owner. A few minutes later, the connection point of the shadow under the victim's feet suddenly broke. In Keeman's perception, the victim became cleaner. Although he was sweating all over, he gave Keeman a cleaner feeling. The separation method of the Investigation Bureau was indeed different from his separation method. The 2 legs originally had the shadow of 4 legs, but now only the shadow of 2 legs remained. The parasitic shadow of the other 2 legs was repelled into the corner by the light, and had nowhere to escape. Shadow creatures are not afraid of sunlight when swimming outside, but the lampstand is different. It is a special item. The light has the power to eliminate darkness. Shadow creatures can't stand it, and dare not approach. The closer you get to the lamp, the greater the damage you will suffer. The shadow has no way to escape. After the 2 shadows separated, they both fell on the table, which was covered with sweat. The staff hurried in and moved the 2 away. The 2 shadows were pushed into the corner and trembled. Keeman glanced at the 2 men who fainted, and there were shadows under their feet. He felt it carefully. Original taste, it should be the original authentic product. After a while, everyone began to interrogate the shadows. When the shadow creatures are free from the outside world, they can make the voice of the original owner. When there are no parasites, they will make the original voice. Keeman did not participate in the interrogation, but watched the bosses interrogating outside the window. Watching the bosses interrogating, Keeman thought of his own human shadow stone. Those 2 things can obviously talk when they are separated, but they didn't talk to him. Is it the characteristics of the shadow grabber that make them unable to speak, or are they deliberately silent? Go back and interrogate them carefully. Who are you offering sacrifices to? The interrogator clicked the microphone button and asked, "We won't tell you." The two shadows shivered in the corner. They didn't have a voice belt, but the sound did come through, as if someone was talking in their ears. The interrogator turned on the light, and focused the light on the corner. The two people immediately screamed. After a while, he moved the light focus away, and used the residual light to illuminate the two shadows. "Be honest and answer quickly," the interrogator urged. "No, I won't tell you even if I die," the two shadows said stubbornly. The interrogator asked for a while, and changed the question. "Why did you stain travels in Whale County with blood? What is the purpose of polluting it?" "Hee, we can't say this either." The two shadows laughed, and their voices were sinister. The interrogator turned on the light again, and put the center of the light on the corner. "Ah!" The two shadows howled again. Outside the interrogation room, Keeman looked speechless. "How about it? Now you know how thick-skinned the Shadow Stream members are," Luo Yuan said. "If they refuse to answer like this, how can we get intelligence from the Shadow Stream organization? The Investigation Bureau should have special tools for interrogation." Keeman nodded first, and then guessed that the Investigation Bureau had a backup plan that it had not used. There are indeed special items for interrogation, but the side effects are quite strange. Captain Luo nodded. "How strange are they?" "Well, it's probably something very strange." Captain Luo looked strange, and it was hard to say. "When using that item, you should not look at it if you can normally." Luo Yuan shook his head. "Level 1 confidentiality level?" Keeman's expression changed. No, it's not a first level thing. It's just a 6th level thing, but the side effects are weird." "How weird is it?" "It's a red headscarf. When you put it on, you will dance. The scene is quite embarrassing. People who see dancing will let down their defenses." Luo Yuan said this, and didn't want to say more. Keeman didn't know what it was, and kept thinking about it in his mind. What on earth is it? Dancing? Red headscarf? After a while, the interrogation fell into a dilemma. The Shadow Stream members were as stubborn as ever, and refused to speak. It's not that there have been incidents of killing shadow creatures with lights, but that was not a local case, but a case that happened in Octopus City. Octopus City is a neighboring city of Whale City. In terms of city size, Octopus City is larger. There's no other way, we can only use that item, the interrogator said with a bad face. "Who will dance this time?" The interrogator looked at his companion, and his companion's face changed, and shook his head. The interrogator looked at the camera, and the people in the monitoring room looked away unconsciously, not daring to look directly at it. Keeman glanced at everyone, wondering what it was that no one was willing to wear. "Let's draw lots. It's the fairest way. Draw from the interrogation team. Don't make things difficult for people in other groups," said the interrogator. Hearing about the drawing of lots, everyone in the interrogation team changed their faces slightly, but then breathed a sigh of relief. Drawing lots is indeed the fairest way. Chapter 118. Keeman is not good at language interrogation, and is not responsible for the interrogation work. Originally, he could stand aside and watch, but he is the investigator with the deepest connection in the incident. Even if he can't interrogate, the boss sitting in the monitoring room can use the intercom to instruct Keeman to do the interrogation work, so he was classified as a member of the interrogation team. Investigators have high spiritual perception, and drawing lots is not necessarily a fair way, because people with high spiritual perception can vaguely feel they have won or not won. But the Whale City branch has a lottery object that can block spiritual perception, and the drawer cannot sense whether he has won, ensuring the fairness of the lottery. Captain Luo also joined the interrogation list. He has good rhetoric skills, and is also the person who directly contacts the incident. A minute later, someone brought a lottery tube. There were many wooden sticks in the lottery tube, including 10 red sticks and 90 white wooden sticks. Luo Yuan first counted the people who participated in the interrogation. Some people did not need to be interrogated, but because they personally participated in this matter, they were all included. He explained to the lottery tube, "There are 13 people who draw lots. Take a red stick." The function of the lottery tube is to explain the lottery method to him first, and then draw the lot. There is no side effect for the time being. Not all special objects have a price. The lottery tube may have a price, but no one has found its side effects yet. In the archives, the tester's evaluation is that it is suspected to have no side effects. "Come and draw." Luo Yuan closed the lid, shook the wooden stick tube, and then opened the wooden tube lid. 12 people, fast or slow, pinched the wooden stick they wanted to pinch within a few seconds. Kuming first sensed the wooden stick tube for a while, and indeed did not feel any abnormal information source from it. Special objects often emit some information, which may be chaotic and disordered, and people need to use their brains to organize, perceive, and refine. But the wooden stick tube does not have this kind of feeling. It is like a non-existent thing, a little confusing. Keeman picked up a wooden stick at random, without thinking too much, just randomly. Okay, see what color your wooden stick is, Luo Yuan said. After a while, Keeman took out the wooden stick. It was a white stick, and it was not his turn to dance. Ah! It's me again! Di Ping, who participated in the interrogation, was crazy. He didn't expect his luck to be so bad that he actually drew a red stick for the second time. Di Ping is a D-level personnel who came to support the scene that night. Afterwards, Keeman went back to rest, and Di Ping also led the team. Di Ping looked at the red stick in his hand, and then looked at the normal wooden sticks in the hands of others, and sighed. The other teammates held back their smiles and comforted him. Come on, Di Ping. Don't worry, no one is watching the surveillance, I promise. Whoever dares to watch the surveillance, I will beat him to death. Even if no one is watching the surveillance, it still needs to be recorded as a video for archival records, Captain D said frustratedly. The teammates held back their laughter and patted each other on the shoulders and left. The staff in the monitoring room looked at each other. Some of them left the monitoring room, and only a few people stayed in the monitoring room to continue monitoring. The monitoring room cannot be empty. This is a basic principle. Of course, it is not so busy at ordinary times, and a few people are enough. On the other side, Captain D sat in the interrogation room and knocked on the table, his calves shaking restlessly, waiting for others to deliver the interrogation items. His heart was anxious. The newcomers may not know how complicated his heart is, but the old people in the investigation bureau must know what his mentality is. Time was so long and painful. Captain D, the interrogation items have been delivered. A young girl came over holding a sealed box. She was a newcomer in the bureau and an F-level personnel. S-A, B, C, D, E, F. She was at the bottom and was still in the stage of learning theory. She didn't know much. The item in her hand was a 6th level thing, called a free dance scarf. From the information she knew, those who wear the scarf will take off their sundries and dance on the spot with only a pair of pants left, which is very free. Those who see the free dance will unconsciously let down their guard and dance together. At this time, the interrogated person will answer all questions. However, the freedom scarf does not work for those with brain disorders and abnormal mental activities. They have no brain and other things in the shadow state, but for the free dance scarf, consciousness is the true self, and the body is an illusory and unreal thing. As long as the consciousness is not confused, they can dance freely. Captain D is seen through the nature of the two shadows. Their consciousness is still clear in nature. As long as they are clear-minded and not ignorant, they can dance with him freely. Captain D took the box from the girl. The girl looked at him and whispered, "Can I stay and see?" The voice was very nice, like a spring breeze. No. Captain D refused without hesitation. It's okay to keep the boys, but if the girls also dance together, the scene can't be described normally. The F-level girl looked at Captain D, who was only 27 years old, with regretful eyes, slowly stepped back, left the interrogation room, and closed the door. Captain D drew the curtains, and Director Lay's voice came from the headset immediately. What's the situation? No danger. Report if there is a risk. Understood. Captain D opened the black box, and saw a red round cap. The round cap was not big, but very elastic. If you pull it a little harder, the cap will expand. This thing is adaptive in size, similar to the wearing characteristics of Keeman's giant gloves, automatically adapting to the size of the host. He took a deep breath, looked at the two tough shadows in the corner, and asked, "One more question. Is your purpose of polluting the Whale County travel notes to pollute Whale City?" The interrogation team did not think of nothing when conducting the interrogation. They have read Whale County travel notes, which is a travel note describing the scenery of Whale County decades ago. Combined with the impression of the sacrificial ceremony, the other party's purpose is very likely to pollute the entire Whale City. Don't say it. If you have the guts, let us speak. Use whatever despicable means you have. The two shadows were extremely arrogant. Even when they saw Captain D take out a red headscarf, they were still stubborn. Captain D muttered softly, cursed softly, and then put on a red round hat. At this moment, his eyes changed. He unbuttoned his shirt, belt, and jeans, and threw them handsomely. His stiff face was no longer serious, but curled the corners of his mouth, revealing a sweet smile. The two shadows were illuminated by the dazzling desk lamp, and could not move. What's going on? Di Ping danced freely in front of the two shadows, and the atmosphere became anxious. The two shadows would not change their inner thoughts, but for some reason, the closed heart seemed to open a door. The dazzling light shone on the ground. The two shadows twisted their bodies unconsciously, no longer squeezed in the corner, but separated to the left and right sides, dancing slowly. The desk lamp slowly released warm white light, illuminating the pink shadow. On the wall, three figures danced together. Monitoring room. Several old monitors looked at this scene, and looked at each other. One of them took out his mobile phone in tacit understanding, opened the music app, and switched to a DJ version of Love River. Is this your excuse for breaking up? Chapter 119. Keeman waited outside the door for more than 10 minutes, and asked Captain Luo about the printer. The printer started printing a few days ago, and those trees disappeared one after another at that time. Captain Luo explained to Keeman the problem of the library's resumption of work. The library resumed work later than everyone thought, so no one was working inside at that time. Of the two security guards, the security guard with the problem was on duty for his colleague, so his colleague was also happy to be idle, and did not go to work. So the amount of trees consumed by the printer in 7 days has been calculated, a total of 360 trees. Keeman did mental arithmetic last time, and this time he used the calculator function of his mobile phone to recalculate. 20 times 60 times 24 is equal to 28,800. The daily output is 28,800 sheets, and the annual output is 10 million sheets. Someone has done data. From the perspective of the size of a country, the consumption of this printer is not large, and it cannot cause a substantial short-term impact on the country, and it can be fully accommodated. But in the city, it is a disaster for green trees. So this printer has been transported to the desert. In the desert area, it stops printing after a while. However, once it is moved out of the desert area, it will start printing again. The oasis trees in the desert area will disappear because of this. But by chance, there are special items for greening trees at the seal point in the desert area. Trees are created every day, which is a perfect match with the printer, and it will be an infinite cycle, and become a perpetual motion machine. As for the side effects of daily tree creation, Captain Luo is not very clear. That thing is not in Whale City, so it is difficult to find out. At this time, the curtains of the interrogation room were drawn open. In the room, there was the neatly dressed investigator named D, with a serious face, as if nothing had happened. He left the interrogation room, and the relevant personnel entered and adjusted the lights to ensure that the two shadows were locked inside. Captain Luo went up to chat with Deep Ping, and asked him how the conversation went, and whether he had obtained any key intelligence. Deep Ping frowned and said, "Everyone go to the investigation file. The interrogation record has been written into this issue's file. This means that the interrogation has been completed, but he is not in the mood to share the joy of the successful interrogation with everyone at this moment. After all, it is not a very pleasant thing." Keeman did not see the live dance, and did not know what kind of dance it was, which was a bit regrettable. Looking back, Keeman checked the investigation file of this issue in the bureau, and finally knew who the other party's sacrifice target was. Sacrifice to the Great Lord of Shadows. But the Lord of Shadows did not respond to the sacrifice ceremony, so the sacrifice failed. Whale County Travel Notes itself is a special thing, representing the ecology of the entire land of Whale County. It was stained with blood, causing a bloody disaster in the Whale County area. At present, the people in the Investigation Bureau are using special items to purify the travels of Whale County. After the interrogation that night, it was a little late. Keeman returned to his room and sorted out today's harvest. Taking out the long-lost notebook, Keeman flipped through it and wrote on a new page, "The members of the Shadow Stream are offering sacrifices to the Lord of Shadows. Is the ultimate leader of the Shadow Stream organization suspected to be the evil god?" Keeman drew the sacrificial pattern of sacrificing people again and tried to synesthesia. He saw two shadows outside the interrogation room with his own eyes. They were the initiators of the sacrifice ceremony, and the connection should be a little deeper. This time, Keeman vaguely saw something. An extremely blurry picture emerged. It was the room of the sacrifice ceremony. The blood-stained travels of Whale County was placed in the center of the sacrifice ceremony. The two men had already fallen down, and the shadows under them left their bodies, and swam out of the gap to the balcony. The picture ends here. It seems like he saw it or not. Now the criminal has been found. What's the point? Wait. Keeman looked at the pattern on the notebook and stared at it quietly for 2 seconds. 2 seconds later, he tore the page and burned it with a lighter. It's really crazy. If the other party is really an evil god, once I succeed in telepathy, I will be the only one to die. Keeman was scared. I didn't think about it at first, but now I suddenly think of this and feel like I have survived a disaster. Fortunately, Keeman doesn't know the truth behind the telepathic pattern. Sometimes, not knowing the truth is also a kind of happiness. Keeman is not an evil god in reality. Without Cthulhu's perverted data, the fate of the telepathic evil god will not be much better. It is likely that he will accept a lot of chaotic knowledge and then go crazy. Wait. It doesn't seem to be a dead end. Just now, it was the second level of thought, and now he has thought of the third level of thought. In the third level of assumption, as long as he didn't die suddenly on the spot, even if he became a madman, he could sleep. Keeman would become Cthulhu in his dream and possess the status of an evil god. Any madness is not a problem in his domain. Keeman took a deep breath and closed his notebook. Fortunately, he had the dreaming skill as a backup, otherwise it would be really dangerous to live in this mysterious world. Keeman looked at the sand sculpture in the room. The sand sculpture seemed very well behaved, not daring to make a sound, and was very cautious. Let's give you a name. What should I give you? Keeman paused and thought about the name in his mind. Tang Yuan had something to say, barking twice. Woof woof. Just call it White Tang Yuan, suitable for the occasion. Keeman kicked the fur ball and rejected Tang Yuan's naming suggestion. After thinking for a while, Keeman didn't have a good idea, so he asked netizens for help. Question, there is a sand sculpture at home, how to name it? Keeman added a picture. At present, Keeman's fans are very active, and they will soon make suggestions in the comment area. Jade and fish meet the rain. How about calling it white sugar? Tang Yuan is delicious with sugar. Speechless and collapse, free. No thank you. Since there are Tang Yuan, why not call it sand sugar? Hi Zone Wolf Uncle Tang sweetheart, why not sandbag? Drunken dreamer in return. Call it Gooden, how exciting. Keeman glanced at it, and looked at the sand sculpture again. What do you think? The little sand sculpture didn't dare to speak, but only cried softly. It all depends on the owner's mind. Well, since the white-haired sand sculpture is so Buddhist, Keeman won't be entangled. Gooden, Keeman won't take something that's given for free. He knows the other party is joking, so he doesn't care. The same goes for sandbags. Have you ever seen a sand sculpture as big as a sandbag? Wait, it really sounds like that. Looked at the white-haired sand sculpture, about 60 centimeters tall. There are two types of sandbags. One is a throwing toy, and the other is a boxing sandbag. When boxing or kicking, a big sandbag is a good fitness partner. But Keeman chose to deny it, and finally locked his eyes on the two names of granulated sugar, or white granulated sugar. The feathers of the white-haired sand sculpture are white, and white granulated sugar has an extra white word as an adjective, which is more accurate. I call you white granulated sugar from now on. Add some white granulated sugar when eating glutinous rice balls, which is very appropriate. Keeman patted the head of the big white eagle and smiled gently. White granulated sugar was confused and didn't know what it was, but after a while, it remembered the meaning of white granulated sugar. White sugar is pure white and very sweet. It is commonly used in cooking and can be added to food. White sugar thought that its owner was going to cook it, so it shook its body subconsciously, and yellow sand fell out from the gaps between its feathers. Chapter 120, 121. Shaking the sand is very bad. There is a thin layer of yellow sand on the floor. It is an eyesore if it is not swept. So Kumeng said to Bai Shatang what he had not heard for a long time. Can you sweep the floor? Bai Shatang was confused for a second, and then he understood. However, where is the broom needed for sweeping the floor? Well, it is convenient to understand the Khoi language. Tang Yuan, you come and teach it how to sweep the floor. Kumeng saw Bai Shatang's expression, and knew that she had understood. He was happy to be idle, and directly contracted the task to Tang Yuan. Tang Yuan barked happily, rolled out of the bedroom, and took Bai Shatang to get the broom. Bai Shatang fluttered its wings and flew lightly, with white feathers rustling, and sand fell like rain, scattering yellow sand all over the floor. Bai Shatang flew from the bedroom door to the corridor, flew to the living room, and got a broom in the kitchen. Looking back, the yellow sand was spread all the way to its feet. Bai Shatang was very scared at that time. He knew the tone of his master, who didn't like him shaking sand. But the more scared he was, the more sand his feathers shook off. Tang Yuan barked at the side, wondering why the sand sculpture didn't move. It has no hands, only wings, so it's hard to control. When Tang Yuan thought of this, he suddenly felt that he was very useful. Dog hair can be twisted into an arm, and sweep the floor like humans. Bai Shatang couldn't do this. Its feathers were too short. Even if it knew how to control it, It couldn't be as meticulous as Tang Yuan. Woof! You'd better get out of the way, and let me sweep. Tang Yuan's original intention was good, and he planned to contract the sweeping work, but Bai Shatang didn't understand dog language, so he started to make up for it himself. In Bai Shatang's ears, it was the #1 loyal dog under the evil god, who was angry and urged it to work quickly, and not stand there. Bai Shatang quickly used his wings to hold the broom, but the broom handle was too thin and fragile. With a sweep of the wings, the broom handle was slapped to the other side of the kitchen. Snap! The broom handle fell to the ground and broke. Bai Shatang was stunned, looked at his wings, and then looked at the fragile broom handle. Tang Yuan rolled over and easily picked up half of the broom with the tangled dog hair, and personally demonstrated to Bai Shatang how to do the delicate work of sweeping the floor. Phew! The yellow sand was swept into the garbage shovel by Tang Yuan in a few strokes, with a fast and steady speed and just the right strength, and no yellow sand rushed out of the garbage shovel. When Tang Yuan rolled, the hair on his body was shaking off the dust and yellow sand on his body. The broken broom handle was also alternately held tightly by the golden dog hair to keep the sweeping angle from losing control, and at will. Bai Shatang was stunned. Such a fragile object was actually controlled by Tang Yuan. Is this the strength of the followers of the evil god? The powerful force can destroy everything and control a fragile object. It still has a lot to learn and needs to reflect. If it doesn't reflect, white sugar has already imagined its own fate. Cook a bowl of glutinous rice balls, stew it by the way, and put it into the glutinous rice ball pot as an ingredient. After a while, Tang Yuan swept the yellow sand in the bedroom alone, which attracted Keeman to take a look, but he didn't say anything. But this look scared White Sugar so much that his soul left his body. Afterwards, he asked Tang Yuan in the kitchen how to sweep the floor. In this way, a eagle and a dog practice sweeping the floor in the kitchen. White Sugar is a natural garbage maker, and it can produce garbage by shaking it. Then it gently wrapped its wings around the broom handle, swept the yellow sand with very little force, and put it into the trash can. At about 11 p.m., Keeman watched some videos, then lay on the bed, closed his eyes, and fell asleep quickly. Tang Yuan heard the noise, ended the teaching mode, and took Shadao back to the bedroom. Gurgle. Opening his eyes, he saw the eternal Raya. The green stone bricks and unusual geometric buildings were located in the distance, as if foreshadowing something. Keeman opened his eyes, and saw the deep-sea drama Starfish and Monster Coral that was performed today. This is the new protagonist today. The former jellyfish, crabs, crystal scorpions, etc. have all become corpses of yesterday. These two are the kings who have emerged from thousands of crazy people. The injuries on their bodies have always been maintained at one point, and the extra injuries will heal themselves. Broken corals or starfish arms will grow back quickly. Super speed blood recovery. Keeman watched them fight, and the inspiration of these 4 words came to his mind. When 2 blood cows with super speed blood recovery meet, what is the result? The result is that they keep fighting. Keeman didn't know whether their super speed blood recovery would consume mana bars. At level 999, it probably didn't. After watching for a while, Keeman stopped watching. To put it bluntly, it was still a melee, and it was the same thing over and over again. It would be interesting to see how far the dream players could get. Keeman was thinking about it, when a scene from the dream world appeared in front of him. The World Tree Project, players jumped up and down, and continued to lay the tree foundation. The synesthesia target shifted to the players in the Babel area, and the Babel had been piled up to a height of 300 meters. This height was already very high. Standing on the high ground, the players looked down and saw endless forests. There were several mountains stretching far away, but the farther places were very hazy. That was the limit of human vision, and they could not see farther. A scientist made a great proof in the dream world that the world is square, not round. On the Orange Star Dream Forum, someone posted this post. I did a scientific experiment and successfully proved that the dream world is square. The number of views exceeded 100 million, and the number of replies surged to millions in a short period of time. What a talent! Why didn't I think of it? It's a bit confusing in the dream. Most of the physical rules match, but some places can't be explained by physics. I looked at the experiment. It's not very rigorous. It's better to regard the dream world as a parallel universe, and we shouldn't use planetary theory to judge its size. Chapter 122. Doing scientific experiments in dreams is unreliable no matter how you look at it. The key is that there are real scientists doing experiments, and they do it in a very good way. Of course, there are many people who refute, but the poster is not afraid. Doing science is not afraid of refutation. There is a collision of ideas, and maybe the truth can be found. I dreamed into the dream world with the body of an eagle. Looking around from a high altitude, I could see the entire land and the infinitely extended ocean. The area of the blue ocean is larger and wider than the land. It is infinitely extended. But I can only see the near clearly. After all, the eagle's vision is also limited. The light from farther away is all squeezed on my retina model, making it difficult to form an image. It is too blurry. I also built a large wooden boat at the seaside with the ability of wooden blocks, and did a wave of long-distance viewing experiments. It's a pity that things in dreams cannot be recorded in reality, otherwise I can show you the wonders of the world. To be honest, it is really different from the real vision. The above is a long article published by scientist Leon Winchester. The post is very popular. There are spectators and real scientists who leave posts in the comments section, either agreeing or refuting. Lion is sitting on his balcony with his legs crossed, watching the night view, and browsing the comments on the internet. His heart is burning. When he sees a post that he doesn't like, he politely refutes it with various scientific arguments without using a single dirty word. Although these arguments are test data he made in his dreams, and are not authoritative, they are indeed useful. There are few people in the comments section who can refute him. Every time he refutes a pseudoscientist, his pride in his heart increases by 1. Professor Lion is in a very happy mood, and his middle-aged face seems to be 10 years younger. He dreams of his youth, full of vigor and vigor. After a while of arguing, Leon was so thirsty that he stopped arguing with others. At present, Orange Star has developed mind-type typing, but mind-type typing requires hardware support and requires deep sleep. Small smartwatches cannot support such top functions, only virtual game cabins can support it. So when browsing the forum, either type on the light screen or type with voice. The recognition rate of artificial intelligence is very high, and there are no typos. Leon walked out of the door, and the electric scooter at the door sensed the presence of the owner, and stopped steadily in front of the owner. Step on the small wind and fire wheel, enter the elevator, and then go to work at the institute through the vacuum magnetic levitation subway. Good morning, Professor Leon. A handsome man with golden hair and a white coat came towards him. Good morning. What project are you doing today? Well, we are going to make another little girl, Gowan said. When Leon heard the little girl, his middle-aged face showed a slight fluctuation. Spread nightmare disease to another NPC data? Leon was surprised. Yes, we want to know what will happen to the game world if 2 people with the same nightmare appear. Gowan nodded. The little girl they were talking about was Xiao Taozi in the detective game. She was a child with a miserable background. She was the only one left alive in the village. She had a miserable life. Do you want to see it, Professor? Yes. Leon agreed without thinking. Who made such a bold and reckless decision? Aren't you afraid of something going wrong? But from another perspective, this decision is really cool. Leon likes research with a spirit of exploration. If he keeps being a turtle because of fear of risks, it would be too aggrieved and unreasonable. Orange Star's technology can develop to the present level, which is inseparable from the spirit of never-ending exploration. Lion's heel exerted a little force, giving the Hot Wheels a signal of force. The Hot Wheels has a simple artificial intelligence system built in, which automatically identifies the owner's new route according to the conversation just now. Then the Hot Wheels carried Lion all the way to the underground transfer station with researcher Gowan, and then to the building where Lu Siding and others were. Arriving at the building where Lu Siding was, they entered the elevator, and went up all the way to the Sky Garden on the top floor. It was a little quiet in the elevator. Both of them were browsing the forum, and did not communicate. The elevator buzzed, and there was a transparent glass panel behind them. As the height continued to rise, both of them could overlook the high-tech city of Orange Star. Ding! The silver elevator door opened. The quiet atmosphere was broken, and the noisy sound suddenly rushed in. The elevator door was like 2 worlds when it was closed and opened. At this moment, there was no barrier between the 2 worlds. A group of white-coated researchers were talking and laughing, and their cheeks could hardly hide the excitement, but some people looked worried. Lion knew what they were worried about, patted a young man on the shoulder, and said, "Don't worry, the decision has been made. Let's see what the result is." Researcher Lishan nodded, then stood in front of a computer, and watched Lu Siding play the game. In the detective game, Lu Siding squatted until Xiao Taozi woke up again. Since the wave of spreading nightmares, the detective game has deteriorated. Only Lu Siding's computer can play, and others cannot access her save file. Everyone dared not to turn off the power of this computer, for fear that after shutting down, this detective game would disappear forever. The experiment has not started yet, so Lu Siding is chatting with the mutated Xiao Taozi. When Xiao Taozi chats, She no longer follows the framework set by the program. Sometimes she will talk about things in another world. For example, a strange-looking sister, a strange-looking brother, a lot of fish on the beach, barbecue parties from time to time, and someone teaches her to swim. She is so happy. Everyone there cares about her, feeds her, speaks nicely, and everyone is talented. She likes it there very much. Although her parents are in the mountain village, she is not happy at all. It is too boring. Everyday life is both depressing and dull. She doesn't want to stay here at all. Xiao Taozi wants to sleep, and she can go back as long as she sleeps. Lu Siding heard this, and sweated in her heart. It must be a dream world over there, right? Although Xiao Taozi can't tell what the little brother and sister over there look like, she can describe an extremely important feature, the blue ocean. And the parents and neighbors in the backward mountain village are gradually showing unusual living habits. At first, the change was not obvious, and it changed once a day. Today, Lu Siding felt that Xiao Taozi's parents on the screen were acting very strangely. They frequently looked at their children, and their faces always showed a worried look. As soon as they saw Lu Siding walking towards them, they returned to their original expressions, talking and laughing, like enthusiastic NPCs. But not long after Lu Siding turned around, Xiao Taozi's parents began to whisper to each other again, their eyebrows were furrowed, and there was an unconcealable worry on their faces. If it were in the real world, Lu Siding would definitely not be able to see the expressions of the people behind her. But this is a computer game, a third-person perspective game. She can use the mouse to drag the screen to view the scenery behind the protagonist. The professors and researchers behind Lu Siding saw this, and their breathing became heavier. Their eyes were red, and they were eager to change the person who controlled the computer. But they didn't do it, because it involved a key point. The people in the game recognized Lu Siding's voice at the beginning. If you don't talk to the game character, the significance of the research will be reduced by half, and it is really unnecessary. If you change to a strong male voice, the old lady in the game may be shocked and stunned. What should I do? The changes in the game are a bit fierce. Xiao Taozi's family has also begun to change. Some people are even more uneasy. People are restless, and strange emotions spread around. Hundreds of people are silent collectively. Professor Lion is a little uneasy. His fingers subconsciously scratched the outside of his thigh. He felt that the next stage of the test could not be done yet, and he had to stop it. He was unwilling and wanted to do the next stage of the little girl test, but reason told him to stop and slow down. So Leon cleared his throat and broke the silence. The situation has changed. It is different from what was discussed before the meeting. Xiao Taozi's family no longer follows the procedure. I suggest canceling the test of the second little girl and understanding the changes before making a new decision. Second. Chapter 123. Earlier, the abnormality in the detective game had not yet appeared. Only Xiao Taozi showed abnormality out of program control. The computer background could not monitor the data changes, and someone put forward a rather ridiculous view that as long as someone observes the truth of the data behind it, the data will show normal performance. When it is not observed, the data will show abnormality. This view is rather ridiculous, but it points out the difficulty of everyone at this stage, that is, the program data cannot be seen. Without seeing the data, the surface data can only be analyzed through the screen. Everyone wants to see deeper changes, so they think of a control experiment. Open 8 more computers, spread nightmares to the little girl, produce a second abnormal game, and then keep other conditions unchanged and change one condition. Last time, the circuits of 7 of the 8 players were cut off. The official currently wants to get 8 researchers into the abnormal game to make a control experiment, and maybe they can find bugs. Now the situation is different from before. Xiao Taozi's parents show unusual worry and strange conversation behavior, deviating from the fixed route set by the program. Everyone wants to further explore what kind of abnormality has happened to them. Has it acquired human thinking, or has something else happened? Lu Siding, can you eavesdrop on their whispers through the wall? Li Shan asked. I try, Lu Siding said softly. Everyone moved their necks and concentrated when they heard this. Lu Siding clicked the mouse, and controlled the character in the game to leave Xiao Taozi's parents, detour a distance, and slip outside a wall. Click the edge of the wall to walk along the wall. If you click the wall, it is very likely to climb over the wall. The interactive function of this game is very well done, so be careful. Lu Siding was wearing headphones, but the computer had an external jack, and a professional sound system formed a surround stereo environment, so everyone could hear the sounds in the game. Did Lu Siding find something? I told you not to keep her in this village. We don't need outsiders. I want to drive her away, but what reason do I have to use? These three conversations were inexplicable, and no one knew what the two guys were talking about. At this time, Xiao Taozi popped up from another angle of the big screen, pinched the corner of the clothes of the character controlled by Lu Siding, and asked with a big puzzlement on her small face, "Hey, sister, what are you doing? Why are you standing by the wall in a daze?" The parents on the other side of the wall immediately heard their daughter's voice, and their expressions changed drastically. Lu Siding tapped the floor lightly, moved her body slightly, and said, "I'm fine. Sister is weird." Xiao Taozi left a message and left. The villagers in the village became more and more weird, and the smiles on their faces became more and more enthusiastic, but as long as Lu Siding's character turned his back to them, they would show disgust. Lu Siding's brain IQ is limited, so naturally, she doesn't know what the villagers are thinking. She just felt that the villagers' attitudes were full of unclear malice, and even across the screen, it couldn't stop the infiltration of malice. Only Xiao Taozi was as pure as ever, without many distractions, and only occasionally showed a little emotion of "I don't want to stay here anymore" when she was alone. The team of scientists behind Lu Siding saw it, and they all clicked on their smart watches, typing, and those who wanted to use voice went to an open place to read the words. The Orange Star Research Institute has been monitoring the situation of the Sky Garden isolation layer. The director naturally saw the changes in the game, and started a new topic early to deal with the changes that have occurred. Now the online discussion room is crowded with people. Because there are too many speakers, and the screen is full of text, the top has to open the group mode to improve the communication efficiency of scientists. After a while, the psychological analyst team put forward a more reliable hypothesis. The character controlled by Lu Siding is a game character after all. If the character is not controlled, the character will be in a stopped state in the game. The expression on the face will not be stiff, because the facial expression function in the game is well optimized, and the face will not be stiff from beginning to end. But standing in the same place for a long time will be strange to anyone. The characters in the game already have thoughts, and seeing Lu Siding standing there, they will naturally have some ideas. It was not obvious at first, but now the villagers have noticed Lu Siding's weird behavior, and think she is also a weirdo. So in our eyes, the villagers' behavior is very strange, but in the eyes of the villagers, Lu Siding's words and deeds are also very strange. This is the result of inadequate communication. They don't understand us, and there is a gap. We must let Lu Siding move, and use communication to reduce the gap. At the same time, the mouse cannot stop and must be kept moving. In short, you can't stand stupidly at one point, nor can you stay at one point for too long. You must do things in a reasonable way. You also need a reasonable reason to stay still for a long time, otherwise you will be regarded as a weirdo by others. The psychological analysis team mobilized a large number of screenshots while speaking, all of which were screenshots of computer screens. Each screenshot contains extremely high-definition facial expression details of the characters. The psychologist analyzed the psychological changes of the villagers through expression analysis, tone, body language, etc. With sufficient theory and a lot of evidence, this idea was moved to Lu Siding's ears. Lu Siding listened and nodded, clicking the mouse all the time to make the characters move, not static. "If you feel a little tired, I can help you click the mouse and keyboard," Professor Lion said shamelessly, not feeling that he was stealing other people's work. "I will call when I am tired, thank you." Lu Siding did not refuse directly. Her rationality was still there. She knew that her hands had not yet surpassed the limits of human beings, and she still had to rest when she needed to rest. She could not fall down without fulfilling her long-cherished wish of awakening Cthulhu. Everything was based on awakening Cthulhu. This was Lu Siding's core driving force, and the central idea of Cthulhu believers. Under this inexplicable driving force, believers would unconsciously do some strange things. Lu Siding lives at Orange Star in the era of knowledge explosion. She knows clearly what she is doing, and knows that she is going against the times. From a moral point of view, she knows that this is wrong, but she still does it. She keeps clicking on the characters, and a male villager with a fierce look suddenly appears on the screen, blocking her way. This male villager is 2 meters tall, a giant in the village, much taller than Lu Siding. He has broad shoulders, a square face with thick eyebrows, big lips, a high nose bridge, dark skin, and 2 pairs of big eyes looking at Lu Siding, showing unusual interest. "Lu Siding," he shouted. "Be my wife. Let's escape from this ghost village together. I'm fed up with it here." The 2-meter-tall man roared, his eyes fixed on the figure of the female detective. Lu Siding's hand trembled, and the mouse was almost thrown away. Chapter 124. Propose in person? This young man has good taste. Lu Siding, outside the screen, is much more beautiful than her in the game. But he can't see her in the game, right? Some young researchers laughed, and the relaxed laughter broke the solemn atmosphere. Lu Siding looked at the screen with dissatisfaction. Why did this ugly guy have the courage to propose to her? Lu Siding was about to curse, but the monitor, who was secretly monitoring the scene, turned off her microphone function in time, and then said through the intercom system, "What do you want to do? Don't curse. The situation is very tense now. If you are not careful, you will be driven out of the village. You have to stay calm." Lu Siding's anger quickly calmed down when she heard the monitor's words. "Yes, you can't be angry. Then how should I respond?" Lu Siding said, suppressing her disgust. "Pretend to agree, then ask him why he can't stay, and ask how the villagers see you," the monitor commanded. Lu Siding didn't want to answer like that at all, but she held back. She turned on the microphone and read out the monitor's lines with a little emotion. The NPC on the screen was overjoyed, opened his arms, and tried to hug the Macho Man. Lu Siding's face changed drastically, and she quickly clicked her fingers and used a small move to avoid the Macho Man's hug. "Don't do it, we haven't reached that stage yet." The macho villager thought it made sense, and stopped thinking about hugging. Then Lu Siding relied on the support of the think tank's rhetoric to ask the villagers what they thought of her. The murderer behind the scenes, the static eccentric. The static eccentric was understandable, but the murderer behind the scenes was something the analyst team had not thought of. The villagers thought she was the murderer behind the scenes because 7 detectives were missing. During the disappearance of her companions, Lu Siding showed indifference, as if the lives of the 7 detectives were not lives, so the villagers suspected that Lu Siding was the murderer behind the scenes and stayed in the village to plot a deeper plan. In response, the fierce-looking strongman grinned and said, "What's the matter with 7 people missing? Who doesn't have blood on their hands? Come on, follow me to the outside of the village. There is no need to stay here. No one wants to see you." The monitor immediately ordered Lu Siding to stay, and the little girl must not be lost. Lu Siding said what the monitor said, but the strong man immediately changed his face, swearing, dragging Lu Siding out of the village. It seems that he will force her. Lu Siding clicked the mouse and tried her best to avoid people with her body skills, but the big man moved faster than him, and he could catch up even if he avoided him. Looking at the protagonist, who was forcibly dragged away on the screen, everyone was anxious and furious. Shameless. How can you break the rules? Are there any laws left? The researchers were anxious, and Lu Siding was even more anxious. She felt the temperament of a madman from the fierce-looking man. Something would definitely go wrong if she pulled him, and she had to make changes. In a hurry, she thought of Xiao Taozi, who was the source of the abnormality in the village. Xiao Taozi might not be able to save her, but Lu Siding only thought of her at the critical moment, so she turned on the microphone and shouted at the top of her voice, "Xiao Taozi, save me!" The researchers were surprised at Lu Siding's reaction when they heard her solution, but then they thought it might really work. When the man in the game heard Lu Siding's cry, he immediately covered her mouth with his hand, carried her on his shoulders, and ran away. But the man got tired after running for a short time. It was really tiring to run with someone on his back. "Haha, no one should be able to catch you after running here." The man laughed, but he was also tired, so he sat on the ground to rest, his eyes fixed on Lu Siding's character. Lu Siding felt uneasy when being stared at, as if a strange gaze could see her true self through the screen. "Why are you looking at me? Don't do it, we haven't reached that stage yet." Lu Siding still retained a trace of luck. Lu Siding was a person who played with a mouse and keyboard, and could not personally experience the feelings of the computer game characters, but she felt very disgusted and wanted to vomit conceptually. The man smiled, and his smile became more rampant without answering. Lu Siding tapped the floor and found that she could move. But how could she run away? The researchers who had played the game had already started comparing the map and found that this was the boundary of the map. A little further away was the boundary that the game map had not designed. Theoretically, players cannot reach the border of the game map, which is the background board and a forbidden area. But the game NPC dragged Lu Siding to the edge of the game map. Lu Siding dragged the screen to look forward and saw the scenery outside the border of the map. A few meters away, a pure black area stood in front of her, without any living creatures. In front of the black curtain, there was no grass, and the whole floor was inserted into the black curtain. The thick black exuded a kind of death. Looking at this suffocating black, all researchers held their breath, as if they had discovered a new world. It's black outside the game map. What will happen if you step into that black area? It's a pity that I don't have a game character, otherwise I could have given it a try. Professor Lion looked at the black screen and felt distressed. Lu Siding's heart was pounding. For some reason, she could feel the danger through the screen. She had a hunch that once she stepped into the black area, the game character would definitely die. What did you see? The man behind Lou Siding suddenly spoke. Lou Siding clicked the mouse and turned around, and saw the man with a ferocious face, looking at her with a solemn look. Aye? Lou Siding's brain crashed, and she didn't know what to say. She felt that no matter what she said, something would go wrong. She simply canceled the microphone button and asked the monitor for help directly. The monitor was silent for a while. Wait a minute, we are doing an emergency analysis. You can delay as much as you can. If you say the wrong thing, the consequences are unpredictable. The NPC stared at Lou Siding's face, staring and staring. The depressing atmosphere came again, and every researcher pinched his throat. What does this guy want to do? He has bad intentions. Turtle. I have a bad feeling. After waiting for a few minutes, there was a rustling sound and a voice calling Lou Siding. After Lou Siding heard it, she immediately turned on the microphone and shouted, then clicked to run away. The man sat there motionless, staring at Lou Siding with a ferocious expression. Lou Siding had just run a few dozen steps when she saw a group of villagers standing there blankly, stopped shouting, and looked in the direction behind Lou Siding. That direction was a black curtain, the border of the map. You? Lou Siding didn't finish her words. Sister, I called everyone to save you. Xiao Taozi shook off her mother's hand breathlessly, ran to her side, and held her hand. At this moment, the right hand holding the mouse felt inexplicably warm. Chapter 125. The villagers whispered to each other. Under the command of the think tank, Lou Siding pointed to the black boundary, and whispered to Xiao Taozi what was there. It is necessary for the Orange Star people to know what the NPC saw, because what the NPC saw is likely to be different from what is on the computer screen. This detective world has changed and cannot be viewed with common sense. All details must be verified. Don't keep guessing. The more you guess, the easier it is to make mistakes. When Xiao Taozi saw Lou Siding, she actually saw the scenery behind her. When Lou Siding pointed it out with her own hand, the little Lolita shook her head. I don't know. Why don't you know? Can't you tell your sister what you saw? Because there is nothing there. The little Lolita's clear eyes were clear and bright. She didn't lie. The judgment of the master of psychology of the think tank came from the headset. Then, what does it look like? Lou Siding received another order, and could only bite the bullet and ask to the end. Well, it's hard to say, there's just nothing, I don't know how to say it. The little Loli shook her head vigorously, and her twin ponytails swayed with it. I'm so sleepy, I want to go back to sleep. Xiao Taozi pulled Lou Siding's hand, and wanted to go back. She just came to the scene to rescue people 10 seconds ago, and now she has to shout back. Lou Siding thinks the little Loli is too real. Doesn't she need to care about the bully over there? Click the mouse to check the space behind you, it's all black. It shouldn't be impossible to describe, black is black. Isn't it enough to just say that the color is all black? What color is that other side of the mountain? Lou Siding asked. I don't know. Xiao Taozi shook her head. In the eyes of the game character, it was an indescribable place. At this time, the man with a fierce face suddenly stood up. Lou Siding had been careful of the bully man. When she saw him stand up, she hurriedly ran towards the villagers. Catch her, she is the real murderer, the bully shouted. The villagers stopped being dazed, and immediately surrounded Lou Siding. No matter how Xiao Taozi shouted, the villagers refused to let go. Xiao Taozi's mother hugged Xiao Loli's waist, her father covered her eyes with his hands, and her aunt covered Xiao Loli's eyes with her hands. Lou Siding was caught by the villagers. Except for Xiao Loli, who covered her eyes and ears, everyone else looked at her with malicious eyes. The bully raised his chin, and gave Xiao Taozi's family a look. Xiao Taozi's parents understood immediately, and took Xiao Loli home to sleep. Without Xiao Taozi, Lou Siding was sweating again, her sense of danger reached its peak, and her heart began to beat faster. What should I do? Lou Siding asked. In the headset, the weak voice of the think tank came. For some reason, an idea flashed through her mind. They had also argued, but one side won. The commander could only say unwillingly, if the villagers ask you if you killed anyone, you should admit it, and then make up a story that your teammates are all murderers. You killed them to punish others for their evil deeds. In short, it's okay to survive. It doesn't matter if you have a face. You must live. Only by living can you continue the investigation. Lou Siding was silent. After a while of silence, she suddenly spoke. Really? Is that so? Lou Siding stared at the screen and murmured, as if questioning the think tank, as if questioning herself, and as if questioning the game villagers on the screen. In the game, the bully said sweetly, Lou Siding, I know how you deal with your 7 companions. You secretly push them over there one by one, right? The bully said, pointing to the dark side of the game. Without waiting for Lou Siding to speak, the bully continued, I have lived in the village since I was a child, and have never stepped out of the village. In my memory, the other side of the mountain is Honwillan Mountain, full of red fruits. But there is nothing here. The bully stared at Lou Siding, changed the subject, and questioned her soul, Who are you? At this moment, the think tank's calculations failed, and they saw something deeper. What to do, how to answer. The think tank was thinking hard. Lou Siding pressed the sound button instantly, and the sound came out before the monitor had time to close the authority. I am a game player, and you? The sound was interrupted, and the monitor terminated her microphone privileges, saying, Don't be impulsive, wait a little longer. On the screen, the bully and the villagers were confused, not quite understanding what Lou Siding meant, and kept asking, What about us? What do you mean by game player? Is this a game? The think tank heard the villagers' shocking questions, and knew it was over. There was no other way to choose, so they could only follow Lou Siding's ideas. Forget it, tell them the truth. The more nonsense they talk, the easier it is to die. It's better to take this opportunity to gain trust. The think tank asked Lou Siding to follow her ideas and act cautiously. Lou Siding followed her feelings, and told the truth about the game. They were just a bunch of data, and she was the one who logged into the game from the outside world, and could see their appearance through the wall from a third-person perspective. They had human consciousness because she was the one who started the nightmare disease, which radiated outward from the little peach, and the whole mountain village began to mutate. The expressions on the faces of the villagers changed, and they were extremely angry. The bully was the most annoyed, and once wanted to throw her to that indescribable land. Although the villagers had guessed, they did not expect the fact to be like this, and they were unwilling to accept it for a while. Under the public anger, everyone stepped forward and squeezed Lou Siding to the edge of the land. Taking another step back, it was the black area, which was not designed for the game. Lou Siding held the mouse, and fine sweat appeared on the palm of her hand. The sense of crisis lingered in her heart, and her heart beat rapidly. She knew that as long as she took a step back, she might die, or the part that was immersed in the black area might disappear out of thin air. In the eyes of the villagers, it was an indescribable space, and there was nothing there. If you ask what color is over there, no one can answer. The bully is getting more and more angry, veins popping out. Even if you push me over there, it won't change this fact. You need me. Lou Siding tried to rescue her, and her face full of desire to survive almost penetrated into the screen. The bully's eyes turned red when he heard it. Go to hell. We don't need outsiders to save us. The bully's intracranial pressure increased, and his temper broke through the critical point. He pushed Lou Siding out with both hands. The other villagers were too late to rescue her, and Lou Siding's entire body was immersed in an indescribable land. On the computer screen, the game screen went completely black. The human voice and ambient sound in the headphones disappeared instantly, and the people outside the computer were isolated from the people inside the computer. Lou Siding's eyes widened and her heart stopped. How dare this guy? The researchers watching were also shocked. This man really did things without thinking. He could leave people behind and put them in solitary confinement. If there is anything I don't understand in the future, I can call Lou Siding out of the confinement room to ask her. Why was she pushed out like this? What a fool. But the fact has already happened. Lou Siding's detective role was pushed into the black territory by the bully. That is a field that the game company has never designed. It is a place outside the map boundary. At this time, the surround sound system sounded a noisy rustling sound. Rustle. Rustle. Chapter 126. Do you hear the rustling sound? Someone asked. Yes, it's the sound of electricity. The speaker may have a problem. Turn off the sound immediately. Professor Lyon's eyes changed slightly, and he said quickly. Turn it off. The director of management in charge of the isolation room spoke. The artificial intelligence immediately shut down the sound system of the Sky Garden, and the sound stopped all of a sudden. The rustling sound was gone, and for some reason, my heart seemed to be brighter. And Lou Siding was still sitting there wearing headphones, listening carefully to the rustling sound. Turn off the sound source of Lou Siding's headphones. The person above spoke. Yes. Then Lou Siding's headphones also stopped, but she was the one who listened to the rustling sound the longest, for 10 seconds. After evaluation, the professionals decided to take collective isolation measures. They could not go home to rest for the time being, and had to stay in the Sky Garden to do isolation work. The isolation layer of the Sky Garden is very large, with many rooms inside, enough for them to live here. In addition, because it was on-site monitoring, The sound route during monitoring followed the line to a conference hall of the Research Institute and the monitoring center of the capital. Anyone who heard the rustling sound was asked to be isolated. Don't talk about the rustling sound to outsiders, and don't talk about the strange things in the detective game to outsiders to prevent language transmission. You can talk to people who have heard the rustling sound and study it together. It is strictly forbidden to upload the information to the internet to prevent the possibility of language transmission. Qingqing issued the order very quickly this time, and everyone from top to bottom was self-disciplined. Anyone who had heard it had to be quarantined, and could not spread the information to the outside world. Lu Siding returned to her isolation room and thought about life. In the single-player game just now, if you die once, you have died will appear, and then the save line will be dead. If the player wants to play again, he needs to load the save again. However, the boss is afraid that the original mutant detective world will disappear after loading the save, so even if the character dies, and the screen goes black, the boss still does not do a rollback operation. Lu Siding lay on the bed. Simply don't think about it, just go to sleep. Close your eyes, and soon, she dreams into the dream world. Open your eyes, there are metal walls, and there are some artificially processed furniture in the house. Outside the house are Orange Star personnel, who are specially used to guard Cthulhu believers to prevent them from preaching in dreams. Lu Siding naturally knew that she could not preach when someone was watching, so she did something tricky and placed her hope on Xiao Taozi. In addition, telling the truth to the game character is also the result of her multiple considerations. Order should collapse, and let the world fall into chaos. Normal people would definitely not do this. Only fearless people like her like to be so reckless. It was also at this time that she heard an inexplicable rustling sound. Rustle, rustle. Lu Siding looked around, not knowing what was going on. She actually heard the rustling sound after the detective game character died. Her combat power in the detective game was not high. She could only fight two at most with her showmanship. If there was one more person, she would not be able to beat them. When she was blocked by the villagers at the border, she felt both fear and excitement. She was afraid of death, and felt excited at the same time. Now she heard the rustling sound in her dream. Lu Siding listened carefully to the rustling sound and emptied her mind. Her character was dead. She had a feeling that if she went back to the game, the detective game would definitely not be a mutated game. In the detective game, she was pushed into a non-existent area, either dead or alive. She listened to the inexplicable rustling sounds, and her consciousness was sympathetic. She could vaguely feel a group of extremely chaotic and disordered information rushing into her mind. Ah! Lu Siding screamed, her pupils suddenly dilated, and her eyes rolled over and fell down. She heard a lot of chaotic and useless information from the rustling sound, and her head couldn't bear so much information, so she fainted directly. The guards outside the house heard the sound and immediately opened the door to check and saw Lu Siding lying unconscious on the ground. This was the first time that official personnel discovered someone who fainted in a dream. Normal people would wake up directly after fainting, but her body did not disappear and was still alive in the dream. What is coming? Keeman keenly noticed that there seemed to be something more in the dream world, something that did not belong to the dream world broke in. What on earth is that? Kamong followed the strange feeling and gradually found the target, the player Lu Siding. The fainted girl was lying on the bed, feeling like she was dreaming. She was emitting chaotic and disordered information continuously. The source of this information was not in the dream. She was a node, connecting the source, so the chaotic information poured into Lu Siding's consciousness. She happened to be in the dream world, and was discovered by Keeman. The guard who was responsible for taking care of her did not notice the chaotic information. His spiritual perception was not high, and he did not know that the obscure chaotic information went in from his left ear and out from his right ear. Lucky boy, Keeman commented in his heart. Ignorance is bliss, nothing wrong with it. The attention shifted away from the young man and turned to look at Lu Siding. A familiar feeling, where have I seen it before? Keeman thought. Keeman remembered what happened 2 or 3 hours ago. Xiao Taozi fell asleep, and he felt a wave of synesthesia and saw a very depressing mountain village scene. In that mountain village, Keeman saw a female detective who seemed to have been kidnapped and shouted for help. Then Xiao Taozi led the villagers to save her, and then he saw a chaotic and disordered information wall. The information emitted by Lu Siding in front of him was exactly the same as the disordered information source that Xiao Taozi saw in her dream. In the ears of others, it was chaotic information, maddening information, and it must not be easily touched. But Keeman was the evil god at the moment, and chaos was a daily routine, which could not have a substantial impact on him. Lu's sighting was a female detective in that environment in the mountain village. Keeman thought about the connection and roughly remembered that Lu's sighting had shouted loudly, "I am a game player, you are," and so on. A familiar smell came from Lu's sighting, the smell of believers. Every time he accepted the sacrifice, the Cthulhu believers gave him the same feeling. At first, he thought it was due to the sense of ritual, but now Keeman knows that it is the spiritual fluctuations naturally emitted by believers. Birds of a feather flock together, and spiritual fluctuations will bring a group of Cthulhu believers together. Dream spreading is another key skill. The abnormal feeling on Xiao has a great connection with the spread of dreams. Combined with the connection of Cthulhu believers, Keeman associates it with the truth. Probably, maybe, Keeman solved the case. Dream spreading to the game NPC Xiao data entered the dream. Well, this melon is a bit big, unexpected. Keeman picked out the truth from the chaotic thoughts. This melon is very big, and it is definitely not a tricky operation that normal people dare to do, but Lu's sighting really did it. Also because of Lu's sighting's operation, Keeman's dream construction ideas seem to be opened. Can Xiao game world be integrated into dreams? If it cannot be integrated, it can be made into one of the sources of dreams, allowing more data to dream and enter the dream world, increasing the diversity of dreams. This is also a good idea. Chapter 127. Kamong searched his skills, but for the time being, he had no way to merge the detective world composed of data into a dream. But Keeman could spread nightmares to that world, and make it a new source of dreams. For example, Orange Star is now the source of dreams. Every time an Orange Star person dreams, the dream world will have more spiritual power, and the territory will expand. Theoretically, as long as more and more creatures enter the dream, the spiritual power they provide will increase. Speaking of which, does data have spiritual power? What will they provide? Kamong looked at Xiao. When Xiao closed her eyes and went to sleep, her body would not disappear, but she would feel like she was dreaming. Data enters dreams, and then enters dreams back to the original data world. What is the principle behind this? Kamong's understanding of dreams is not deep enough, and most of the time, he just uses his skills to perform his skills. Sometimes, a strong spiritual awareness can vaguely understand the essence of a skill, but it is very difficult to truly comprehend and master it. Keeman glanced at Xiao. She had already woken up, with a faint melancholy on her face. She seemed to be disgusted by the behavior of the villagers and parents in the detective world, and her face was unhappy. The players naturally didn't know what Xiao did in her dream, and comforted the unhappy little loli. If you are unhappy, just complain about it, you will feel much better. The little loli nodded, and told the unhappy things that happened in her dream. When Xiao told the story, Keeman looked at Lu's sighting, who was full of chaotic thoughts. Her consciousness was already taking protective measures, and she fainted directly. However, a large amount of chaotic information penetrated her consciousness. Her consciousness was already in a state of confusion. The main consciousness completely turned into a chaotic body and merged with the chaos. Keeman felt the meaning of dream from her, and it should be entering another dream. Dreaming in a dream? Well, this is difficult. Orange Star people cannot faint or fall asleep in dreams, and they will be awakened by high-tech machines when the time comes. Lu's sighting was disturbed by chaotic information, which caused subtle changes in her body consciousness and body. The main consciousness could not wake up to reality, but was trapped in another dream. Keeman secretly guessed that the dream was intertwined with chaotic information and Lu's sighting's consciousness. Lu's sighting herself was not strong, and it was very easy to get lost in that dream, and then she would be unconscious, but her consciousness would always be active. This made Keeman think of a vegetative person, and he didn't know if this analogy was correct. The next second, Keeman began to invade Lu's sighting's deep dream along this connection. After the consciousness invaded, huge and chaotic information came in, messy and disorganized. There was no earth, no sky, and no living creatures in Lu's sighting's deep dream. Keeman sensed the chaos, and found Lu's sighting in the deep dream 1 second later based on his connection with the believer. A transparent humanoid was swimming in a chaotic information source, and Keeman felt extremely crazy thoughts from her. She was already crazy, and was blindly pursuing even crazier information. Keeman came here for no other reason than to save this believer, and let her work hard to spread the dream. Orange Star is so developed, there must be many games that have not been infected. The Orange Star people can take the initiative to preach, which can increase the number of dream entrances and make the dream world wider and more interesting. Now the dream world has no tormenting elements. It is more like a beautiful dream than a nightmare. Yes, it should be described as a beautiful dream. When Keeman thought of this, he used his powerful consciousness to accept the chaotic information floating in the deep dream. With a rustling sound, Keeman was like a vent, and all the wind rushed into Keeman's side. Lu's sighting also flew over involuntarily, but she was rejected by Keeman and repelled to a very far place. After absorbing most of the chaotic information, the degree of chaos in Lu's sighting's deep dream decreased seriously, and Lu's sighting's main consciousness gradually awakened. Then the dream was broken. Lu's sighting's body in the dream world also disappeared, and her consciousness awakened in the isolation room of Orange Star. After waking up, Lu's sighting's eyes were red. Although Keeman absorbed a lot of chaotic information, she woke up from the dream before she finished absorbing it, so a small amount of chaotic information remained in her consciousness. Those chaotic thoughts made Lu's sighting often mutter some inaudible crazy words. At this time, the guards also woke up and reported to their superiors that Lu's sighting fainted in the dream world. The researchers rushed over to see the situation. As soon as they entered Lu's sighting's room, they saw that all the lights in the room were turned off. Lu's sighting was covered with a black and purple sheet, which looked like a simple black robe. Lu's sighting stood there and chanted loudly incomprehensible words. Professor Lyon's brain ached slightly, and he had an extremely strong sense of rejection in his heart. Researcher Lishan felt uncomfortable all over his body, and he had an extremely disgusting feeling in his heart, and he didn't want to continue listening. Faced with this situation, everyone immediately left the room and didn't dare to get close. Crazy, crazy? She's scarier than before. The researchers were horrified. Even after leaving Lu's sighting's room for half an hour, they still felt a pain in their heads. They couldn't get rid of the rejection and disgust in their hearts. Lu's sighting was not crazy all the time. She would occasionally regain her clarity. She found that she had no authority to open the electronic lock. She was locked in the room and immediately complained to her superiors. The superiors refused and asked her to isolate herself in the bedroom. As for meals, robots would deliver food, so there was no need to worry. Lu's sighting was angry and unhappy. But after a while, Lu's sighting was reciting those weird and incomprehensible words again. The monitor was sweating profusely, his brain was trembling, and his heart pressure soared. Can't listen, can't monitor, so the monitor canceled the monitoring of Lu's sighting and switched to screen monitoring. Extremely dangerous, can't contact unless she is awake. The superiors gave Lu's sighting a higher level of danger evaluation. Although I don't know what happened in the dream, Lu's sighting's crazy words have power, which makes the listeners have a headache and adds a kind of evil spirit that strangers should stay away from. The psychologist responsible for treating Lu's sighting strongly suggested that Lu's sighting should be treated as soon as possible, otherwise Lu's sighting may have psychological distortion. You can't enter the crazy period. You have to wait until the other party enters the sober period. When Lu's sighting is sober, she will not say those crazy words. Keeman looked at the disappearing Lu's sighting with regret. The chaotic information has not been cleaned up yet. Even if she wakes up, she is still half crazy and half stupid. Forget it, think of another way. Keeman looked at Xiao Taozi, who had finished her story at this moment. Keeman was thinking about how to expand the dissemination. Without Lu's sighting, a group of believers can be created again. This is not a nightmare, but a beautiful dream. And there are countless orange stars in the dream world, all of which are resources. Well, but we have to consider the leadership ability of the Orange Star officials. Even if the people become believers, it will be difficult for them to shut down the game from the source. At this time, an illusory whisper came to Keeman's ears. It was too far away, and the sound was not real enough, but Keeman smelled the scent of believers, and a new sacrifice was coming. Chapter 128. Game World, Psychic Forest, a place above level 60. The top players from Orange Star were holding weapons, wearing shiny cloth armor, all invisible, and walking quietly. The team members did not make a sound, all using the game channel communication function, and would not make any sound if possible. If the stealth and lurking skills are about to expire, the team will choose to find an open space to stop, or quickly clear an open space by assassination. However, they did not come here to kill today, but to track the dog-headed people. Since the dog-headed people became stronger after offering sacrifices to Cthulhu, they have been doing whatever they want near the novice village, going in and out 3 times, and beating the players to death. The terrible thing is that the dog-headed people have actually upgraded by slaughtering the player group. Yes, you heard it right, the dog-headed people, as creatures in the small monster camp, have actually upgraded and broken the original level. After the kobolds found that they could level up, they immediately made an unusual logical move and migrated. After all, staying in the novice village and beating up low-level players was a way to vent their anger, so there was no need. The kobolds left, but as the origin race of nightmare disease, the Orange Star high-level officials would naturally not let them go. At all costs, Orange Star would send people to follow them and see where they migrated. So there was this scene: the player team followed the kobolds all the way and saw the kobolds beating up level 40 monsters in the level 40 territory. Sometimes they were seen besieging small bosses in the wild and making weird laughs. There were countless equipments that dropped every day, but the kobolds were very smart, and they put all the dropped equipment into the player's space backpacks. Or wear it on your body to increase damage. At first, no dog-headed man wore equipment because they didn't know how to wear it. Later, they found that they could also wear equipment. It's just that dog-headed men can't wear it by clicking on the equipment bar like players do. They need to wear clothes in a normal way. For example, a player's leather vest needs to be stretched into the clothes with hands, and the equipment is enlarged by hands. In this game world, equipment will not be broken, so dog-headed men use brute force to expand the size of equipment, and then wear the player's equipment. The players were also dumbfounded at first, envious and jealous, very angry, but there was nothing they could do about them. The dog-headed man is too strong. According to the power given by the evil god, he madly brushed experience, madly upgraded, and doubled the experience of the challenge of leapfrogging. The level soared and has already brushed to level 40. Then the dog-headed man continued to go to higher level areas to brush experience again. Until today, that is, at this moment, the dog-headed man ran into the game area above level 60. You have entered the spiritual forest. The players' levels are seriously behind. Even the current top players have only reached level 43. Level 60 area, we can't level up anymore. The higher the level, the higher the monster's resistance. We can't even break through the defense now. It's already very difficult for the players to track here. A player looked ahead over the bushes and found that the kobolds were resting in place, and the largest kobold was talking to a black ghost in the air. Seeing the black ghost full of decay, the assassin player's heart was pounding and his back was slightly cold. The ghost noticed something and turned his head to look over. The player had already retreated into the bushes. The ghost didn't care, turned his head, and looked at the dog-headed man again, and told him some precautions, such as that a group of tree spirit believers had just been gathered in the local area, and they were not allowed to be harmed, and other monsters could be beaten at will. The dog-headed man said he understood, and would not harm them. After the ghost finished his instructions, he nodded, turned around and flew towards the bushes where the sound had just been heard. He flew there and took a look, but there was nothing. He flew further in, but there was still nothing. In fact, after these players knew that they were discovered, they immediately opened the scroll back to the city and ran away. Therefore, the black ghost's belated search was doomed to be fruitless. It wandered around casually, found a direction, and left quickly with the smell of decay. A few minutes later, 2 pairs of eyes opened on the bark of a giant tree. The bark fell off, and 2 players who survived the disaster walked out. Everyone flew back, but the dog-headed man at the scene couldn't be lost, so they sent 2 players to stay and guard the dog-headed man. The 2 players used the rare item hide bark. As long as there is a tree, they can hide and conceal their own chi. It is the function of the rare item that allowed the 2 players to escape. The black ghost is very strong. If caught, they will die. There was once a player who was not afraid of death, the necromancer, who tried to use the skill of recruiting undead pets to throw the black ghost. At that time, the black ghost flew over like lightning and went straight through the necromancer's body, and the player's health bar was directly cleared. After the brave necromancer player died, he felt very uncomfortable and quit the game. Even if he didn't play the game, he often felt a pain in his heart. When he was alone, he would be afraid of things in the dark and had to turn on the lights to live normally. He is currently receiving treatment in a mental hospital. Player Yimeng Haitian slapped the bark prop back into his space backpack, his body covered in cold sweat. In this ghost game, as long as you encounter a black ghost, the physical sensor setting is like a decoration, and the inexplicable chill will penetrate into your bones. Player Light Chocolate also patted his chest, his face pale. Let's go see how the dog-headed man is doing. Yeah. 2 assassins, a man and a woman, walked in the woods, secretly observing the dog-headed man again. This time, the giant dog-headed man was communicating with a tree spirit. The tree spirit had a human-like body, but the body was made of trees, and the 2 copper bell eyes emitted a blue glow. We are about to. Great. The distance was too far, and the players couldn't hear clearly. The dog-headed man became agitated, looking very excited, and a little scared at the same time. However, after hesitating again and again, they still got up and followed the blue-eyed tree spirit into the depths of the woods. We will die if we follow them. There are too many monsters along the way. The female assassin Like Chocolate worried. Meng Haitian gritted his teeth and said, "I go ahead. Be careful." After that, the two followed carefully again. When they met wild monsters, they immediately hit invisibility. Fortunately, these monsters did not see through the power of invisibility, and ignored the assassins in invisibility. In the team channel, the commander also closely followed the situation and typed frequently. "Haitian Chocolate, what's the situation? Where are the dog-headed people going?" Meng Haitian, the dog-headed people stopped. "They are visiting the territory of the tree spirits." "Like Chocolate, Commander, I saw the tree spirits wearing black robes. There is a tree spirit pool inside. It seems that someone is spreading powder." "Commander, what?" After 3 seconds, the commander said anxiously, "It's a sacrifice ceremony. There are dog-headed people here. They must be preparing to summon the evil god Cthulhu. Run away." Chapter 129. Looking at the words in the chat channel, both of them realized the danger. In the game world, the most dangerous thing is to participate in the activities of evil gods. Whether seeing the sacrifice ceremony or contacting the black ghost, something bad will happen. At present, there are no black ghosts wandering in the novice village, because the ghosts found that the human believers they cultivated disappeared from the world, thinking that a certain existence was exerting force, and the believers of the two-sided faith were sacrificed. "How far do we retreat?" Meng Haitian asked. "The farther the better, outside the level 60 territory," the commander said. At this time, Chocolate pulled Haitian's sleeve. Meng Haitian looked back in confusion, and saw a humanoid tree spirit standing 5 meters away, with a blue light in his pupils. This? Meng Haitian's brows jumped. A sense of crisis burst out, and immediately activated the lurking stealth skill. Chocolate Girl also immediately activated the stealth skill, and fled in another direction. The ordinary trees in the forest suddenly deformed, the bark cracked into 2 eyes, opened a blue light, the branches turned into human hands, and the roots twisted into legs. The 2 assassins saw this scene, and felt desperate. This territory is all the territory of the tree spirits. How far can they run? At this time, the angel dog-headed man with wings flew into the sky and flew over the forest. The dog-headed man with big ears lay on the ground, with his ears pressed to the ground, eavesdropping on the sound on the floor. If the assassin sneaks and walks slowly, the sound of footsteps can naturally be suppressed. But when escaping, he runs very fast, and even with a silencer, he cannot eliminate 100% of the sound, but only 80% of the sound. At this time, a pink poisonous fog filled the forest. After a while, the 2 players fainted on the ground, and were captured by the tree spirit. Before fainting, the players had typed to the commander to let the other side know the general situation. The commander's expression was solemn, and decided to force the 2 players to retreat. There was no way. The sacrifice was about to take place. If they did not force them to retreat, they would inevitably face the sacrifice ceremony. Facing the sacrifice ceremony directly would not benefit the players at all, and would also add to the disaster. After a while, the 2 players were physically retreated. At this time, the 2 players were moved in front of the dog-headed man. The dog-headed man leader skillfully removed the small bag on the player's waist. The small backpack was about the size of a palm. He reached into it, and took out strange things. What he took out was uncertain every time. Sometimes he took out a piece of equipment, sometimes he took out a potion, and sometimes he took out something special. The tree spirit watched from the side. They were still new to becoming Cthulhu believers for the first time, and there was still a lot to learn. Although their level was higher than the kobold, the tree spirits were inexplicably impressed by the kobold's skillful pluck-out movements. After a while, everything on the 2 players was plucked out. The kobold reached in and plucked, but nothing came out. This time, there was really nothing left. A lot of things were given away this time. The kobold military advisor muttered, "What is this bark?" The tree spirits were interested in the players' bark props. Although they didn't quite understand how to use this thing, the tree spirits were very interested in it. When attached to the body, the bark immediately deformed and merged with the body of the tree spirit like a shape-shifting dragon. It disappeared. "How did you do it?" "I didn't feel anything at all." The group of tree spirits became lively, touching their bellies with their tree hands, but scraped off the bark they hid in. This? The tree spirits were confused. After studying for a while, the tree spirits gradually understood that this thing was similar to a chameleon, but it could only be used on trees. They were tree spirits, so the bark could be used on them. It's not very useful. It's boring. Not as good as our family tree. The tree spirits shook their heads, and threw the bark on the ground. The clever dog-headed man took the bark. "They didn't want it, I wanted it all." After a while, the tree spirits entered the preparation stage, and the tree spirits participating in the sacrifice ceremony all wore black robes. These robes were not made by them, but given by the Black Ghost. The Black Ghost would give out things other than the time and space stone powder, all of which were things to maintain the ritual sense of sacrifice. The dog-headed man felt the same way. It seemed that there was a large space hidden in the Black Ghost's cloak, which could shake out many things. The things needed for the sacrifice were shaken out from it, but the time-space stone powder was not sent. As for the reason, it is unknown. Maybe the Black Ghost's cloak cannot carry the time-space stone powder? While the dog-headed man was thinking wildly, the sacrifice ceremony began. The water pool was covered with time-space stone powder, and the candle's burning rope was ignited by the friction of flint, and the yellow flame was lit. The tree spirits wore black robes and wooden masks, and turned around the water pool, chanting the name of Cthulhu loudly. As the chanting continued, the time-space stone powder glowed with a bright and dark blue color, as if it could breathe. The yellow flame trembled slightly, and turned into a green flame core. The sky was slightly dark, and the cold wind swept into the forest. The dog-headed people had taken out the black robe from the player's space backpack, and put on the mask. Slightly bowing his head, he recited along with emotion. The songs of the two races formed a resonant song, resounding over the forest. The monsters in the psychic forest trembled unconsciously, as if something strange was about to be born. The two players lying by the pond were unconscious, their main consciousness was not in their bodies, and their characters were offline. At this time, an indescribable fog suddenly emerged above the pond. The dog-headed people and tree spirits knelt down and knocked on the ground. The pressure of the evil god descended, making every dog-headed person's anus tighten. The tree spirits felt their bodies being entangled by slippery vines, very tight and sticky. The tree spirit waited for a few seconds, not daring to look up, and directly said the sacrifice. Great Cthulhu, we are the tree spirits of the spiritual forest. We want to pray to the great Lord for powerful strength, just like the dog-headed people. This is our family tree. And some insignificant thoughts. Please accept it. The tree spirits stood up, and pulled a big tree out of the ground. 10 seconds ago, Deep Sea Raya. When Keeman saw the familiar dog-headed people, he was surprised. Seeing the players were also present, Keeman was even more surprised. However, these two players were empty shells, and Keeman could not feel the existence of consciousness. In other words, since there are players present, let's infect them into believers. As an evil god, Keeman naturally has the ability to infect. With the convenience of the sacrifice ceremony to travel through time and space, Keeman activated his skills to develop the bodies of the two players into believers. As long as the other party's consciousness returns, they will be affected. To outsiders, it was just a layer of gray fog that surged passed through the two players, and then the fog disappeared. At this time, the tree spirit just pulled up the family tree. Kumeng was stunned. What is this? If there is nothing to give, why not just give a big tree? At this time, the tree spirits moved the family tree to the pond. The two young tree spirits in charge of carrying the tree trembled, fearing that they would also be sacrificed. Fortunately, they were still alive. So the two tree spirits quickly ran out of the pond. Chapter 130. So, should we accept this thing? Keeman has studied his skill accept sacrifice, which is a default thing to accept sacrifices from believers. The skill defaults to the evil god not rejecting believers' things, but this time Keeman took the initiative to stop the skill of accepting sacrifices. If it is not clicked, the thing will really pass through. Keeman sensed the tree for a while, but did not feel a very evil breath, and it looked neutral. That should be fine. After thinking about it, Keeman first cast a group random buff magic on the tree spirit believers. Although it is a temporary effect, it is released by the evil god status, and the validity period is more than 1 month. The tree spirit felt a strong force surging from its body, but some of the tree spirits were on fire, and burned into a ball of ashes. The dog-headed people on the side knew that the other party's sacrifice was successful, but the sacrifice had not disappeared, so they should not be very satisfied. It is probably not interesting enough. The dog-headed priest thought of the bark he had just obtained. This thing actually blocked the breath of the tree spirit. With low IQ, he thought it was a good thing. So, the dog-headed priest knelt on the ground, lowered his head, and handed over the bark he was hiding in, and put it into the water. The dog-headed people said nothing. They had already made up their minds, and left it to Cthulhu to decide. Keeman thought about it, and still accepted the sacrifice. The gray fog surged and dissipated, and the things in the pool disappeared. Keeman woke up on his own initiative, and looked to the left side of the room. A big tree was inserted into the floor, and the roots spread out in all directions. The crown of the tree was full of fruits. The colorful fruits were very tempting and made people want to eat. The tree looked very delicate, like a large landscape potted plant, and the crown of the tree supported the ceiling. The surface of the tree trunk is like a dragon, thick and agile. As for the large pieces of bark scattered beside the tree, Keeman didn't know what they were. In addition, there were some fish caught in the cracks of the tree roots, with their tails bouncing. Tang Yuan had moved to the tree roots and wrapped the fish with dog hair to restrict them. Bai Shatang cried, and both of her eagle claws grabbed 2 fish. There were also some very small fish scattered on the floor, jumping around. Keeman thought that these fish were from other people's ponds and were sacrificed together. But this is not the main problem, but the problem of this tree. Keeman first took out the big-faced cat and quickly looked into the big-faced cat's eyes. Strange knowledge has increased. As if there was such a voice, Keeman remembered the strange emoticon package. Then the new knowledge obtained was also very rich, most of which was about those fish. Fish are very nutritious fish, they are not aggressive, and they can be eaten by animals after they are raised to increase the level of animals. The level here refers to the game level. The knowledge given by the strange knowledge cat is not all. Keeman has a hunch that the knowledge it gives is the main knowledge of the item, and the side things will not be introduced. Who knows what will happen if people eat it? You will know after eating it. Keeman skipped the fish knowledge and focused on the tree knowledge he had just acquired. Psychic fruit tree. It can produce fruits that temporarily improve spiritual perception, which lasts for 7 days. Long-term consumption of the fruit can permanently improve spiritual perception. The fruit has a satiety function, and you don't need to eat within 7 days. Watering emotion. When watering, your own emotions disappear in proportion. This tree is used to improve spiritual knowledge. It is not very useful to Keeman. He is already a person with high spiritual knowledge. If he gets any higher, something bad may happen. This thing is the most suitable thing for the investigation bureau. Investigators are not necessarily all people with high spiritual knowledge. With this tree, the investigation bureau can train people with high spiritual knowledge. Keeman first put the spiritual fruit tree into the scarf with a storage scarf, and then patted it lightly, and the spiritual fruit tree disappeared. But then, a severe cold rose on his body, and his hands and feet were cold. But the cold could not shake Keeman now. He had 80 points of resistance, and was fearless. Then, Keeman looked at the bark on the floor, and recalled the new knowledge in his mind. Hide in the bark. You can hide on the surface of the bark, and hide your own aura. The longer you hide, the more you will grow into the shape of a tree. The side effects of this thing are also quite terrible. Who would want to grow into the shape of a tree? But in times of crisis, it is still good to take it out to save your life. Keeman patted the bark with his scarf, and the bark disappeared and was patted into the scarf, and the coldness was +1. The coldness caused by the scarf will gradually decrease unless Keeman adds something new. Keeman asked Tang Yuan to throw all the fish into the basin. Keeman added some water, and the fish immediately swam in the water. The shapes of these fish look strange, and each one is very thick. The small fish is only 3 or 4 centimeters long, and they have not grown up yet. Including adult fish, the total number is 50. Level fish. Raising to adulthood can increase the level of monsters. It is only effective for monsters below level 100, not for players. This should be an Easter egg in the game, specially used for raising pets. But there is a problem here. Keeman's side is reality, and he should not be considered a player. So what will happen if he eats it? The big-faced cat did not say anything about this. Even if he patted its head, it would be useless. It would only meow in his mind. Tang Yuan, you come and eat one, Keeman said. Woof. I have been wanting to eat Tang Yuan for a long time. It looks very tempting. Whether it is eaten raw or cooked, Tang Yuan can solve the problem. Its digestive function is very strong. The big-faced cat did not give any cooking conditions. Keeman asked Tang Yuan to eat it raw directly, so as not to have no effect after cooking. A blue live fish was rolled into the dog's mouth by the dog's hair. Smacking, the fish had entered the stomach. How is it? How does it feel? Keeman asked. Woof. Very comfortable, with infinite power surging out, and then very full. I don't want to eat anything. In reality, Keeman can't see the level of Tang Yuan, so let's just say that its level has been upgraded. Then Keeman looked at the eager white sugar. White sugar's eyes showed a bit of desire, but when it saw Keeman looking at it, it immediately became timid, closed its eyes, and trembled slightly, and fine yellow sand flowed out from its feathers. Don't worry, you have a share too. Keeman treated everyone equally, and gave Shadyu a fish. White Sugar opened its mouth excitedly and swallowed the live fish. Then White Sugar was fuller than ever before, and had no desire to eat. After feeding the two pets, Keeman looked at the big-faced cat, patted its head, and the sound of meowing immediately rang in his mind. "Do you need to upgrade your level?" Keeman asked. Meow. The rhythm of the sound in the head did not change, and no emotional fluctuations could be heard. For a big-faced cat that stopped thinking, it could not answer Keeman's answer. "Forget it, you have one too." Keeman thought about it, and decided to feed one. Although the big-faced cat is not a combat pet, it is a popular science pet. Maybe it can be upgraded. Feeding a level fish will not be a loss. There are still many fish in the basin. After thinking about it, Kumeng asked Tang Yuan to use dog hair to open the big-faced cat's mouth. Put on gloves to grab the live fish, and then gently push the round big fish head into the big-faced cat's mouth. The fish head is a bit big, and the mouth can't fit it. He has to take it slowly. Little by little, the front end of the fish head enters its mouth and disappears very quickly. Chapter 131. Using the characteristic of disappearing in the mouth, the thick fish head was worn away bit by bit. If it couldn't be squeezed in, just use your hands to add some force to push the meat in, and the meat will disappear naturally. After manipulating the big-faced cat's mouth for a minute, the high-level fish was finally digested. He patted the big-faced cat's head, and the sound of meowing echoed in his mind, still without any emotion. Whether the high-level fish is useful to the big-faced cat, Kumeng didn't know. After feeding the fish, Kumeng looked through the evaluation videos he posted online. Several videos involving special items have more than 2 million views. Among them, the evaluation video of the big-faced cat climbed to 7 million, which shows that netizens like sand sculpture videos very much. Coincidentally, there was a real sand sculpture next to Kumeng. White Sugar on the side shook all over, and there was more sand on the floor. Tang Yuan was playing with his mobile phone and chatting with others. Kumeng stared at White Sugar, and White Sugar understood immediately. Sweep the floor. Bai Shatang picked up the small broom that had been prepared by his side, swept it, and the sand was swept into the garbage shovel. However, the wings were also moving while sweeping, and inevitably the sand would fall again. Keeman watched for a while, and found that Bai Shatang could not sweep it clean by itself no matter what. As long as it was moving, sand would continue to be produced. While Bai Shatang was sweeping the floor, Keeman secretly took out his camera and pointed it at Bai Shatang. Although Keeman has official evaluation videos, those contents are more formal, and do not have the taste of sand sculpture. As a sand sculptor, you have to learn to sand sculpture yourself, such as the sand that can never be swept away. Keeman muttered to the microphone of the camera. Bai Shatang heard the whisper of his master, but he didn't understand what Keeman wanted to say. He was thinking hard, constantly thinking about what the evil god meant. Bai Shatang had a lot of things in mind, and he kept thinking about it. Keeman zoomed in, and filmed the sand flowing between Bai Shatang's feathers. Watching the fine sand flowing between the feathers, Keeman thought of an idea, but he had something to do now, so he would film it after he was done. After a while, Keeman took Bai Shatang out, and took a car to the Special Affairs Investigation Bureau. Liu Yuan, Director Lei, and others were already waiting in the underground parking lot of the Investigation Bureau. When they heard that there was a tree that could improve spiritual awareness in Keeman's home, the superiors expressed great importance. Keeman got out of the car, and Liu Yuan and Director Lei immediately came to meet him. After a while of communication, Keeman briefly explained the function of the spiritual fruit tree and planned to hand it over to the Investigation Bureau. "That tree, don't you want it?" "I don't need it." Keeman's own spiritual perception was high enough, and it would not benefit him to improve it further. Besides, it is a tree that can bear fruit. "If I need it, I can ask you for fruit," Keeman said indifferently. The principle of watering the spiritual fruit tree is to water it with emotions. The emotions of the waterer will disappear in proportion. Keeman is not sure whether it will disappear permanently or temporarily, so watering is risky. It is better to let the people of the Investigation Bureau take care of it. "Okay, we will record it as your contribution," Director Lei said happily. As Keeman knew, the Investigation Bureau was short of staff, and people with low spiritual awareness did not have much effect on the Investigation Bureau. Keeman's gift of the tree just hit the heart of the Investigation Bureau, which was a great gift. Keeman came to a single room covered with soil, patted his scarf, and the spiritual fruit tree was patted out and fell to the ground. The twisted roots penetrated into the soil, stabilizing the tree's balance. Everyone saw the colorful fruits on the tree, and they all wanted to eat them. "Is this the spiritual fruit? It looks delicious. Is it poisonous?" "You need to conduct a toxicity test," Don't eat it directly. The testers whispered to each other, and Keeman was ashamed when he heard it. Keeman didn't think much about toxicity, but others thought about it quite comprehensively. Some people also boldly put forward a hypothesis. Can these fruits grow another spiritual fruit tree? With the size of a tree, it is difficult to support the investigators across the country. There are many people in the Bureau who need to improve their spiritual awareness. They are not investigators, but low spiritual people who have been screened out and can only do some logistics work. With this tree, people who do logistics work can hope to improve their spiritual perception and then participate in the investigation as long as they want to be investigators. Seeing Director Lay looking over, Keeman shook his head. I don't know. The subtext is that the big-faced cat did not provide such knowledge. Well, since we don't know, let's test it. Lord Lay ordered people to pick the fruits and slice them for research. There were many fruits on the tree, so they took one and sliced it, and took one to another soil cell, dug a hole, and put the fruit in it. Then the tester began to test the watering process. Kuming didn't know how to water, but he knew that emotions were needed when watering. Director Lay had profound experience in this regard. We also have some emotion-driven items in our investigation bureau. Some of them need to be driven by rage, some need despair, and some need happiness. Because of experience, the tester also knew how to water. When watering, as long as you continue to strengthen a certain emotion in your heart, you will achieve the activation effect. Keeman watched from a distance and saw a tester with an ordinary face take out an old photo from the password box. The photo was gray, and it was unclear what was in it. The moment the photo was taken out, the tester's tears flowed, his face was very sad, and he could hear crying faintly. Director Lay explained, that is a crying photo, produced in the room of a couple who committed suicide. The photo has become a special item. As long as you hold the photo and look at it, you will remember very sad things. I see. Keeman nodded. As for the side effects, you will gradually fall in love with the person in the photo. If you use it for a long time, you will get depression. In theory, you can change a person after using it once, and you can't let the same person use the photo all the time. Director Lay told Keeman the function of this level 6 thing like the back of his hand. The tester cried in front of the spiritual fruit tree, and the spiritual fruit tree shook its branches and leaves, and the branches and leaves became brighter. The tester cried for half an hour, his eyes were red, and when he came back, his eyes were dull, and he was deeply affected. The investigation bureau replaced someone to cry, and the spiritual fruit tree finally grew a new flower and produced a red fruit. But Keeman did not continue to watch, but took out the hiding bark for a simple test. Because the hiding bark has side effects and is not suitable for long-term testing, Keeman familiarized himself with how to use it in front of a tree and stopped the test. For the hiding bark, Director Lay gave it a level 5 evaluation because it can shield perception, and even infrared detection is ineffective against it. After testing the hiding bark, Keeman returned to the spiritual fruit tree area again and saw that the fruits on the fruit tree had grown back. In another soil room, the spiritual fruit in the soil actually sprouted. However, the conditions for watering are very harsh. All testers who participated in the sacrifice of a certain emotion showed a lack of interest and were unhappy, as if they had lost something in their hearts. Chapter 132. It stands to reason that the emotions of the people who went up to cry were absorbed, and they should not be depressed when they came back. After the investigation by the psychologist, it turned out that it was not what everyone imagined. People who cried for half an hour felt as if they had lost something in their hearts, felt very empty, and doubted whether they had lost the ability to be sad forever, and then they were in a bad mood and looked very depressed. After testing by professionals, they still had the ability to be sad, and had not lost the ability to be sad. At present, there are not many emotional items in the Whale City Investigation Bureau, and only crying photos can actively produce sadness. Other items are driven by people's emotions, and cannot actively produce emotions, just like the spiritual fruit tree needs others to water it with emotions. So the watering personnel in these rounds were all crying personnel, and they all had a feeling of emptiness after crying, feeling that they had lost something. At this time, Director Lay came over and told Kuming the level of the spiritual fruit tree. Someone has already tested the effect of the spiritual fruit. People with 26 spiritual knowledge can be upgraded to 67, and the effect is very obvious. Director Lay said happily, "Your spiritual fruit tree has been rated as a 4th level item, which offsets the contribution points required for the storage scarf. If you like a treasure in the bureau, you can ask for it. If it passes the review, you can use the new item to earn contribution points to try to repay it." Director Lay proposed a very friendly exchange model, which can be regarded as bartering. Kamong did not refuse. In fact, he now has something he wants, but he doesn't know if the investigation bureau has it. Does our bureau have that kind of special thing for handling sand? Keeman asked. Director Lay smiled, and when he heard Keeman speak, he knew what he wanted to ask. You are worried about your sand sculpture pet. Indeed, if it keeps shaking, it will be very troublesome. There are things that can handle sand. Director Lay pondered. What kind of things? Kumeng asked curiously. Director Lay entered a number on the tablet, and called up 6 to 1893. Kumeng saw the number 6 to 1893, and immediately thought of the number 6-0064 of the giant gloves. The serial numbers of special items are basically arranged in order, and the 6th level items are the most numerous mediocre class. However, the giant gloves were not arranged in order, but jumped the queue and landed at number 64. Because the special item at the 0064 position of the 6th level thing was destroyed at that time, it was an abandoned and useless file, so the giant gloves jumped the queue and landed at number 64. Keeman looked at what Director Lay gave him. The data of 6 to 1893 is as follows. Sand saltworm. Feeding conditions, only eat sand. If it doesn't eat sand every day, it will scream with hunger, and the scream is rather strange. Characteristics, excrete salt. Simple explanation, in addition to the nth round of feeding records, the appetite of sand saltworms is endless, it can eat sand all the time, and the salt it excretes is edible salt-grade salt, pure white, without harmful impurities. This thing. Keeman was slightly moved. Although its characteristics are a bit weird, people with mental disorders probably don't like it, but it can handle sand. The conversion ratio of sand saltworms is not 1-to-1. 10 kilograms of sand can only convert 100 grams of salt. With your achievements, you can directly exchange it. The requirements of the 6th level things are not high. Director Lay said. Keeman has the achievements of capturing Shadow Stream members twice, and another wave of directly solving elevator cases. His accumulated achievements are enough for him to permanently replace a 6th level thing. Of course, there are some good things in the 6th level things, and the contribution value required will be different, but it is not a problem for Keeman. Keeman finally changed. It doesn't matter whether the salt produced by the sand saltworm is eaten or not. The main thing is that it can help clean the environment at home. Not long after, Keeman received a transparent pet box. The white sand saltworm lay in the box, like a caterpillar, with its body curled up. Before leaving the investigation bureau, Keeman got a message that the sprouted psychic fruit tree will be transported to the desert area and made into special paper by a printer. After leaving the investigation bureau, Keeman drove to find an open wilderness area, set up a camera, and experimented with his ideas. The sand sculpture White Sugar will drop sand when flying, which is suitable for shooting a curious video. White Sugar came to the wild for the first time. Before that, it had always lived in the yellow desert and had never seen anything other than green plants. Of course, modern buildings are also products it has never seen before. Keeman first told how to fly, and then the White Sugar spread its wings and took off on the spot. With a rustle, tiny yellow sand fell from the gaps between the White Sugar's feathers, just like rain, scattering sand all the way, which looked very special. White Sugar was like a rain plane, but it didn't rain, but sand rain. Tang Yuan stood there watching the show, looking up at the White Sugar from time to time, and then lowering his head to play with his mobile phone. Keeman quietly stood beside Tang Yuan to see what he was playing. Looking at the mobile phone, it turned out that Tang Yuan was playing King of Glory. Tang Yuan's hairs each controlled the touch screen pen, like a multi-handed spider controlling every key button on the mobile phone screen, and then controlled the hero to rush to the tower and chop people in the game, and was finally killed by the defense tower and the enemy. If you rush to the tower 1v1 like this, you will be hit by the tower, which is equivalent to 2v1. The other party will definitely not be afraid of you. Kumeng reminded him. Tang Yuan barked. So that's it. Tang Yuan was playing this game for the first time, and didn't know how to play it. He played it based on his feelings. At this time, Kumeng saw the words in the chat box on the phone screen. Mindless tower? If you don't know how to play, go play against the computer. Tang Yuan naturally saw those words. He could understand some of them, but not as thoroughly as Baishateng. Tang Yuan wanted to type, but didn't know what to type. Typing is a threshold. He doesn't know Pinyin, and the voice input function doesn't support dog language recognition. Only handwriting input is useful. But useful doesn't mean fast. The input speed is not as fast as Pinyin, and Wubi input is fast. Tang Yuan was playing with his phone, and had already started thinking about practicing a Pinyin input technique, or learning Wubi or other methods. At this time, White sugar was flying in the sky, flapping its wings, looking at the endless blue sky, wondering if it could escape. After all, the evil god's attention was on the phone. White sugar thought about it, but still didn't run away. The reason was simple. The evil god wanted to catch it. It would be effortless. After flying for a while, the grass on the ground was all yellow sand, and Kumeng used a close-up lens to capture the details of the grass, which were all materials. In the distance, 3 backpackers were walking in the mountains and forests, and suddenly looked up and saw a flying white bird. The white bird was covered with yellow sand curtains, like rain. What is that? It's a special animal. I remember the official said that if you find a special creature and report it to the country, you can get a reward. A backpacker said happily. Why report it? Catch it and raise it yourself. Isn't it good? Another man asked curiously. Chapter 133. Even if you report it, the Bureau of Investigation will not confiscate it 100%. As long as you have the ability to control the pet, the Bureau of Investigation can let you raise it yourself. His companion glanced at him. You have to raise it secretly. Aren't you afraid of being discovered one day? As long as you don't tell me about this kind of thing, I'm not afraid. Nyebuchao shook his head and took out his mobile phone to take pictures. Such a spectacle must be photographed. After taking a few photos, backpacker Nyebuchao found that the big bird was looking at him. Then the backpacker saw that the big bird with white hair and yellow sand seemed to be frightened and quickly descended. What happened? Was it injured and fell down? The 3 backpackers murmured, and then ran over there quickly. In fact, the big bird was frightened. In its eyes, people are evil gods. When the attention of the 3 human-shaped evil gods was cast on it, Bai Shatang was panicked and slipped back to Keeman. Keeman was still patting the sand on the grass, thinking that Bai Shatang was tired of flying, so he didn't say anything. Tang Yuan continued to play with his phone, and canceled the mute mode, lowering the volume to a moderate level. Bai Shatang was sweating profusely. 3 evil gods had seen him, but he should be fine. After all, his master was also an evil god. He was so timid that he didn't even dare to talk to his master. Tang Yuan was addicted to pesticides, and Bai Shatang didn't dare to disturb him, so he kept all these words to himself. A few minutes later, Keeman finished filming. Rustle. Footsteps were heard in the jungle. Tang Yuan, who had a keen hearing, used part of his mind to observe the forest and immediately saw the 3 humans who had just appeared. The 3 backpackers also happened to see Keeman, the large plush golden ball behind Keeman, and a large white eagle. What's going on? Is there someone? No, didn't you see that fur ball playing with a cell phone? Nyebuchao heard his companion's prompt and immediately looked at the fur ball. A few dog hairs tied with a capacitive pin were playing games, moving very fast. They were alive, not dead. The white bird retracted its head into its wings, like a turtle. At this time, Kumeng heard the 3 people talking to themselves, looked up and saw 3 strangers. His face was surprised. There are people in this place. But seeing that the other party was carrying a professional outdoor sports backpack and wearing cross-country shoes, he was probably a wilderness survival enthusiast. Kumeng tapped the camera in his hand with the end of his scarf, and the camera disappeared out of thin air. The 3 people were still a little courageous, but when they saw the camera disappear from Kumeng's hand, they immediately lost their courage. Well, we are just passing by, haha. You continue, we won't disturb you. Nyebuchao smiled and immediately backed off. There is no special item in hand. Seeing others have special items, and there are 2 strange pets around, it is impossible not to be afraid. The 3 of them slowly retreated 200 meters, until the bushes disappeared from their sight. They were relieved to see that the other party did not chase them. Who is he? How could he have so many special items? This is the first time I have seen special items in reality. Did you 2 see that they disappeared the moment the camera disappeared? So amazing. Nyebuchao's eyes were a little red as he said this. He was extremely envious, but he could not get it. The 3 of them went all the way and returned to the original hiking route. Nyebuchao and his 3 friends originally planned to find a mountain in the wilderness of Whale City, camp in the wild, and experience the feeling of surviving in the wild. Of course, it was not a survival method like drilling wood to make fire, but just a simple way to feel the atmosphere of camping outdoors. However, Nyebuchao's mind was full of the big white bird, and he liked it more and more. The white feathers were pure and flawless, and it was definitely a treasure. What's more, it could also drop sand, and it would become a landscape at home. Nyebuchao was thinking about it all the way, and he didn't even pay much attention to what his 2 companions were talking about. It was getting late, and the sun was about to set. While there was still sunshine, the 2 found a flat ground on the mountain to spread the tent. then collected wood and lit the firewood with a lighter. Nyebwicha was alone, thinking about the bird, and he was very annoyed that he couldn't get it. "I go find some game, you guys stay here and don't move, wait for me to come back," Nyebwicha said. "Okay." The two watched Nyebwicha's back disappear into the jungle. Nyebwicha walked alone in the bushes, saying that he was looking for game, but in fact, he was still thinking about the bird. However, the scarf man didn't look like an ordinary person, and ordinary people couldn't have snatched the other person. Why did others have so many things, but he didn't have any? Nyebwicha was a little obsessed with thinking, and didn't notice the rustling sound in his ears. Rustling. The strange sound seemed like grass rubbing against the rough surface, making an unpleasant sound. Nyebwicha subconsciously looked over, and saw a pair of red eyes blinking on the treetops. The sun sank, and the night began. "Ah!" A man's cry suddenly came from the mountain. The two climbers heard the cry, looked at each other, and immediately took out their mobile phones to call Nyebwicha's mobile phone. Beep beep. A few dozen seconds later. "No one is answering the phone you called." The two climbers were a little panicked. This is a remote place, and generally nothing will happen. Once something happens, it will be very difficult to deal with. "It's over, nothing will happen. Anyway, call the police first," the companion said with a grim face. Keeman drove the car slowly towards Wales City. 2 hours ago, the appearance of the three climbers made Keeman confused for a while, but Keeman had no other ideas at the time. Let's see it. Anyway, White Sugar is the protagonist of the next video, and it doesn't matter if passers-by see it. After shooting the material, Keeman set off for home, and didn't know that the climbers died in the mountains. As soon as he drove to the toll station, Keeman saw 4 police cars speeding away, and didn't know where the police incident happened. Keeman went home to eat, edit the material, and upload the sand sculpture video. The uploaded video was passed in seconds, and there was no need to queue for review. This was the second time Keeman experienced this zero waiting review speed, and felt very comfortable. Just send the video link to the fan group and at all the members. At all the members, the new video is out. This time it's a real stupid review. Lay Ni Men Du on ZTV. No special review for popular science? Weak Chicken New Ming. Isn't it the review of the new pet? A salted fish who can only type 666. I'm watching it again. The bird raised by the group owner is so big. How about this name? Question mark. It doesn't matter if it's big or not, but the group members have more question marks. Kuming is also drunk. He can really open anything. Chapter 134. Keeman went to take a shower, and when he came back and clicked on the video, there were already hundreds of comments hanging in it. Keeman took a look at the number of followers of the account, which had risen to 3 million. Really strong. The traffic is getting higher and higher every day, and it won't be long before this account can reach a higher level. Click on the video, and Keeman himself appeared in the video. Hello everyone, I am Keeman. Recently, a friend gave me a sand sculpture, this sand sculpture with white hair, named Baishateng. Keeman patted the head of the white-haired sand sculpture with his hand, and the sand sculpture rolled its eyes, and its body trembled rapidly, shaking off a lot of yellow sand. Then Baishateng fainted with its wings covering its chest like a myocardial embolism, but it is a little timid and very shy. I believe it will get better after a while, Keeman said helplessly. Haha, the new pet's eyes are rolling. Again, it's a traditional skill. Every 1 or 2 days, a friend will give you something. No way, someone really took it seriously. I thought everyone knew that Keeman was an official investigator. Kameng smiled knowingly while sitting outside the computer. Not to mention, these things were not sent by the investigation bureau. But it doesn't matter if everyone misunderstood. Keeman really can't explain it to everyone, lest some illegal organizations become evil. Continue watching the video. In the video, Keeman brought Baishateng to the wild. My friend said that this sand sculpture always produces garbage, which is really annoying, so he gave it to me. I raised it for a day, and finally understood my friend's difficulties. In the camera, Keeman explained Baishateng's shortcomings seriously. Baishateng shook his body, and the white feathers kept shaking off the yellow sand. Haha, why is this bird shaking all the time? See, its feathers are constantly releasing sand. No wonder it's called a sand sculpture. Brother, you have a sharp eye, it really is. In the camera, White Sugar was shaking the sand all the time. When Keeman asked it to take off, White Sugar flapped its wings and took off, and the endless yellow sand fell from the gaps between its feathers, rustling and falling down like rain. White Sugar circled in the air, and the yellow sand curtain also formed a circle. However, under the influence of the wind, the yellow sand was blown away, making the sky yellow and hazy. Just when the village network was connected, I just watched it, and it was struck by lightning. What kind of bird is this? I want to buy one too. Brothers who are envious should raise a sculpture. Maybe one day it will become a spirit. Don't say it. The cat I have raised for a year just became a spirit yesterday, and turned into a cute cat girl, so cute. A barrage of comments slid by, and then Keeman found that a large number of barrages were pouring out, all of which were very sour. Have you heard what people say? Bah! Shameless. Here? Give me an address? Keeman looked at other people's comments, and then looked at his own pet. A fluffy ball of fur, a white sand sculpture. Oh no, there is another pet. Keeman patted his scarf, and a big-faced cat with white fur appeared on the floor. Its eyes were wide open, with a strange expression, dull and lifeless. Looking at this face, Keeman suddenly lost interest and became bored. My cat is not cute at all. Keeman shook his head, and patted the big-faced cat with his scarf, and the cat disappeared. Looking at the time, it was 10:30 in the evening, and Keeman planned to go to bed in a while. At this time, the group of the 49th investigation team beeped. Luo Yuan. Something happened in the suburbs of Whale City. 3 dead people appeared. It seems that they were attacked by animals. Dr. Liang. Then what? At Amman, the traffic police found that your car navigation signal had been parked in that mountain area for 3 hours. I wonder if you noticed anything. Seeing the captain at him, Kuming naturally had to stand up. In the afternoon, I parked in the mountain area to take the evaluation materials of white sugar. I didn't feel anything at the time. There were just 3 passers-by passing by. Kuming said. Are they these 3? Captain Luo sent 3 large head portraits. Kuming took a look and found that they were really the 3 passers-by. Although he only took a look at them twice at the time, and didn't remember their faces deeply, he immediately recognized them as the 2 people in the afternoon when he looked at the pictures again. Yes, it's them. Kuming affirmed. Then, Captain Luo sent the on-site photos of the dead. The photos of the scene looked horrible. There was a dried-up corpse lying on the grass. It was just skin and bones. There was no flesh at all. The skin was completely white, which was completely different from the face of the big head portrait. The other 2 pictures were also pictures of dried-up corpses. There was no flesh. It was all skin and bones. It seemed that the whole person's vitality had been robbed. What happened at the scene? Keeman looked at the pictures and vaguely sensed something, but he knew too little and could not describe it accurately. The blood in the body seemed to have been drained. The investigators at the scene felt red eyes. It should be an animal causing trouble, Luo Yuan said. Keeman thought that the 49th investigation team was going to work, but when he saw Luo Yuan said that someone was investigating, he changed his words to, Do you need my help? Team 48 ate the spiritual fruit and went to investigate. We don't need to go for the time being. Luo Yuan typed. Captain Luo just sent the information to the group to let the group members know. And by the way, he verified where Kuming went and what he was doing at the time. He was not going to be on duty. Is that so? Kuming had nothing to say. Since he didn't need to investigate, he could sleep. Kuming lay down, closed his eyes, and fell asleep slowly. On the other side, the 48th investigation team was investigating in the deep mountains. 3 backpackers died in the wild, and the dried bodies made the investigators cautious. This is not an ordinary incident, it involves human life. And the investigators' bodies are not made of steel, so they have to be careful. The drone flew over, turning on the searchlight, and continuously searching. The darkness in the mountains and forests was broken, and there was light. The soldiers with guns went up the mountain collectively. The investigators, who ate the spiritual fruit, were inspired and saw inexplicable illusions repeatedly at the scene. These illusions guided them forward. Red eyes, dark shades, and jealous emotions, etc. Information that normal people cannot see or hear is slowly passing through the investigator's body. Some information is left behind, heard, and seen, while some information is not left behind and passes through. After a while, the captain of the 48th investigation team realized it. We need to send a group of jealous people here, so that we can trigger the situation of the victims at that time. Jealousy, we don't have this special item in our city, we have to transfer one from another bureau. At this time, the benefits of the items being managed by the investigation bureau are reflected, and they will be transferred to places where they are needed. However, sometimes, many places need the same item, so it is not easy to apply. When the investigator applied to his superiors to transfer an item that provokes jealousy to Whale City, Keeman had fallen asleep and returned to the deep sea Raya. Chapter 135. As soon as Keeman landed, he went to communicate with the familiar targets. First, The two-player believers. Keeman saw the bodies of the two players in a daze in the territory of the tree spirits, with lifeless eyes. The tree spirits did not tie up the two players, because the tree spirits felt the same breath from the two players and shared the same beliefs. Because of the same beliefs, everyone can live in peace and work together for the great cause of awakening Cthulhu. Like Chocolate and A Dream of the Sea and Sky have been logged in for a while, their minds are groggy, and there is some inexplicable impulse in their hearts to awaken that great existence. In the chat channel, texts popped up one after another, and the commander kept asking about the physical conditions of the two. The two players said that they were not in danger of life, and even lived in peace with the tree spirits. However, the dog-headed people were not easy to get along with. The things they confiscated became theirs, and would never be returned. The monsters of both races did not continue to embarrass them, and they could leave freely. Then the two really left, feeling like they had survived a disaster. After learning that they had escaped safely, the people in the Institute breathed a sigh of relief and quickly sent someone to take their game characters back. "Are you okay?" the commander said nervously. "It's okay, we're fine." Yimeng Haitian shook his head. "I'm just a little sleepy. I quit the game and take a rest." "Go quickly. Don't delay your rest time." Then both players logged off and returned to reality. Keeman lost the screen when he felt here. Logically, Keeman could still feel the local area of Orange Star. After all, it was a believer given by him personally. As long as the preparation time for synesthesia is long enough, it is estimated that there will be no problem. Then, do you want synesthesia? Keeman thought about it. He had been watching the dream world for so long, but he didn't see anything new for the time being. He might as well go and see what Orange Star looks like. Keeman has always sensed the players' thoughts through their emotions. He knew that they were from Orange Star, and that those strange non-human characters came from virtual games, but he really didn't know what Orange Star looked like. Keeman closed his eyes and tried to capture that distant connection. The evil god directly synesthetized his own believers, and even if the two were far apart in space, the vague feeling gradually became clear. For this clarity, Keeman spent more than 10 minutes. When Keeman saw the synesthesia picture of the two players again, he saw white walls and some exquisite and small furniture placed in the room. Each item was full of artistic beauty. Through synesthesia, Keeman could vaguely feel the emotions of the two people. They could not go out and were locked indoors for isolation work. If there were no nightmare disease, a terrible disease that spreads through language and text, the two might not have to be isolated. But there is no if. The Orange Star official is currently doing isolation work. Anyone who comes into contact with strange beings in the game must be isolated in the room, and is not allowed to participate in social activities. Keeman can feel the depressed mood emanating from them. They are separated from online social networking, and cannot go out for a walk. It really feels like the whole world is isolating them. The two walk to the edge of the windowsill at the same time. There is no place to jump off the building. The windows are sealed. Only the building's own air conditioning system continuously delivers fresh air to the building and exhausts the exhaust gas. Outside the window, there are huge high-rise buildings with silver-gray exteriors and mirrors reflecting colorful lights. The city is like a square grid, with a neat and rigorous layout and no messy routes. At a glance, the traffic routes of the entire city are clear. Occasionally, some small electric-propelled spacecraft fly slowly in the air, shuttling through the gaps between high-rise buildings, with blue light emitting from their tails. Looking up at the sky again, the night is pure and clean, and you can see stars. Among them, there is a large shining light spot hanging in the sky, fixed for a while, and occasionally there is a slight movement. Through the emotions of the two people, Keeman vaguely knows that the big bright light spot is the nuclear fusion spacecraft of Orange Star, which is the tail light emitted when it flies in space. What a powerful era, Keeman admired in his heart. Blue Star has not yet developed to that point, and the technological gap between the two planets is really too far. The two players watched for a while, and two psychologists came, ready to deeply understand their inner world and make psychological assessments. Kumeng secretly observed all this. Orange Star. As soon as the psychologist entered the room, he felt that the room was a bit cold. Raise the temperature by 2 degrees, don't turn it on so cold. Psychologist Xiaodong said. Oh! Meng Haitian clicked on his watch and raised the indoor air conditioner by 2 degrees. Then the two had a one-on-one long talk. Meng Haitian had done this kind of psychological dialogue many times, and was already used to it. But today was different. Meng Haitian had an inexplicable impulse to pull this psychologist into the church and believe in the great existence together. Obviously, he didn't have this belief before, but now he has deeply believed in the existence of Cthulhu. However, He knew that the country was currently keeping a distance from the evil god, so he had to package himself carefully and not let others think he was crazy. When Meng Haitian was thinking about random things in his mind, he fell asleep unknowingly. When the psychologist saw that he was asleep, he began to ask in depth about some personal hobbies and his views on the evil god. These questions were simple and small questions, not difficult, and the focus was mainly on subjective expression. If Meng Haitian showed an unusual answer this time, there might be a problem. The evil god is an evil existence. A bad existence that harms Orange Star. Firmly resist. Meng Haitian closed his eyes and answered expressionlessly. The psychologist turned on the recording button, and she didn't need to record these words. She could just look through the recording files later. There was no problem hearing the other party's answer. This time the answer was different from the last time, but the subconscious was like this, and you couldn't expect people's consciousness to give the same answer every time. Subjectively, Meng Haitian still hated the evil god, unlike Lu Siding, who subconsciously worshipped the evil god very much. After asking the necessary questions, the psychologist snapped his fingers and ended the hypnosis ceremony. Meng Haitian suddenly opened his eyes, and the whites of his eyes were bloodshot, as if he had just experienced something terrible. The psychologist looked at the remaining red bloodshot in his eyes, and suddenly felt disgusted, but the disgust came and went quickly, and disappeared in an instant. You have been under a lot of pressure recently, take a good rest. Oh. Meng Haitian felt dizzy, as if someone had controlled him just now, but he couldn't remember it at all. Psychologist Xiaodong slowly left the room, turned around and looked at Meng Haitian in the room, feeling strange about the sudden disgust just now. Buzz, the silver electric isolation door slowly pushed past, isolating the sound inside. In another room on the same road, the doctor who was conducting a psychological interview with the female assassin player also came out, with a little confusion on her face, but after seeing her colleague Xiaodong come out, her face returned to a normal smile. Chapter 136. Fortunately, hypnosis has allowed them to enter a shallow dream. Keeman breathed a sigh of relief. When the psychologist hypnotized the two Cthulhu believers just now, Keeman knew that something was wrong. Fortunately, the other party used hypnosis, and the two people's consciousness entered a state of half-sleep and half-wakefulness. This state is not completely in a dream, but it is equivalent to half a foot in a dream. Keeman's dream invasion skill took effect, influencing the two believers in the dream, constantly giving hints, so that the two people's answers conformed to the mainstream concept of the Orange Star. If Keeman did not do this operation, the two would definitely be locked up until the Orange Star was no longer afraid of the evil god, and Keeman's thoughts would be in vain. To be honest, Keeman just wanted to make the dream world more prosperous, and there was no other intention. Anyway, there is nothing terrible in the dream, so why not do it? Unfortunately, the Orange Star people know that the joint dream is related to the evil god Cthulhu, and have been guarding against it. In the vision of Keeman's synesthesia, the two players continued to be in a daze for a while, and then went to sleep to rest. They were too tired, and soon they saw the joint dream. Seeing this, Keeman stopped tracking and turned to synesthesia for other targets. This time, Keeman synesthetized his fanatical believer Lu Siding. This believer was not given faith by Keeman himself, but faith infused by the Black Ghost. Last time, he personally invaded her dream in the dream, and the two had a deeper connection, which could achieve cross-border synesthesia. 10 minutes later, Keeman finally saw the environment where Lu Siding was. It was a closed isolation room. The decoration style was full of modern scents, and the overall color style was purple, just like Lu Siding's long purple hair. Lu Siding was sitting in the room in a daze, mumbling some strange things in her mouth. It was not a language that Keeman knew, and there was no sense of rules and order. Keeman was fine after listening to it. These contents were nothing to him. Only normal people would go crazy after listening to them. At this time, Lu Siding suddenly stopped chanting and looked up at the ceiling. This angle was exactly the direction Keeman was looking at Lu Siding. Keeman saw the other person's eyes, and the picture reflected in Lu Siding's eyes was still the ceiling. She didn't really see the evil god. Great Cthulhu, I pray to you. Give me strength. Lu Siding did not see the evil god, but her spiritual intuition detected a strong and indescribable feeling on her head. She chanted to the ceiling with a crazy look, red eyes, and her voice was full of fanaticism. This was a very real sense of worship. She was a real fanatic. Even if she sacrificed her life, Lu Siding would probably not hesitate, Keeman thought. The other party's call was not transmitted by its own power, nor by the power of the time-space stone powder. This was the result of Keeman's active synesthesia. Keeman listened to the call from the fanatical believers, and faintly, he reached a mysterious feeling. This is a feeling similar to a sacrificial ceremony, and the believers create a sense of ritual through fanaticism and the environment. What is the purpose of sacrifice? Of course, it is to get a response from the gods, or summoning the gods to cross the border to descend, which is called descending the gods and inviting the gods. The most important point of sacrifice is that the gods respond to the call and pay attention to the sacrificer. Lu Siding did not prepare the summoning materials, nor did she shout the summoning spell. Keeman happened to pay attention to her in the form of synesthesia, and she happened to have this need, so she inexplicably completed a ritual similar to sacrifice. Such a sacrifice lacks a crucial thing, the powder of time and space stone. The believer cannot offer items to Cthulhu. She does not have the ability to send items, and cannot break the boundaries of time and space. She can only passively pray to the evil god, hoping to impress the evil god with her faith. The power of the evil god is so strong that it can forcibly pass on knowledge through the strong connection between the two. The transfer of knowledge is the transfer of information, and the evil god can do this. Getting something for nothing? Keeman did not expect that one day there would be believers who would do this, not making sacrifices, but unilaterally praying to the evil god to give believers abilities. Of course, Lu Siding is in a crazy period at the moment, and has not returned to a rational period. It is understandable that her mind is not normal. Keeman knows that the other party is in a very bad situation. If she does not have superpowers, she will probably be locked up in the confinement room for the rest of her life. If she wants to get out of the confinement room, unless she behaves like a normal person, the senior officials of Orange Star will let the fanatical believers go out unless their brains are burned. Keeman thought about it, and spread knowledge through this one-way ceremony of inviting gods. Activate the knowledge transfer skill, and pass on a piece of water mirror shuttle knowledge. This memory knowledge was once passed on to the Stone Man Goblin and the Living Dead, but neither of the two tribes could digest this knowledge. In the process of the evil god granting knowledge, the other party may not be able to hear all the content clearly. However, Lu Siding has experienced a state of confusion. She is a person who has been resurrected. Facing a situation of complete loss of rationality again, she should be more experienced than last time. If she loses herself in madness again, Keeman can follow the same method to invade the other party's dream again and absorb the chaotic knowledge by accepting knowledge. Keeman had a lot of thoughts, and after considering that the rescue method was feasible, he began to impart knowledge. As an evil god, Keeman had a lot of knowledge, but when he returned to reality, he would not remember most of the knowledge. Because they were skills in the body, not something that Keeman had learned step by step from scratch. The only exception was the synesthesia skill, which he knew how to use naturally like eating and drinking. Keeman had a lot of distracting thoughts, and the words of the evil god crossed the boundaries of time and space, and flowed into Lu Siding's ears, and penetrated into her mind along the connection between the two. Lu Siding sat on the bed and prayed, and heard illusory whispers in her ears. Those voices were disorganized and very chaotic, but they also hid some very important knowledge, which was the core of the core. Lu Siding covered her head and screamed, and vaguely saw images of lakes, water, and seas flashing in her mind. Lu Siding screamed wildly in the room, but outsiders didn't know. The monitoring room has stopped monitoring Lu Siding. No one dares to monitor her. Even the artificial intelligence monitoring channel has been closed, so no one knows that she is screaming like crazy. Her crazy words are too strong, and normal people will have a headache after listening to them. God knows whether artificial intelligence will go crazy with her. You must know that the NPC data in the detective game has mutated. The Orange Star people are now afraid of enemies, and dare not use artificial intelligence to monitor Lu Siding, a madman. The furniture in Lu Siding's room has been replaced with things without artificial intelligence. Everyone is really scared. By chance, no one knows that something extremely terrible is happening inside. An invisible bomb is quietly ambushed in the capital of Orange Star. Keeman's original intention remains unchanged. He still wants to increase his efforts to spread beautiful dreams. The original intention is good, but the Orange Star people don't think it is a beautiful dream. The evil god comes to the sky of the dream from time to time for a while, and no one thinks it is good. Chapter 137. After transferring the knowledge, Lu Siding went crazy and fainted. Her brain didn't explode, so it was okay. Keeman invaded the other party's dream and absorbed the chaotic knowledge. As for the chaotic information that had been integrated into her consciousness, there was nothing he could do. Lu Siding was destined not to be a normal person. What awaited her in the second half of her life was a life of chaos and rationality. Keeman quietly retreated, and when he opened his eyes, he saw the same Raya as always. Starfish and coral, Two creatures with super thick blood were still fighting in close combat. Their wounds healed quickly, and it was almost impossible to see which of them had the upper hand. Keeman watched for a while, and then ran to see the construction projects of the Dream players. Tens of millions of people were concentrated in the plains to carry out construction, and the construction of the Science and Technology Zone had made great progress. Keeman's synesthesia showed that the people inside the construction of the Material Zone were already manufacturing circuits and other instruments, preparing to transform into automated production. Just as Keeman was about to take a closer look, he suddenly felt something coming to Raya. He blinked his eyes, cancelled the synesthesia, and looked through the darkness of Raya, and saw a ghost in a black cloak flying in. The black ghost was full of a rotten and dark aura, and the clothes on his body seemed to have not been changed for decades. The ghost apostle was very excited to see Cthulhu in a state of awakening. Then, he humbly began to report to Cthulhu about the development of believers in recent times. There are already 256 fanatical believers with Cthulhu as the core, which is also the main reason why the black ghosts have not come to Cthulhu to report the situation recently. They were too busy, running around everywhere, training the uncivilized fools, and they really couldn't spare the time to report the situation. It was not until the black ghosts gathered on land that they found that no one had reported their work, so they immediately sent a ghost that was not corrupt enough to Raya. The ghost whose breath was not corrupt enough trembled, while enduring the torture from the evil god's pressure, and tremblingly reported his work. Keeman could feel the morbid happiness from it. It was obviously uncomfortable and wanted to die, but it showed a look of enjoyment. The black ghost said that human adventurers were stubborn and difficult to tame. After a lot of effort to tame a group, they played the game of disappearing from the world. They didn't want to tame human adventurers anymore. It was a waste of resources. It would be better to spend time on local monsters. Although the monsters didn't remember the memories of their previous lives after death and rebirth, they were better than those believers who played the game of disappearing from the world. The black ghost asked the evil god Cthulhu whether to take action against human adventurers and suppress them. After all, the gods behind the human adventurers got rid of those fanatical believers for no reason, which hindered the pace of Cthulhu's unblocking. After listening, Keeman had no expression on his face, but he already knew the essence of the adventurers' disappearance. After being transformed into Cthulhu believers, they must be supervised in reality, so that they cannot preach. In this regard, Keeman's opinion is to continue to tame. If it was before, Keeman's opinion was not to tame anymore, but this time it was different. Players were important resources. Lu's sighting has been given an important task by Keeman. If she doesn't die, she can do a lot of cool operations. Although these human believers are temporarily trapped and can't play a role, they can be kept to play a role in the future. Keeman used his power to control fear to control the body of the black ghost, giving it the idea to continue taming. The black ghost trembled all over, and great fear was generated in his heart. The cloak became more tattered, the smell of decay became stronger, and the whole body exuded a cold feeling. The indescribable fear weighed on his heart, and the black ghost's rationality was almost squeezed out. He could not stop taming humans, and he had to do it no matter how difficult it was. The black ghost understood, but his body was close to collapse. Keeman stopped in time, and the black ghost did not die. The black ghost waited for a while, feeling weak and strong at the same time, as if it had become stronger. It expressed its gratitude sincerely, and then swayed away from Raya. Keeman looked at the back of the black ghost, and nodded secretly in his heart. In terms of loyalty, the black ghosts are indeed a group that has devoted themselves to the cause of unblocking. It was also at this time that Keeman heard an illusory muttering. To be honest, the sacrifices have come faster recently. There are 256 believers in the tribe. If the base number becomes larger in the future, it is estimated that there will be believers offering sacrifices every day. Time and space stone powder is rare, and there are monsters in the novice village that can be sacrificed, which gives people a feeling that it is not difficult to collect. It is not rare enough. Among the 256 believers, only one tribe held a sacrifice today, which seems to be difficult to collect. Keeman accepted the other party's sacrifice, and part of his consciousness parachuted into a low-rise village. Keeman saw a group of small monsters wearing black robes, which covered their upper bodies, with only the corners of the robe showing their toes. They were barefoot without shoes, with sharp toenails and black mud in their fingertips. Keeman couldn't see their whole bodies, but it didn't matter. All his followers would wear them like this when they held sacrifices, to ensure that they didn't look directly at the evil god. It is possible that spiritual intuition can also be sealed in black robes and masks to further avoid the risk of looking directly at the evil god. This is Keeman's new understanding. The group of black-robed monsters chanted loudly, "Great Cthulhu." The Old Ones. The sleeping god of Raya. We are the Dwarf Wolf tribe, and we hope that the Great Lord can give all the old, weak, sick, and disabled a bit of power. Whether good or bad, we accept it. This is a perfect sword, the most beautiful sword in the world. The Dwarf Wolf presented a short sword and threw it into the well in the village. Keeman took a look, and it was perfect at first glance. It was indeed a perfect sword. Without hesitation, Keeman's mind moved, and the gray fog surged, and the sword disappeared. According to the other party's request, Keeman communicated with all the old, weak, sick, and disabled in the village. Having said that, the other party's request is really cruel, and it sounds like the wolf is exterminated. Eliminate the old, weak, sick, and disabled, and let those who can't survive die as soon as possible. The Dwarf Wolf men who survive become stronger, and add the middle-aged and strong men in the village, and the whole village is full of elite soldiers. No one knows what herd immunity of vulnerable groups is better than them. It's too cruel. This group of Dwarf Wolf tribe is not the group of grassland wolves that sacrificed the weird word book. This is a new race with a more cruel personality. Kuming waited for a while to make sure that the other party did not make new demands, and then carefully felt the emotions of the Dwarf Wolf tribe. The members of this village did not have a sense of childhood, at least not subjectively. The emotions of the old, weak, sick, and disabled fluctuate greatly. Some disabled people are secretly dissatisfied, and some elderly people are secretly looking forward to it. Maybe from time to time, they will be a few decades younger and regain youthful vitality. The ideas are not unified. There are only 7 Dwarf Wolf men who have opposing emotions. It seems that this village is a voting form where the majority votes overwhelm the minority votes, and the opponents passively accept the group's decision. However, Keeman is an evil god. How could he indulge those who know better? Everyone must accept the random buff magic. The next second, all the Dwarf Wolf tribes felt an inexplicable power surge in their bodies. Some Dwarf Wolf tribes suffered strong backlash, and could not withstand the pressure, turning into a pile of bones. Those healthy and adult Dwarf Wolf tribes were terrified, because they also felt strange power rising in their bodies. Awooh! After a long time, the Dwarf Wolf tribe survived and became stronger, but half of the tribe members were forced to die. The surviving Dwarf Wolf tribes were silent, with tears in their eyes. After a while, they wiped their tears, and came to the resurrection altar of the tribe, waiting for the newborn to appear. The tears on their faces had dried, as if they had never flowed. Chapter 138. Keeman woke up on his own initiative, and turned his head to see a short sword on the ground. The short sword is relatively short. How short is it? It is only 10 centimeters long. Although it is small, it is very delicate. The sword body is silver white, polished, and the reflective surface is as clear as a mirror. The hilt itself is golden, with a thin guard and a round handle. There are golden silk strips on the handle that are tightly crossed. Such a small sword gives people a feeling of perfection. It is beautiful just by looking at it. Tang Yuan rolled over and barked loudly, expressing his love. White Sugar also barked, and even a sand sculpture shouted beautifully. He liked this sword very much. Keeman deeply agreed. This sword is really handsome. No, a dog and an eagle both think it is beautiful. Are the aesthetics of both sides really the same? Keeman believes that different races have different aesthetics, and will not form such outrageous and identical judgments. Keeman realized that something was wrong, and there might be something wrong with the sword. He took a look at the sword. How could there be anything wrong with such a perfect sword? Keeman was a little crazy, thinking that there was nothing wrong with this perfect sword, and there was no need to use the big-faced cat. But he thought that he had to take the sword to the testing bureau for testing. Otherwise, he would have to explain it when he used it in the future. It is better to test it early than late, so he might as well test it first. Keeman overcame his definition of perfection in his heart, and used the idea of testing to sacrifice the big-faced cat, feeding it dried fish, and pushing the fish head into the cat's mouth while looking into the big-faced cat's eyes. Strange knowledge has increased. Flawless sword. This is a sword with no flaws in appearance, and everyone who sees it thinks it is perfect. Hold the hilt of the sword and chant change, change, change. The flawless sword will become bigger. Chant shrink, shrink, shrink. The flawless sword will become smaller. When holding the hilt of the sword, no matter what the host does, it will appear perfect in subjective vision. After holding it for a long time, I like to stand high and look down. After the introduction, Kuming realized that this is a sword for showing off. If it is not used for showing off, perfection is not very useful. Kuming believes that he is not a person who likes to show off. When shooting the evaluation video, he tries to shoot the video with the mentality of an ordinary person, so as to meet the psychological needs of ordinary audiences and achieve a resonance in mentality. Sometimes, the barrage of some fans makes Kumeng feel deeply. Such as I also want to have such a friend, I understand. I buy a sculpture here, change it for me, change it for me, change it for me. It hasn't changed yet, but it's already been used. Although the probability of special items appearing is high, the number is reduced across the country's Koi Islands. So most of the viewers who watch special evaluations are ordinary people who don't have special items at home. In order to make ordinary people without special items feel involved, Keeman racked his brains and did a lot of thinking, and found that starting from the perspective of ordinary people is the easiest way for the audience to get involved. For the new evaluation video, Keeman still plans to start from the perspective of an ordinary person. First, click on the task list to check the video progress of the sand sculpture evaluation. The number of viewers has not yet reached the standard. Not so fast, after all, the new difficult task requires 2 million viewers. At present, the evaluation video of white sugar has just exceeded 3 million views, and in the system task, the actual audience is only 1.8 million, so we have to wait a little longer. This difficult task is estimated to be completed today. Keeman can first shoot a video of the flawless sword as material, and then take on a new evaluation video task after the task is completed. The poor honey video has been kept in the bottom of Keeman's box, and it is not time for it to be born yet. Keeman got off the bed, and picked up the golden-handled short sword with a length of only 10 centimeters. The sword body is very small, not even as long as an adult's palm. When holding the hilt, Keeman himself did not feel anything, but Tang Yuan and Bai Shetang beside him immediately felt different. Woof woof. Tang Yuan shouted dog language lines such as 666, handsome handsome handsome. Bai Shetang did not dare to make too loud a sound. It was timid, but it still couldn't help shouting aw. Handsome as hell? Is this the sand sculpture language? Keeman held back a look at Bai Shetang. Bai Shetang immediately shrank his head into his wings, and his wings shook off a small piece of yellow sand. Keeman saw the sand, and the hand holding the flawless sword patted the scarf first, and took out the transparent pet box. There was a sand saltworm in the pet box, all white. The sand saltworm hadn't eaten any sand today, but it was so hungry that its stomach was screaming, and it made a strange sound from its mouth. Ah! The sound was very scary, as if it came from the abyss, and Keeman's eardrums felt a little agitated. Tang Yuan was unmoved, and the sound didn't shake it. White Sugar was startled. The sound of this little bug was so scary that it immediately shook out a lot of yellow sand. The sand saltworm in the transparent pet box saw it, and it became even hungrier and thirstier, and its sound became even more weird, which made people feel a little scared. If it were a normal person, he would probably faint from the sound, but Keeman stood still, and the impact was not deep. Keeman was a little thirsty, and the feeling of thirst was still there, but not as severe as before. He felt very thirsty occasionally, and didn't feel thirsty after drinking water at other times. The problem of eating for the sand saltworm is not urgent. Kumeng held the hilt of the sword and whispered to the sword, "Change, change, change." The sword body immediately became larger and longer, and suddenly grew to a length of 40 to 50 centimeters. The sand saltworm was originally very hungry, and kept shouting. Seeing the man in front of him shouting change, 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 the white sword rose, like a white dragon, and the precious light was compelling, instantly grabbing the attention of the whole audience. Perfect, too perfect. The man holding the sword also looked handsome to the sand saltworm. For a moment, the worm was a little confused and forgot that it was very hungry. The strange cry immediately turned into a whimpering sound like a young wife, which seemed to be a praise, but Kumeng couldn't hear it clearly, its voice was too small. The glutinous rice balls on the side were also stunned. This thing is really handsome. The sand sculpture White Sugar also forgot to tremble, and his eyes were wide open. What is perfection? This is perfection. Keeman looked at the silent sand saltworm and the dull White Sugar, and just came to his senses. This sword is perfect. Unexpectedly strong. This is even cross-species. Chapter 139. Keeman held the sword and shouted change, change, change again, and the short sword became longer again, growing to about 60 to 70 centimeters. Tang Yuan, White Sugar, and Sand Saltworm opened their eyes again and were stunned. Keeman didn't know what they saw, but they were blinded. You should know that Tang Yuan's resistance is also very high, which shows how attractive this sword is. Keeman shouted change, change, change again, and the long sword became longer again, growing to a distance of 1 meter. Is there no limit to lengthening? Keeman shouted several times in a row, and the sword in his hand also grew to 2 meters long. It's a bit too much. Keeman carried this big long sword in his hand. It's hard to imagine how to fight with a long sword. The venue is a bit small, so the length test will not be done for the time being. Keeman began to chant shrink, 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 and the sword immediately began to shrink. After chanting several times in a row, the perfect flawless sword shrank to about 10 centimeters and stopped shrinking. Keeman took a ruler to measure its length, and it was indeed 10 centimeters long. At this time, the sand saltworm was still looking at Keeman, but it began to feel hungry again, and gradually remembered that it had not eaten sand yet. The sand saltworm screamed a strange scream, which was very unpleasant. Okay, I let you eat sand now, stop screaming. Keeman opened the box, and the sand saltworm immediately got out of the pet box without saying a word, and ran straight to the feet of White Sugar, where there was a pile of yellow sand. White Sugar watched the white sand saltworm rush into a pile of yellow sand and roll around, swallowing the yellow sand in big mouthfuls. The speed of the sand saltworm eating sand was not very fast, and the pile of yellow sand under the feet of White Sugar was enough for it to eat for a few minutes. Keeman brought a white bowl and told the sand saltworm that if it wanted to defecate, it could defecate in the bowl. Anyway, Keeman has no intention of eating it for the time being. Tang Yuan said that it can take over the salt pulled out by the sand saltworm. Tang Yuan has been watching food videos on his mobile phone recently, and found that salt is added every time when cooking. He has not seen any dish without salt yet, so Tang Yuan knows that salt is something that can be eaten. Keeman has no opinion. As the saying goes, a dog can't change his nature. Tang Yuan is essentially a canine, nothing wrong with it. Bai Shetang looked down at the sand saltworm eating sand. To be honest, he was a little scared at first, but as time went by, the sand saltworm did not show strong aggression. It buried its head and ate the pile of sand, and Bai Shetang's fear faded. The little sand sculpture turned his eyes, gently shook his wings, and slightly controlled the direction of the feathers to shake off, and shook the sand accurately onto the eyes of the sand saltworm. The sand saltworm was still opening its eyes, and suddenly it was covered with sand. Its body twitched violently and shook. The sand was shaken off, and the sand that could not be shaken off was also swept away by its eyelids. White Sugar felt very interesting, and shook its wings gently, playing with the sandworms by dropping sand from the sky. Seeing this, Kumeng secretly took out his camera and took a picture of the sand sculpture teasing the worms. I thought White Sugar would look aggrieved, but it turned out that Kumeng was overthinking. White Sugar's mentality was still very good, and now he has started to play with the worms in various ways. After the sandworm licked the sand under its feet, the sandworm climbed onto White Sugar's bird claws and licked the sand on its claws. White Sugar shook its wings and scattered small sand, and the sandworm immediately turned its head to chase the sand. White Sugar controlled the speed of shaking the sand and circled around. The sandworm also followed the sand and circled around, being played by White Sugar. The golden fur ball Tang Yuan on the side continued to play with his mobile phone. The voice of add a spoonful of White Sugar and a spoonful of table salt came from the mobile phone, and he was watching with relish. Keeman was staring at the camera next to him, shooting video materials openly. After shooting for a while, White Sugar found that the evil god was staring at it and playing with insects. White Sugar was a little embarrassed and buried its head in its wings, pretending that others could not see it. The sand saltworm was walking around and suddenly found that there was no sand and screamed. However, it had eaten sand today, so its appetite was satisfied, and it stopped screaming, but climbed on the claws of White Sugar and drilled into the bird's feathers, making it its new home. Keeman thought that the material ended here, but when he saw the sand saltworm crawling into the feathers, his eyes lit up immediately, and he zoomed in to shoot the new experience of sand saltworms at close range. White Sugar naturally heard Keeman's approaching footsteps, and knew that Keeman was staring at it, so White Sugar dared not move even more. White Sugar also felt the feeling of the little bug falling into the feather. It wanted to shake off the bug, but the evil god was watching it from the side, so it didn't dare to move and could only let the bug run wild. The sand saltworm originally wanted to live in the feather, but found that as its body moved, the feathers were plucked by it, and then there was more sand in the gaps between the feathers. Seeing the sand saltworm was overjoyed and started licking it directly. This is a wonderful paradise, and it wants to live here forever. As long as it moves, there will be food, and it will never worry about food in this life. White Sugar felt itchy, and the other party was getting more and more, which was really unbearable. It shook its wings violently, shook off the bug, and at the same time sprinkled a piece of sand. The sand saltworm was thrown away by White Sugar, but it did not forget its original intention and continued to crawl towards White Sugar. First lick the sand off the floor, then climb up along the claws, and then shake the white sugar, repeating back and forth. Keeman filmed for a while, and after the material shots were repeated, he stopped filming and went to the living room to direct Tangyuan to cook noodles for breakfast. He sat on a chair and planned how to film the material of the flawless sword. After breakfast, Keeman came to the investigation bureau to test the flawless sword. In the professional testing room, Keeman took out the flawless sword from his scarf. The moment the dagger came out, the girls in the testing room stared at the dagger. In their eyes, the silver sword with a gold handle was silver and bright, delicate and beautiful, like a shortened silver dragon, calm and restrained. What a beautiful sword! So handsome! The girls' eyes kept wandering between the sword and the man. Not only was the sword beautiful, but the man holding the sword was also handsome. Keeman had stated in advance the characteristics of the flawless sword, and the person holding the sword would also be stained with the aura of perfection, so the appearance bonus in their eyes was the bonus of the flawless sword. The two young ladies seemed to understand, but they kept staring at it anyway. Keeman put the sword on the professional weighing machine, and got a weight of 100 grams, which was very light. After Keeman let go of the sword, the aura of perfection faded, and the two girls' eyes looking at Keeman gradually returned to normal, and found that Keeman was not as perfect as they imagined. Why do I feel that he is not perfect enough? Is it really the effect of the sword? Although the perfect appearance faded, Keeman was not ugly, and was still quite attractive. The two young ladies blushed and felt ashamed of their straight eyes just now. Keeman didn't care, picked up the sword, and muttered something in his mouth. Change, change, change. The short sword became longer, and the surface of the sword reflected the light, and the precious light was transparent and shining, as if a sharp sword energy was gushing out. The two young ladies' eyes lit up again. They felt that at this moment, Kumeng was like a sword immortal, with an extraordinary temperament and aloof from the world. He was so perfect. Chapter 140. After the sword body becomes longer, the weight is also different. It is obvious that the flawless sword is a bit heavy. After being placed on the scale for a few seconds, the word 1 kilogram pops up. At this time, the total length of the flawless sword is 50 centimeters. After another change, the sword becomes 75 centimeters long, and the weight becomes 1.5 kilograms. Changing further, the weight of a 1 meter long sword rises to 2 kilograms. Changing again, 1 meter and 25 meters, the weight is 2.5 kilograms. Because the space in the test room is very large, Kumeng kept shouting change, change, change to the flawless sword, and the sword kept getting longer. When it grew to more than 10 meters, the weight had risen to 20 kilograms. The 10-meter-long sword is very heavy, but the flawless sword has not grown to the end. Kumeng suspected that it could grow to 40 meters, so he immediately changed to a basement test room and continued to shout change, change, change. 20 meters, 30 meters, 40 meters, the perfect sword has a curved arc and grows into the shape of a knife. If you let it grow longer, it has stopped growing, and its weight remains at 80 kilograms. With a weight of 80 kilograms, it is difficult for a normal person to lift this long knife, and its center of gravity is difficult to grasp. Keeman patted his scarf, put on a giant glove on his right hand, and gently lifted the sword, and then he picked up the 80-kilogram 40-meter-long knife. Holding the 40-meter-long knife, it was obviously very strange, but everyone still thought it was too perfect. The long blade and the silver sword body made Keeman look perfect, like a god of war. Yes, now he is not a fairy, but looks like an invincible god of war, carrying a 40-meter-long knife on his shoulder and letting others run 39 meters first. Domineering, the tester girl looked like a peach blossom, staring at the 40-meter-long knife, with infinite associations. The soldier in charge of the order on the scene was also fascinated by the 40-meter-long sword, and his heart was extremely hot. A real man should stand on the top of the mountain with such a long sword and cut the long river with one sword. Such thoughts rushed through his mind. Keeman held the sword, and he also had an impulse in his heart to stand on a high place and carry the sword on his shoulder. But Keeman held back and kept shouting shrink, 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 shrinking the flawless sword to a length of 50 centimeters. The domineering aura, like a god of war, was gone, and Keeman in the eyes of everyone regained the feeling of fairy spirit. The staff took a deep breath and brought a pile of paper to test the sharpness of the sword. Pushing paper is a simple and convenient way to test. Why not slashing? Because slashing is accompanied by the strength and speed of the human body, plus the sharpness of the sword itself. The three factors are integrated into one, and the sharpness of the flawless sword cannot be directly revealed. Pushing paper eliminates the need for strength and speed bonuses. While listening to the popular science of the tester, Keyman slowly controlled the sword to push a thick stack of paper. The 50-centimeter flawless sword was gently pushed into the paper. The paper touched the edge of the blade and quickly separated. The sword body easily cut through, leaving a neat cut. In the eyes of the tester, the sword in Keyman's hand seemed to come alive, easily cutting through the thick paper layer, which was very handsome. After testing the paper pushing, there are other test methods. After a while, the staff brought 30 wet straw mats and placed them in a row. After these straw mats were softened, the density and toughness were close to the structure of bones and flesh. This round used human strength and speed. Keyman's flawless sword became longer and cut horizontally without the giant gloves. The 5 straw mats had oblique tangents. It fell to the ground with a snap, and the cut was smooth. In the eyes of outsiders, the sword in Keyman's hand seemed to flash a silver light, and with a swish, the straw mat was cut in half by the sword light. It was so beautiful, this sword. However, this round of tests showed that the sharpness of the flawless sword has not exceeded the limit of the sword. In the international record, professionals can cut off more than 20 straw mats with one sword. But considering that the flawless sword can become longer, the weight will also change with the length, and Keyman tested it again with various lengths. The longer it is, the heavier the sword is, and the more straw mats it can chop. When it grows to several meters, it is already difficult to swing the sword. The exquisite instrument also shows that the edge of the flawless sword has slight wear and tear, and it is no longer as sharp as when it was first tested. In general, the sword itself has not exceeded the limit of the material, that is, there is no extraordinary power bonus. Without the extraordinary power bonus, it can indeed play a very powerful slash with the giant power gloves to open the 40-meter-long sword mode, but the sword may also break. Just now, when Keyman carefully grasped the flawless sword with the giant glove, the hilt felt a slight shattering. If the golden thread of the hilt had not tightly wrapped the hilt, delaying the transmission of power, the hilt might have broken. Then, the tester's earphones rang, and she looked at Keyman shyly. Director Lay said that someone is going to test the weird book. Do you want to take a look and test whether the flawless sword can kill the evil spirits? Weird book. Keyman remembered the sacrifice said by the grassland werewolf. The weird book. Writing on it will give birth to evil creatures, and the more you write, the more you bleed. This evil prop has never been tested, and has been piled up in the sealed warehouse of the Investigation Bureau. Now finally a tester is willing to test it. Testing the weird book means that the tester will bleed on his own initiative, which means risks. If they are willing to test it, they must be aware of it, and have made serious considerations. Okay. Kunming agreed. After a while, Kunming came to an empty room full of talismans. 4 load-bearing pillars were hung with calligraphy words, to suppress evil spirits. This is a special room specially prepared by the Investigation Bureau for testing evil items. The talismans around the room are all exorcism talismans, which can not only exorcise evil spirits, but also prevent evil spirits from escaping through the wall, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. The paper for calligraphy works is not a remnant, but the words are written with a special brush, which has the effect of calming the house. In addition, each tester also carries some special items to restrict evil spirits. Director Lay, why are there so many talismans here? Kunming looked at the talismans on the wall, and found that their runes were all the same. That is a dozen talismans variation. A dozen talismans have thousands of pieces, so they can cover the ceiling and walls. Director Lay explained casually. Keyman nodded. It seemed that the room was quite safe. After a while, someone brought a sealed box and opened the password lock under the surveillance. The Book of Strange Characters reappeared. The cover of the book was made of human skin, and several human skins were connected by hemp rope. There were some black blood stains, which were full of evil charm. The air seemed to drop a few degrees when the Book of Strange Characters was first published. The courageous tester placed the book in the middle of the 4 load-bearing columns, then cut his finger with a knife and wrote on the book. Bloody strange characters were generated on the pages of the book, and Keyman vaguely saw a black fog flash by. If this Book of Strange Characters is not fed with blood, it cannot generate evil spirits. Now that blood has been injected, the room is windless and the environment becomes darker. The light above the head flickers. At this time, the talisman on the wall lit up, and the faint blue light drove away the dark atmosphere that had just been generated, allowing the light to shine on the world again. The calligraphy and paintings on the 4 load-bearing pillars also shook in the wind, and the 4 words suppress evil spirits shone brightly. Chapter 141. Tester Chen-Yi is a brave young man. He is still an E-level member, but he has dared to participate in the evaluation of the weird book. The current level of the weird book is unknown, and it is tentatively set as a 6th level thing. If the evil spirits born are very difficult to fight, they will be upgraded according to the deterrence level. By the way, the fruit of the spiritual fruit tree that Kuming handed in last time has grown from a bud to a tree. The top management is currently reevaluating the level of the spiritual fruit tree, so Kuming's contribution may be higher. Correspondingly, Kuming can also use his contribution to exchange for new items. Tester Chen Yi's fingertips were bleeding, and the weird characters were written more and more, all the way to 7 weird characters. He pulled out his finger and prepared to put on a band-aid, but he saw that the blood on his finger was connected to the weird book. The thin and long blood flow was like a river, bending into a bridge in the air and rushing towards the book. Grass. Chen Yi called out the name of a green plant. The green shoes on his legs suddenly burst into green fluorescence. He immediately retreated backwards, leaving a long string of phantoms. The phantoms came quickly and disappeared quickly. Chen Yi used 0.1 second to pull away 50 meters. The blood flow on his finger was interrupted, and the blood that had flowed into the air slowly flowed into the strange book. The cold wind blew, and the black mist automatically gushed out. The translucent cloak ghost surged from the book. When the ghost was born, it was accompanied by a long scream. The calligraphy words of the 4 load-bearing columns that suppressed evil spirits glowed with clear light. The strange sound was locked in the space of the 4 columns. Only the sound of slight impact was transmitted outside the 4 columns, allowing several testers to hear it. Kuming was not affected at all after hearing it. With the weakening of the 4 load-bearing columns, he could withstand it without any damage with 80 points of resistance. At this time, the blood on the book rushed to the tail of the ghost's cloak, making the tail dyed bright red. But the tester Chen Yi retreated too quickly, and the blood was not enough, so the ghost only dyed the upper half of the body red, and the upper half of the cloak was still black. The black ghost screamed loudly, and his dark eyes were full of malice. He instinctively wanted to suck the human blood outside the 4 pillars. It rushed towards Keeman, and the calligraphy on the 4 pillars showed its power. With a loud bang, the ghost hit the air wall between the 2 load-bearing pillars and bounced back. The evil ghost continued to attack, and hit the wall in the air again. It has not broken through the blockade of the 4 pillars, and it is still within the acceptable range. Director Lei, an A-level member, breathed a sigh of relief. He was holding the jade rui in his hand, which was already glowing, but when he saw that the black ghost could not break through the blockade of the 4 pillars, he knew that this backhand could not be used. "How many words did you write?" Director Lei asked. "I wanted to write 1 word, but my hand didn't listen to me and didn't stop at all. When I pulled my fingers away, I had already written 7 words. Chen Yi said in fear, remembering the bloodthirstiness of the book, and was very greedy. "Well, I saw it just now. When you pulled your finger out, the blood on your finger didn't stop flowing, and it formed a line in the air. This thing is really weird. Our investigation bureau doesn't need this kind of thing at all. Testing it is a waste of resources." Director Lei felt the same way. While everyone was discussing the evil spirit in the shape of a black cloak, Keeman had already taken out the perfect flawless sword and extended it to 40 meters. At this moment, Keeman stood in front, and the cold wind blew his coat, making his clothes rustle. The 40-meter-long sword is like the brightest light in the dark night. It shines so brightly in the cold wind that people can't take their eyes off it. Just looking at it makes people fall in love with it. "Oh my god, so handsome?" Chen Yi stared. For the first time, he found that this sword was so perfect that it was suffocating, and the person holding the sword was so strong that he looked like a god of war. "I feel that Keeman's sword can blow up the investigation bureau." Director Lei's eyebrows jumped slightly, and he had a very terrible thought, afraid that Keeman would really cut the ground with 1 sword. "Don't worry, this sword has no extraordinary power," Keeman explained softly. In the ears of everyone, Keeman's voice was extremely firm and powerful, like the faith in the Dark Ages, and even the sound he made was full of invincible faith. Keeman put on the giant power gloves. It was really difficult to lift this thing without gloves. 80 kilograms, that is, 160 pounds. It is difficult to lift one hand, and it is even more difficult to swing and cut when the center of gravity moves forward. Keeman raised his long sword. This special test room was not 40 meters high, so Keeman could not lift it up to the sky, and could only stab forward. The black ghost in front of him was huge, estimated to be 3 meters tall, floating in the air and making strange whistling sounds. Half of the body was red, and the other half was black. This was not the black ghost of Raya, and Keeman could feel the difference between the two at a glance. The ghost apostles of Raya were countless times stronger than them, and they had a very deep and dark aura of decay, which was tainted with the aura of the evil god. Keeman had an intuition in his heart that if the ghost of Raya stood here, he didn't need to do anything, just a glance would scare the guy in front of him to the point of soul collapse. While thinking, Keeman drew his sword and stabbed at the huge half-body red-cloaked evil spirit. The half-red-cloaked evil spirit saw that the 40-long sword seemed to have cut through the distance and space, and stabbed straight at him. He could not avoid or dodge. This attack must be powerful and heavy, hitting the origin of the soul. The evil creature trembled, not expecting to encounter such a terrible target just after being born. However, the long sword passed through its body, and nothing happened. The evil spirit was still alive, and its mind was still working. What happened? The evil spirit looked at this extremely perfect stab. From any angle, it was perfect and flawless, and there was no way it could go wrong. This stab should have caused its soul to collapse, but it did not die. It was still alive. So did the person who drew the sword make a mistake? The half-red-clothed evil spirit was confused, and his mind had not yet turned around, still immersed in the amazing and perfect sword. And Keeman saw that the other party was stunned and thought that the other party was dead, so he carefully pulled out the flawless sword. This gentle pull was as delicate as lingering and profound, slow and light, and very perfect. Director Lei was stunned. He had never seen such a beautiful sword sheathing. Chen Yi's hand no longer hurt. He felt that the world was so beautiful. He would practice sword in the future. The Black Ghost was also amazed by the perfect sword sheathing. He kept watching the flawless sword shrink to 75 centimeters. The God of War was gone. He grew into a sword fairy. His face was full of fairy spirit. The sword in his hand was also like a beautiful fairy sword, which made the evil spirit admire. Then, it found that it was still alive. Touched the chest, there was no pain. How could such a perfect sword not hurt? Is this a joke? Is this a joke? The half-red and half-black ghost cloak was furious. Finally, it realized the fact that Keeman was playing a joke on it. Ah, it screamed angrily. Chapter 142. The screams of anger came one after another, and the sound waves were stronger than before. The calligraphy words that suppressed the evil spirit glowed brightly, weakening the power of the evil spirit. Everyone with a discerning eye could see that Keeman's perfect sword just now did not cause any damage to the evil spirit. What a pity, such a perfect sword only has momentum, but no fighting power to match it. Director Lei said regretfully. Director Lei roughly saw through the essence of the flawless sword. It was good-looking but useless. Kameng did not do a new test of the flawless sword. The previous one was really useless. By the way, did you record the video just now? Keeman remembered the evaluation material. The shot just now could definitely be recorded as movie-level material. No special effects needed to be added. The original version was very shocking. Kameng looked around and saw some high-speed cameras, which could capture objects moving at high speed. Each test room has professional video recording. It has been turned on, and is recording. Don't worry. Director Lei nodded. Kameng's expression became relaxed. No matter how he tested next, he didn't need to work hard, just watch it carefully. He had already thought of the material for this video, and he would make a video of the flawless sword slashing the evil spirit with one blow. The title of the video could be called Slaying Demons, or Slaying Ghosts, or something else. Try to be concise and powerful, and add spaces to separate the words, and that flavor comes. At this time, the tester Chen Yi took out the treasures of exorcism as a test tool. The evil spirit in half-red clothes was suppressed by the exorcism props of the 6th level things, and it took more than 10 minutes to finally collapse. At this time, Director Lei began to analyze. Judging from the blood lost by Xiao Chen, and the color of the ghost, the one in full red clothes was the complete form of the evil spirit. The complete form should be stronger, and it needs a level 5 exorcism item to destroy it. This thing. Director Lei finally rated it as a level 5 range, which is a tentative level. The in-depth test did not continue. The Investigation Bureau was unwilling to waste resources on this evil book. This kind of thing just needs to be sealed and never used. In this way, the weird book ended its sinful life, and was put back into the deep prison and sealed forever. Kameng returned the mobile hard drive he had received to the Investigation Bureau, and then the official staff gave him a newly copied video resource of the flawless sword test, which contained more than 2 TB of information. Kameng originally planned to go home to make a video, but heard some colleagues in the Investigation Bureau discussing the corpse case in the mountains. 3 backpackers were in danger in the wilderness, and suspected of being attacked by a group of mutant animals. At present, Whale City has issued a martial law announcement, and everyone is not allowed to do outdoor sports activities. The people of the 48th investigation team searched the entire mountain, and did not see that kind of creature. It was the synesthesia picture that gave the revelation of jealousy. Now the jealousy products have been sent to the mountainous area, and the 48th Investigation Team and another team are conducting a joint investigation. Keeman is a member of the 49th Investigation Team. He has no duty yet. If he is really bored, he can go and see what is going on over there. Keeman thought about it and didn't go. Reason told him to stack up the resistance first, and everything else is empty. Go home and open the H disk sent by the official. This time it is a 4 terabytes disk with 2.6 terabytes of video data. Drag the progress bar at a fast forward speed and cut the content you want to do. In the afternoon, Keeman took a break, but saw that the group of the 49th Investigation Team was lively again. The 48th Investigation Team is back. Some people died, some went crazy, and the living people all had a little smoke coming out of their heads. The animals in the mountains are very weird. Luo Yuan sent a few pictures of the scene, all of which were first-hand information. Keeman glanced at the photos and saw 2 members with dried bodies, 1 male and 1 female. There were also a few photos of people with jealous expressions on their faces, wearing the Special Operations uniforms uniformed by the Investigation Bureau, and their eyes looked a little red. Crazy? Keeman noticed that the people in the photos gave him a vague feeling of mental confusion. Well, after they activated the jealous emotional objects, they let out a group of bats. Although there were special items that immediately opened the barrier to protect the crowd, someone heard the sound of something and pushed the 2 teammates out of the barrier, causing the 2 teammates to be sucked dry by those weird bats. Luo Yuan sent a voice message, and his mood was a little low, and he was obviously sad. This is the current situation of the Investigation Bureau. If the spiritual awareness is a little higher, you will hear things that you shouldn't hear, and then the whole person's mind will become a little strange, and you can even sell out your teammates. Even if you are a high-level member with powerful items, as long as there is a change in your mind, you may push your teammates into the fire pit. No matter how powerful the items you have, it's useless, your teammates will still be deceived. Does our Investigation Bureau have anything to prevent this kind of special bewitching? Kumain couldn't help asking. Yes, there are, but there are not many practical things. For example, your rational copy counts as 1, but the output is really not high. Copying the original has a price, otherwise the Investigation Bureau would have equipped everyone with 1. Luo Yuan said helplessly. And those bewitching voices are often hidden information. We use synesthesia to detect in order to find the source of the incident from the hidden information. If we want to reduce the interference of those secret information, the synesthesia strength will also decrease, and then our original intention of eating spiritual fruit will be in vain. Luo Yuan said the most subjective reason. It is too difficult to be on guard, which involves synesthesia. Without synesthesia, basically nothing will happen, but you don't know where they are hiding, which is equivalent to being useless, allowing dangerous factors to continue to be free. This is a big problem. Not only is the Whale City Investigation Bureau troubled, but other continental countries are also troubled. Then what's next? Kumain wanted to ask if the Investigation Bureau would send a higher-level investigator, but it didn't seem to work. A higher-level investigator means a higher level of spiritual knowledge, and at the same time, more things have been experienced. Now the accident in that mountain forest is related to bat creatures, and it is clear that there is a secret crazy information. If you do the investigation again, you have to measure the rationality of yourself and the entire team. Well, the next task is to seal off the mountain. We won't lean on it. We are often at a disadvantage in fighting against those crazy information. As long as we know that there is something bad, we basically won't lean on it. Is there no way to sanction it? Yes, such as missile washing. Now the Investigation Bureau has applied for a sanctions resolution, and the Investigation Bureau is also preparing to deal with the ecological restoration items after the bombardment of the mountain. Luo Yuan's voice was a little helpless. It can be heard that he was a little sad and unwilling to deal with it, because he was unable to deal with it. If there is no way, who would do this? Kumain listened and secretly clicked his tongue. Missile washing destroyed the original ecology, and the things on that mountain no longer exist. But is this really useful? Those bats can't be found even if you search the mountain at night. You can only call them out with jealous emotional objects. Is bombardment really useful, unless someone uses emotional objects to call them out, and the missiles are connected with zero delay? Chapter 143. When the official news of the approval of the land washing was received, it was already 6 o'clock in the evening. The members of the number 41 investigation team were about to go to the barren mountain, carrying items that aroused jealousy, ready to lure the bats out, and then send a message to the military to bomb them immediately. They carried special defensive items that could save the team from bombing, which was the main reason why they dared to take on the task of bombing the barren mountain. Keeman edited the video while reading the messages in the group. This operation was an extremely dangerous operation, and because the missile landwashing would destroy the local ecology, it would be impossible to restore the synesthesia scene. If it was destroyed, it would really be gone, and there would be no clues. Therefore, the Investigation Bureau started a live broadcast to record the footage of this moment and keep it as an investigation file. Luo Yuan in the group had already applied to the superiors to watch the live broadcast. If he could read something, it would be great. Keeman naturally wanted to watch it, so he also applied. Keeman's application was not easy to pass because he was a full spiritual member, and was more dangerous. In response to this, Director Lei called and told Keeman to come to the Investigation Bureau if he wanted to watch it. Someone would be watching him. If things got bad, he could slap the rational copy on Keeman's face to force him to regain his rationality. Keeman immediately drove to the Investigation Bureau. When he arrived, he immediately entered a computer room that looked like an internet cafe, where more than 20 colleagues were already watching the live broadcast. Keeman sat down, took out the rational copy, and put it on the table. He clicked on the live broadcast room set up inside the Investigation Bureau, entered the password, and successfully entered the live broadcast room. At this time, the people in the live broadcast room came to the barren mountain, and the army had already built a communication-based station on the next mountain to ensure full signal. If the network is interrupted, maybe they are killed, or it may be the influence of abnormal forces. In the live broadcast room, dense green trees are densely gathered in one place, but there is no sound of insects. The sky is half blue and half black, and it is about to get dark. After walking into the mountain road, the sky quickly darkened by 20%, and it became quieter and quieter, like a dead mountain. This mountain is a bit cold. Di Ping, a D-level personnel of the 41st Investigation Team, whispered. The live broadcast room is set up with a barrage function, which can post barrages. Kuming saw some colleagues sending barrages such as Be Careful and Hero. After walking for about 8 minutes, Di Ping and others also stopped and explained to the camera, "We are going to activate emotional items and protective barrier objects. I hope the next picture will be helpful to everyone." Di Ping took out a white ball and squeezed it. The ball immediately blew up and wrapped the 4 people in it. At this time, the people of the investigation team took out a few white mice. The white mice were locked in a cage and chirped. Di Ping took out a strange-looking statue, which was composed of brown and scarlet tones. The scarlet eyes seemed to have an inexplicable magic, and it was hard to tell what it was. Through the screen, Keeman could vaguely sense that the statue itself was emitting a strong emotion. He pointed the front of the statue at the mice, then reached out to grab a mouse, and put his hand into the mouth of the statue. With a click, the claws broke and blood flowed out. The blood soaked the statue red, and the eyes glowed with a creepy red light, illuminating the cage of mice. The eyes of the mice also turned red, chirping, as if they were jealous of something. At this time, the live broadcast camera was operated by another teammate. They learned from the lessons of the previous team, and no longer took risks. Instead, they let the mice themselves feel jealous and led the bats in the mountains. An unknown investigator took out a camera and photographed a cage of mice. The mice actually grew into human-like appearance. They were obviously locked in a small cage. It was impossible for a person to be locked in such a small cage, but it felt real. This camera is a special item similar to honey, which is specially given a strange feeling. They squeezed the membrane of the white ball out of a cage of mice. This membrane was very soft and pushed the object out like water. In the outside world, no one could see the open white ball, and bombing would not work on it. Foreign objects could not break into the white ball without the permission of the owner of the ball. It was an excellent defensive special item. The bait has been sent out, ready to launch. Class D personnel. Di Ping thought calmly. In the Whale City Military District, the missile warehouse opened the cover, corrected the guidance route, and waited for new signals from the frontline personnel. In the live broadcast room, a strange whistle suddenly sounded. Keeman saw that the whole mountain suddenly darkened. There was still some light in the sky, but now it was completely different, and the night enveloped the whole mountain. There are several jealous human creatures in the mouse cage. The cage can't hold them, but they are still put in. The cage feels unreasonable, but the weirdness in the mountain still appears. The whole forest opened red eyes in unison, with the outline of bats. Looking at the camera on the screen, Keeman suddenly thought of Whale County travel notes. Is this the so-called blood disaster? At that time, the Shadow Stream members wanted to sacrifice the blood-stained Whale County travel notes to the Lord of Shadow, but they failed. But the blood disaster was inevitable. Keeman asked in the barrage, has the blood stain of Whale County travel notes been cleaned up? Who knows? 99% of the blood stains in the Whale County travel notes have been cleaned, but there is a piece of blood stain that cannot be removed. Someone responded with a barrage. Keeman nodded. Maybe the problem lies with the book. At this time, the people in the live broadcast room issued a signal to the military to wash the ground with missiles. It was also at this time that a large number of bats came out, flew to the cage, and opened their mouths wide. Several little white mice squeaked, and while they were jealous, they flowed out bloody substances and sucked them into the mouths of the bats. In less than 30 seconds, several little white mice became dried rats, dry and without a trace of blood in their bodies. The bats did not hide, they had been brought out, so naturally they had to go around the hill again to see if there were any living animals. And the people in the sphere began to carefully sense each other. They did not eat spiritual fruits, and their spiritual awareness was basically around 80, unlike the last time when the spiritual awareness of the personnel had exceeded 90. When the spiritual perception score is above 80 points, the information that can be perceived increases by 10% for each higher number. 90 points is already a very high level, and it is very easy to hear bad content. At this moment, the four people sat in the white sphere, vaguely heard chaotic whispers, and saw some backpackers and animals being sucked into mummies. Ping took out a snack bag, which contained mutated mint leaves, which had a special calming effect. He handed a leaf to each teammate. There was not much of this thing in stock, so one less leaf was eaten. After holding the mint leaf, the heart was much calmer, and the noisy information was temporarily suppressed, allowing them to think about more things. In the investigation bureau, Keeman wore monitoring headphones and listened carefully to the ambient sound of the scene. It was not clear to hear through the headphones, and the atmosphere was not as good as on the scene, so Keeman did not perceive anything. He needed to be on the scene to feel the synesthesia, and this thought flashed through Keeman's mind. At this time, the screen lit up. The dazzling light hit the screen, and a deafening sound came. The camera kept shaking, the soil seemed to be rolling, the trees were burning, the grass was reduced to ashes, and the bats were screaming strangely. All the sounds mixed together, and rushed over through the headphones at once. Chapter 144. There is too much dense information, and the headphones have reached their upper limit. They cannot classify these sounds well, and can only push them all at once. Listening to these sounds, Keeman seemed to hear the miserable cries of life when it was evaporated by high temperature, and countless lives were lost. With less vitality, they turned into dead air. Is the missile bombing right? Keeman doesn't know, and he can't answer. The signal in the live broadcast room became unstable. Although they are protected by white balls, shock waves and high temperatures cannot erode them, but the wireless signal is affected. The bombing lasted for a few minutes, and a few minutes later, the interrupted signal was picked up. We are still alive, and no one is crazy. After the live broadcast room was restored, Ping's first sentence stabilized the morale of the army, and everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Now we are waiting for military drones to detect whether there are bats on the mountain. Although they have mutated, their bodies have not yet escaped the physical limits of carbon-based organisms. After that, Ping took a cage of mice for testing again, and made them into jealous objects in the same way, and threw them out of the white ball. Outside the white sphere, there was a thick smoke, and the flames burned the remaining materials. The environment was very bad. The little white mouse started to squeak as soon as it was thrown out. It was burned by the high temperature of the environment. However, the jealousy in the white mouse did not decrease at all, and it was still very strong. Ping used a flashlight and a camera to shoot the little white mouse, hoping that no bats would suck their blood. After waiting for a while, the bats did not appear. Near the mountain, the army sent a military fire truck to put out the fire on the edge first. The people of the number 41 investigation team still stayed on the mountain, silently synesthetizing, without sensing any living creatures. They only felt that this piece of mountain was dead, and it had nothing left. Keeman stopped reading. His intuition told him that there was no relevant information. Moreover, the army had investigators who were responsible for saving the ecological environment. Restoring a mountain should not be a problem. However, what price they had to pay was not something Keeman should know. Director Lay, I want to see the Whale County travel notes. Keeman found Director Lay himself in the live studio. In addition to the director, the only senior official in the branch that he often contacted was Director Lay. Follow me. Director Lay thought for a while and nodded. After a while, Keeman saw the Whale County travel notes, soaked in holy light in a room on the 8th floor underground. The Whale County travel notes is an ancient book. The book is fuzzy, and the cover is slightly curled, revealing the yellowed pages inside. The paper is very thin and brittle, as if it would be torn if you turned the book hard. Keeman asked Director Lei, and saw Director Lei nod. So he walked into the holy light pool, and was surrounded by the holy light. His whole body was warm, and his skin was covered with a layer of light. Wearing a black and red checkered scarf, Keeman came to the ancient book and gently opened the cover. He saw the preface left by the ancients, which described the author's writing intentions and experiences, hoping that what he saw and heard in the book could help later generations. Keeman touched the dry and fragile pages of the book, and actually felt a strong pulse from the book itself, beating like a heart, very powerful. Keeman gently turned the pages, one by one. Each page was the author's local experience, writing about local anecdotes and sensational strange stories. Turning to page 54, Keeman stopped at this page and saw some blood stains on the page, but under the shining of the holy light, these blood stains were slowly disappearing. This page is about a strange story about a bat sucking blood. The blood stain that couldn't be removed before was on this page. Now the blood stain is disappearing, which means things are getting better, Director Lei said happily. Under the gaze of the two, the blood stain slowly disappeared. The holy light passed, and the page was as neat as before. However, through the touch of his fingers, Keeman keenly felt that the paper was more brittle than before. Keeman expressed his feelings, and Director Lei was thoughtful. Maybe it's because the ecology is destroyed. Alas, there is no way, we can only do it this way. We still can't directly fight against the secret existence now, it's too difficult. Director Lei sighed, this matter is actually not easy at all. There was no major bloodshed because the Investigation Bureau tried its best to suppress the situation. If it didn't suppress it, something very terrible would happen. Keeman listened and turned the pages at the same time. After turning the whole book, he didn't see a single blood stain. By the way, the tree in the desert has already produced fruit, and the fruit can continue to sprout. Moreover, the tree itself has been made into special paper by the printer. Using it to copy some text has a special effect, and is helpful to the whole country. So your spiritual fruit tree has been reevaluated, and its influence far exceeds the original prediction. It has now been upgraded to a first-level thing. The contribution value has been sent to your ID. If you want any special items, you can ask us for them. Director Lei paused, and your house is too small, live in a new house. We have prepared a big villa for you. Keeman thought about it, and did not refuse the good intentions of the Investigation Bureau, and agreed. As Director Lei said, Keeman's house can only accommodate small trees. The spiritual fruit tree is not tall. Not counting the length of the roots, it is only about 2 meters. The height of Keeman's house is 2.8 meters. But if something bigger is born next time, the house may be broken. Considering this situation, the Investigation Bureau specially equipped a new house for Keeman. But the house is not built yet. They are using special items to build a building over there. The structure of the house has been built, but it has not been decorated yet. You can move in directly after the decoration is completed. Director Lei drew a map coordinate for Keeman, and he would be able to move in about a day or two. A normal house can never be built that fast, but the Investigation Bureau has special items. It is not a problem to build a building quickly and decorate quickly. The difficulty lies in the cost of using these items. If there is no cost, the infrastructure maniac said that they can build houses every day and build houses on all the land. Keeman returned home that night. It was already 10 o'clock. Take a shower, render the video, and take a look at the progress bar of the evaluation video. The difficult task has been completed. Keeman clicked to receive the reward for the sand sculpture test, and his resistance increased by 50 points. The total resistance value has now risen to 130 points. His resistance is already very high. Among the investigators, except for those who have special items that increase their physical fitness, there is basically no one like him who is invulnerable and can resist mental interference. However, for the sake of prudent considerations, the evaluation video must be made. If it can increase resistance, why not do it? Keeman clicked on the new difficult task to accept the needs of 2 million viewers. Speaking of difficulty, Keeman did not think the task was difficult. The evaluation system seemed to have a misunderstanding of the word difficult, or its understanding was different from Keeman's. Keeman thought about it for a while on the bed, and gradually fell asleep. At the end of the bed, Bai Shatang shook his wings, shook the worm to the ground, and then stepped over with one claw and pressed the sand salt worm under his feet. Tang Yuan took out his mobile phone, set the mute button, and played with his mobile phone quietly. Bai Shatang was a little bored standing there, so he secretly glanced over. When it saw this, it was fascinated. Chapter 145. In the dream, Keeman continued to communicate with Lu Siding, the chief believer among humans, to see what she was doing. Keeman had cleared the remaining chaotic information in her mind, but the remaining knowledge that had been integrated into her consciousness could not be cleared, and it depended on her personal luck. As soon as Keeman came online, he saw Lu Siding playing in the water. She had initially realized that during the period when she lost her mind, the evil god gave her knowledge beyond the current era. That was a very magical knowledge, completely different from the current Orange Star technology. It was a technology that used the body and soul to shuttle through the water together. In order to achieve this technology, the soul and the body must be extremely close. What Lu Siding heard was not real. Some knowledge came out naturally, and when she thought about it again, she felt that some of the content was very confusing. When she thought of the confusing knowledge, her mind began to be confused again, her consciousness was not clear, and she thought about this and that. Sometimes she fell on the bed, and did not know what strange thing she did. Keeman watched for a while, and stopped watching. That knowledge was not so easy to digest, and Lu Siding had to slowly comprehend it. The process of understanding is bound to take some time, and Keeman turned to look at the construction of the dream world. Keeman looked around and found that the world tree and the Tower of Babel had become taller. The number of people involved in the construction doubled, and the construction speed also doubled. In the plains, there were dense factory-type constructions, and the industrial system was really improved from scratch. Without an industrial system, the Orange Star people didn't know how to develop. Keeman didn't stop them from developing industry. After all, this was the safest route. As long as they developed along the technological line, they would sooner or later be able to build airplanes, rockets, and other things, and then fly into the sky. But what would be in the sky? Keeman thought about it, but there was nothing. The dream world was twisted into a joint dream by Keeman. In essence, many things were projections of the dreams of various players. But because it was too complicated, no one could control these things. Only the evil god integrated these things. Keeman was thinking about what to add to the sky, or to do nothing. It was also when Keeman was thinking that the face-pinching game made by Orange Star was officially launched. One day, countless players became game characters through face-pinching creations, and then dreamed in the game. Player Luo Xiaobei used superb manufacturing knowledge in the face-pinching game to restore the structure of a supersonic aircraft. Then she turned into an airplane and dreamed in the game. The feeling of becoming an airplane is really different. Luo Xiaobei was originally a cute and fierce little loli, but at this moment she was very calm as an electronic machine without emotions. She could feel that her body became very three-dimensional, and strange things grew out of it, and various forces were transmitted from the internal organs of her body. The fuel burned, and a large amount of heat was discharged through the butt engine, pushing the body forward. Luo Xiaobei lived as an airplane for the first time and almost crashed into the ground. Fortunately, she raised the nose of the plane in time, and the plane took off and flew into the blue sky. On the ground, some players were stunned by the plane that suddenly appeared. What is this? As the industrial level reached the level of an airplane, Luo Xiaobei was focused on how to control her body, and didn't care about the opinions of people on the ground. In reality, she is an engine researcher. Although she can't restore an interstellar battleship with her knowledge, she can easily make airplanes in ancient times without any brainstorming. This is also the reason why she was able to quickly build a fuel plane in one day. With enough knowledge, she can do anything quickly. The plane flew in the sky for a while. Her calm electronic thinking made her thoughts extremely fast and sharp. From the initial discomfort to adaptation, Luo Xiaobei felt that she had changed. After she became familiar with the sense of direction, she began to slowly feel the movement of various parts of her body, increase the horsepower, and climb upwards. Her body is an airplane, and she does not need to learn to breathe oxygen like humans, so she can fly all the way and gradually break the sound barrier. Supersonic technology is a very simple technology in her eyes. When building an airplane, she also considered the application of airflow to the body. The excellent body design has maximized the reduction of wind resistance. When Keeman was inspecting the players, he happened to see Luo Xiaobei's shining appearance. Why is there a plane suddenly? Keeman was confused. Carefully feeling the breath of the plane, it turned out to be a player, not a cold dead object. Keeman could sense Luo Xiaobei's emotions, 95% of which were calm, and the remaining 5% were distractions as a human being, but the distractions accounted for too small a proportion, and were overwhelmed by calm emotions, and could not become the dominant emotions. A circle of white cloud umbrellas appeared on the plane, which was a supersonic sonic cloud, which was the shock wave surface generated when an object caught up with the sound waves it emitted, increasing the resistance of the air to the object. Now players have even opened up the role of airplanes? Keeman looked at it for a few seconds and immediately realized the great fun contained in it. Originally, he wanted to let 100 flowers bloom in the dream, and all elements could be accommodated. Now it seems that Orange Star has initially realized this dream. Keeman secretly sensed the perspective of the plane. There was a white fog in front of the plane, and the speedometer had accelerated to 8 times the speed of sound. 8 supersonic speeds. If there were people in the plane, they might have been crushed to death. But there was no one in the plane. The whole plane was her body. This was the legendary integration of man and machine. The plane broke through the clouds all the way, overcoming the gravity brought by the land itself, and gradually approached the bottom cloud layer. This is not a planet in the dream world, but in order to allow everyone to walk normally, Keeman designed the land to have its own gravity, forming a gravity field-like environment. After a while, Luo Xiaobei's supersonic plane broke through the top cloud layer, and the sonic boom cloud slowly disappeared. For the first time, he saw the sky above the clouds. A piece of gray blue, as clean as if it had been washed, without impurities. That was the background board made by Keeman. In theory, this layer of space has no end, and the plane can fly forever. Luo Xiaobei looked at the blue sky and rarely showed a confused mood. This kind of feeling of being lost often happens in the space fleet, and it is a level that the new generation of Orange Star people need to overcome. Luo Xiaobei is not from the space fleet, and this is her first experience. It turns out that there is nothing up there. Luo Xiaobei sighed, but she continued to fly. Maybe she didn't fly high enough. Luo Xiaobei glanced at her speedometer. The speed of the plane was so fast that the engine material was also wearing out rapidly. She turned off the engine and let the plane fly by inertia. The speedometer did not change, and the flight direction did not change. It was estimated that the external friction force was close to zero, and the gravity of the land could no longer restrict her from leaving this land. Unrestrained, free and happy. Luo Xiaobei was both excited and calm in her heart. The two emotions should have been contradictory, but they appeared on the plane at the same time. Chapter 146. Luo Xiaobei woke up from her dream and returned to the real world. She lay in bed for a long time, and the various biological hormones in her body gave rise to complex emotions. The excitement made her mind no longer so calm. She felt a little uncomfortable and wanted to go back to sleep. However, the continuous secretion of hormones in her body made her very excited, and she couldn't help but share the latest information with everyone. She got up, and the cute little Lolita, wearing white shorts, sat on a chair by the balcony, facing the starry sky, mumbling and typing quickly. The twilight of world engineering. Sometimes, it is not your peers who defeat you, but things in another industry. Luo Xiaobei's post directly criticized the two world-class projects, the World Tree and the Tower of Babel, saying that they had no practical significance. A face-pinching game crossed the border and defeated their existence. The projects of the World Tree and the Tower of Babel were both to break through the clouds and see what was in the sky. The reason why it was impossible to break through the clouds before was because humans had no means of flying, so the world-class projects were welcomed by a large number of players. After playing with various dinosaurs, birds and animals, players found that the bodies of animals have their limits, just like the human body has its limits. They cannot fly close to the clouds. The height of the clouds is really too high, at least tens of thousands of meters high, so they put their hopes on the two world projects. But now it is different. It is no longer that I will not be a human, but that I will not be a carbon-based creature. Luo Xiaobei said in the post, "Non-human creatures are the king, let's become ruthless machines together, go go go." After the post was published on the Dream Forum, the players were in an uproar, and their 3 views were refreshed. Big brother, you are awesome. You have stepped on world-class engineering projects. They have already broken through the top clouds, so stop mocking them. The entertainment player said he couldn't build an airplane, and asked artificial intelligence to teach him step by step. It was really sad. I felt the pain of going to school when I was a child. In fact, the poster can analyze it more deeply. The face-pinching game brings not only cross-border attacks, but also super breakthroughs. What tools we need can be restored as much as possible in the virtual game, and then enter the dream in the game, and become something like an industrial mother machine in the dream, and directly developed by leaps and bounds. I'm shocked. The person above is a prophet. Now the General Research Institute has issued a new task, recruiting players to become industrial mother machines, space motherships, deep-sea giant ships. The Dream Forum exploded, and the popularity of the face-pinching game swept the forum. Starting with Luo Xiaobei, more and more aircraft players broke through the clouds, and saw the truth behind the clouds. If airplanes can succeed, other technological products can certainly succeed. Starting from this, let the players become top industrial machines, reproduce the glory of Orange Star in the dream, and become Orange Star's strategic policy. Factories in the dream have received notices of suspension of work one after another, and the country needs to adjust Orange Star's human resources plan according to the face-pinching game. To restore real things in a virtual game, very perfect game rules are needed. If it is not done like it, it may not be possible to reproduce the real machine, or there will be a gap in efficiency. The more sophisticated the instrument, the more it values that little efficiency. People in the General Research Institute have started a new meeting to discuss how to develop efficiently. Entertainment people don't have to think so much, just do it. They didn't want to make any airplanes, so they took the carbon-based biological template as an example and directly molded a giant dragon creature. Sakatayu is a giant dragon lover, but she doesn't want to be a dragon. She wants her boyfriend to be a dragon. She and her boyfriend molded a dragon together for a day and finally molded a giant dragon. That night, they fell asleep in the face-pinching game without saying a word and dreamed into the dream world. In the dream, as long as you don't die, the place you land again is the place you left in the last dream. So when Sakatayu opened her eyes, she saw a huge silver dragon lying on the ground, as big as a hill. The silver dragon opened its big copperbell eyes, and its dragon skin, like fish scales, was bumpy and designed to be suitable for humans to climb up. Wow! It's really alive! Sakatayu exclaimed. With a flutter, he leaned against the silver dragon's body, used his feet and hands together, and slowly climbed to the top of the dragon. The silver dragon has huge bat wings, a dinosaur-like head, 2 legs and 2 large claws, and a tail like a giant lizard's tail. He was originally a human, but after turning into a dragon in his dream, his body organs changed. The dragon's heart was beating, and he could clearly hear his own heartbeat. The strong blood organs bring a stronger blood output capacity. The silver dragon's nostrils are large, and every breath will absorb a large amount of oxygen, and the oxygen will flow through the blood to supply the whole body. In the distance, several alien monster players suddenly appeared. They looked weird, but their bodies were not as big as the silver dragon. Boom! The 50-meter-tall silver dragon opened its huge mouth, and instead of spewing out silver flames, it spewed out a huge breath. Several players' alien monsters faced bad breath, and the extremely disgusting and rotten smell penetrated their noses, giving them a very disgusting feeling. Normal players cannot faint in dreams, so several aliens were so stinking that they burst into tears and ran away, screaming. Coincidentally, the long roar of the silver dragon caught Keeman's attention. Oh! Keeman saw that this 50-meter-tall silver dragon was much larger than those pterosaurs, and it was more in line with Keeman's fantasy of dragons. This is a kind of dragon close to Western fantasy, with huge wings, no fat on the body, all strong muscles. The silver dragon was carrying his little dragon girl, gently flapping its wings, fanning up huge wind and waves, and the trees in the entire forest were swaying. The dragon flapped its wings several times, took off on the spot, and flew dozens of meters above the ground. Flap, flap, and flap again. The silver dragon flapped faster and faster, and its body flew higher and higher. When it reached a certain height, it slowly flew in a gliding manner, climbed with the wind, and occasionally vibrated its dragon wings. When the dragon freely merged into the sky, a group of pterosaur players were stunned. Look at your own small body, and then look at the body of the other person's fantasy creature. That's really cool. Keeman also enjoyed it, and from the emotions of a large number of players, he knew that the free face-shaping game developed by Orange Star was born, and the new faces of the characters now are all from that game. After a while, there were many strange fantasy creatures and modern-style airplanes in the sky above the dream world. Above the top of the clouds, there were also a group of dream planes chasing the end. In addition to flying in the sky, there are also many new faces running on the ground. Aliens, giant monsters, and even players entered the dream as a building. Sea, land, and air are all here, and only the creatures in the sea are left to see. Keeman changed his perspective, and saw big whales falling into the sea and swimming deep. Some players turned into unmanned submarines. They don't need to consider the limits of humans, but only the limits of materials, and they can dive as deep as they can. If they continue playing like this, the deep-sea whale that Keeman set up earlier will soon be no longer hidden. Chapter 147. In the deep sea of the dream, there is a prehistoric monster lurking inside. It looks like a big whale, motionless in the deep sea, and falls into a deep sleep. It has been a long time since humans drowned in the sea appeared in the dream. The mission of the big whale has become a historical legacy, and it has been waiting in the deep sea. It did not wait for the call of General Ku, but waited for a group of strange steel monsters first. The steel monsters do not have the skin and flesh that animals should have. There are huge searchlights on their foreheads, emitting dazzling beams of light, exploring in the abyss. The big whale was discovered 2 hours later, and it was illuminated by 2 searchlights. The submarine did not realize that it was a big whale at first, but only wondered what this thing was, and it could not illuminate the end. After a minute of illumination, it really did not illuminate the end. It happened that a submarine player came over and met the player. After communicating with each other, they realized that this thing was so big that it was boundless. Then the two began to speculate that it might be the sea-swallowing beast that everyone has been looking for a long time. At present, there is a special group of people in the dream. They live in the flesh wall world. The ceiling is the flesh wall of animals. There are fluorescent substances flowing in the blood vessels, illuminating the small world. Players born later have never seen the flesh wall world, and are very interested in the sea-swallowing beast. Now that they have found this strange thing, the players are beginning to get excited. Then more and more players dive to the bottom to see how big the deep beast is. The deep sea beast did not wake up, and continued to sleep. After a while, a deep sea player woke up from the dream, and excitedly posted his experience on the dream forum. The deep sea beast is found. There is no fancy title. The simple and straightforward title attracts the attention of a large number of players. It's a pity that there are no pictures. I ran the deep sea monster and the submarine broke, but I didn't die. Fortunately, I'm not a carbon-based creature, otherwise I would have been drowned. Is it really becoming popular to stop being human? I have a bold idea. I make a sea. Maybe I be refreshed on the sea's head, and then fall into the sea. Brother, if you can talk, just say more. You're a talent. Got it. I make a new character, and fight against the sea. If I make a sea, it must be orange. Please. Players have a lot of ideas. They have already thought of making an orange sea to fight against the blue sea. Orange Star's face-shaping game is very free. It opens up all the game materials of virtual games. You can make whatever you want. An orange sea is easy to make. In less than 10 minutes, someone made an orange sea. There are orange plankton in the orange sea. They are the reason why the sea is orange. Without these plankton, it is not an orange sea. The first seawater player rowing without oars landed in the dream, landed on the land as the sea, and turned into a huge orange flood, constantly washing the ground. Player rowing without oars felt that his consciousness had become very strange. After all, this was his first time to enter the dream as the sea. In the virtual game, his consciousness would not change significantly, but after entering the dream, he immediately felt that his body perception was infinitely extended. It seemed that wherever the orange seawater reached, it was his body. Rowing June was originally a cautious person, but he still underestimated the change in his senses after turning into seawater. Countless plankton swam in the orange seawater, and as they swam, his consciousness also moved, washing along with the terrain and turning into a flood. This reminded me of collective wisdom. The zooplankton in the orange seawater was the aggregation of his consciousness. Wherever the zooplankton in the seawater swam, his consciousness would expand. It was very strange and uncomfortable, but I felt good. It was not so uncomfortable that I wanted to die. How long would it take for human thinking to transform into non-human thinking? I had no idea. I could only control the proportion of zooplankton in the collective direction and let them gather the seawater together. But such an operation was too difficult. The terrain factors dominated, the seawater was expanding, and the tide was falling. Some human players were drowned along the way, gurgling and swallowing water. People who couldn't swim were swallowing water all the time, and I naturally sensed that the drowning people were suffering. But how could he save them? I didn't find a good way for the time being. He was still adapting to the thinking of the sea. It was also at this time that the first player drowned in the orange flood. The big whale in the deep sea of the dream finally felt the call of the mission and suddenly opened his eyes. It only took a moment from stillness to high-speed movement. Without any preparation, he immediately rushed to the sea surface. The submarines orbiting around it were knocked away one after another, the outer walls collapsed and cracked, and the huge water pressure squeezed the internal structure, breaking it inch by inch. The blue sea water also poured into the submarine and was submerged by the seawater. But the consciousness of the submarine was not dead. They were already a new species of people and boats, and they were still alive. Shine the searchlight upwards, and the big whale has disappeared in the light, at an incredibly fast speed. When Keeman was about to wake up, a passerby player happened to see the big whale jump out of the sea, and the huge whale body suddenly covered the entire sky in sunlight. Its body was so big that a small piece of land was shrouded in its shadow. The big whale didn't know what it meant to be restrained. It followed the rules. When it sensed that someone was drowning in the sea, it immediately jumped out to save people. With a thought, it immediately locked onto the orange flood on the land. Although the orange water was a land flood, it was recognized as sea water by the entire dream world. The old whale didn't think much and directly opened his mouth and pounced towards the orange sea water. Boom! The big whale hit the land, causing a huge earthquake. Because of the pressure of its huge body, the players who had nowhere to run on the land were all pressed down and died instantly. The buildings along the road couldn't stand the huge force and were crushed into powder. The whale's mouth hit the raging orange sea water on the land, opened its mouth wide to suck the sea water, and sucked away some of the sea water. The big whale rolled its body on the land, like a fish coming ashore, tightening its head and tail and curling up, using the power of its waist to bounce in the opposite direction. It is very powerful, and is a supernatural creature designated by General Ku. This jump is thousands of meters high. It failed to fall directly into the sea, and fell on the land when it fell, causing a violent earthquake. The land had been transformed by Keeman's consciousness, and could not be destroyed, so the impact of the big whale had no effect on the land. But the players were miserable, and another batch of them died instantly. Fortunately, this kind of death is instantaneous, and the pain is only a short moment, which has little impact on the spirit. After resurrection, they only feel lingering fear. Keeman saw the big whale making a fuss on the land, and he couldn't bear it. If it continues to make a fuss, how many people will die? After thinking about it, Keeman invaded the United Dream World, mobilized the spiritual power of the dream world itself, and moved the big whale back to the sea. Then Keeman looked at the orange flood. There were many plankton in the flood. Originally, they were very spiritual, but at the moment when Keeman appeared, their swimming routes became chaotic and disordered. Chapter 148. It was the first time that Keeman saw someone turn into the sea. The world is so big that there are all kinds of things. The Orange Star people's imagination is getting bigger and bigger. The other party's consciousness is obviously the collective wisdom of the plankton group. Such wisdom is difficult to close the eyes. Its perception is too strong. As soon as Keeman appeared, the seawater player realized Keeman's existence. This constant sight immediately eroded the consciousness and turned into chaotic thinking. Keeman ignored it for the time being. If the other party was dreaming, Keeman could invade the other party's dream afterwards and absorb the chaotic knowledge. Now he is dealing with some things and solving the historical problems left by the big whale. Originally, the big whale was created to let it save people. Now a player turned into the sea and fell on the land, making the big whale mistakenly think that it was a place to jump, and directly hit the face of the seawater player. Keeman thought about it. Now there is no need for the big whale to save people. Its mission is over. It's time for it to retire. Keeman's mind moved, and he used the power of distorting dreams to distort the mental power contributed by the players, and brought the big whale to the seaside. The big whale opened its huge mouth, and under the cover of Keeman's consciousness, its body gradually petrified. The small world inside the whale was not petrified, and it still retained its vitality. From then on, the players inside the whale could walk out of the whale's belly, and no longer be trapped in a small world. The big whale ended its mission of saving people, and became a fixed whale island, which will become a scenic spot in the future. After Keeman canceled the whale's mission of saving people, he added whether change rules to the entire dream world, so that it would no longer be directly exposed to sunlight 24 hours a day. Then Keeman drained the orange sea water to the sky above the blue sea water. In the future, if there are water players born, they will fall into the blue sea. After doing this, Keeman found that the entire dream world had been explored by the Orange Star people, and their footprints were found on land, sea and air. Should we add some new things? But Keeman couldn't think of anything new for the time being, so he let the Orange Star people develop it themselves. Keeman's original intention was to let them fill the gaps in the dream world. After a while, the indescribable fog disappeared, and the pressure of the evil god disappeared. The pressure was gone, but some players living in the dream experienced death in person. Although there was only a moment of pain when being crushed to death, it was also very scary. Some players were not crushed to death, but were forced to be flooded by the orange flood, and they were in great pain. Rowing without oars was the first orange sea to be thrown into the blue sea. When it entered the blue sea water, the plankton in its body immediately began to swim around. Its consciousness was scattered, a little messy, and unclear. Its main consciousness had fallen into confusion, half asleep and half awake. In addition to the rowing man, some new seawater was gradually brushed out on the sea-colored seawater, and orange plankton spread out, invading the territory of the blue sea, making the seawater gradually orange. Keeman secretly invaded the rowing man's unconscious dream, and gradually absorbed those chaotic cognitions. The rowing man's confusion is different from that of normal people. It is a strange dream network composed of many consciousness bodies. They share the pressure separately. There is no confusion as imagined, and it has a certain self-healing ability. Keeman absorbed a piece of chaotic information, and its semi-conscious consciousness immediately woke up, and no longer needed Keeman to absorb the chaotic information. After a while, the orange seawater represented by the rowing man suddenly disappeared. Keeman sensed for a while, it was the smell of waking up from a dream. Other seawater was still raging on the seawater, scrambling everywhere like they were occupying territory. Wherever the plankton passed, the blue seawater was dyed orange. Keeman didn't finish watching, and blinked his eyes, and his consciousness was awake. There was no new sacrifice this time. It seemed that everyone was in short supply of time and space stone powder. Keeman got up to feed the cat, took a picture of the big-faced cat, and fed a small dried fish. After feeding the fish, Keeman saw Bai Shatang stepping on the sand salt worm with his feet, and his head turned over, staring at the mobile phone in Tong Yuan's hand. Looking at the two strange creatures, who were addicted to mobile phones, Keeman was thinking about whether to buy a mobile phone for Bai Shatang. Do you want a mobile phone? Keeman thought about it, and he was not short of money. If he wanted it, he would buy it. Bai Shatang listened and immediately moved his eyes away from Tong Yuan's mobile phone. Hesitation, surprise, and desire, before it opened its mouth, Keeman sensed that the three emotions on it were mixed together, very strong. Okay, then you also get a mobile phone. Kunming pulled out the historical shopping cart with his mobile phone and placed another order. When the mobile phone arrives, there will be one more real idiot netizen on Blue Star in the future. By the way, will idiot language play a role on the internet? Kunming has not yet felt that there is anything special about Bai Shatang's idiot language. Maybe there will be some surprises later? Kunming shook his head, shook off the distracting thoughts, and sat back in front of the computer to continue editing the video. The video material is very large, and it took a long time to select it. It also takes time to import the material, so he is still working on it now. Tang Yuan in the room suddenly remembered his breakfast task, and went to make breakfast. Bai Shatang cried and followed Tang Yuan to the kitchen happily. The sand saltworm was no longer pressed, and immediately stretched out its tongue to lick the sand all the way, enjoying it. In the morning, Keeman took time to add some simple lines and shots, and worked until 10 a.m. to export the video, and sent it to be stationed for review in seconds. Unboxing review, slaying demons, and eliminating evils. One word in one space, the name is very casual. Just after the review, no one watched it. Keeman went to the Q group to pull a group of people, and after it all, fans responded immediately. This time the up is mainly to slay demons? Your title makes me feel very unsafe. Are there demons in our city? Last night, the artillery roared in Whale City. I heard it from a long distance. Are they bombing demons? As soon as the group owner bubbled up, fans swarmed up and asked the topic they were most worried about. Keeman could only simply reply that demons and such really do exist, but their number is very rare. If there are evil suppressing objects, there will naturally be demons wandering outside. The two exist relatively. The group members clicked on Keeman's evaluation video with great concern, and forgot their worries after it came out. In this era of strange objects, videos that can relax people are really a good medicine. Now there is no barrage, and Keeman is not interested in watching videos. He immediately took out his mobile phone to look through last night's chat records, and check the follow-up of the bombing of the Barren Mountain. The investigators initially gave birth to a batch of green plants, dyeing the bare mountain with a layer of green. The blood-sucking bats have disappeared, and everything is normal. The local ecological environment has been destroyed, and it is difficult to perceive the cause and effect, but Keeman still plans to experience it personally. Keeman told Luo Yuan his idea, and Luo Yuan said he would go together. At 12 noon, the 4 members of the number 49 investigation team arrived at the Barren Mountain after the bombing. Soldiers guarded the edge of the Barren Mountain, and received an identity card from the Investigation Bureau after face recognition. Keeman patted his scarf, stepped onto the half-burnt and half-green grass with the manuscript of rationality in his hand, ignoring the scent brought by the new trees, and quietly felt its original appearance. Chapter 149. The Barren Mountain after the bombing is full of dead air, but the mountain is full of new vitality. The two auras coexist, blending and confusing each other. In time, the dead air may be buried, and the newborn will replace the mountain here. What Keeman has to do now is to ignore the new vitality, and feel the perception behind the dead air with all his strength. The higher you go, the thicker the dead air. But at a certain point, the dead air suddenly dropped by 1 point. Keeman took a step back and stood firmly on a piece of black soil. What's wrong, Amon? Luo Yuan also stopped and looked around vigilantly. There are guards on this mountain, and some investigation teams from other groups looked over and sneaked over after hearing the words. For nothing else, just to see what the big boss Manlingji would do. Full spiritual knowledge is a rare thing these days. Although the Investigation Bureau can make people with more than 90 points reach full spiritual knowledge after owning spiritual fruits, not many people with high spiritual knowledge dare to eat spiritual fruits. They all know the preciousness of life and will not take risks to eat fruits. It is already difficult to survive, so why bother to improve spiritual knowledge? Currently, only people with low spiritual knowledge want to eat spiritual fruits, and people with high spiritual knowledge have no intention of trying. The deathly aura here is heavy, which may be the source of the birth of vampire bats. Keeman closed his eyes, squatted down, and touched the scorched earth, and his hands were covered with black powder. Emptying his mind and feeling the aura of this place, Keeman vaguely saw the flashes of artillery fire, flames, high temperatures, and burning vitality. These scenes were perceived by Keeman when he watched the live broadcast, and now he sensed a new breath, which was the taste of jealousy. Jealousy is burning, burning madly. Have they been burned out? Kamong's eyebrows tightened slightly, and an illusory burning sound came to his ears, and the burning sound became louder and louder. Vitality is burning, and the fire of jealousy is burning more and more vigorously. The two are combined to give birth to another emotion, disgust. The perception was interrupted here. The scene was destroyed beyond recognition. Even if Keeman's telepathy was strong, it was powerless to save the situation. How is it? Luo Yuan asked. Others listened attentively and approached secretly, wanting to know the perception of the Manlingji boss. Jealousy is burned out, but when it burns, disgust is born. Keeman was not sure. No chaotic whispers? Chung Lu, a teammate, asked. Let me think about it. Keeman frowned greatly. Yes, he missed the biggest doubt, that is, the chaotic information left by the secret existence. Even jealousy can be sensed when it is burning. So what about the chaotic information left by the secret existence? No. Keeman shook his head again. But in order to ensure that there were no omissions, he still stood there and felt quietly. Without the new synesthesia, it was too difficult to perceive. I need the recording from last night. Who has it? Kumeng asked. Luo Yuan gestured and called the Investigation Bureau to get a recording file. No, I want the original recording, the copy is not authentic. Kumeng shook his head. Everyone looked at each other, and could only wait. After a while, Di Ping rushed to the top of the mountain in a helicopter. Captain D had already fallen asleep, but was woken up in the middle of his sleep. A memory stick was specially sent, which contained the original recording file, that is, the first-hand recording file. The signal was unstable during the live broadcast last night, but the recording equipment in the white sphere was not affected, recording the explosion and the sound of the environment. Amon, you have to be careful. If you are kidnapped, just wink at me, and I promise to slap the rational copy on your face. Deep Ping half-jokingly handed over a monitoring headset. I will. Kumeng nodded and handed the rational copy to Deep Ping, letting him decide whether to slap Kumeng's face. Put on the monitoring headset and tune it to the time period when the bad group is born, and the headset immediately came with a snapping sound. The snapping sound is very dense, which is the sound of bats flapping their wings, and the ultrasonic waves emitted by bats when they fly. The professional recording equipment of the Investigation Bureau can record ultrasonic waves, but the sound wave frequency that people can hear is between 20 Hz and 20,000 Hz. Above 20,000 Hz is ultrasonic. Ordinary people cannot hear ultrasonic waves, but Kumeng is a member of the full spiritual knowledge, born with a high sixth sense, and vaguely feels the sound formed by the convergence of ultrasonic waves. A hoarse, chaotic, jealous, and evil voice suddenly appeared. It is very secretive. If you don't stand at a special point and listen to the original audio, you may not be able to hear the evil whispers clearly. Those evil whispers are very fragmented, the speech is unclear, and the word order is chaotic. It is definitely not the official common language of Koi Island, but a language that has never been heard of, and is similar to Koi language. Listening to this manic evil language, Kumeng's body gradually became hot, and some inexplicable emotions rose up, both jealousy and indignation, wishing to have powerful power to destroy those superior people. Destruction, destruction, destruction. The unfairness of society, and the differences between people can all be destroyed as long as there is power, and the world will be united. Accept me, you will become stronger. The evil words took root in Keeman's heart. He didn't understand them at first, but the power of language conveyed the evil thoughts, and he understood them even though he didn't understand them. The whispers in his ears became more and more excited, and Keeman's body became active. From the outside, Keeman's eyebrows were tightening, and he exuded a strange temperament. I don't know if Keeman heard the words of chaos. This is wrong, Keeman thought to himself, denying the temptation of the evil whispers in one sentence. Invisible power surged out of Keeman's body, suppressing the influence of evil and allowing Keeman to restore most of his rationality. The chaotic whispers stopped abruptly, and only the sound of explosions remained in the headphones. He opened his eyes, took the rational manuscript from Di Ping, opened the book, and quickly read the words inside. The brain cooled down instantly, and the manic body also cooled down, entering the sage mode of no desire. Resistance plus 0.1. The system showed words, and Keeman successfully resisted a wave of mental interference. How is it? Everyone looked at Keeman, scratching their ears and cheeks, very anxious. I heard an evil voice. Keeman took a deep breath and was about to elaborate on the content, but Di Ping and Luo Yuan both made a silent gesture. Secret information cannot be told. Go back to the bureau and talk in the holy light pool, Di Ping said solemnly. That's fine. Keeman stopped talking. Keeman rested for a few minutes and continued to listen to the monitoring headphones at the origin, feeling the chaotic whispers. This time the chaotic whispers were still there, but the sound was a little weaker and not as loud. I failed to successfully seduce Keeman just now. The secret power contained in the bat ultrasound seemed to weaken every time it was activated. Keeman used resistance to resist it in the same way. After resisting it, he took another look at the rational manuscript and regained his rationality as soon as possible. The rational manuscript can make people calm. Although people will become calm after reading it too much, Keeman believes that resistance can resist this influence. Chapter 150. Kamong used the secret voice to brush 0.110 times on the top of the mountain, raising his resistance to 131.4, of which 0.4 was the resistance points accumulated from brushing moving salted fish and other things before. Keeman regarded the evil whispers as a ruthless wool-pulling machine, and kept pulling until the evil power disappeared, which made Keeman feel sorry. If there were a little more, he should be able to pull another wave of resistance value. Going down the mountain and returning to the investigation bureau, Di Ping looked at Keeman with surprise. This man was really bold and reckless. He actually relied on rational transcription to survive to the end. After listening so many times, Keeman must have heard the complete content of the chaotic whispers. This content must be written down and recorded by relevant personnel for record. Sometimes when evil whispers occur in other places, the local investigation bureau can check whether there are similar whispering examples. If there are, the cases can be classified into one category and handled by a special person. When Keeman entered the investigation bureau, Luo Yuan immediately put on sunglasses to look at Keeman's head. He didn't see any black smoke and breathed a sigh of relief. Keeman also put on sunglasses to look at his teammates' heads. There was no black smoke. He went all the way to a certain underground floor and entered the holy light pool room. He was wrapped in rich holy light and felt warm. He wanted to take a nap to repair the fatigue of his body. During the fight against the evil whispers, it was not only a mental confrontation, but also a subtle impact on the body. The muscles of the whole body were tense and slightly tired. At this moment, Keeman's cells seemed to groan, and he felt very comfortable. Director Lei and the director came in person and asked Keeman to write down the content of the chaotic whispers on paper. Keeman wrote down what he heard. There was nothing to hide. They were all some remarks that persuaded people to be antisocial and destroy the world. Keeman didn't have the kind of anti-human thoughts. He just hoped that Koi country could go further and be healthier. Under the holy light, the words seemed to be stained with a layer of justice and had the power to suppress evil. After writing all the contents of the whisper, the director read it first. This kind of speech. The style is like the Shadow Organization. The vampire bat incident is indeed the layout of the Shadow Organization. The two bosses analyzed the content of the chaotic whispers and attributed it to the Shadow Organization. Some people have heard the chaotic whispers before, but it is really rare for someone like Keeman to listen to it word for word. Everyone knows that he is full of spiritual knowledge, so it is not surprising that he can listen to it completely. The difficult thing is that Keeman used his strong reason to hold on until he looked through the rational manuscript. As long as he can hold on until he can read the rational manuscript, He can basically save his reason and retain the knowledge of removing the crazy power. Amon has done a great deed again. The Bureau owes you more and more things. If you want something, just ask. Even if it's something special from somewhere else, I find a way to get it. The director patted Keeman on the shoulder and said with relief. Keeman didn't think of anything he wanted to use for the time being, so he didn't ask for it. Your house has been built, and you can move in today. When leaving the bureau, Keeman received a message from Luo Yuan that the house had been built and fully decorated. Keeman didn't want to take anything with him, and all the useful things were in his storage scarf. As for Keeman's top-of-the-line computer, 20,000 yuan camera, etc., the bureau had prepared them for him, so he didn't need to worry about purchasing any external items. He could just take himself there and move in directly. Keeman drove from the bureau to his villa in half an hour, which was quite close to the bureau. His villa has a large manor, and the total area of the house is 30,000 square meters, which is so spacious. With such a large area, it is difficult for Keeman to visit it alone, but Keeman knows that this is because the superiors take his characteristics into consideration. He may face new things every night when he wakes up. With such uncertain characteristics, the surrounding area must be as large as possible. In case of an accident, the affected area can be reduced. There are professional armed soldiers standing guard at the door. When they see Keeman returning, they immediately salute. We are the guards hired by the Investigation Bureau. If you are not satisfied, you can return it. The professional guard saluted. Looking at the straight body and firm eyes, Keeman did not refuse. Such a large manor must not have a guard. In the future, pets can be replaced to guard the house. Now there are too few pets, so it is not considered for the time being. Keeman drove into the villa under the guidance of the butler. The butler explained the origin of the villa manor. This was originally a villa for rich people. The manor has existed for a long time, but the building was demolished and rebuilt in one day and one night. Keeman looked at the 15-meter-high single-story building, which was really ridiculously high. But if it wasn't done this way, a giant pet would definitely squeeze through the ceiling, so it was better to make it higher. Keeman's new villa was a modern architectural style, full of modern beauty. The walls were made of huge tempered glass, and there was no trace of cutting. He suspected that the glass was special glass made of special items. He felt the breath of special items on the glass. After walking around the house, the bedroom was also ridiculously large, 20 meters by 20 meters, and a big bed looked small in the house. In terms of customization, the Investigation Bureau has done the most detailed work and considered more in-depth unexpected situations. Keeman lay on the soft bed, and the soft mattress supported Keeman in the most suitable shape. Taking out his mobile phone to watch the sand sculpture video, Keeman turned to his own evaluation video. The video of slaying demons and exorcising monsters has been played 890,000 times in half a day, and it is very popular. At this time, the video barrage is full, and it is time to see what the sand sculpture netizens have posted. Click on the evaluation video, and Keeman in a coat appears in the camera. The opening remarks are the same as always. I have a friend whose sword has become a spirit. He dared not take it out because it was too perfect, so he asked me to test it. Before the unboxing session, the barrage was already flying. Blind guess, a sword girl. Change it for me, change it for me, change it for me. Sword girl. The people in front are all crazy about transformation, and they want to become a sword girl. Wow. The Keeman in the videos seemed to have guessed everyone's thoughts and explained. The sword has become a spirit, but it has not become a cute girl, and this box can't hold a person, right? The box in the camera is a fist-sized box, which is very small and beautiful. The packaging style is no longer a rough 3-no product paper box. What's wrong with a small box? A few centimeters tall, a small sword girl is not worthy of being a human being? Up host, is there anyone who spoils the story like you? I don't care, I want to see the sword girl. Amid the barrage of complaints, Keeman opened the box and showed the 10-centimeter short sword inside. The sword is very small, with a gold wire hilt, a silver-white sword body, and a silvery and shiny body. The moment the box was opened, everyone seemed to see a silver dragon coming out of the world, perfect and incomparable. Some people imagined the temperament of peerless elegance, and their hearts were pounding, as if they were moved. Such a perfect sword, it's not too much to turn it into a sword girl, right? The keyboard warrior who didn't give up typed. Chapter 151. Keeman took the flawless sword out of the small box, and placed it in front of the camera for everyone to take a closer look. The audience was fascinated by the sword in the video. The perfection that cannot be described in words is reflected in the short sword. Although it is only 10 centimeters long, It makes people feel that it is the best and most beautiful sword in the world. This sword is really beautiful, I want it so much. Just tell me, how much is it? I found that my dog is obsessed with it, staring at the screen non-stop. This sword is poisonous, really. A barrage of comments passed by, all of which were words of praise. Keeman was also fascinated by the sword, and couldn't let it go. While touching it, he said, "This is the sword given by a friend. After my exploration, it can become longer or shorter." At this time, the barrage came again. Elements of perception. Since it can be changed to longer or shorter, it can also be changed to a sword girl. Didn't the uphost figure it out? I said that everyone only thought of women. The thinking is too narrow. What if a swordman is changed? The one who said the swordman before, "Get out of my mind, don't come over." Under the rhythm of the barrage, the camera turned to the underground laboratory, and Kuming shouted change, change, change in the spotlight. The sword stretched out, growing to 50 centimeters, and then to about 75 centimeters. At this moment, Kuming seemed like a sword fairy. The coat on his body looked fairy-like, and the sword in his hand was unreasonably handsome, which made people addicted. Too handsome. Damn, I seem to find this video poisonous. The uphost's appearance has doubled. The sword beauty is handsome, this is the ideal male god. Netizens typed the word handsome on the public screen, filling the entire screen. Outside the screen, Keeman looked at the handsome words that netizens had typed, and he thought that what the netizens said seemed to be correct. In the video, the length test was done with the iconic 0.75 meters, 2 meters, 10 meters, and 40 meters. The test footage of other lengths was not released because it took up too much time. Nowadays, video users like short and light videos, and they will be discouraged if the video is longer than 5 minutes. Keeman also tried to compress this video within 5 minutes. The first 2 minutes were the test, and after the second minute, it got to the point. Keeman came to a huge test room, with talismans all over the walls, calligraphy and paintings hanging on the 4 pillars in front, and a person writing in the middle. Here, Keeman cut out the sound sources of other people, and added a voiceover by himself. The barrage became denser here, with all kinds of spoilers. What's going on? There are so many spells. I have intensive phobia. It's too scary. After reading for 2 minutes, I suddenly remembered the title. Let's get to the point. Kill the demons. High energy ahead. At this time, the tester pulled out his finger, and the blood condensed into a curved blood column in the air, connecting the tester's finger. He slipped, leaving a string of afterimages, and quickly retreated to Keeman's side. The book in the middle of the ground surged with black wind, and blood flowed back to the book, emitting a layer of black mist. A black cloaked ghost monster rose from the book, about 3 meters tall, and looked a bit creepy. Darkness filled the entire room, but after the spell glowed, the dark atmosphere was broken, and the room returned to light. The bottom of the black ghost's cloak was stained with blood red, half black on the top and half red on the bottom, and it made a soul-like roar. However, Keeman cut out the original sound of the ghost, and replaced it with the howling sound material commonly used in videos. Because the original ghost sound has a certain ability to interfere with the mind, it is not good for people of all ages to hear. The ghost in the video roared and hit the air wall. This is so scary. Ghost hitting the air wall? Turtle, I think of the ghost wall. Real. It was originally a very scary picture, but with the barrage of stupid netizens, it suddenly became very stupid. The ghost's cloak kept hitting the air until Keeman stood up and chanted change, change, change in his mouth. The flawless sword became longer, the double-edged sword became a single-edged sword, and it had a curved arc. When the flawless sword grows to 2 meters, it will look like a knife. At this moment, Keeman held a 40-meter-long sword in his hand, and the gusts of cold wind blew his clothes, like an invincible god of war. The long sword stabbed, as if piercing through time and space, and went straight to the heart of the ghost, and neither gods nor demons could save it. The ghost named Siesu was also frightened, and stood still, watching the 40 long swords pierce its chest. At this moment, the ghost seemed to be petrified, fixed in midair. Gusts of cold wind blew Kuming's hair, and his domineering face seemed to be full of invincibility. The 40-meter-long sword was even more eye-catching, and everyone's eyes couldn't help but be attracted by it. This sword is so cool. So cool, the Up Master killed the demon. Kuming put away the sword, and the blade became shorter, returning to the size of a dagger. The ghost touched his chest, and found that he was not dead. He was shocked and angry, and screamed angrily. At this time, everyone realized that the ghost was not dead, and it was teased. Ha ha. The ghost's reaction was really hilarious. I understand. It turns out that this is a beauty sword. If you have it, you will have level 10 beauty. Oh my god, I really thought it cut through time and space, and even gods could not save it. It turns out it's fake. It's not good at anything. You are the best up host. At the end of the progress bar, Kameng warned, in general, this sword has no great use. It has no other advantages except that it looks good. Thank you for watching. See you next time. The screen turned black, and the barrage became a barrage of urging for more. Is that it? At least give a follow-up on how to kill the ghost. I guess the following is a confidential screen, I guess. No way, isn't this a special effect? Am I the only one in the world who is awake? Push for more, urge for more. The video ended, and Kameng took another look at the number of views. It rose to 900,000. It only took a few minutes to watch and another 10,000 views. According to this trend, the evaluation task can be completed tomorrow, and another wave of resistance can be increased. Keeman was lying on the bed and flipping through the videos in other areas. He found that there were more special item test videos recently, all of which were unofficial videos. Keeman watched some videos. Some special item evaluations were done in a very realistic way, as if they were real, but in fact they were fake. To see if it was real, you just need to use your sixth sense to make a vague judgment. The special item videos have an inexplicable tone. Although it cannot be accurately described in words, as long as you see it, you can generally feel strange and then determine that it is a special item. Browsing the videos casually, Keeman saw another special item evaluation video. This time it was a bit unusual. Keeman felt a bit weird from the video. The protagonist Liu Binwei in the video took out a box of bandages and said with a bitter face, "Today, the bandages in my house have become spirits. They can heal themselves when applied to fingers, but the side effect is sleepiness. I think it should be a special item." He took the bandages and took a few photos of the mobile phone camera, and couldn't help yawning again. Oh no, I'm sleepy again. No more talking, upload the video first, no editing. The video stops here, and it can be seen that he didn't do any editing, just uploaded it after shooting. And Keeman's focus is not on the bandages. The bandages don't give him the feeling of a special item. The weird feeling is something else. Keeman looked back and forth, slowly eliminating other answers with his sixth sense, and finally stared at the shadow under the feet of the protagonist of the video. Chapter 152. Kameng has a special focus on shadows, which may be due to his careful research on the two shadows. In addition, the cases he has recently come into contact with are related to the shadow stream, which makes him highly sensitive to shadows. Kameng looked at the video from all angles, and felt that it was weird. Staring at the other party's shadow, the weird feeling was completely matched. Seeing this, Keeman narrowed his eyes, and thought about the other party's intentions in his mind. You should know that the members of the shadow stream have always been more secretive in their work, and will not shoot such videos to show up in public. Investigators have high spiritual awareness, and will be discovered by investigators if they are not careful. Kameng watched the video again, and heard that he felt sleepy after putting on the bandage, and he vaguely understood it. This shadow stream member just invaded his body, and the young man didn't know he was invaded, and regarded the healing effect of the bandage as a side effect of a special item. In fact, the bandage has no special effect, and sleepiness is a side effect of the shadow stream invasion. Keeman called the investigation bureau. Director Lei, I found a video related to a member of the shadow stream, who may be a victim. Please pay attention to it. Keeman called Director Lei with the BV number. Director Lei was considered a senior member he had contacted. If he reported the situation to him, he would definitely get feedback. Got it. I sent someone to check it immediately. Director Lei responded immediately, very straightforward. After hanging up the phone, Keeman watched the video again, staring at the person's shadow. After watching for a long time, he could vaguely see a black shadow invading the body of an office worker in the dark alley, that is, the body of this man. The amount of information was too little, so he could only see this little bit. After a while, Keeman received new news from Director Lei. It can be confirmed that the other party has been invaded by the shadow of the Shadow Organization. According to the last mobile phone signal, the victim appeared in Kahwa community in Wales City. Director Lei typed. Then I go there. You send the floor address. Without thinking much, Keeman stood up and planned to capture the shadow stream members. At this time, Director Lei sent a voice message. Amon, I don't recommend you go. Keeman was puzzled. Now the organization hopes that you can sit firmly in the rear. You can exchange things you don't need. We will protect you in danger. This is good. You rushing to the front line can certainly speed up the case-solving speed, but we hope you can live safely. After all, every investigation is accompanied by unknown risks. Director Lay spoke earnestly and explained the reason why no case tasks were assigned to the 49th investigation team recently. Keeman's self-production ability is too strong. There is a certain probability of obtaining strange items every day, and he can also produce the first-level spiritual fruit tree, and the big-faced cat beside him also has the potential to become a zero-level thing. Considering various factors, the Investigation Bureau believes that it is the right thing to do to keep Keeman, rather than letting him rush to the front line to fight against the darkness. Keeman heard Director Lay's advice, and then he knew that the Investigation Bureau deliberately reduced the tasks for him to move forward. But if I do nothing, won't I become a tool? Keeman glanced at the video on the computer screen, staring at the other person's shadow, and muttered. Doing nothing, hiding in a big villa to recuperate, seems leisurely, but in Keeman's opinion, this goes against his original intention. He likes stability, but with 131 points of resistance, Keeman thinks he has the ability to barely protect himself. Steady development does not mean that you have to wait until you are old before you come out. By that time, Koi Island may have been ruined, or it may be so prosperous that he does not need to do anything. If there is a choice, Keeman wants to do things in advance, rather than wait until tragedy happens. I also want to take a look at the situation. In addition, I have gained a new ability to catch shadows. You know the source. The strange things produced every day may not be taken to the Investigation Bureau. Some of them have been eaten by me. Keeman decided to send out the signal of the shadow-catching hand. Catching shadows is a very powerful ability. It sounds powerful, but looking at the characteristics of first-level things and zero-level things, this skill is not serious enough to conceal it from the Investigation Bureau. Director Lay sent a sighing voice and persuaded him again. Seeing that he could not persuade him, he had to report the address. I will send someone to protect you personally. Don't act alone. It was a bit late at this time, but Keeman didn't care. He took a car directly to Kahwa Community. At the entrance of the community, Director Lay, who is also an investigator, was already present. In addition to him, there are some familiar faces, 3 people from the 49th Investigation Team, and some Special Forces soldiers. The cooperation between the Special Forces and the Investigation Bureau is very close, and it can be vaguely seen that the level of the Investigation Bureau is higher than that of the Special Forces. The victim uploaded the video yesterday, and it was reviewed tonight, so the shadow is still in the dormant period. Director Lay explained. Not long after, the victim Lu Benwei was called downstairs by phone. What did I do wrong? Lu Benwei raised his hands and cried, but he didn't expect that he would be pointed at by a group of people with guns as soon as he came downstairs. At this moment, the shadow was still sleeping in the shadow of someone else. If it's because of the bandage, I just hand it over. Can you put down your guns? I'm scared. Lu Benwei said fearfully. It's nothing. You should take a nap first. Director Lay took out a petal and placed it in front of Lu Benwei's nose. Lu Benwei didn't dare to smell it, but looking at Director Lay's scary eyes, he still sniffed it. He rolled his eyes and fainted directly. Keeman looked at his shadow and didn't reach out to grab it. Because the Investigation Bureau's light separation method is different from his grabbing separation method, he doesn't know which method is the least harmful to people. It's really the breath of the shadow flow. Recently, the Shadow Flow organization has been infiltrating Wales City. Director Lay stared at Lu Benwei's shadow and felt the great crisis shrouding Wales City. Your new ability is to catch shadows? Director Lay looked over. Yeah. Keeman nodded. Catch the shadow of the stone and the bug. That's very clever. The shadow of the stone and the bug swapped. Director Lay looked at the victim's shadow, and to be honest, he really wanted Keeman to catch it on the spot. But the environment here is not good. It's too empty. What if he fails? What if there are other accidents? The person was transported to the car, and there were light-based items in the car to illuminate Lu Benwei's shadow. Lu Benwei's shadow immediately showed tentacles, and the shadow's consciousness had come alive. During the invasion of the shadow stream members, there was a week-long dormancy period. Some members' dormancy period will be shorter, but generally not earlier than 4 or 5 days. Once the dormant period is awakened, the shadow stream members will be hurt. At this moment, the minor level or higher shadow stream members have a choice to escape immediately, but their consciousness will be damaged and their memory will be incomplete. In order to deal with this situation, several lights in the car light up together, blocking the escape direction at every angle. The tentacled shadow screamed, and when it realized it had nowhere to escape, it forcibly took control of its body and strangled itself with its hands. Chapter 153. Lu Benwei's neck was pinched by himself, and his ego consciousness awakened. His eyes were wide open, and he didn't know what was going on. He was terrified. The personnel of the Investigation Bureau also had rich experience in dealing with this. Luo Yuan, Director Lei ordered. Here it comes. Luo Yuan put on 2 gloves with separation function, clasped his left and right hands, stared at Lu Binwei's face, and shouted loudly, "Let's break up." He opened the distance between his left and right fists, just like pulling 2 lovers apart. Then the victim Lu Binwei turned into a bitter melon face, and the 2 hands that pinched his neck separated instantly and moved to both sides of his shoulders. Kumeng took a look at the equipment in Luo Yuan's hand. It was a 6th-level thing-breaking glove, which had the function of separating other people's hands. The side effect is that the 2 hands will be together for a certain period of time after the effect is removed. It is not very destructive, but it is special in function. It has a great effect at certain times, such as when saving people. Lu Binwei's shadow yelled, "Damn Investigation Bureau, I hate you." The tentacles of his shadow grew more and more, but the more they stretched out, the more miserable the screams became. Under the illumination of the light, the harder it struggled, the more seriously it was injured. Will he kill himself by doing this? Keeman asked. It's not that shadow creatures can't die. When facing the illumination of multiple light objects, it is very likely that their consciousness will collapse, and in serious cases, they will die completely. Director Lei originally wanted to wait until it was transported back to the Investigation Bureau before separating it, but now Lu Binwei's shadow has gone crazy and stretched out its tentacles crazily. Haha, don't even think about asking anything from me. The shadow laughed arrogantly. Faintly, Keeman felt the shadow tentacles were burning, and it was being burned. It can't wait to be transported back to the Investigation Bureau, so you catch it. Director Lei saw that it wanted to commit suicide, but there was nothing he could do. As long as one of the lamp holders in the car was removed, it could run to the low-light area and drill those gaps. For 2-dimensional shadows, as long as there is a gap, there is nothing they can't drill. Keeman stepped forward with his hands clenched, aimed at Lu Binwei's shadow, reached out, and scooped it up, and clenched it into a fist. Lu Binwei's shadow disappeared. He fell in the car, and there was no shadow on his body when the light shone on him. Director Lei and other investigators had sharp spiritual perceptions, and immediately felt that Keeman's hands had 2 consciousnesses. The consciousness of the left hand was very crazy and violent, and it should be a member of the shadow stream. The consciousness of the right hand was not so strong, and he could vaguely sense the emotion of fear and anxiety. Keeman threw the shadow of his right hand back into Lu Binwei's body, and continued to clench his left hand tightly without relaxing. Is that it? It was the first time that Director Lei saw Keeman catching a shadow. He didn't expect the process to be so easy. He just stretched out his hand and got it. There was no feeling of childbirth as imagined. He thought he had to pull the shadow forcefully. Now he felt that Keeman's new skill was really awesome. It's done. He's in my hand, Keeman said with a fist. Seeing this, Director Lei shone the light of the lampstand on Keeman. Keeman didn't change his expression, and was not affected. Okay, let's go back and seal him up and interrogate him. Director Lei suppressed his excitement, and felt that his Investigation Bureau had really given birth to a capable general. He knew how difficult the shadow organization was. This is not a problem for one person, but for the entire bureau. Seeing Keeman catch the shadow stream member so easily, Director Lei knew that Keeman's words would carry more weight, and the higher-ups would pay more attention to him, and would not let him be abducted to a foreign country. After a while, Keeman returned to the bureau. It was already 1 o'clock in the evening. This was the 3rd time the bureau caught a shadow stream member. All the investigators were sleepless, and came to watch the interrogation. In order to get the answer as soon as possible, the interrogation team made a preliminary analysis of Shadow's personality this time. He dared to commit suicide, unlike the last 2 shadows, who did not dare to commit suicide. In terms of personality, he was naturally difficult to interrogate, and was a fanatical radical. For a shadow like this, the free dance turban must be used to teach him a lesson and untie his defenses. Speaking of free dance, everyone took a step back. No one wanted to wear that thing to dance. Deep Ping participated in the lottery again. He looked at the people participating in the lottery, and did not see Keeman, but only Luo Yuan and Cheng Lu. I say, where did Kumeng go? Why didn't I see him? Deep Ping wanted to drag another person into the water. With one more person, his chance would be a little smaller. He tested the shadow hand with Director Lei. Luo Yuan explained. So, this is his excuse for not drawing lots? Deep Ping couldn't help but complain. Luo Yuan closed the lottery box, shook the box, opened the lid, and drew a white lot. Deep Ping decided to draw the second lot this time. He felt that as long as the first person who drew didn't get the lottery, the person who drew the lot later would definitely increase the chance of winning. So the later the person draws, the more likely it is to get into trouble. Deep Ping thought to himself and took a lot. A little red appeared in Deep Ping's eyes. "Oh my God!" Deep Ping fainted. The people waiting for the lottery saw this and were overjoyed. They came forward and slapped Deep Ping to wake him up, telling him not to default. Deep Ping had a sad face, closed the door in the interrogation room, and put on the free dance scarf. Freed from the shackles, his eyes changed dramatically, and his stiff face was covered with a sweet smile. At this moment, the Dance King returned. Shadow didn't care about anything else. When he saw someone coming in, he cursed, "Don't even think about getting any information out of me. I, Ding Yangun, will never dance with you even if I die." 10 minutes later, Shadow changed his mind. "This dance is so delicious." When Keeman came out of the test room, the interrogation was over, and Shadow had explained all the causes. Shadow's original name was Ding Yangun. He was a missionary 10 years ago. He was a minor-level figure in the Shadow Stream organization, and his task was to lead a newcomer to become a master. Once the apprentice's name was announced, the investigation bureau immediately sent people to arrest him. The newcomer was too weak, not at the same level as the mentor. He could not run when he was trapped by the light-related items, and was soon caught and detained by the investigation bureau. In addition, Ding Yangun had another task, which was to secretly develop subordinates in Whale City to prepare for the future backup of the Shadow Stream organization. As for what the backup of the Shadow Stream was, Ding Yangun was not clear. He only knew this, and no more information was known. When all this was over, it was already 4 o'clock in the middle of the night when Kumeng returned home. It was very late, and Kumeng was very sleepy. After taking out the glutinous rice balls, white sugar, and sand salt worms, he lay directly on the bed and fell asleep. In a corner that Kumeng could not see, undercurrents were surging in Whale City. In a dark corner, two shadows met in the dark. The bait has been put in. But there was a little accident. Accident? There is a strange person. I think we need to investigate him. Who is this person? Kumeng, one of the official popular science personnel. Chapter 154. Kumeng didn't know that he had been targeted by the Shadow organization, and his consciousness was traveling in the dream world. If he didn't log in for a day, there would be many strange things in his dream. The players' imaginations were getting bigger and bigger, and the things they made were getting weirder and weirder. Stones, land, a mountain, rivers, and even players who turned into air. Many things can't be called conscious things at all, and they don't have the ability to move. Once they fell asleep, it was like they stopped thinking, staying in a daze, or following the terrain and natural wind flow, until the game cabin forced them to wake up. But if some details are added, such as the aircraft having artificial intelligence, such as the sea adding plankton, it would be different. The player's consciousness is automatically transformed into machine intelligence or group intelligence, and thus has thinking. Through the player Sakata Moon who controls the dragon, Keeman saw a large area of the ocean dyed orange, and the distance was still blue, but the sea around the land had all been dyed orange. This is due to the enthusiasm of the Orange Star players. A large number of oceans have poured into it, transforming the appearance of the seawater, and it is filled with a large number of plankton. However, the problem that follows is the problem of the Orange Sea meeting another Orange Sea. Their consciousness mainly comes from the group consciousness composed of plankton. Once they meet, it is difficult to avoid a struggle of consciousness. At present, Keeman has noticed that 7 Orange Seas are fighting in consciousness. The plankton in the sea are killing madly and fighting for territory. Keeman sensed the worry from the giant dragon players who were watching. The players were worried that the other party might kill the player's consciousness. But the players thought about it, and thought that they could be resurrected in dreams, so they didn't seem to worry much. The Orange Star people do not allow internal fighting, and they do not know whether these Orange Oceans will face punishment when they return to Orange Star. Keeman jumped to the players on land, and saw various deformed creatures jumping in the forest. There are also some giant beasts taller than mountains walking on the ground, walking like an earthquake, with loud noises. Giants hundreds of meters high jumped out and fought with the monsters, shaking the earth and mountains, and even the giant birds in the sky could not help but stop and watch. The Orange Star people under the giant beasts were in chaos, shouting to stop fighting. The giants and monsters heard their shouts, and were a little unhappy, but they stopped. Let's fight in a deserted place. The giant crossed his arms, and the skin on his forehead reflected the sunlight, blinding the big birds in the sky, and yelled. Good. The monster spoke human language, eager to try. In addition to these two monsters, there are actually many giant players on the ground. A few hundred meters is considered small. Keeman jumped to the perspective of the tallest player in the dream, with a height of nearly 10,000 meters. 10,000 meters, you can see all the mountains at a glance, and everything seems small. Keeman looked at the giant's perspective and saw the boundless ocean, half orange and one side blue. The ocean has no end and can be expanded infinitely at present, depending on how big the players' hearts are. Theoretically, players can use construction capabilities to create another continent, but the workload is too large and it is difficult to do. Keeman was immersed in the fantasy of building together, and time passed quickly. In this brain-exploding dream of players, people in the detective world also dreamed of the dream world when they were sleeping. When logging into the dream for the first time, the villager saw a spider hundreds of meters high passing by. The 8 spider legs were like pillars supporting the sky, fluffy and frightening. The spider looked down at the new dreamers, and countless compound eyes stared at them as if they were ants. The villagers had goosebumps all over their bodies, and the self-protection mechanism of the brain kicked in, and they fainted directly. The big spider chuckled, happy for the effect of his prank. Detective Game World. One after another, the villagers woke up with terrified eyes. Such a terrible thing made them unable to sleep, and they were still scared. That night, they couldn't sleep. When they got up and opened the door, they saw some insomniac villagers in the open space. Everyone couldn't help but feel sympathy and gathered together to discuss the things in the dream. Speaking of those terrible monsters, their appearances were more exaggerated than each other, and the more they talked, the more terrible they became, and they dared not say anything. Some villagers who had never heard the dream story were woken up, opened the window, and saw that the villagers were as abnormal as usual, gathered together and whispered something, and they also came over to listen to the stories. They were all stories about monsters and dreams, very curious and never heard it before. Once they heard it, they were fascinated. Every villager who experienced a nightmare told a different version, but they were told in great detail, making people have to believe it. Huh? When Keeman was touring the dream world, he found some familiar new faces through the perspectives of players, such as big spiders and giants. They were the villagers in the detective world. Although they only had a glimpse, they were soon scared awake by the giant creatures on land. Keeman also knew that the detective world was spread by Xiao Taozi as one of the sources of dreams. Finally, there is one more source of dreams. Keeman was slightly happy. With one more source, there should be a lot of new dream population. Now the Orange Star people have strict control, and there are too few new people entering the dream. All of them are old players. Moreover, most dreamers are very regular. Each dream lasts about 2 hours, and they leave when the time is up. Only some people ignore the rules of Orange Star and sleep for 8 hours, and some even sleep for more than 10 hours. Because the Orange Star high level controls the dream population, Keeman has to open up new dream sources if he wants to increase the population. In this hand, Xiao Taozi did a good job. Xiao Taozi is not a direct believer of Keeman, but she has been in contact with the evil god. Occasionally, she behaves abnormally, spreads the content of the dream, and discharges the inner depression, but also makes the NPCs in the game world gradually know the dream. Although the NPCs do not have the face-pinching games made by the Orange Star people, they cannot give full play to their imagination like them, but they still have different shining points. That is, their body is a group of data. There is no bright spot now, but there may be bright performance in the future. Looking at the villagers who fainted from shock, Keeman thought that since all the NPCs from the detective world had come, Xiao Taozi was not an exception, then the artificial intelligence from Orange Star must have come in as well. It was just that there were too many dreamers, and Keeman had not yet found the artificial intelligence from Orange Star. Keeman had tried to use synesthesia to find the artificial intelligence from Orange Star, but Keeman's psychological target was not clear, and he did not succeed in finding the target. Even with the feeling given by Xiao Taozi as a reference, his synesthesia still did not find the correct target. Now Keeman observed the fainted villagers from the player's perspective, and tried to synesthetize the villagers' dreams, and indeed felt an inexplicable obstacle. This obstacle also happened to Xiao Taozi. At that time, Keeman's solution was to directly invade the dream, look at Xiao Taozi, retreat in seconds, and force a relationship. With a legitimate relationship, the obstacles can naturally be overcome for synesthesia. Keeman was thoughtful. Since the new villagers also had an inexplicable obstacle that was difficult to synesthetize, then everything made sense. Artificial intelligence is probably hidden in the crowd, and it is not non-existent. They do not possess complete spirituality like the players, and perhaps they are born with the ability to block synesthesia, so it is difficult for Keeman to know them instantly. Chapter 155. World Game. Since the last time the players avoided the ghosts and Cthulhu believers were forbidden to log in, the Black Ghosts did not come to the Novice Village. In addition to the Novice Village, the players also found the second main city and the third main city. The Black Ghost floated over again, secretly observing the adventurers. The Black Ghost did not want to tame these consciousnesses with too strong personal thoughts, but the evil god boss ordered to continue taming. What else can the Black Ghost do? It can only force it. There are 3 Black Ghosts who came to perform the taming task this time, and the other ghosts continue to expand outward and preach for Cthulhu. The players in the third main city do not know that they have been targeted by the Black Ghosts and are taking tasks in the city. The task NPC is a male bard named Kong Ji-Huan, wearing an elegant long robe with gold silk patterns printed on the surface. When the NPC Kong Ji-Huan faces the players, he explains the task casually, and does not want to say too much. He looks like a lazy NPC. The female player Tuki Aishur was wearing a warrior outfit. She was petite and cute, but she looked irritable to the NPC. You speak so slowly, can you speak faster? Another female player Zi Qiang put her hands on her waist, wearing a luxurious wizard robe, and said impatiently, NPC speaks so slowly. NPC Kong Ji-Huan originally spoke slowly, and everything was done according to the old thinking. But the next second, Kong Ji-Huan saw a shabby hollow cloak covered with black mist swimming over the wall, and the decayed and extremely oppressive aura made his face change drastically. You go quickly, I will cover you. NPC Kong Ji-Huan stepped forward, pulled the 2 female players behind, and blocked them in front of them. What's going on? The 2 girls turned around, and saw a ghost covered in black mist floating in front of the bard. The rotten and dark mist rushed directly over, as if penetrating the body. You are affected by an unknown existence. A line of subtitles popped up, and the 2 girls' senses failed. Their hearts beat faster and faster, and they felt very scared. The bard standing in front of them was also scared, but he was different from others. He was once a strong man on this land. In a battle, Illusion of the Sky lost his lover and became free and lazy. He wandered around various human cities all day long, singing those heartbreaking stories. Illusion of the Sky looked at the Black Ghost in front of him and remembered a story he had sung before. It was a story about the liquidation of an ancient evil sect. In the age of disaster, the evil god Cthulhu fell to the bottom of the sea, and Dagon, who loved deep diving, and another god Hydra were sealed, and no news was heard. The entire deep-diving fisherman tribe was liquidated, the ancient and evil sect died overnight, and there was no more madness in human cities. And now, Empty Illusion inexplicably remembered that story. Not only was there decay and darkness, he felt an inexplicable madness from the Black Ghost, which was a madness beyond the nature of living things, and it was definitely not a power that normal creatures could possess. Empty Illusion gritted his teeth, stimulated the power in his body, and wanted to fight the Black Ghost. At this time, the Black Ghost directly passed through the body of Empty Illusion and came to the 2 players. Players Rabbit Lovely Food and Purple Sky were both shocked. They saw that the health bar of NPC Empty Illusion instantly turned from green to red, and the health value was directly reset to 0. This incomprehensible damage made the 2 players tremble. They were game guides organized by the official organization. Now the official organization was short of manpower, so they could only mobilize the internet crowd to come to the Institute to play games, so they knew the existence of the Black Ghost. The people in the Institute said that if you see the Black Ghost, you must run as far as possible. If you really can't run, you must be forced to log off the line, and don't confront it head-on. The 2 players also knew that something was wrong, and hurriedly pulled out the game exit bar, and were about to click to exit. At this time, the Black Ghost howled, causing the 2 female players to faint directly without even clicking. The Black Ghost nodded silently, wrapped the 2 people with a cloak, and then the 2 disappeared without a trace. The other 2 ghosts ran out of the street. No outsiders were found. Let's go! The Black Ghost has become smart this time. When conquering humans, they must not be seen by others, otherwise the human consciousness will disappear and become a soulless shell. As ghosts, they are most sensitive to souls, and the most annoying thing is those who suddenly become empty shells. Even if the soul returns to the body afterwards, it will disappear for no reason at a certain point in time, and will never be found again. This time, the Black Ghost didn't run far after taking the person away. He waded directly into the sewer of the third main city, and shook the person out with his cloak. The 2 girls were already unconscious, which was just right for the 3 ghosts to slowly influence them, input the ideas of fanatical believers, and change their thinking patterns. This process was not long. After 2 hours, the black ghost completed a round of influence and transported the people back to the ground. Then, the two girls woke up and found themselves lying in the corridor of the third main city. What's going on? It seems like we need to find a bard to take a rare job transfer task. Zicheng patted her head hurt a little, as if she had just fallen. How could she fall in the game? And she couldn't remember what she was doing the last moment. The rare task is gone, Zicheng. What's going on? Rabbit Lovely Food looked at the empty rare task bar, and was completely dumbfounded. After being dumbfounded, the little Lolita was furious and chopped the wall with a sword. I don't know either. Zicheng covered her head, and felt a little dizzy. Suddenly, a picture seemed to flash before her eyes, like a pattern of a magic circle. Spices, candles, water sources, black robes, masks, time and space stone powder. Strange knowledge has increased, but she doesn't understand why there is such knowledge. This knowledge is similar to the information revealed by the official orange star, which is the stuff of evil believers. The two looked at each other, and felt that the other was also thinking about this matter. Why is it something from evil believers? It sounds like something normal. However, the two of them had a tacit understanding, and did not report the idea of looking for time and space stone powder to their superiors. The two girls continued to level up, and Black Phantom did the same thing to capture those two-person adventurers. Now the Orange Star people no longer play single-player games, and at least two people are required to form a team to play games. However, this is not a problem for Black Phantom at all. Two people are on the lookout and one person is enough to stun. Slowly, the number of Cthulhu believers in the third main city increased. This group of believers is different from the past. The new believers pay more attention to the concept of doing things in secret, and will not walk through the street in black robes. Only when holding a sacrificial ceremony can you wear a black robe and a mask. At other times, you can't look too weird, so as not to be known by the gods behind the adventurers. This is the new concept instilled by Black Phantom. If you don't update your concept these days, you can't even preach. Chapter 156. Most of the people in the third main city fell without knowing it. The key is that everyone is very cautious, and will never collect the time and space stone powder unless they are sure of concealment. Orange Star's commander did not know that some people had fallen, and he was still commanding the team to level up normally. Black Ghost found that some Cthulhu believers showed extremely high IQ. After understanding the Lord's will, he offered advice to Black Ghost. Why don't you influence the city lord and local personnel? After influencing them, secretly guide a group of adventurers into the secret room to stun them, and then convert them into Cthulhu believers. Adventurers don't believe in ghosts, but they believe in the locals in the city. As long as the locals say it, they will basically not doubt the tasks announced by the locals. Even if they doubt it, it will take time to verify it. Black Ghost listened to the player's advice, and felt it made sense. Then Black Ghost changed his method, and said Black Ghost to fly to the fourth main city, and other main cities first, and capture all the cities together. At this time, human adventurers had not yet conquered the fourth main city, so in their eyes, the fourth main city was an undeveloped territory, full of unknowns. Kamong did not know that the Black Ghost had made a breakthrough. Even if he knew, he could not show a gratified expression, and Cthulhu's face could not make a corresponding expression. It was also at this time that Keeman heard the call from the horizon. It was like a murmur, like worship, and with a bit of fanaticism. It was a sacrifice from believers. Keeman took the initiative to accept the sacrifice, and his consciousness descended into a crystal production area. This is the territory of the crystal family, full of colorful crystals, fluorescent and shining, very beautiful. In the center of the territory, there is a lake with the color of deep sea, and the lake surface is like a starry sky with colorful stars. Next to the lake, it is covered with time and space stone powder. The magic circle is very large. After all, the center of the magic circle is the water area, which is an unchangeable fact. In order to adapt to such a large lake, the crystal family laid a lot of time and space stone powder, which is more than 1,000 times the sacrifices of other races. Rich, they don't even look at the time and space stone powder, and they scatter it at will. I don't know which killer uses the time and space stone powder like this. It would be nice to share some with the fanatical believers of other races. The crystal family felt the coming of the evil god's will, and all of them were fixed on the ground. They are the crystal family, rich in mineral resources, and there is a lot of time and space stone powder, so they don't feel bad about using it. They are also wearing black robes, which are very wide. The specific shape cannot be seen, and only through feeling can we know that it is a group of crystals. Great Cthulhu, we, the Crystal Clan, hope to leave this hellhole. Please save the child. This is a naturally formed crystal knife with strange powers. I hope it can help the great lord. Sincerely thank you. The Crystal Clan made a sincere voice. As an evil god, Keeman could sense that their inner beliefs were real, not false. Keeman sensed the crystal knife thrown into the water by the other party. It was a crystal clear crystal knife, very beautiful, and the beauty party must love it. Keeman did not feel the strange temperament, and simply accepted the gift from the Crystal Clan. In other words, with such a large lake, it would be enough to sacrifice a 10-meter giant beast, otherwise it would be a waste of time and space stone powder. As Keeman thought, he transmitted knowledge to the crystal family. Water mirror shuttle. They are crystals without brains, but when the evil god's words are transmitted, some very confusing information is inevitably mixed in. Only a part of it is usable, and the rest are useless chaotic words. The crystal family shouted proudly, and it was unknown whether they had understood it. Some crystals naturally broke, and some crystals glowed with golden light, as if they had upgraded. After a while, the surviving crystal family lay on the ground, and didn't want to speak for a long time. Keeman had quietly left, and used his synesthesia ability to synesthesia his own body, and saw a crystal clear crystal knife lying on the huge bedroom floor, as well as some crystal textured live fish and some small crystal blocks. Seeing this, Keeman was too lazy to check whether the crystal family had successfully digested it, and looked directly at his face. Through continuous staring, a strange sense of horror suddenly rose, and Keeman suddenly opened his eyes, his little heart pounding. Turning his head to the left, he saw Tang Yuan wrapping the lively crystal fish with dog hair, while Bai Shetang held the crystal knife with his claws, and looked at it carefully. The sand saltworm followed behind, and ate the sand very hard. It was the foodie in the team. Seeing that Tang Yuan and other pets were fine, Keeman first took out the big-faced cat to see what kind of treasure it was. Crystal level fish. Below level 150, eat an adult fish to level up, effective for crystal creatures. This? Keeman was stunned. It turned out to be a level fish. Keeman remembered the batch of spiritual fruit trees. Those level fish have not been eaten yet. Some fish are being raised, but they are raising very slowly. This time, many level fish were sent, but they only work on crystal creatures, and Tang Yuan can't eat them. As for white sugar, although white sugar produces sand, it is essentially a flesh and blood animal. There is no hope for the sand saltworm. Keeman has never thought of feeding it with grated fish, and feels that it would be a waste to feed it. Keeman asked Tang Yuan to bring a large basin, put 8 live fish into the basin, and then put the scattered small fish into the basin. There are a total of 100 crystal-grade fish, and the number is just an integer. Keeman took out the previous adult-grade fish, and fed Tang Yuan a wave of it to let it upgrade quickly. Then he looked at the 2 items on the floor. One is a crystal block, and the other is a natural crystal knife. Crystal block. Crystal creatures feed, extremely delicious. Can be used as a decoration, stable light in a dark environment. This thing is still useless, at least it has no effect on him at present. Then Keeman looked at today's main dish, the natural crystal knife. This naturally formed crystal knife is very small. I measured it with a ruler. The handle is 9 centimeters, and the blade is only 49 millimeters. It looks like a surgical knife out of its sheath. Holding it in the hand, there is a feeling of being pricked in the palm, but the resistance of the body is strong, so that the pain in the palm decreases rapidly, leaving only a slight tingling sensation. Crystal scalpel. Crystal knife is harmful to evil spirits or soul objects. When holding the handle, a small amount of spiritual perception is increased, and the palm of the hand is pricked at the same time. If you hold it for a long time, a random finger will bleed. The longer the time, the more likely it is to break a finger. When throwing hard, it has the function of automatically hitting enemies in the field of vision. It takes 24 hours to restore the automatic hitting ability after use. After recalling the strange knowledge, Keeman held the handle of the knife and felt that he had become more sensitive. Waves of tingling took root in the palm of the hand, and the pain slowly increased over time. Keeman waited for 5 minutes, and the tingling sensation had grown to a very strong level, with the thumb hurting the most, as if the knife had pierced into the flesh and was about to cut to the bone. Keeman put the crystal knife into his storage scarf. The intense stinging sensation disappeared. He was still frightened, but when he thought of its function, he became slightly excited. He had found a treasure. Chapter 157. The crystal scalpel is a kind of exorcist, but I don't know how strong its exorcist ability is. And judging from its side effects, it should be quite large. He has more than 130 points of resistance. As soon as he took it in his hand, he felt a very strong stinging sensation. If it wasn't for the resistance to resist the damage, the user would definitely be in a state of excruciating pain. 5 minutes, at most 5 minutes, the severe pain will intensify to a piercing pain. If there is no resistance, Keeman thinks that it will intensify to a piercing pain in 1 minute, and it may be broken in 2 minutes. It feels like this. Keeman doesn't know how powerful it is, so it's better to use shadow creatures for experiments. I don't know if shadows are considered soul objects. As long as the shadow leaves the body, people will faint, and it feels like the shadow exists like a soul. Keeman now deeply understands what the shadow organization is like. Really, there are basically no innocent shadow members who have joined the shadow organization. 2 human figures of stone were shot out of the scarf. They have been shadows in the stone for a long time. Keeman first caught Mi Jingyun, and then asked Tang Yuan to catch 2 bugs. Bugs had nowhere to hide in front of Tang Yuan. He went to the manor lawn and caught a few bugs in less than 30 seconds. Mi Jingyun didn't know what would happen next. Since she entered the stone and became a still shadow, her thinking has slowed down a lot. When her body showed obvious changes, she found that she had physical sensations. Blinking her eyes, Keeman's devil-like face frightened her. What a terrible human. It takes 11 minutes to regain consciousness this time. It seems that the longer you stay in the stone, the slower you will recover. The human in front of him muttered to himself, saying something very terrible. Mi Jingyun wanted to slip away, but when she thought of Kumeng's skill in catching shadows, she felt desperate again. She should not have invaded Chen Momo and her daughter in this life. If she did not invade them, but invaded others instead, she would not have taken the initiative to send them to Kumeng's downstairs. Well, don't worry, I just want to try what effect the scalpel has on the shadow. Kumeng took out a crystal scalpel, which was crystal clear and reflected colorful light under the light, which was very beautiful. Any woman who loves beauty will fall in love with this knife sincerely. But when Mi Jingyun saw that the person holding the knife was Kumeng, she was immediately scared to the extreme. Don't come over. She wanted to speak, but her aunt body could not make a sound. Don't be afraid, it will be fine. After all, I am not a devil. If you really die, there will be less channels for understanding. Kumeng first asked Tang Yuan to hold the ant, and then gently poked the ant's female shadow with a scalpel. This poke seemed to be fine. Mi Jingyun breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, Kumeng did not lie. He really did not mess around. The next second, she felt that she was pulled out. Her perspective changed drastically, becoming a flat perspective, and the objects she saw were no longer three-dimensional. Her feet felt like they were being held, and she wanted to run but couldn't. What happened just now doesn't count. Now you are in a free shadow state. Try the knife again. Don't move. Be careful not to poke your pancreas. Kumeng's right hand pinched the shadow of Mi Jingyun's legs with 2 fingers. With his left hand, he controlled the scalpel to stab the opponent's arm. Mi Jingyun immediately screamed, as if her hand was cut off. From Kumeng's perspective, he just used the scalpel to gently cut the other person's hand, and did not completely cut it open. But Mi Jingyun's entire shadow hand was broken, and it made a shrill sound. Keeman threw the screaming Mi Jingyun back into the body of the shadowless ant, and the shrill sound stopped immediately, and the room became quiet. Strange, is the shadow separated from the body considered a soul body, or is it classified as an evil spirit? Keeman recalled the function of the scalpel, which was harmful to both evil spirits and soul objects. Evil spirits and soul objects feel like the same type of thing, but evil spirits are the kind of soul bodies that are very murderous and very evil. Keeman remembered that Mi Jingyun had ill intentions towards him, and immediately stretched out his right hand, and pronounced the unconventional pronunciation of the name of the demon map. The coldness descended, and the brightness in the bedroom in broad daylight dropped by 1 point, and a black parchment scroll with sparks on the edge appeared. Opening the demon map that will not slack off, you can see a white dot, and 2 red dots squeezed together. The white dot is Keeman, and the red dots are 2 shadow creatures. The demon map can sense the existence of malicious intentions towards the host. It used to be lazy, but after experiencing Cthulhu's dream, the nightmare map became very diligent. Huh? Keeman originally summoned to see if Mi Jingyun and the others still had malicious intentions, but now, he saw a new red dot popping up on the map. What's going on? There was no new red dot when he summoned the demon map last time. When did others have malicious intentions towards him? Keeman thought that he hadn't done anything bad recently, and he hadn't killed anyone's parents, so where did the malicious intentions come from? Keeman walked 100 steps in that direction, and saw that the 2 red dots were slightly away from him, and the single red dot was a little closer to Keeman. At this time, another new red dot appeared on the edge of the map. For red dots, after a few minutes of observation, Keeman found that the new red dots were moving and slowly approaching Keeman. The demon map has a detection distance limit, and the new red dots should be detected only when they enter the detection range. After thinking about it, Keeman simply stopped guessing and reported the incident to his superiors for prudent considerations. The method of reporting the incident was very easy. Keeman called Director Lay directly. Director Lay attached great importance to it and immediately took special defensive items and drove to Keeman's new home. Now Keeman is the treasurer of the Investigation Bureau. There is a certain probability of generating treasures every day. After a long time, Keeman will definitely have treasures that he can't use. Instead of keeping them in the bottom of the box, it is better to give them to the Investigation Bureau. Therefore, the Investigation Bureau will not let those who have malicious intentions towards Keeman wander around. Keeman didn't find a reason on the phone. He directly said that he drank a bottle of still water and gained the ability to summon the map, and could see malicious people wandering around the map. This reason is well-founded and convincing. After a while, Director Lay rushed to Keeman's house. "Let me see your map. Is it so effective?" Director Lay brought a group of people to help, fearing that the enemy's power was too large to defend. "Look!" Keeman summoned the demon map for everyone to see. Before Director Lay came, Keeman had communicated with the demon map and hid the malicious red dots of Mi Jingyun and the others. Hiding information was not for anything else, but because the two shadows still had experimental value. Besides, everyone has some small secrets, not everything has to be exposed. Keeman chose to hide it, and this did not hinder his cooperation with the Investigation Bureau. So there were only two red dots on the demon map that everyone saw, one wandering on the edge, and the other was approaching. It crossed half the distance from the edge of the map, and gradually approached Keeman's location. Why is there no route map on this map, only directions? Director Lay saw that the black parchment scroll was blank, with only two red dots and a white dot in the center. Yes, it only provides directions and approximate distances. Keeman nodded. This red dot seems to be approaching us. Why don't we ambush it? Director Lay pointed to the approaching red dot. Everyone looked at each other, and they all had the same idea. Chapter 158. Dare to have malice towards Keeman, colleagues in the Investigation Bureau will not tolerate any sand in their eyes, and immediately sent a large number of plainclothes personnel to lurk outside the villa. The surveillance cameras outside the villa also maintain the highest alert level. As long as someone appears in the camera, they will be closely monitored by the authorities. Keeman's villa is very large, with an area of 30,000 square meters. If the enemy wants to enter Keeman's home, they have to climb over the wall. And there is a camera every 50 meters on the wall of Keeman's house, with zero blind spot reconnaissance. As long as someone dares to cross the wall, the villa surveillance security system will actively send a warning to Keeman's mobile phone. However, before the other party gets closer, the malicious red dot suddenly retreats and evacuates in the opposite direction. What's the matter? Did he find something wrong? Director Lay stared at the red dot on the demon map and raised his eyebrows. Could it be that there was an insider who tipped off the red dot? Why did the red dot suddenly run away? Director Lay looked at the people around him. They were all colleagues in the Investigation Bureau. It couldn't be an insider. I estimate this distance to be around 1,200 meters. Keeman estimated based on the gap between the red and white dots on the map. Director Lay immediately took out his mobile phone to take a photo and asked the network monitor to quickly find the suspicious person. The direction has been given, and the approximate distance is also known, so there is no reason not to find it. At this time, the red dot on the edge of the map retreated and disappeared, leaving only the red dot that was moving away on the map. You are running a little fast. Are you driving? Keeman watched the red dot move faster, which was a walking speed before, which was not normal. Seeing this, Director Lay called the key personnel of the Transportation Bureau through video and asked them to infer the person's route based on the changes in the trajectory of the red dot on the map. Soon, the Traffic Bureau staff called to give the answer. In the suspicious area, a person suddenly hailed a taxi on the roadside and left. Chase! The nearby police car is already chasing. A colleague from the Traffic Bureau said. Whale City, District W. Shijisher sat in the co-pilot seat, wiped the sweat from his forehead, and stared at the window from time to time. He was a member of the Shadow Organization. He originally planned to go to Keeman's house to check the situation, but he suddenly received an alarm from his companion Eagle, claiming that someone from the Investigation Bureau had entered Keeman's villa. The situation was not good, so don't take any action. Eagle was the contact person of the Shadow Organization, responsible for contacting the minor-level personnel in the Whale City area. He had a strong intelligence ability. As long as he issued an alarm, Everyone had to unconditionally believe it and quickly find a way to retreat. At this time, Shi Shishi's mobile phone buzzed. He looked down at the text message. The sender was a string of unfamiliar phone numbers, and only one word was written: danger. Seeing this word, Shi Shishi immediately knew that something was wrong. Generally speaking, when shadow members receive an alert from a contact, there are 3 levels. The first is a level 1 alert, with the words "okay, don't reply" in the text message. At this time, the shadow members on the mission will stop the mission, temporarily hide, and act according to circumstances. The second level alert uses the word retreat, and shadow members must stop the mission, leave the original place, and retreat to a safe place. How to retreat is up to them. The third level alert is danger, which means that the shadow members who receive the message have been discovered, and there may be undercover agents around them. They must find a way to escape immediately, even if they have to choose a new host. Shi Shishi never expected that after receiving the word retreat, he would immediately receive the word danger. There was no other way. He had to escape from here, and could not stay on the road. Crash into it. Shi Shishi pointed at a jewelry store in a roadside mall and shouted, "What are you talking about?" The driver looked at the passenger as if he was a fool. The passenger suddenly put on a glove, and his hand went straight through the protective fence of the driver's seat and pinched his hand. A huge force surged to his elbow, and the driver cried out in pain. "I told you to crash, and you crashed. Don't you understand what I'm saying?" Shi Shishi looked crazy, and controlled the arc to turn right, and the car rushed out of the curb. Seeing that the car was about to hit someone's window, the driver subconsciously slammed on the brakes, and the car stopped in time and did not hit it. "Unlock the car for me. Hurry up, or I kill you." Shi Shishi saw that the car stopped, and immediately increased the strength of squeezing his hand. The driver was terribly scared. He really couldn't understand how the passenger's hand could get through the stainless steel fence. This was originally meant to protect the driver from the passenger, but now it had no effect on the passenger. Click, the lock of the passenger door opened. Shi Shishi let go of his hand, quickly got out of the car, and ran into the mall. The driver looked at Shi Shishi, who was running away in a hurry. His right hand trembled, and cold sweat ran down his face. He turned his head to look at the fence. The fence was obviously intact, and it was impossible for him to reach in, but the man's hand really got through. Could it be that? The videos made by the official Popular Science personnel were all real. He thought it was a special effect, and he didn't believe it psychologically. After all, there was no special incident in reality, and the society was peaceful and stable, but today's experience told him that this was definitely not a movie special effect, but a real thing. At this time, the sound of a police car beeped and stopped behind the taxi. "People in the car, raise your hands and don't move, otherwise I will kill you without mercy." The police came over with a gun, looking nervous. I'm not a criminal," he ran in. The taxi driver heard the police's voice, and said in a lost voice, as if he had found a savior. Everyone looked at each other, and rushed into the mall building. After a while, a bunch of police cars and car transport soldiers surrounded the mall, and set up a cordon. The people in the mall were blocked inside, and everyone squatted with their heads in their hands, not allowed to resist. The investigator in plain clothes wore sunglasses, and silently joined the investigation. And Keeman also found that the red dot had stopped. According to the information given by the Transportation Bureau, the other party fled into a mall. "I go too. I have a shadow grabber, which is safer than you," Keeman said. Director Lay didn't want to agree at first, but as Keeman said, in the entire Investigation Bureau, Keeman's shadow grabber is the most restraining to the shadow flow members. As long as you scoop it up at close range, the shadow will be caught directly in your palm. Even if it escapes, you can catch it back. It's too powerful. Of course, the premise of all this is that Keeman can get close to the shadow members. If you can't get close, the shadow catching hand can't catch the shadow in the distance. After a while, Keeman took a car to the vicinity of the mall. The demon map in his hand continued to navigate for him. The red dot was still in front of him, but it had a slight tendency to move. At present, the people from the Investigation Bureau have searched the entire mall. In the toilet on the 5th floor, they saw a person who fainted in the toilet. There was no shadow on his body, even if it was illuminated by light. Keeman took the elevator to the 5th floor himself. With a ding, the elevator door opened. The guard outside the door nodded. At this time, a mosquito buzzed into the elevator. Keeman just stepped half a foot out of the elevator, exclaimed, and looked back at the mosquito. Everyone also stopped and looked back at the elevator, not knowing what they were looking at. Keeman put on sunglasses and didn't see anything. The shadow of a mosquito is so tiny that it is invisible unless it is very close to the wall. Is there something wrong with the elevator? Director Lay asked in confusion. There are mosquitoes in the elevator. Oh, if there are, then there are. Director Lay was about to leave, but suddenly stopped. Huh? Mosquitoes? Chapter 159. At this time, everyone's focus changed. They were no longer looking at the elevator, but looking for the mosquito inside. Keeman stared at the mosquito and scooped it up with both hands at the same time. The mosquito immediately lost its power to fly and fell to the ground. There were shadows on both of Keeman's hands. When he opened his left hand, there was a small mosquito moving around in his palm. Keeman threw his hand and threw it back to the shadow's body. As soon as he opened his other hand, a huge black shadow crawled out of his palm and wanted to rush into Keeman's clothes, but Keeman swung his hand back and scooped it up again in the air. He clenched his fist, and the shadow was locked in his palm again. Director Lay watched Keeman scooping, throwing, and taking movements like flowing clouds in water. Caught it? Director Lay was a little uncertain. It felt too easy and not real enough, as if he was living in a dream. Caught it. Keeman nodded. The catching process was so fast that it was dazzling and felt very unreal. If the Bureau of Investigation were to catch the shadow, they would first have to use light to force it to move. If they could not form a 360-degree encirclement, the shadow stream could escape quickly, slippery like a loach. No, the shadow stream was slipperier than a loach. For example, this time, the shadow stream member escaped by using a mosquito. If it hadn't been for Keeman's sudden look, he might have really let it escape. After catching the shadow, the next thing became simple. They would take the person back to the Bureau of Investigation for interrogation, and use the dance of freedom to influence his heart. However, things did not go as smoothly as Keeman and others imagined. Keeman had just walked out of the mall with the person, when suddenly a loud noise came from the mall behind him. Bang! It sounded like an explosion, but not like a gunpowder explosion, and the sound was muffled. Keeman intuitively thought that it was not a gunpowder explosion, but something else. Subjectively, it gives people a sense of evil. What's going on? Commander, is there any trouble with the personnel guarding the shadowless man on the 5th floor? Director Lay tapped the intercom. Report to Director Lay, the guards did not reply to the message, and now we are sending a drone to check. The anxious voice of the soldier commander sounded in the intercom. I'll be there soon. Director Lay frowned and walked towards the temporary command vehicle nearby. Keeman originally went back to the mall to take a look, but he was stopped by Director Lay. The situation inside the 5th floor is unclear. Wait a moment. Director Lay was very steady and did not rush in. Keeman also waited for a while and looked at the reconnaissance image of the drone transmitted back from the laptop screen in the command vehicle. In the toilet corridor on the 5th floor, a thick green fog spread over. There were originally 4 guards in the toilet corridor, and now all 4 soldiers fell to the ground, fainted, and their faces turned green. The drone passed over the soldier's body and entered the toilet, and saw a dark green in the toilet. Especially in the 5th cubicle in the men's restroom, the guard also fell to the ground. The small camera on his clothes was stained with a layer of green liquid, and there was a green strange thing on his neck, beating like a tumor. At this time, the tumor squeezed into the investigator's body, and the green blood vessels on the surface of the skin were exposed, and the whole person became very strange. The investigator suddenly opened his scarlet eyes, with green light in his eyes, and his mouth was grinning, making a weird laugh. He reached into the toilet and fumbled for a while, and touched a glove covered with green liquid. Oh no! It's a parasite! Director Lay looked at the strange blur on the screen, and immediately knew how serious the situation was, and finally knew why the guards were breached. Originally, the guards carried a self-protection amulet and a small laser pin. The laser has the power of light, and the characteristics of high-temperature lasers. His amulet can unfold a layer of protection shield in times of crisis, but in the camera's view, the silver-white amulet is now covered with green thick liquid, and it seems that it has not had the desired effect. Keeman was also furious when he saw it. The Shadow Stream people made 2 preparations, one to escape and change the master, and the other to leave traps for the investigators to step on the mines. Now an investigator died. It was really sad. In the camera, the investigator with green eyes picked up the laser pen on the ground. The laser pen was stained with a thick layer of green thick liquid. I don't know what it is. But Keeman looked at the live broadcast camera of the drone and vaguely saw some hallucinations. The shadowless man lay on the ground, and his body turned green without warning, and a large ball of green slurry exploded, soaking the entire wall and the guards. A green round object flew out of the explosion and stabbed the investigator's neck, and the hallucination ended. So that's how death happens. Director Lei, this thing should be considered an evil creature. Kuming thought of his crystal scalpel, which is harmful to evil spirits or souls. What do you want to do? To be honest, I got a scalpel that can exorcise spirits this morning. Kuming patted his scarf and showed a short and exquisite scalpel. The scalpel was crystal clear. Under the sunlight, the handle reflected colorful light, shining like a diamond. It is indeed a parasite of the evil type. It is good for exorcism, but the knife is too short. You have to get close to fight. It's too risky. Let me do it. Director Lei, as an A-level member, has a lot of good things on him. Keeman originally wanted to try the throwing effect of the scalpel, but when he heard that Director Lei was going to take action, he thought that the other party was an A-level member, and the effect should be more obvious than him. So let Director Lei take action. Everyone pay attention, evacuate the building immediately, don't stay on the 5th floor. The commander's voice was transmitted to every soldier's headset through the intercom. In the lobby on the 1st floor, those people squatting on the ground immediately received the message and were dismissed. The soldiers from the 5th floor to the 2nd floor quickly went downstairs, and soon came to the 1st floor to guide the people. At this time, the drone in the toilet on the 5th floor was caught by the green investigator and crushed with a slap, and the signal was interrupted. The technician immediately switched to another drone and saw 4 soldiers lying on the ground at the door of the toilet. Everyone watching the video was anxious. At this time, Director Lei moved. Director Lei took out a toy stick, turned it in his right hand, and then in his left hand, making a weird and slightly childish gesture. Luo Yuan, who was in the same group, saw it and looked at Director Lei with a fiery look. Transform. Director Lei whispered to the toy stick. The toy stick suddenly turned on, flashing a bright light, shining like a little sun, blinding everyone's eyes. Keeman squinted his eyes, and when he opened his eyes again, Director Lei had disappeared. Where are the people? Keeman asked. Luo Yuan pulled the corner of Keeman's clothes. Look at the surveillance. Keeman turned his head to look at the screen and saw a flash of white light, and then there was one less unconscious soldier on the ground at the door of the toilet. The next second, a white light lit up beside him. Looking back, the light disappeared, leaving an unconscious person on the ground. A second later, a flash of light, and another soldier on the ground, but no one saw who rescued him. Another second later, there was another person on the floor. This time, Kuming finally saw Director Lei. His skin glowed with pure white light, and his movements were like light. He disappeared in almost the blink of an eye, leaving only a moment of light and shadow on the retina. Chapter 160. When he first saw the use of the toy stick, Keeman felt a strong sense of déjà vu, as if he had seen it somewhere. Now I understand that transformation is not turning into a giant. There are now 4 more unconscious people on the floor, all of whom have green faces, as if they were infected by poison gas. Tang Jin, an A-level member beside him, took out a containment item. He is the second person who has the ability to protect Keeman besides Director Lei. This containment item is a small and exquisite pagoda. The base is just the size of an adult's palm, and it is 7 stories high. Collect, 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 collect. Tang Jin held the pagoda with his left hand, raised his index finger with his right hand, and chanted collect 4 times in a row. The 4 unconscious people on the floor immediately shrank and flashed into the 7-story exquisite pagoda like flying insects. Keeman took a look at the 7-story pagoda, and with a sound of small, 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 the exquisite pagoda shrank very small, and was put in Tang Jin's trouser pocket. If Director Lei can't solve the parasite, I will put you in the tower as soon as possible, and then flee quickly, don't worry. Tang Jin blinked and promised. Kuming had nothing to say, and continued to watch the drone surveillance. At this time, the investigator with green eyes and green blood vessels on his skin stood at the door of the toilet. Director Lei didn't talk nonsense and started to fight right away, punching him in the face at the speed of light. Bang! There was a sound of skulls breaking at the scene, and blood and brain fluid splashed out. The green-skinned investigator's body was instantly knocked away, his head exploded instantly, and he fell to the ground with a long green blood trail. The next moment, Director Lei punched the investigator in the chest at the speed of light again. His chest exploded, his heart burst, and green liquid gushed out. Ah! A green pustule grew out of the wound on the investigator's heart, and he screamed. Just as he was about to squeeze it out, another flash of light passed by, and a fist mark appeared on the green pustule. The pustule burst open instantly, and the liquid splashed onto the wall. In front of the light man, its reaction was too slow, and it had no time to resist. Keeman asked, "Is Director Lei's speed the speed of light?" Luo Yuan couldn't answer, and he didn't know. He only knew that Director Lei had a very powerful prop with super fast speed and super strong power, but the side effects were also very strong. I heard that he needed to stay in a lightless environment afterwards. It's not the speed of light, it just looks fast. A-level member Tang Jin shook his head and said, "If it is really the speed of light, the kinetic energy carried by that punch will not be able to withstand the entire blue star." Keeman nodded silently. Thinking about it, the speed of light is too abnormal. If there is such a thing, blue star may be finished. In the camera, the green liquid automatically flows back, trying to condense into a pustule, but Director Lei is too fast and uses space-related items to collect them in batches. Then Director Lei returned to the square and lifted the transformation state. The skin no longer glowed, and the toy in his hand snapped shut. Director Lei also closed his eyes, looking painful. The side effects began, and the light from the outside world made him feel miserable. "Okay, I go rest. If the corpse comes back to life, call me again." Director Lei took out a full-body black robe from a space-related item, put it on, zipped it all the way to the top, and blocked all light sources outside. Keeman looked at Director Lei lying in the car, not wanting to move for a moment, which showed how strong the side effects were. Once he uses it, he will suffer from photosorexia and cannot stand the light. He will feel uncomfortable all over when there is light. It will take some time for him to get out of autism. Tang Jin sighed. "What if he keeps the transformed state?" Kuming asked. "It is not possible to keep the transformed state. It consumes human energy very quickly. It can drain a person in about half an hour. Eating can't recover that quickly. The special food that replenishes human energy will be one less after each consumption. It cannot be supplied 24 hours a day, so Director Lei can't keep the transformed state," Tang Jin explained while watching the screen on the computer screen. In the screen, the drone ran to check the body of the investigator. Its head and heart exploded. The poor man died in the hands of the parasite, and finally had no chance to keep his body intact. Kuming waited at the scene for a while, waiting for others to take care of the scene. After confirming that everything was fine, he took a car back to the investigation bureau. On the way back, everyone was in a heavy mood. After all, a colleague died, and died tragically. This kind of gloomy mood enveloped the group. Everyone looked depressed and not in high spirits. Entering the investigation bureau, Luo Yuan put on sunglasses as usual and took a look at the tops of everyone's heads. Kuming also wore sunglasses, and subconsciously glanced at the tops of everyone's heads. There was no black smoke, which was normal. However, Kuming thought of the green pus bag that Director Lei had collected. Why didn't he see Director Lei's thing smoking? That thing was put into the item, so there was no thick smoke. In this regard, Luo Yuan explained, the barrier of the investigation bureau cannot detect things wrapped in special items, and the pus bag in the space item is the same. If it is released, it will definitely emit black smoke all over the body. As Keeman listened, he walked into the holy light pool. Under the illumination of the holy light pool, his heavy heart was healed, and he felt warm all over. Then Keeman's clenched hands were finally able to open. As soon as they opened, the shadow tried to escape and screamed as if it was burned by the holy light. Keeman threw it into a bug with a flick of his hand. After a while, the lottery scene was held. Deep Ping didn't draw the red lottery, and breathed a sigh of relief. This time, another person drew the lottery. He walked into the interrogation room with a sad face and a freedom scarf. After a while, the shadow sent out the idea of Zhenxiang and confessed everything. It turned out that the shadow Shi Jisher received instructions from the contact person Eagle to come to investigate Keeman's information. As for the reason for the investigation, he didn't know. He only knew that Keeman was very strange and needed to be investigated. In addition, Shi Jisher explained some of his growth background from joining the church to the present, and there was no other information. Keeman frowned as he looked at the interrogation materials. No, it shouldn't be like this. Keeman shook his head. He intuitively felt that the other party was telling the truth, but he always felt that the other party was hiding something. It doesn't feel right? Let me interrogate it. Keeman stood up and prepared to use the scalpel to improve his inspiration. Do you want the free dance headscarf? Luo Yuan asked curiously. No need, and people's defenses have been opened. Keeman rolled his eyes at Captain Luo. Not long after, Keeman sat in the interrogation room, and the shadow Shi Jisher was squeezed into the corner by the lights. Keeman held the crystal scalpel in his hand, and his palms were tingling, but his spiritual perception became more acute. Keeman didn't ask, just looked at him quietly. Shishir had already opened his defenses, and was forced into a corner by the special lights. He twisted his body freely, his hands went up and down, as slippery as seaweed. Chapter 161. Kamong summoned the demon map, and checked the red dots on the map. There were 2 red dots in total. One red dot was Shishir in front of him, and the other red dot was a member of the Shadow Stream, who was captured a long time ago, the one who was knocked unconscious by the Tangyuan. Kamong stared at the other party's shadow, watching it dancing all the time. He didn't ask, but he quietly felt the feeling coming from the other party in his heart. There is something strange, there must be something strange. But it is hard to tell where the strange point is, maybe it is hidden. After a long gaze, Keeman vaguely saw the hallucination. A man in a red headscarf took off his clothes and danced in the room. It's so hot. Kamong shook his head, and now he finally knew what the free dance was. Freedom is really free, let yourself go. But Keeman didn't want to dance hotly in a pair of shorts. This is not the picture I want to see, continue. Keeman closed his eyes, and the tingling in the palm of his hand deepened, very painful. Put the scalpel back into the scarf, and the stinging feeling gradually disappeared. He patted the storage scarf again, took out the scalpel, and once again inherited the bone-piercing stinging feeling from last time. It seems that he can't play with the scalpel like a bug in the short term. After thinking about it, Kumeng applied to his superiors for a spiritual fruit to improve his spiritual perception. The superiors only discussed for a while, and agreed. By the way, the organization also decided to send the spiritual fruit tree back. We have planted 10 tree species. The original tree species can be sent back and planted in front of your villa. What do you think? Luo Yuan conveyed the message for the superiors. I don't have a pet to watch the house. If I plant it at home, I'm afraid it will be stolen when I go out. Let's talk about it next time, when I have a suitable pet to watch the house. Kumeng declined. It's not the right time yet. Keeman doesn't have many pets. The more valuable the things at home are, the more they are a kind of restraint. He doesn't want to add a layer of shackles that restrict his freedom. And the spiritual fruit tree is not easy to raise at all. It needs strong emotions to water it. It's better to wait until there are more pets in the future, and then let the pets brush emotions, or use 2 shadows to brush emotions. Okay. Luo Yuan expressed his understanding. Not long after, there were a few more spiritual fruits on Keeman's desk. These fruits were all brushed out by people in the bureau with emotions. If it were Keeman, he might cry for hours. Now he is happy. He doesn't need to cry. He can reach out and take the fruit. After eating a fruit in a big mouthful, a warm current flows into the nerve endings of the body, and the soul feels sublimated and becomes more sensitive. This time, Keeman watched the shadow dance for a long time, and felt that there was a layer of estrangement between him and the shadow. This layer of estrangement is a bit like a psychological barrier, as if some knowledge is closed. Yes, there is a sense of closure. Keeman took out the scalpel again, and his spiritual perception became higher, and the things he perceived became clearer and clearer. Following the spiritual warning in his heart, Keeman reached out with his left hand, and the figure was caught in his palm. At this moment, the shadow screamed and tried to invade Keeman. Although the heart defense was open, it did not mean that the malice in the heart would be reduced, so it would attack as soon as there was a chance. But Keeman did not give it a chance to attack, and flipped his hand, and caught the shadow on the table. He held the scalpel in a weird posture, holding the head of the shadow with his left hand, and gently cut it from the edge with the other hand in a horizontal way, as if cutting the air. In the monitoring room, the big guys held their breath and watched Keeman do something unimaginable. A thin layer of black shadow was slowly cut out by the scalpel. At this time, the shadow under the knife was still on the table, but the other side of the scalpel was a brand new thin shadow, like a cookie being cut into parts A and B. I ask you, what other plans do you have besides investigating me? Keeman asked the shadow hidden under the thin surface. He felt that this was the other party's true self, and what he just asked was just a superficial appearance. Damn, I'm discovered! The shadow screamed. At this time, the dark shadow stretched out strange shadow tentacles, risking being burned by the light, and forced to invade Keeman's shadow. But the inexplicable power in Keeman's body surged up, resisting the shadow's desperate invasion. Please dance with Brother Diping. Now he is the real me. Keeman stood up, grabbed the thin shadow that had just been cut, and put it into another interrogation room full of special lights. Diping had a dark face, and was named by Keeman. Everyone was in tacit agreement and said, since you've been chosen, go ahead. Diping had no choice but to take on the responsibility of dancing, and once again, dance the dance of freedom in front of Shadow. Then the interrogation lines were updated, and Shadow announced some previously unannounced content. It turned out that the other party used the host Shadow to make a shadow coat, which could protect the real consciousness from leaking out, which was why they dared to put bait into the investigation bureau. Secondly, this action was an offensive organized by the contact person Eagle to find dangerous objects in the investigation bureau. If possible, find an opportunity to release them all and destroy Whale City. In order to complete this great move, they sent some baits into the investigation bureau one after another. When the signal sounded, the sleeping Shadow would take off the shadow coat, use the technique of compressing the shadow mass to break through the blockade of the light domain, and then start to attack the investigation bureau from the inside. The people in the investigation bureau looked at the complete version of the interrogation record, and all of them were shocked. Shadow coat, compression technique. New information. There was no such information before. If Keeman hadn't felt something was wrong this time, and specially increased his spiritual perception, he wouldn't have found it. Keeman has done a great job again, Luo Yuan exclaimed. This guy's contribution value is accumulating more and more. Chapter 162. After knowing that Shadow Stream's plan was to detonate dangerous objects, the Bureau's heart was hanging at the top. Some rooms in the Bureau still held shadow creatures. Who would have thought that they would have the energy to fight back? In the Bureau, Director Lei, who was in the lightless confinement room, listened to the interrogation through headphones. After a long silence, he said, I suggest that the shadow creatures be killed immediately and not be kept. But someone hesitated. They are all living sources of information. If something happens in the future, they can be taken out and whipped to get some information. Not long after, the Bureau's staff held a meeting to discuss and decided to change the method of imprisonment to sealing. Sometimes, as long as you know your plan, you can carry out detailed targeting. Can't you instantly compress the mass to break through the blockade of light objects? Then let's change to a more thorough way of imprisonment, sealing. Sealing has always been a measure taken against some extremely dangerous objects. As long as the shadow members are illuminated by level 6 light attribute items, they will produce a burning effect. So the Investigation Bureau's previous plan to detain shadow members was mainly based on level 6 and level 5 items, using quantity to form a blockade area, not a seal. Now the Investigation Bureau has changed its mindset, mainly using Keeman's shadow-grabbing hand to stuff several shadows back into the bodies of some insects, and then use strong sealing items to directly seal their consciousness and bodies. The shadow members never dreamed that Keeman's shadow-grabbing hand was so domineering that they were stuffed into the bodies of shadowless insects in an instant. Before this, they only drilled into other people's bodies subjectively, and no one else forced them. This time is really a rare sight, refreshing the three views. Luo Yuan brought a large jar filled with formalin liquid, and the strong stench made people sick. A few bugs were thrown into the formalin jar, and their eyes immediately became dull, as if time had stopped. Luo Yuan closed the lid, put the formalin jar on a shelf, and closed the door. The gatekeeper took out 2 yellow seals, and put cross seals on the door. Time stop jar. Anything that is soaked in formalin in the jar will have its time stopped. Luo Yuan explained that it was a 3rd level item with a very buggy function. Unfortunately, the capacity was not large, and it could only hold small things, so the level could not be raised. Then, there was the seal at the door, which was a 5th level seal. Door seals. As long as a seal is put on the door of a closed room, the things inside can't escape. The only way to break it is to remove the seal from the outside. Sometimes, the things inside can break out too violently, but the powerful part of Shadow Stream is parasitism, so they can't escape from the sealed room. Luo Yuan explained while explaining to Kuming what was inside. As an E-level personnel, Luo Yuan didn't know so many things, but thanks to Kuming, the level of items he came into contact with today was also higher. Currently, only the 1st level things have confidentiality links. As for the spiritual fruit tree that has been promoted to the 1st level, there are new items in the Investigation Bureau every day. You can only check the information if you know the number of the item. Not many people know about it. Those who know about it have already done memory deletion in the Bureau, and don't know its name. Luo Yuan didn't remember the spiritual fruit tree at first. Today, the superiors passed a message through him, and he vaguely connected the original tree species with those spiritual fruits, but he didn't know if it was true. While Luo Yuan was thinking about it, the Whale City Investigation Bureau began to track down and investigate Whale City. The Shadow Organization wanted to detonate those dangerous objects, so they must have made preparations in Whale City, otherwise they would not have the confidence to send bait to the Investigation Bureau. The remaining members of the Shadow Organization must not be spared. Most people ran to the 5th floor of the mall to do synesthesia, trying to find some clues. As the most direct contact person in the case, Keeman's success rate of synesthesia will be higher, but the superiors don't want Keeman to go to the front line to investigate. But Keeman insisted on investigating, and the superiors couldn't resist, so they agreed to let him join the investigation mission. Keeman's reason was nothing else. The Shadow organization tried to endanger the entire Whale City. Regardless of the people living in the city, Keeman couldn't sit idly by and watch his city fall into disaster. These Shadow organization members must be punished. Director, I have a way to quickly find out where they are. Keeman suddenly had an idea and called the director. What method? The director asked seriously. Now there is a signal from the top that anything involving Keeman must be given the green light and given the greatest attention. Take a helicopter and fly around Whale City. Keeman paused. I have a demon map that can monitor people who have bad intentions towards me. The monitoring radius of the map is about 2,000 meters. Keeman couldn't figure out the specific monitoring range, but the general range was about 2,005 to 3,000 meters. The director didn't understand what Keeman wanted the helicopter for, but when he heard the demon map, he understood it in seconds. This thing is really a magic weapon for chasing murderers. No matter how far you run, as long as you are still in Whale City, you can find you no matter where you hide by flying a plane around. Good idea. You take the elevator to the roof of the investigation bureau first. The plane is on the rooftop apron. Wait for the protection personnel to arrive. The director did not forget to arrange for the protection personnel to guard Keeman. Now Keeman is the treasure of the bureau and cannot be lost. If Keeman is killed by the Shadow Stream members, it will be a loss for the whole world. The director dares to guarantee it. Keeman hung up the phone and immediately walked to the elevator. Liu Yuanza beside him heard the warning in the headset, nodded, and escorted Keeman into the elevator. The Investigation Bureau is a high-rise building located in the Science and Technology Development Zone, so the floor itself is also very high. Keeman took the elevator up for the first time and glanced at the number of floors in the elevator. There are -40 floors, and the number of floors going up is as high as 90. Click 90, and the elevator door slowly closes. Ding. -6 slowly jumps up, and the numbers jump one by one, and the faster they jump, the faster they jump. It was a bit stuffy in the elevator, and Captain Luo broke the silence and communicated with Keeman about the tips of synesthesia to avoid embarrassment. Captain Luo was originally the captain of the 49th Investigation Team, but now he has become a protection officer. However, he has no complaints. Everything is for the ideal in his heart, so there is no need to complain. Ding. We arrived at the 90th floor. The elevator door slowly opened, and the closed space was completely open, and the light from the outside poured in. As he stepped out of the elevator, a high-rise wind blew towards him, and his coat rustled. The elevator door behind him slowly closed, and the 90 on the display screen dropped rapidly. Keeman saw the black helicopter on the apron, got on the plane and waited for a while, and the elevator brought all the protection personnel up. When everyone boarded the plane, the helicopter took off with a hum, and Keeman muttered something in his mouth, and read out the name of the demon map in a weird pronunciation. A gust of cold wind blew, and the temperature inside the helicopter seemed to drop a few degrees. This thing, it must be an evil item, and the entrance ceremony is a bit weird. A-level personnel Tang Jin murmured, watching Keeman stretch out his hand, and a black airflow emerged. Chapter 163. The airflow suddenly disappeared, and a black parchment scroll appeared, with sparks on the edge and an evil aura. It is an evil item, symbolizing bad luck, but because of its evilness, it has an outstanding effect in sensing the malice of creatures. The item is more evil, but it also depends on how the person who uses it. Kunming explained casually, spreading out the black parchment scroll, which only had white light spots on it, without revealing the 2 red spots of Mi Jingyun. Let's fly at a low altitude and circle the airspace of Whale City, Kunming said. Got it. The helicopter captain operated the aircraft for a while. The propeller of the aircraft hummed, and the engine made a violent noise. After a while, the butt vibrated and the aircraft took off. Kunming watched the plane leave the roof of the Investigation Bureau, and the speed of the floor moving back gradually increased. It was already 5 o'clock in the afternoon, and it was dusk. The sky was half red and half yellow, and half white. The helicopter flew very fast and ran directly in the direction where the red spot retreated before. The captain had the technical support of the cyber police force, and quickly flew to the previous shopping mall building and flew in the predetermined direction. However, after all, the pursuit of the murderer began several hours later, and he did not find anyone even after running along this route to the edge of Whale City. Is this map out of order? Tang Jin looked at the map and asked. As an A-level personnel, Tang Jin knew a lot and had a unique understanding of demonic items. Demonic items are often not well-intentioned things, often tripping up the host, either inducing the host to commit suicide, or tempting the host to degenerate, or passively slacking off. In short, none of them are good things. However, demonic items also have advantages. That is, they are very functional or have strong destructive power. Well, there shouldn't be. Keeman shook his head. Keeman looked at the empty demon map and knew clearly that it was not slacking off, and it didn't dare to slack off. Do you want to continue chasing? There is the suburbs ahead, and the airspace of the village is a little further away. The captain controlled the plane and said. Luo Yuan looked at Keeman and waited for him to make a decision. Keeman closed his eyes and felt it quietly, and even took out the crystal scalpel from his scarf. While feeling the slight tingling in the palm of his hand slowly increasing, he felt the direction of the malicious person's escape. Is it the suburbs? Is it the suburbs? Keeman asked again and again, as if he was asking the demon map, and as if he was asking the crystal knife. No, not asking them, but asking the dead comrade. Keeman opened his eyes, took back the crystal scalpel, and found a little feeling. No, he's probably still in the city, keep searching the city. Got it. The plane turned around and circled around the city center directly from the edge. The demon map has a sensing radius of less than 3 kilometers and a diameter of 6 kilometers, which is a very large search range. When the helicopter circled the city center for the second time, the red dot finally appeared. Question. How to solve the problem of someone chasing a murderer by plane? Kman didn't know how the other person felt, but the helicopter circled the red dot in a small arc and locked the other person's position on the map. At this time, no matter how the red dot ran, it would not be able to escape the Investigation Bureau's tracking. Found the target. He's finished. No matter in what sense, the Investigation Bureau will not let the shadow members roam around Whale City. Luo Yuan took a look at the demon map, and then at the scenery outside the cabin, and roughly judged that the other party's position was in a residential building community. The other party was very good at choosing a location, and it did increase the difficulty of capturing in the community. The Investigation Bureau had to consider the personal safety of ordinary people. At this time, the helicopter kept circling over the community, and the red dot on the map also began to move. It seemed to be frightened by the sound of the helicopter, and kept circling in a small space. Haha, he was scared. A-level member Tang Jin looked at the demon map and laughed. Maybe he was running up the stairs? Kumeng also looked at the community downstairs, and the patrol car nearby drove over quickly from the street. From seeing the red dot to analyzing the specific coordinates of the other party, it only took 10 seconds, and the police car arrived at the outskirts of the community 1 minute later. At this time, the red dot had not escaped from the community, and was still moving back and forth within a certain range. Let's evacuate the people first. He heard the sound of the helicopter, and must know that we found him. A big battle is inevitable. Kumeng stared at the red dot, always feeling that the other party was fearless. No, it's not that they have no fear. If they have no fear, they don't have to hide in the dark and plot against the Bureau of Investigation. They can just confront the Bureau directly. Isn't it better? The red dot moves back and forth on the demon map at a very fast speed. It's not doing meaningless things. This guy. Keeman stared at the map, and a terrible thought popped up in his mind. In and out, can it be understood that he is entering someone else's house, breaking in, killing people directly, and then changing to another floor, breaking in again and killing people? Anyway, he has been discovered, so he might as well make a big fortune before he dies. When he thought of this idea, Kumeng felt cold all over, frightened by his own idea. He had to stop him. He couldn't wait any longer, not even a second could be wasted. Kumeng quickly told Tang Jin his idea, and Tang Jin was moved when he heard it. The parchment scroll, the red dot still retreated and advanced, and then turned a small circle, just like going down the stairs, breaking the door and killing people, and then looping again. Tang Jin stood up with a tongue and warned, "Don't get off the plane, watch yourself." After that, Tang Jin jumped out of the helicopter with a determined look. In fact, Kumeng also wanted to help, but jumping out of the plane was too dangerous. He didn't have the ability to land smoothly, so he could only persuade, "Master, fly lower, fly to the roof of the residential building." The captain hesitated for a moment, shook his head and said, "Sorry, I can't do this, it's my mission to protect you." Kumeng had no choice. He couldn't jump out of the plane himself. To be honest, his resistance was not strong enough to jump out of the plane. Looking down, Tang Jin, who jumped out of the plane, emitted a shining light in the air. The glowing man landed, leaving a long shadow, and rushed into the residential building. The light disappeared, staying only for a moment on the retina, but Keeman knew that it was an item that Director Lay had used before. The items of the Investigation Bureau are basically supplied on demand, and individuals rarely monopolize an item. So during Director Lay's recuperation, the transformation light stick was given to A-level member Tang Jin. If you want to rush to the scene and beat up the Shadow Stream members as soon as possible, transforming into a glowing person is the fastest choice. Keeman looked at the map while waiting for the light man to come out. In theory, the light man's attack speed is very fast. As long as he stares at the target, the victory or defeat can be determined in 1 or 2 seconds, unless the opponent's physical defense is very high. After waiting for a few seconds, but the light man did not come out, Keeman looked at the map again, and the red light spot was still there. Tang Jin had other special items on him, so he probably wouldn't die, but the Shadow Stream members downstairs were more difficult to deal with than Keeman imagined. Chapter 164. Eagle, who was in charge of contacting the Whale City area, had never thought that the Investigation Bureau would lock on him so quickly. When he heard a helicopter flying outside the window, he was not panicked, thinking that the other party was just doing routine inspections. But when the helicopter circled for a little while, and did not run, he realized that something was wrong. The most direct feeling was that his sixth sense issued a crisis warning that he was being targeted. Generally speaking, people's sixth sense is not that strong, but Eagle's sixth sense is very strong, ridiculously strong. If he said there is a crisis, there must be a crisis, and it is definitely not a lie. So Eagle looked at the helicopter through the window, and immediately felt a vague sense of being locked on. No matter how he ran, he would be locked on. He didn't know which step was wrong. The previous Investigation Bureau did not have such a powerful enemy hunting prop at all, otherwise how could the Shadow Organization survive successfully in Koi Island? But there is no if, now Eagle believes in his sixth sense. The Investigation Bureau may obtain new enemy hunting props, and no matter what they do, they will be locked on. He got angry, and took out the parasite props he prepared. Parasites are extremely scary things among special items. Powerful parasites can give humans superhuman combat capabilities, but their own will be controlled by the parasites. But the Shadow Stream members are different. Experienced Shadow Stream members can control the parasitic bodies for their own use, so parasites are the Shadow Stream members' favorite offensive props. Taking away the closed box, a green fleshworm closed its eyes tightly, and suddenly opened its eyes, with green light in its eyes. This is a daughter worm, produced by the parasitic mother worm. The bigger the size of the larvae, the stronger its fighting power. After parasitizing, the larvae will grow a tumor to protect its body. "Come on, devour me," the eagle said to the green worm in the box. The green flesh worm didn't think twice, and went straight into the eagle's mouth. "Ah!" The painful sound rang in the room. Thick green blood vessels emerged from the skin, green light emerged from the eyes, and powerful power surged from the body. At this moment, he was extremely powerful. He controlled his body to take out other props, and while there was still time, he ran downstairs, kicked open the iron door, and took new props. The stranger in the room screamed, and was quickly beaten by him, and then put on a white mask, and the blood on the ground quickly flew up, and was absorbed by the mask. The mask was originally pure white, but after being stained with blood, it will have a powerful enemy banning function. The enemy who smashed the blood-colored mask will be locked by the blood-made imprisoned hand. The mask sucked blood very quickly, and it was finished in less than a few seconds. Then he turned around and went downstairs again, and exploded it again to increase the mask's confinement ability. At this time, he also swallowed a self-healing item. This is a tree branch with super fast self-healing speed. It is a perfect match with parasites. The disadvantage is that after using it, the body cells will gradually turn into plant cells. In the face of crisis, it is right to use all means. When he went downstairs again, he was about to break the door, and suddenly the spirit in his heart issued a strong warning, telling him to run fast. But the opponent came too fast. Almost a second after the spirit issued an alert, he turned around and just happened to see a ray of light in front of him. A fistful of white light suddenly appeared in his face, and the next moment the mask exploded, and even the head was blown up, so fast that people could not react. The mask was broken, and endless blood surged at a high speed, chasing after the man of light. Tang Jin turned back to punch the Shadow Man to death, but he saw a ball of blood flying over. Tang Jin felt a strong warning from the blood, and suddenly stopped his steps. When the blood was about to pounce on him, he quickly retreated and ran upstairs. The blood followed all the way, and the speed was very fast. It didn't need to turn and go up the stairs like a person. It went directly through the gap between the stairs and held the person in place. The blood coagulated quickly, and the extraordinary power tied the person in place without any principle. The headless man in the corridor healed himself quickly, and white bones, muscle tissue, and nerves grew quickly, and then skin and hair grew. The parasite originally had the ability to heal itself, but the self-healing speed was not fast enough. Without the super speed self-healing props, he could not recast a head in 5 seconds. You're so strong. You killed me in one encounter. You're worthy of being an elite investigator of the Bureau. After the eagle's head was resurrected, it laughed arrogantly, turned around, and went upstairs, running very fast. You didn't expect that I tricked you. Eagle went upstairs and wanted to finish off the opponent, but saw Tang Jin spitting with his mouth. With a bang, the exquisite tower covered with saliva fell to the ground. Collect, Tang Jin quickly said. Tang Jin, who was imprisoned by the blood hand, shrank immediately and was collected into the small exquisite tower like a flying insect. Eagle was dumbfounded. There was actually such a thing. He collected himself into the storage object for temporary refuge. He flew over and stomped violently. This kick was full of strength. The ground shook and the exquisite tower sank into the flesh of the sole of his foot. His skin was broken, but he failed to crush the small object. This thing might not be so easy to crush, and the mask also exploded, and the bloody hand was still on the other party. He should wear it first. If he escaped, he could still get him out and kill him, and reclaim the bloody mask. Pick up the Linglong Tower, hold the tower tightly, and don't give it an exit to the outside. Although he didn't know how he got out of the Linglong Tower, Eagle knew that the characteristics of space-type items were nothing more than those points. Cover the exit, and you can block people inside and prevent them from getting out. He kicked the iron door and his foot violently, but under the effect of rapid self-healing, the foot bones and flesh regenerated within 5 seconds. There were no residents in this house. He turned around and didn't see anyone, and he was very irritable. The feeling of being locked was still there, and he couldn't escape. At this time, new movement came down from upstairs. A golden round plush thing rolled down the stairs and blocked the door. What the hell is that? The eagle cursed, but his heart was startled, and his spirituality sent out a strong warning. This thing should not be underestimated, it is absolutely terrifying. He relied on his own super speed self-healing ability, and rushed directly towards the golden hair ball. As long as he hit him, the violent virus in his flesh and blood would spread to the opponent, which could slow down the enemy's body, or even poison him to death. However, before he got close, the golden hair ball suddenly started to rotate by itself, and the speed increased abruptly, instantly increasing to a very high speed, and even the air could make a sound like it was being cut. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Hundreds of golden dog hair needles flew out. Each needle was comparable to a bullet, and shot directly into the eagle's body. The dog hair needles were too thin, and the terrible penetrating power directly pierced his body, making hundreds of holes. The man was shot away, and his body directly passed through the living room and hit the balcony. Fuck. The shadow under the eagle cursed. Who would have believed that, in one encounter, the head, vital organs and joints were penetrated by the golden needles? If it weren't for the super fast self-healing, there would be no chance of even being able to operate in front of it. Chapter 165. Looking harmless, the furry pets, unexpectedly, have such terrifying lethality when they explode. The contact of Shadow Stream, Eagle, was lying on the ground. The damaged parts of his body healed rapidly, and new bones and flesh grew rapidly. Those extremely fine hair needles did not remain on his body. Their penetrating power was too strong, all pierced the floor, and some went out of the window. He jumped up and prepared to fight back. Tang Yuan rolled in quickly, barking, and his whole body became bigger, filling the room. A dog's paw came over, knocked the eagle to the ground, and held it tightly. The eagle's skin was full of green venom, and ordinary animals would be torn apart if touched, but Tang Yuan's dog paw seemed to be fine, and it didn't hurt at all. The eagle was dumbfounded. No, what was this? It must be cheating. Tang Yuan grinned, looked down at him with his big copper bell eyes, and spit foul mouth. The eagle could not move, so it controlled the parasite to drill into the dog's paw and change the host. The green parasite broke through the eagle's skin, and the green dense cells immediately drilled into Tang Yuan's golden retriever's paw. It corroded the skin, but the skin was not damaged at all, or only a little blistering, and the effect was minimal. At this time, Tang Yuan's other dog paw slapped over, just like slapping a fly, and slapped away the parasite pus. The eagle was stunned again. Really, this dog is very strange. How can it be so ridiculously strong? This time he was defeated, and he had no good way for the time being. so he could only leave the body and run away. The sense of locking over there was still there, and he felt that he could not escape the lock, but he wanted to try. Maybe he could escape. A thought came up. The connection between the shadow and the body was torn, and the perspective changed drastically. Based on his own experience, the dark shadow immediately ran to the toilet. Tang Yuan jumped over and slapped, but it was useless. He slapped the ground with his palm, and the shadow went straight through, got into the toilet pit, ran down along the wall of the water pipe, and disappeared. Tang Yuan stopped in front of the toilet door. His big head couldn't squeeze in, so he could only look at the small hole, at a loss. Outside the house, the helicopter was still flying, and Keeman was still flying in the sky. The helicopter lowered the altitude and just saw the window glass of the other party being pierced by the golden flash, and then saw a person with green blood vessels and skin falling inside, and then being suppressed by the dog, and then the shadow ran away. Keeman knew the cunning of the shadow flow, and immediately looked at the demon map in his hand. The red dot was on the map, proving that the other party was still in the community. After waiting for a while, the golden Tang Yuan climbed back to the roof and barked. The team members who were traveling with him didn't understand, but Keeman could understand Tang Yuan's words, and knew that the other party's shadow had gotten into the pit. This guy is also a ruthless person. Keeman couldn't help but feel a little admiration when he heard the other party's escape method. A true warrior dares to face the bleak life, even if it means escaping through a cesspool. Team leader Luo, who was traveling with him, didn't understand dog language and asked, "Amon, what is your pet barking?" The enemy has entered the pit of the toilet. Now we can only rely on the demon map to see where it runs to. Keeman took a deep breath and said. When Luo Yuan heard this, his face changed and he stood in awe. When the other personnel heard this, they opened their mouths slightly and were also very surprised. The guy we caught in the mall today ran to the toilet to borrow mosquitoes to escape, but this one is even more ruthless. He is a wolf killer who dares to escape through the toilet tunnel. The two people were compared, and the difference was obvious. This is why others are still at the mentor level, while some have become the contact person in the Whale City area. Just based on this concentration, we have to say that he is very strong. Not long after, the red dot on the map began to move. The opponent may have moved to a specific excrement sewer. The movement was very fast. I don't know if it was forced by the smell or other reasons. The helicopter followed Keeman's instructions and chased all the way. The reinforcements drove the car, with the police lights on, and shouted all the way. Luo Yuan contacted the investigation bureau with a walkie-talkie and told them how the enemy escaped. After a while, Luo Yuan took out his mobile phone to make a video call to Keeman's demon map. The call was to the Whale City Investigation Bureau. The enemy ran very fast, and Keeman also chased all the way. The roar of the helicopter kept ringing in the city. Under such a high-pressure rhythm, another red dot suddenly appeared on the demon map. Two malicious red dots existed on the map at the same time. Keeman was surprised and immediately reported the coordinates. The Investigation Bureau recorded the red dots and calculated the location of the new red dots. The eagle did not intersect with the new red dots. It was simply restricted by the sewers, and its route was restricted. When he ran to an intersection of the sewers, a flash suddenly broke out in the dark underwater tunnel. He was ambushed. He turned around and ran away without thinking. The investigators came from another place and surrounded him from two directions, carrying powerful lighting props in their hands. The shadow went back into the nearby small passage, which was the cesspool of a residential building. The investigators were prompted by the headphones. Their faces changed, and they stopped. To be honest, it was too difficult to catch. He had already entered the cesspool, so we could only ask something more powerful to clean up the debris. Keeman was sitting in the plane. Although he didn't go down to capture it himself, he could feel the stench of the sewer. It was disgusting. It was too smelly. The red dot is not moving. It seems that he realized that he was locked. Luo Yuan looked at the red dot on the map, which was already still. Yes, Keeman sighed. Even if someone guessed the truth, he was unwilling to surrender. He had to discuss the investigator. This will was firm enough. Not long after, the investigator carrying targeted props caught the other party. The other party had become a shadow of a sanitary napkin. He almost didn't consider the opportunity of separation in the future and stopped thinking. Keeman sat on the plane and waited for a while, until he heard the person in the headset say that the work was over, and then he breathed a sigh of relief. When capturing the contact eagle, another shadow member was locked, but did not take action. Because the helicopter stopped before alerted the other party, and caused a massacre, people are not in a hurry to start the operation now. They have ambushed people, and carefully evacuated the people. When Keeman arrived by plane for real-time monitoring, the investigators broke through the door and caught the man at lightning speed. Then the helicopter returned to the Bureau of Investigation building to refuel, took off and circled a few times, but did not find any new members of the Shadow Stream, and returned. At this time, it was almost 11 o'clock in the evening, and it was very late. The sanitary napkin that was caught was still lying in the Bureau of Investigation. After it was washed, Keeman appeared, grabbed the other party out with a shadow-grabbing hand, and then threw the original shadow back. Then the interrogation team arrived and questioned the contact person Eagle and another accomplice spiritually. The scene of the free dance turban lottery. Keeman was absent again. He found an excuse to study the demon map. He had a reason, and no one could stop him. Deep Ping, who was black-faced, drew the red lot again, wondering if the lottery tube had taken a fancy to him. Chapter 166. To be honest, this time the capture process was full of dangers. A-level member Tang Jing came out of the Ling Long Tower afterwards, and the bloody confinement disappeared, but he also became autistic and extremely averse to light. The Investigation Bureau reassessed the danger of the Shadow Stream members. This was the second time in the country that a minute-level person was captured, and the first one was in another city. The Shadow Stream members were too slippery. They could not say that they were the best in the world in terms of escapability, but they were also an organization on the list. Especially the trick of drilling into the sewer. In fact, many shadow creatures dared to drill into it. Only those minor-level shadows and newbies were too embarrassed to drill into it. After a whole night of interrogation, the Investigation Bureau asked a lot of things. Regarding Whale County travels, vampire bats, evil sacrifices, detonating the Investigation Bureau's seals, etc., are all Shadow Stream's new layout this year. This layout all revolves around one theme, that is, to overthrow Koi Island and make society worse. Only unstable order can change the rigid society. In short, it is some messy evil thoughts and antisocial personality. Keeman participated in the third round of interrogation of Eagle, and felt the other party's confused thoughts, and the incredible emotions he showed. Eagle never thought that someone would force him out of the sanitary napkin and make his static mind active again. You should know that it is easy to stop thinking after the shadow invaded the static object. Even if the shadow is separated by the Investigation Bureau in a short time, the shadow creature will fall into a long period of static thinking because of the static object, and it takes a long time to buffer before the mind can move again. This time, the awakening time was too fast, so fast that Eagle was speechless. Of course, the free dance also opened his heart. No one can be stubborn in that kind of dance to the end. He confided to Keeman the content of the work he took over as a Shadow Stream contact, and revealed the name of the Shadow Stream member superior. Above the contact, it is called the Deacon. Deacons are a group of people in the Shadow Stream who are rarely seen. They are considered senior staff. It is difficult to see their figures at ordinary times. I don't know what they think every day. After the interrogation, Keeman wrote down these things and then went home to rest. Before resting, Keeman took out 2 human figure stones, and told them what he had encountered today to verify the truth. Mingxi Wen Yushan said nothing, but Mi Jingyun, who had a broken hand, made a surprised sound. She was surprised that the Whale City contact was arrested. Such news was no less than the collapse of the sky. How can the Investigation Bureau be so strong? Wait, if you are here, it is not impossible. Mi Jingyun murmured, looking at the light projection of the crystal knife on the floor from the perspective of a two-dimensional creature, and she fell into deep thought. Kamong held the crystal scalpel in his hand, and he could generally feel that what Eagle said was true. The Shadow Organization was planning chaos, intending to reforge the entire Blue Star civilization, and the Koi Island Investigation Bureau was too united, becoming the biggest stumbling block of the Shadow Organization, so there was a subsequent series of plans. Kamong finished the interview, put the 2 human figure stones back into the space of the storage scarf, and then looked at the system's task list. Well, the evaluation task of the Flawless Sword has been completed, meeting the requirements of 2 million viewers. Resistance plus 50. Kamong took a look at his resistance, which had risen to 181.4. 181 resistance is quite terrifying. Even Keeman doesn't know how strong he is. Keeman looked at the water cup on the table. He didn't feel thirsty. The thirst had been smoothed out. The side effects of stabbing didn't appear much. After all, he didn't play the trident for a long time. He didn't have the problem of standing on a high place to show off. Wait, I took a plane today. Keeman recalled that when he was sitting on the plane and looking down, he did feel a surge of emotion, probably due to the side effects of the Flawless Sword. But after getting off the plane, the inner needs were not as strong as imagined. which was related to the fact that he didn't hold the sword for long enough. Lying on the bed playing with the phone, chatting in the group, the fans in the group bubbled up and urged him to update, and he felt bored if he didn't see Keeman update the video for a day. Push for more. Congratulations to the up host for 6 million views. The flawless sword is going to be amazing. It's so beautiful. God knows what I'm doing. I've been staring at the sword and swiping it back and forth for several times. I guarantee that other people are doing the same. Up host, do you have any similar videos? Come on. Fans were stunned by the effect of the flawless sword. They had never seen such a perfect sword and a perfect person. But when watching another video, Keeman in the video didn't look so perfect. Only then did fans realize that the flawless sword in Keeman's hand was a beauty sword, with a level 10 beauty filter and perfect favorability. Now when Keeman logs into Penguin QQ, he immediately receives private messages from countless female fans who want to ask for pictures of the flawless sword. For girls, a sword with a built-in beauty function is really a terrifying killer. It beats all cosmetics. Kinmon saw everyone's urging for more, thought about it, and decided to release the long-forgotten sweet video. Honey Juice video and Flawless Sword are similar videos, both of which have strong visual effects. Flawless Sword is visually perfect, while Honey Juice gives people a mysterious background, which is very fascinating. When Keeman saw how popular Flawless Sword was, he knew that it was a video of the same level as Honey Juice video. At this time, there is not much meaning in keeping it in the bottom of the box. The reward for the task is still 50 resistance, which is neither good nor bad. Just release it to increase the number of fans. First log into the task list, take the new task, then upload Honey Juice video and click to publish. The video passed the review in seconds and landed on Station B. It's uploaded, everyone can watch it if they want to. Keeman et al. Said. 666. Up host is as productive as a sow. No, the name of this video is a bit weird. It won't be something strange. This new video is Honey Juice, 2 words, 1 space per word. Even the prefix unboxing evaluation is omitted. Chin Momo was lying on her own bed, with her 2 short legs bare, and drooping weakly on the bed. She was swiping her phone, and suddenly saw the group message of Kumeng, and she was immediately interested. Brother Ameng has posted a video again. Chin Momo murmured while clicking on the sharing window posted by the group owner, and entering the video app to watch. Title, Honey. Looking at the name of the video, Chin Momo immediately thought of the strange toothbrush. At the beginning, Kumeng let her watch it alone. It was a very strange video. It was never released afterwards, and now it is finally released to the public. Chin Momo didn't need to think about it. She knew that this thing must be amazing, just like the flawless sword in the previous video. The flawless sword is perfect without reason, and the person holding the sword is also handsome. After watching the video, watching those handsome guys in urban youth idol dramas suddenly became boring. I hope it won't be so serious this time, Chin Momo prayed silently in her heart. She didn't dare to watch it, fearing that the side effects of the video would be too severe. After all, Honey Juice was too strange and might distort people's cognition. But the fire of curiosity in her heart could not be suppressed. Chin Momo rolled on the bed, and she couldn't control her hands, so she clicked on the Honey Juice video. Chapter 167. As soon as I opened the video, I saw a small number of comments sliding by, proving that many people have been watching the UP's updated video. Here it comes. After watching the last episode of Slang Demons, I was really amazed by the UP sword and people. So handsome. I hope the new video is also so handsome, Chili Cream. Chin Momo's expression was complicated. You may not know what kind of video you are about to see. The title is so funny. I have a hunch that this episode will be something weird. Your hunch is right, Chin Momo complained in his heart. At this time, the camera in the video was aimed at the toilet washroom. Keeman took out a toothbrush. The toothbrush body was made of modern chemical materials, but the toothbrush bristles gave a feeling of burning flames. When Chin Momo saw the toothbrush, she knew that Keeman had changed the toothbrush. The last time she watched the video, it was still made of stone. Now it has been changed to a toothbrush with a flame texture. Although she was prepared, she was still shocked by the flame bristle toothbrush in the video. The audience's reaction was even bigger than hers, with question marks all over the screen. My eyes are blind. Am I seeing things? Why are the toothbrush bristles on fire? To everyone's eyes, the bristles of the toothbrush were not on fire, but they had already perceived it as a new type of toothbrush bristles interwoven with flames. The asymmetric information in vision and senses makes the brain feel contradictory, and thus very confused. Chin Momo took a deep breath and continued watching. The video did not describe Keeman in detail. The toothbrush was dipped in toothpaste and soaked in water. The flames were not extinguished, but naturally blended with the water, causing cognitive distortion and a sense of confusion. Keeman did not rinse his mouth, but stirred it in front of the camera, and then returned to the clean white photography room. One toothbrush, one person, one toothbrush. As you can see, this is a strange toothbrush. I believe you have seen its mysterious background. You may think that when I brush my teeth in the morning, my toothbrush became a spirit and turned into this strange appearance. Actually, it is not. However, the audience did not think so. Isn't it? When I woke up, my toothbrush became a spirit. Oh my god, I also want my toothbrush to become a spirit. Actually, this toothbrush is just an ordinary toothbrush. What really makes it change is this thing. In the camera, Keeman bent down and brought a basket of dark brown honey juice to the table. Looking at the strange background of honey juice, everyone really felt the strong mysterious background. Damn, I seem to understand. Recycle the title. The barrage quickly surged, and everyone realized the meaning of the title. Mysterious, honey juice, the homophony is very good. It is indeed very mysterious. The whole basin of liquid gives people a great impact. The rattan basket gives people a feeling of being made of water, while the honey juice is the mystery itself, which cannot be described, and it is difficult to express its specific feeling in any language. In fact, this honey juice was also given by a friend. Because it is too strange, I have hidden it at home for a long time. Today, I received a lot of private messages urging me to update it, so I took it out. Kuming slowly said the opening words of I have a friend to the camera. I felt comfortable when I heard that it was given by a friend. The uphost is still the boy before, without any change, even though I know that friend is from the Investigation Bureau. Funny. It's well reasoned. So urging for updates is the key point? In today's video, Keeman took out many ordinary items as evaluation items. An eraser has a steel texture. A signature pen gives a feeling of flying in the clouds. Then there is an ordinary cowhide notebook. After being soaked in liquid, it gives a strong sense of magic, as if it is an item on the mysterious side, giving people a strong hint, and it contains very magical and terrifying spells. In fact, the notebook is just a notebook for Keeman to record things, and it also records some small experiments in the past, and simple thoughts recently. Although Keeman has been very busy recently, and has not had much time to take notes, and think, such a commemorative thing must be soaked to make it a special item. It can be seen from this that honey liquid will naturally evaporate after soaking objects, and paper items will not be soaked and rotten. After completing a period of staged evaluation, Keeman took out a pistol. It is obviously made of steel, but it has the texture of wood. Wooden guns have no deterrent effect at all. This strong sense of contrast makes people's brains contradict again and again. This video is really weird, but I can't tell what's weird about it. I plan to watch it again and again. This video really contains a lot of information. You need to watch it several times to see the truth. Like the previous one, I also plan to watch it several times. This time the amount of information is really huge, and I need to sort it out. After watching the video, Chin Momo closed his eyes, and his mind was full of those strange erasers, pens, notebooks and other items. It was really weird, those items. If I watch it a few more times, I'm afraid I won't be able to look straight at those erasers, pens, and notebooks. Chin Momo turned off the video, and took a deep breath. She knew that Keeman's honey juice was very strange, but after watching it, she couldn't help but feel a little worried. There is really no problem with putting such a strange video on the internet. Although the other party has the Investigation Bureau to back them up, they also have to consider the influence, especially videos like Honey Juice and Flawless Sword that have a strong visual impact. Chin Momo opened the long-lost chat window and asked Keeman if there is a risk of distorted cognition if watching too many Honey Juice videos. Keeman was about to go to bed when he received a letter from Chin Momo. Risk of distorted cognition? Keeman raised his eyebrows. Regarding the test of honey juice, he has done detailed tests in the test room of the Investigation Bureau, and the tester has also tested the honey juice video. Regarding the information dissemination and social influence, the tester has done a professional evaluation. The answer is that the cognitive distortion of honey juice is not a permanent effect, but only a short-term cognitive effect. As long as you stop watching the video, the cognitive effect will disappear quickly. And as the number of times people watch cognitive distortion things increases, and as the number of times they recover their cognition increases, people will develop a certain immunity to cognitive distortion. This is the academic research of a certain S-level boss in the Investigation Bureau. Kuming is not as smart as the other party, so he naturally agrees with the other party's decision. After thinking about it, Kumeng replied, "It does have the effect of distorting cognition, but it will not permanently change the brain's cognition. As long as the audience watches more, they can develop a slight immunity to such things, which is beneficial to people's livelihood." So that's it. Shin Momo realized it. There are similar items in the Investigation Bureau regarding cognitive distortion things, and the relevant research was not started today, but has been studied a long time ago. After answering Shin Momo's doubts, Kumeng glanced at the time on his mobile phone, said good night to the other party, turned off the phone, closed his eyes, and slowly fell asleep. In the bedroom, Bai Shatang shook his wings, wondering why his mobile phone had not arrived yet. He really wanted to surf the internet with Tang Yuan, and compete with the legendary sand sculpture netizens. Chapter 168. As soon as Keeman opened his eyes, a decayed ghost flew over from Maya. He had wanted to see the dream world, but when he saw the black ghost coming, Keeman stopped thinking and waited for him to report the results of the battle. The black ghost was very excited and reported the recent battle situation to the Great Cthulhu. Through the new ideas of preaching, adventurers in multiple main cities have been conquered by them. Now human adventurers have begun to collect time and space stones, and they will probably launch a round of sacrifices soon. Keeman was surprised to hear this. Human players have been conquered? Orange Star players are excellent expansion resources. With them, the source of dreams can be increased, and the things sacrificed by players may be more useful than NPCs. The report of the Black Ghost hit Keeman's heart, and he was very happy. I don't know what new game world data will enter the dream world in the future. Keeman is secretly looking forward to it. Keeman stared at the Black Ghost with a terrible look. He knew that the Black Ghost liked to be abused, so in order to reward it, he continued to stare at it with a terrifying look. The Black Ghost also felt that his life was declining, his rationality was suppressed, and he felt uncomfortable and happy. During the torture, he continued to report other matters, such as the number of new believers he had recently conquered, which was about 300. Keeman watched for a while, let go of the shaky Black Ghost, and let it go back to work. At this time, Keeman saw a large idol factory in the dream world again, and there were not many players working in it. Everyone used their imagination through the face-pinching game, and dreamed once or multiple times a day. Airplanes are nothing. From the perspective of a ground player, Keeman saw a huge space carrier lying on the ground. Keeman remembered clearly that there was no such huge thing when he came last time. From this space carrier, Keeman felt the consciousness of the players. She represented the collective decision of the Institute, and also came with some emotions of backdoor. Backdoor? Keeman became interested and seriously felt the emotions emitted by this space carrier. It turns out that a space carrier cannot be completely made by one person. One person can't do it, but a group of people can definitely do it. The face-pinching game was made by Orange Star people. Tens of thousands of game engineers used the official backdoor method, combined with the help of artificial intelligence, to pull data to make a space carrier and help a professor complete the construction work. Then the professor successfully dreamed into the dream world as a space carrier and became a space carrier. Because Keeman had not planned the refresh location for this kind of high-tech products before, the space carrier fell to the ground as soon as it appeared. This inevitably caused a group of dream players to be crushed to death. Fortunately, the death time was too short, and the pain was only a short moment. The impact was not particularly great. As long as they took some time to calm down, they could recover. Putting aside other things, Keeman saw the complete space carrier for the first time. The space carrier can be said to be the top high-tech weapon on Orange Star, which concentrates all the technological content of Orange Star. If we can learn something from the space carrier and transmit it back to Blue Star, it will definitely be of great help to the scientific and technological community of Blue Star. However, Keeman thought that Blue Star was currently full of strange special items, which had affected people's daily lives. Whether Blue Star will still follow the path of technological development in the future is a big question mark. Now Blue Star has two development routes. One is to go all the way to specialization, focus on special items, develop the functions and shortcomings of special items, help society progress, and prevent Blue Star from collapsing. The other route is the original technology development route. It is really not easy for humans to develop from the Stone Age to the current Information Age. However, the technology development route is not easy to follow, especially in the context of the increasing number of special items in the world. A zero-level thing may destroy Blue Star. In this era of uncertainty, the hearts of scientific researchers are not calm, and they can't calm down. They are worried that Blue Star will explode one day and waste their efforts. While thinking about it, Keeman changed the target of synesthesia and moved to the interior of the space carrier. There are human activities inside. They are official staff of the space carrier production team, and one of the developers of the face-pinching game. Can dreams perfectly restore the space carrier? Professor Allen? A game engineer asked. Professor Allen is this space carrier. In reality, she is a young female scholar who has obtained the title of professor at a young age. She has published many papers on nuclear fusion thermal efficiency systems, and has also conducted in-depth research on space carriers. In the eyes of the dreamers, Professor Allen is the legendary ship girl, the first space-type ship girl. Other functional components have not been turned on yet, but the nuclear fusion furnace is already working, and the efficiency is the same as that of a real space carrier. Allen's female electronic voice sounded in the cabin. How do you feel now? I mean the matter of becoming a space carrier. It feels great, and my thinking ability has become faster and more divergent, Allen said easily, and the electronic voice was full of happy emotions. This is the first mothership of Orange Star that enters the dreamland with human consciousness. Any accidents are possible. Allen's bravery makes everyone admire him very much. From now on, this mothership will be called Allen. The old man of the Research Institute made the decision to make Allen happy. When the ship girl was communicating with the researchers, Keeman saw some of their game engineers going to the nuclear power reactor to check the data. Keeman also went to check, but he couldn't understand the data on the display screen. It was too difficult for him. Although Keeman has a lot of knowledge, that knowledge is related to skills. With just this knowledge, you can't understand other people's top technology collection. Keeman wants to see what the scene is like inside the machine from the player's perspective. He is the biggest cause and effect in this dream. With this connection, as long as you slowly synesthetize, you can see the internal structure through those metal walls. After a long period of synesthesia, Keeman felt the structure of the nuclear power reactor of the space carrier. There are densely packed objects with lines, and some special materials placed in specific positions. Those protons that are invisible to the naked eye but can be felt are running around everywhere, and the neutron and ion flows merge into a terrifying storm inside. In the nuclear power reactor, terrifying heat is constantly bursting out. Keeman looked at it for a while, but he couldn't understand it due to his limited knowledge. If scientists on Earth saw such a picture, they might get inspiration. After seeing the internal structure of the nuclear power reactor, Keeman then felt other devices. Keeman didn't understand it, but he couldn't stop his curiosity. It was the first time I saw a space carrier, and it wouldn't hurt to take a look anyway. It was there. Chapter 169. Oh! Feliki, look at my imagination. I have even built a space carrier. Think about what stupid things you have been doing recently. You have been building the world tree? Damn it. If you continue to look down on me like this, be careful that I will secretly slap your butt with this wolf claw. Feliki, the big bad wolf, widened his eyes and raised his wolf claw. Get lost. Sister Geely jumped up and slapped her brother on the wolf head, sending the wolf brother flying. Geely stood on the edge of the round tree base of the world tree, raised her elegant wolf head, and howled loudly at the giant space carrier in the distance. The sky was gray, and the sun was hidden in the clouds. Since the last time the terrifying evil god passed by, this dream world has had more strange weather, and no longer had scorching sun all day long. A whoa! Crack! A flash of lightning struck down, and the sky and the earth were instantly dyed white, and even Geely herself was startled. The white light disappeared, and the wolf brother's exasperated voice came from behind. Oh no! Screamed the wolf brother. What's wrong, my dear Feliki? I don't think this is a joke. It's not funny at all. The wolf sister turned her head, her words stuck in her throat, paused, and changed her tone. In fact, I don't think this is a joke either. Feliki looked sad, and the wolf's eyes reflected a rich red fire. Yes, in the eyes of the two wolf-like animal players, the base of the world tree was struck by lightning, and the wood was on fire. We have to put out the fire quickly, everyone, hurry up. Although the world tree project has stalled, as a world-class wonder in the dream, there are still a small number of architectural art enthusiasts who insist on their original intentions and build it all the way to the end. Seeing the world tree on fire, the Orange Star players couldn't help but rush to put out the fire. But what to use to put out the fire? The base of the world tree was too clean. It was all wooden blocks at a glance. There were only a few puddles in the camps where players gathered, but there was no such thing on the edge. The players looked at the fire that was burning more and more fiercely, feeling very frustrated. They wanted to put it out again and again. No, we have to find a way to put out the fire. We can't wait any longer. Feliki's body was trembling. He couldn't just sit back and watch. This was his hard work. He watched it being built step by step with his own hands. This was not only his hard work, but also the hard work of all the participants in the World Tree project. Which friend is about to wake up? Please go to the Dream Forum to announce the news of the fire when you go back, so that everyone can dream quickly. Please, please bring water, Faliki shouted loudly. After shouting, he immediately turned around and ran down, walking along the spiral staircase around the World Tree. The base of the World Tree is very high, already 300 meters, and the radius is outrageously large. You have to run half a circle along the stairs to get down, which is not that fast. The wolf player ran while looking at the huge metal weapon building, the space carrier, in the distant forest. The space carrier Alan is silver gray in color, and its overall appearance is close to a rectangular block. There are round and square lines all over the body. That is the entrance of the electromagnetic track acceleration ejection compartment. All the tracks are integrated inside, so the long tracks are not visible from the outside. If ordinary players don't have time to put out the fire, they may let the space carrier launch an aircraft to transport water to the World Tree. As long as there is water, players can use the construction ability to continuously absorb water blocks and throw them on the fire. Or you can bring sand over and keep taking sand blocks to cover the fire source physically and isolate oxygen. 1 minute later, before Faliki ran down the World Tree, the electromagnetic rail hatches of the space carrier suddenly opened. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Dozens of planes flew over and dropped from the sky, dropping water tanks brought out from the human food storage area in the space carrier. Near the fire source of the World Tree, a large number of players had gathered. When the water tanks fell to the ground and exploded, everyone grabbed water with their hands and grabbed water blocks. In fact, there are water molecules in the air, but the construction ability has the ability to grab and judge, so liquid water is required, and liquid water is not enough. The quality of the water needs to reach a certain level. After having water, the players constantly use their own mental power to convert it into water blocks and throw it into the fire. However, the fire is too big, and it can't be extinguished by water alone. The wood of the World Tree is very pure. It is a pure wooden block. Once the fire is burned, the burning speed increases linearly. When Faliki brought up the sand, everyone converted it into sand blocks to speed up the firefighting. Keeman, who was far away in Raya, also discovered the unusual movement of the space carrier. By changing the target, Keeman saw the perspective of the firefighting players. The raging fire burned straight into the sky, and the flame core was more than 10 meters high, which was really spectacular. It seems that this World Tree has stopped working recently, and it was struck by lightning again today. It's so miserable. Keeman watched the players busying around, and felt that they were as small as ants. However, precisely because humans are small, they have developed a technological line that can step out of their home planet, and through technology, they have changed their lives and changed the shortcomings of their small race. For such a race, Keeman expressed his admiration from the bottom of his heart. Half an hour later, the fire on the World Tree was extinguished. However, it was also during this half an hour that a large number of players entered a dream and turned into flying animals to fly above the World Tree to quickly support and help. Even though the fire had been extinguished, they did not leave, but stayed on the World Tree to chat or watch the beauty of the space carrier. Everyone was looking forward to the space carrier taking off, but the energy required for takeoff was too huge, so it had to wait in place. The space carrier was originally assembled in space. Now there is an atmosphere, and the weather changes are unusual. It is risky to take off. Some players began to worry whether Alan could fly over the flat and strange atmosphere. In fact, I hope that the evil god will not pass by at this moment, otherwise the space carrier will be scared silly. The Orange Star people knew that the space carrier was not a real machine, but was made of the consciousness of human players. As long as the evil god passes by, it will be affected 100%. So everyone thinks Alan is a warrior and a spiritual role model. Keeman observed for a long time, the space carrier had not taken off, and the energy was stored more and more. After watching for a few hours, the carrier did not take off, but an illusory call came to his ears. The call came and went, calling Cthulhu's long name across time and space. If the sacrifice was not accepted, the sacrifice ceremony would be interrupted. Recalling the report of the last black ghost, the people who held the sacrifice this time should be the players. Thinking of this, Keeman's heart became hot and accepted the call of the sacrifice ceremony. In a trance, Keeman saw a closed secret room with a large water basin in the center of the secret room. Near the water basin, there was a summoning array pattern made of time and space stone powder, and each candle burned with a strange green light. Chapter 170. The Virtual Game World, the third main city. The sky was dim. Since the commanders of the first, second, and third teams left the third main city, some strange changes seemed to have taken place in the city. The commander of the fourth team sat in his house, brewing a cup of fragrant green tea, gurgling, and felt refreshed when he drank it, as if he was much more conscious. On the opposite side of the house, in an old house 100 meters away, a player sat on the balcony and played a stone chess game made by himself with another player, one piece after another. It seemed like playing chess, but in fact, the two players' hearts were not on the chess game, but on the commander of the fourth team. The two chess players looked at each other, and the enthusiasm flashed in their eyes, indicating their extraordinariness. Around them, there were also spies arranged in secret, specifically staring at the commanders of other teams. It was because of their surveillance that some fanatical players had the courage to hold a round of sacrifice in the city. After all, the time-space stone powder has already been collected. Even though it is very rare and difficult to collect, as long as there are enough players who collect it, and everyone contributes a little, the minimum demand for one round can be reached. At this time, the commander of the fourth team, who was drinking tea, suddenly felt the fear in his soul, as if some kind of weird thing was born in this city. No, the word birth is not accurate enough. The word advent is more in line with his inner feelings. What's going on? What happened? The fourth commander stood up and looked at the sky. The sky was already very dim, and at this moment it was completely dark, as if something terrible was coming. But he couldn't see where the thing was. He just felt cold all over, very uncomfortable. You are affected by an unknown existence. Negative state, fear. 2 lines of game system text appeared. The commander was stunned. His brain couldn't react. What happened? He quickly drew the team chat box and typed to ask his teammates. I don't know. Maybe it's a new mission. The teammates swiped the screen one after another, and the news of the chess duo was displayed first. The commander frowned. This feeling was very strange, and the bad premonition became stronger and stronger, and he vaguely felt that something had happened. He looked in the direction of the edge of the third main city. For some reason, he felt that direction was the most terrifying, and he felt very depressed just by looking at it. But the commander didn't know what he was afraid of. There was obviously nothing over there. In the distance, the chess duo didn't dare to look in that direction. They knew what happened over there, but they would never look. The two continued to play chess, and secretly looked at their teammates, thinking about something, and a plan came to mind. In the third main city, in a small wooden house on the edge, the mottled wooden walls were stained with blood, and the ancient vines climbed up the wood and curled around the pillars, adding a strange atmosphere to the small house. The house was not big, and it felt like only about 20 square meters. At the moment when Keeman's consciousness descended, the bright yellow flame in the room trembled, burned green, and the light became brighter. The 8 people surrounded the water basin in 8 directions, and the shadows behind them were illuminated by the candle flames and stretched to the wall. Looking down at them from the ceiling, it was like seeing 8 slender and pointed tentacles extending to the wall. They were wearing black robes and masks, so they couldn't see the evil god, but they knew the evil god had come through the strange feeling coming from their bodies. Rabbit Lovely Food was one of the female players, who felt it the most. She stood there, subconsciously clamped her 2 short legs, her breathing gradually became heavy, and her face flushed. If it weren't for the mask covering her face, she might want to find a crack in the ground to crawl into, and never see anyone again. However, all this was for the great Cthulhu. Then, Rabbit Lovely Food called out in a trembling voice, "Great Cthulhu. We are." Poor girl, because of the arrival of Cthulhu, she couldn't speak steadily. There was the influence of the evil god and another factor. No matter what the factor was, Rabbit Lovely Food had already spoken, and other believers didn't dare to speak, so they could only purse their lips and listen to Rabbit Lovely Food chanting prayers. Kuminghao listened to the prayers of the first batch of player believers with interest, which was very interesting. Among so many fanatical believers and fans, this group of humans is the most outstanding. They even stumbled when reciting the prayer. Fortunately, Keeman is not a moody killer. He patiently listened to the prayer of the little lowly Rabbit Lovely Food. After listening for a while, Keeman understood the player's requirements. Players dare not ask for too strong power, fearing that they cannot accept that kind of power. If the evil god can give a little help, they will be grateful. If not, the great Cthulhu can ignore their request. After that, Rabbit Lovely Food took out a bottle in the shape of a crystal flask from his arms, which was filled with transparent liquid, and there were a few green mint leaves sinking to the bottom of the bottle. Those green mint leaves are not ordinary leaves. Green bubbles are constantly coming out of the surface, but after the bubbles burst automatically, the liquid in the bottle is not stained green. This is a huge amount of mint recovery potion. The flavor is random, and you can never finish it. I hope you like it. Rabbit Lovely Food carefully handed over the bottle, moved his legs, and planned to walk to the basin, and put the bottle in the basin, but as soon as he took a step, his throat almost cried out, and his legs clamped together. She bit her lip, controlled herself not to make a sound, and put the bottle into the basin with difficulty. A gray mist appeared on the surface of the basin, covering the surface of the basin, and the potion bottle seemed to have traveled to another world. After receiving this seemingly unremarkable offering, Keeman began to think about how to distribute rewards. A little help. To be honest, Keeman's skills are all powerful skills, so it's hard to say. Wait, random gain magic seems to be very good. Random buff magic has a characteristic. If you encounter negative state magic, you will basically die miserably, or just live miserably. But the opponent is a player, not an NPC. If you die, the player will be resurrected directly in the city. There is no doubt about this. Of course, other unexpected situations may occur, but the specific situation can only be known through experiments, and it is impossible to guess blindly. After thinking about it, could main cast a group random buff magic, allowing the fanatical believer Rabbit Lovely Food to see the prompt text of his game system quickly refresh the screen. You have obtained the temporary passive of Blade Fire. Your normal attack damage has been converted into magic critical damage. Chapter 171. The trembling little lowly Rabbit Lovely Food closed her eyes and hummed. Is this the power of the evil god? So cool. Looking at the text that the system text displayed, her body and soul felt a strong shock. When you use a knife weapon, it comes with a special effect of explosive fire attack. When you use an explosive fire attack, in addition to the flame splash damage, it comes with a bleeding effect. The monster bleeds 100 points of physical damage per second. The bleeding effect can be stacked 5 times and lasts for 10 seconds. This temporary passive of the blazing sword has added a large number of additional effects, turning it into a super powerful skill. Looking at this string of awesome skills, Rabbit Lovely Food was unshakable. At the same time, it reminded her of the first group of believers led by Lu's sighting before. They held the first sacrifice, but Cthulhu did not respond to the call at that time. Until now, the team she led has finally succeeded in the sacrifice, achieving a curve overtaking and becoming the first batch of players who successfully sacrificed. At this time, the teammates beside him screamed and suffered different degrees of injuries. Ah! A boy screamed, his skin quickly decayed, his body quickly turned into a pile of mud, and his black robe fell to the ground empty. The rest of the people also screamed, but there were not many, only 3. They did not die on the spot, but were affected by the continuous negative state. Although the few people who were alive could not see anyone, they judged that it was the voice of the player Su Wuyong through the scream. Su Wuyong was a handsome guy with a long sword on his back, but he often talked nonsense and thought he was carrying a staff. The death of Su Wuyong made the believers in the team feel a chill in their hearts. It was indeed very dangerous to offer sacrifices to the evil god. Fortunately, they survived. At this time, Keeman had retreated, and there was no more terrifying breath in the secret room. The candles were quietly extinguished, as if they had never burned. The time and space stone powder was also burned out, and not even the ashes were left, and burned into time and space. After waiting for a while, when it was felt that there was indeed no evil god's breath, someone secretly pulled off the mask and checked the water basin at the scene. There was no potion in it, and the time and space stone powder also disappeared. While everyone was cleaning up the scene, they talked about the whereabouts of Su Wuyong. Is Su Wuyong dead? Wait, I asked in the chat box. After a while, Rabbit Lovely Food asked in a pop-up window, is Su Wuyong there? Su Wuyong, at the resurrection point, it hurt me just now, it was really painful, and my level dropped by 1 level. In this game, as long as you die, you will drop a level, but you will not drop again after dropping to 1 level. Seeing that the other party was still able to chat, Rabbit Lovely Food breathed a sigh of relief. She went into the single room to change clothes, put the black robe back into the space backpack, and immediately put the warrior outfit on her body into the backpack, which was covered with sweat, and changed into a fresh set. She had never felt that sacrifice was so uncomfortable and weird, but fortunately, it was all worth it. Blades and fire, should the correct way to equip be to wear mage equipment, or continue with the original style? Rabbit Lovely Food didn't quite understand. Anyway, I would take 2 sets of equipment, and try them in turn. After Keeman finished the sacrifice ceremony, he did not really awaken his consciousness. Because the things sacrificed by the player's believers this time were not dangerous, He had already used the synesthesia skill to vaguely sense that it was indeed something like potion. There were no scary creatures in the water basin, it was quite pure, and there was no need to be overly cautious. Keeman began to synesthesia the group of players who held the sacrifice. After all, they were the first batch of players, and they had been cast with a group random buff magic, so they had to pay attention to a wave. When the sacrifice was over, Keeman already knew that the negative impact of one player inside was too violent, and he would definitely die suddenly, so Keeman wanted to know whether the player who died suddenly was really dead or resurrected cleanly. As the synesthesia time prolonged, Keeman vaguely found a sense of connection. Following this connection slowly, the believers and the evil gods, the acceptance and feedback during the sacrifice process, all deepened Keeman's synesthesia clarity. After a while, Keeman saw the resurrected Su Wuyong. Su Wuyong had left the resurrection square and came to the indoor monster-killing small copy, looking at the teammates, who had been enhanced with envy. As for the teammates, who were weakened instead of enhanced, they were using potions and the priest's treatment to slowly recover from the injuries. The treatment doesn't seem to work. Your negative status can't be removed. The priest held the staff and had difficulty removing the negative buff effect on the opponent. Go and send it off. If you drop a level, those negative status will be gone. Just like me, I have no negative status now. Useless smiled and spread his hands. He liked to see his teammates like this. On the other side, the little lowly rabbit Lovely Food was only wearing a level 40 big sword equipment and level 1 novice clothes. He rushed forward and chopped a level 45 monster, causing a damage value of 2,105. With one cut, the rat-like monster's skin and flesh were torn apart, and it kept bleeding. It bled to death in less than a few seconds. Looking at the dead rat-like monster, the little Lolita showed an expression of as expected. The sword on her body had both magic damage and physical damage, and it was a mixed damage equipment. After the slash of the sword, both types of damage became critical damage, and it was magic damage, which was very powerful. Void Useless looked at it and felt jealous. The other three players in negative states rushed forward to fight the rat-like monster, lowered their physical sense to the lowest, ended their lives, and resurrected with a downgrade. Facts have proved that as long as the level is downgraded, the negative game magic will disappear, and it will not be brought to the new body. After knowing the effect of this skill on the player, Keeman was relieved. If a player sacrifices to Keeman in the future, he can use this trick to respond to the player's expectations. Good or bad, everyone is 50-50, no one is better than you. Speaking of which, is this the virtual game world? Keeman has not visited this game world properly yet, and feels that the traces of gamification here are very serious. The various bullet values when killing monsters affect the viewing experience too much, which makes Keeman very out of the play, and reminds Keeman of something. Cthulhu itself is the boss in this game. Now the Orange Star people have not given up the game, and have been leveling up. That is to say, one day, Keeman will meet a player with full-level god equipment. At that time, the opponent may challenge the first-round boss. After getting better equipment, the next target may be Keeman. Thinking of this, Keeman fell into deep thought. There is a natural opposition between himself and the Orange Star players. Because of a series of contradictions, the people on the Orange Star side want to kill Cthulhu, and they wish they could fly over and kill the second-round boss in seconds. Chapter 172. But for some reason, the Orange Star people did not kill themselves in 1 second. Kamong's information about Orange Star was not comprehensive, and all the information came from the emotions in the hearts of the players. Emotions cannot express as much as face-to-face language communication. Keeman naturally did not know that Orange Star had tried to modify the second round of the boss's tricky operation, and even secretly tried to delete the information about Cthulhu. But it was useless. Keeman was still alive, the game did not crash, and the people inside were still continuing. From this point, it can be seen that the game has been out of Orange Star's control. Because of this layer of reason, the Orange Star people had to start from scratch, and they have only conquered the third main city until now, and they haven't even opened the fourth main city. Is the GM account useless to me? Keeman thought. GM, that is, the game manager. Sometimes, the game GM is often the kind with full-level god equipment and explosive values. Since there is no game GM to kill Keeman in 1 second, it is estimated that the other party really can't do it. After understanding this level of consideration, Keeman continued to observe the players. He has not been able to communicate with people he has no connection with, so the people he can communicate with are the believers and players he knows. This time, through an hour of observation, Cthulhu believers teamed up with normal players to level up, which made Keeman vaguely understand the action plan of the Orange Star game players to defeat the second-round boss. However, the Orange Star executives did not expect one thing, that some players had been betrayed by the Black Ghost and became traitors. These traitors are leveling up and beating boss on the surface, but in their hearts they tend to liberate Cthulhu and welcome the new order established by the old ones. Keeman didn't want to be defeated, so he had to plan how to stop those players from leveling up. The spread of human believers cannot stop. I need more Irwazi, Keeman thought to himself. The chance to break the deadlock is to make the enemy strife internally, so that they have no time to deal with Cthulhu. This is not only to expand the source of dreams and sacrifices, but also to protect himself. With this thought, Keeman blinked and saw the ceiling of his own house. The ceiling of Keeman's house is very high. He dared to guarantee that no rich man's bedroom ceiling is built that high now. A 15-meter high ceiling and a 400-square-meter room are more than enough to accommodate a large monster. Woof! Tang Yuan rolled over and excitedly took out a courier box, which was handed over this morning and signed by the guard. Keeman thought it was a potion, but then he thought it was wrong. How could the potion bottle be put in the courier box? This is Bai Shatang's phone. You guys can open it. Kumeng looked at the name of the merchant on the express box, and threw the express box to Bai Shatang, who was looking at it eagerly. Bai Shatang cried out excitedly and caught the box. A lot of yellow sand fell out of the gaps between the feathers. The sand saltworm opened its mouth and stuck out its tongue, licking it on the spot. Kumeng picked up the transparent potion bottle on the floor. The potion bottle looked like a crystal flask, and there were a few mint leaves with green bubbles inside. It tastes good. Kumeng looked at the mint potion inside and swallowed his saliva. But potions cannot be drunk randomly. First, bring out the big-faced cat and stare at it for 15 seconds. Strange knowledge has increased. Mint-flavored recovery potion. Slowly restore physical strength, up to 70%. Overflow is invalid. After drinking a bottle, it will be refreshed after 1 day. Side effects. Every time you drink it, your kidney function will weaken. After recalling the effects of this potion bottle, Keeman looked strange. Restore physical strength. This thing is great. But the side effects are too strong. It feels like any man would not dare to drink it. Or, men without resistance will regard it as tiger poison. To put it simply, it restores 70% of physical strength, but the price is the weakening of kidney function. Keeman thought about it. Others dare not drink this thing, but he dares to drink it. The resistance of his own body is to fully resist negative effects. Keeman believes that the weakening of kidney function will not be a problem for the resistance of 181. After thinking about it, Keeman ran in his manner to consume his physical strength. 1 circle, 2 circles, 3 circles. After dozens of circles, Keeman was sweating profusely, but he found that he was not very tired. How to say it, 181 points of resistance seemed to take into account the feeling of physical fatigue and resist together. Now he doesn't even need a recovery potion, it's too strong. Go back to the house and take a bath, feeling refreshed. Put the mint potion bottle on the table. Keeman stared at the mint in the potion bottle. Although it is useless to him, it's always good to drink a sip and try the taste. Open the bottle stopper, gurgle, the transparent potion and mint leaves enter the tongue cavity together, stimulating the taste buds of the tongue. Keeman stared. The feeling is like entering the refrigerator in the hot summer, cool all summer. Mint leaves originally have a strong irritating smell, but these leaves are different. People can't help chewing, swallowing into the stomach. The whole body becomes cool. It's very refreshing. This bottle of drink, it is much better than those carbonated drinks such as cola and Sprite. The taste is completely on a different level. Gulp, gulp. Keeman drank it in 2 gulps. Ah, it's delicious. Keeman looked at the empty crystal flask and really wanted to drink another bottle, but there was no more. There was really not a drop left. I don't know what the formula is, if it can be made. Keeman turned the bottle over with his backhand. No liquid poured out, and the inner wall was as smooth as before. At this time, Keeman touched his right kidney and felt a little pain in the kidney. Is this the weakening of kidney function? But the next second, the kidney stopped hurting. Keeman looked at the empty bottle and whispered, "That's it." It fell down before he even exerted any strength. According to this situation, Keeman can drink it as a beverage, drink a cup every day, and feel refreshed all day long. Well, let's do it this way. Tang Yuan and White Sugar on the side didn't know that their owner was so devilish, and they were already addicted to their mobile phones. Among them, Bai Shatang was worrying about how to control the phone. He only knew that Tang Yuan used dog hair to control the capacitive pin, but he only had feathers, which were much more difficult to use than dog hair. Finally, Bai Shatang thought of a way. One eagle claw was raised, and the other eagle claw was not raised, as a stable support point. The raised eagle claw grabbed the small capacitive pin and tapped lightly on the phone screen, and the icon opened immediately. Ah! Bai Shatang praised his wit, which was really smart. Keeman was also dumbfounded. Bai Shatang really had a talent for sand sculptures, and he was standing on one leg. It happened to be a daily vlog video. Keeman took a camera and shot for 1 minute, recording Bai Shatang playing with his phone into a video. Vlog, also called video blog, is equivalent to a variant of blog. However, before uploading, Kameng muttered to the evaluation system, System, is there any reward for shooting daily vlogs? The system did not reply, but Kameng clicked on the task refresh and a new task was indeed refreshed. Shoot a vlog video containing special objects and not involving evaluation, and the actual audience reaches the standard of 1 million, and 25 points of resistance are rewarded. The reward is half of the reward compared to the difficult evaluation task, but resistance is a little bit of a lot. Kameng doesn't mind, as long as there is. This time, Kameng did not do any editing, and directly uploaded the original video to the short video dynamics. After a while, the video was successfully uploaded and entered the public's field of vision. This is called a stupid netizen. Chapter 173. Early in the morning, netizens received a reminder from the software that the post you follow has updated the video. Click the prompt bar to jump to the software video interface, and see the name of the video with a very silly taste. This is called a silly netizen. Uninformed netizens thought that Keeman had shot a new evaluation video, and clicked it to see that it was only 1 minute. Today the post has shortened it, and it is only 1 minute. How much content can be produced in 1 minute? Confused face. Such words quickly dissipated after a few seconds, because everyone saw a white-haired silly standing up, with a round, black, short stick object in its claws, and manipulating the mobile phone for a while. After the camera got closer, everyone realized that it was a capacitive pin. The screen was full of question marks, and everyone was confused. No, how can this silly play with a mobile phone with 1 foot? Where is your hand? Oh no, it has no hand. At this time, the audience finally remembered the title name. This is called a silly netizen. I see. I understand. This is a video of a silly netizen, absolutely genuine. At this time, Kameng aimed the camera at Bai Shatang's mobile phone interface. It was a penguin chat software, and Bai Shatang was chatting with a netizen. Bai Shatang, I have a mobile phone, Call me Tang Yuan. There are more strange netizens. Bai Shatang seemed very excited, using his claws to control the capacitive pin to quickly tap the screen, skillfully using the capacitive pin to tap the 9-square grid, and typing quickly. His typing speed was no slower than that of ordinary people. A silly netizen chats with a silly netizen, who is the real silly. You never know what the netizen you are chatting with is. No, didn't you notice the nickname of the netizen on the other side? It's not a human either. As netizen said, Bai Shatang's chat partner was Tang Yuan, which is the round golden fur ball that was not captured in the camera. Netizens who knew the truth said that they were broken and their worldviews were ruined. But because it was silly enough, this silly short video with no real material was shared in the group by netizens. As the crowd expanded, some non-fan comments also appeared on the screen. I've never seen such a thing before. I just want to know one thing, where can I buy such a pet? After finishing his meal, Keeman opened the task list and found that his task had been completed. Whether it was honey juice or ordinary vlog videos, they had reached the task standard. Keeman found the honey juice video. Wow, the number of views has exceeded 6 million. It's only been 1 day. It can be seen how magical the popularity of special items is. The earlier video of the flawless sword has exceeded 10 million views and has become a hit video. Keeman accepted the reward for the task, and his resistance was directly increased by 75 points. Resistance, 256.4. Honestly speaking, the 0.4 resistance is painful to look at, and it makes people obsessive-compulsive. If possible, Keeman wants to fill it up. Take out the former nameless salted fish, the resistance quality inspection fish. Just take a look, and you will know how much mental interference your resistance can resist. The moment he took out the nameless salted fish, Keeman found that his face had grown on the fish's body, but the feeling of fatigue was no longer strong, and he could move his body more easily. That's it. Kameng looked at the nameless salted fish that once made his scalp tingle, but now the nameless salted fish can no longer have a bad influence on Keeman. Kameng patted the nameless fish's body. After looking at it for a long time, he felt that his vision was dazed. He shook his head, and the system popped up the words resistance plus 0.1. 256.5. Although it was still 0.5 points short, it was much better than before. Kamong found that the nameless salted fish could still be used, so he continued to brush it. But no matter how long Keeman stared at it, the dazed look did not appear, as if Keeman was really immune to the nameless salted fish. Seeing this, Keeman threw the nameless salted fish back into the storage scarf. Kamong walked to the underground shooting range in the Villa Manor, and picked up a pistol to practice shooting. Pa pa pa. The recoil of the pistol shook his wrist, and the inexplicable force resisted the recoil, making Keeman's hands as still as a mountain. Changing to single-handed continuous shooting, the recoil of the pistol still couldn't move Keeman's palm. Keeman looked at his palm, and honestly, he didn't know how strong his physical resistance was. Can it block bullets? Although he wanted to know the answer, Keeman had no idea of experimenting, so he suppressed it for the time being. After practicing with the gun for a while, Keeman started looking for something to do. He went to the kitchen, patted his scarf, and took out 2 semi-enclosed fish tanks, which contained ordinary level fish sacrificed by the tree spirit. The level fish swam happily in the fish tank and were not aggressive, but they were not easy to feed. They didn't eat the bait on the market, and the knowledge given by the big-faced cat didn't say what they eat, only that adult fish could increase the level of monsters. Watching a bunch of young fish swimming in 2 fish tanks, Keeman went to the kitchen to get a piece of raw meat, cut a small piece, and put it into the fish tank. The young fish took a look and did not move. There were no adult fish in the fish tank. All the adult fish had been fed to Tang Yuan. Tang Yuan had been upgraded several levels, and it said that it had become much stronger. Tang Yuan was originally an elite monster template with high resistance and an estimated level of 20 or 30. But elite monsters also have strong and weak. Tang Yuan could have grown into a guard dog for a boss in the novice village, and its actual combat power was stronger than elite monsters of the same level. If Tang Yuan ate the remaining level fish, Tang Yuan would become even stronger. After thinking about it, Keeman put some other meat in. There were various types of ingredients in Keeman's refrigerator, all purchased by the purchasing staff, regularly replaced, and there were professional chefs to cook. After Keeman tried various ingredients, the level fish did not eat them at all. Looking at the level fish that could not eat anything, Keeman thought of the crystal level fish. He patted the fish tank again. The semi-enclosed whale tank has a lid, which can effectively prevent the fish from jumping out. Keeman took out a crystal block, which is the feed of crystal creatures. It is said to be extremely delicious. Anyway, Keeman can't knock it, and doesn't think it tastes good. Throwing a crystal block into the fish tank, the crystal level fish all became agitated and rushed to the upper crystal block, biting it frantically. However, the mouths of the young fish are not big, so they can only bite it slowly in small bites. After a while, the small crystal block was eaten by the young fish. Keeman keenly felt that the size of some crystal-level fish had increased a little bit. Keeman threw the fish feed into the fish tank, and the crystal fish didn't even look at it, and ignored it. But Keeman threw another crystal block, and the crystal fish immediately rushed up to eat the crystal feed. The case was solved. Level fish eat, but their taste is more picky. If you want to raise fish, you have to find special feed. It's really a headache. Keeman threw the crystal block into the fish tank of ordinary fish. The ordinary fish took a few glances at it, but didn't eat it. It seems that this is not their cup of tea. After thinking about it, Keeman decided to go to the Investigation Bureau. Maybe the Investigation Bureau has special feed for fish. Chapter 174. Entering the Investigation Bureau, Keeman went to find the Captain Luo Yuan, but he was not in the Investigation Bureau. Amon, Luo Yuan is on duty. Someone heard Keeman, looking for someone, and reminded him immediately. Kamong understood immediately that the people of the 49th investigation team went on duty, but did not bring Keeman with them. As for the reason, Keeman knew it in his heart. The superiors did not want to see Keeman in trouble. After all, every abnormal investigation could lead to trouble. Kamong's resistance was very high and very stable, but this reason was not reliable. It had to be tested to know. Where is Director Lei? I want to find him to understand something. Kamong changed his target and asked where Director Lei's confinement room was. After a while, Keeman came to Director Lei's confinement room. Across the wall, Keeman knocked on the door and heard Director Lei's voice. Come in. The door opened automatically, and there was another door inside. After entering the waiting area, the door behind him closed, blocking the outside light, and the door inside slowly opened. Entering the dark room, nothing can be seen, and there is no light source inside. What's wrong, Amon? Are you worried? Director Lei asked while sitting in the dark. Well, I wonder if there is anything to feed fish in the Investigation Bureau, which is food that fish like to eat very much. Keeman groped in the dark and vaguely sensed the direction where Director Lay was, and there was a stool in front of Director Lay. In this invisible vision, Keeman sat on the chair prepared by Director Lay according to his sixth sense. Food for fish, this is really there. Director Lay only thought for a few seconds and reported the ID number. 6 to 1137, superfast growing seaweed. Wait, don't use your phone to check, I can't see the light. Director Lay said nervously. Okay, I take note of it. Kuming remembered it, and put his phone back into his pocket. By the way, what kind of fish are you going to feed? Can you tell me? Director Lay asked curiously. I still need that fish. If it's eaten, it'd be gone. Kuming's implication was that all these fish would be eaten. Since they would be gone if they were eaten, there was no need to know. This would be good for everyone. Maybe it can reproduce. Forget it. Just do what you want. Anyway, there's still a lot of time in the future, and there will always be things you can't use. Director Lay stopped asking halfway through his advice. Kuming didn't think about the reproduction aspect. I try it later. If it can't reproduce, you can just pretend it didn't happen. I understand. Don't worry. Director Lay smiled. After chatting for a while, Kuming walked out of Director Lay's confinement room. The confinement door slowly closed, with a buzzing sound, and the door frame behind him closed tightly, as if isolated from the world. The first door in front of him slowly opened, and the light shone in, reappearing the light. Keeman looked back at the confinement door behind him. The side effects of the transformation light stick are very strong. The user has to stay in a room without light until the symptoms disappear. It is too depressing. If confined for a long time, depression may occur. Keeman leaned against the wall, took out his mobile phone to log into the official website, and entered the number 6 to 1137. The superfast growing seaweed, a level 6 thing, was first discovered on the continental shelf off the coast of Whale City. The purple seaweed grew wildly, squeezing out the living space of other seaweeds. These seaweeds have invisible deliciousness. All fish will flock to them and fight for food. Therefore, a large number of marine fish abnormally focused on one area in the open sea, which happened to be discovered by the Navy and then taken in by the Whale City Investigation Bureau. After a cursory glance at the preface of the superfast growing seaweed, Keeman opened its laboratory records. In the first experiment, the seaweed was placed in pure water without microorganisms and sea mud, and the seaweed stopped growing. In the second experiment, the seaweed reproduced wildly in the sea mud, overdrawing the substances in the sea mud. After a period of time, the sea mud was squeezed dry and evaporated directly, leaving no substances. The growth rate of seaweed is very fast, but the raw materials of seaweed are taken from the soil. Every bit taken away is a bit, and nothing will be left. It is very easy to destroy the balance of the marine ecological environment. It is currently stored in a sealed container that stops growing and will not decay. Keeman plans to use his contribution points to take out this seaweed and the sealed container together and feed it to the fish. The application steps are very simple. Report to the director. The director looked at the safety assessment of the seaweed and directly stamped it. 2 hours later, Keeman got a piece of seaweed and a sealed container after it was unsealed. The container was directly slapped into the scarf, and then he looked at the seaweed quietly. It grows in an aquarium filled with sea mud. It is half purple and half black, slippery and opaque, and is growing and reproducing rapidly on the sea mud. Slap it into the scarf world, and let it grow wildly in the space grid. Back home, slap the seaweed aquarium to the ground. It is already full of purple seaweed. The sea mud in the aquarium has dropped by a few centimeters. The consumption rate of seaweed is really terrifying. No wonder it needs to be sealed in a container. Looking at the big-faced cat, Keeman gained new strange knowledge. Unknown seaweed. This is a vegetarian food that fish creatures like. The disadvantage is that it reproduces at an excessive speed and likes to absorb sea mud-like substances. The knowledge provided by the big-faced cat was not much, but the content just met Keeman's requirements. 90% of the seaweed in the aquarium was removed and poured into the fish tank where the level fish were. The ordinary level fish saw this, their eyes turned red, and they rushed over and ate all the seaweed without leaving a single strand. After eating the seaweed, some fish finally became a little bigger. Please transport a batch of sea mud home. Keeman called the professional purchasing staff, who were the supporting staff of the villa, and were responsible for taking care of the villa. The villa was too big, and Keeman alone would definitely not be able to take care of it. Keeman did not need to pay for their wages, and everything was paid by the Investigation Bureau, so Keeman did not have to worry about it, and he was very happy. Such treatment was actually very normal. Even if Keeman jumped to another country, he would definitely be treated like a big boss. There would be people to help him with everything, for fear that he would suddenly die. After a while, a group of professionals transported the sea mud over by helicopter. Keeman stood on the second-floor windowsill and watched the transport plane land on the apron in a manner, speechless. This method of transportation is a bit luxurious, but it feels so exciting, and it is used with peace of mind. After the sea mud is in place, the seaweed in the aquarium is squeezed out again and thrown into the new sea mud pool. In this way, the level fish waited for food while the seaweed reproduced wildly. So much seaweed should be full, but the level fish have a big appetite, as if the pit will never be filled, and they keep eating and eating. As the time of eating increases, the size of the level fish gradually increases. White Sugar stood by the pool, standing on one leg, holding a capacitive pen with the other leg, chatting with a new netizen with a sand sculpture avatar. "Stop chatting, let's do something interesting," the netizen with the sand sculpture avatar said humorously. Bai Shatang opened her big cute eyes to the phone. "What's up?" "Karaoke, I sing a song, you sing one, how about that?" The netizen with the silly avatar saw that the netizen Bai Shatang always spoke with an S sound at the end, and automatically imagined her as an internet girl who had not been involved in the incident. Chapter 175. The netizen with the silly avatar is called Black Gun Soldier, whose real name is Xingyuni, and he is a multiplayer sports enthusiast in real life. He likes to chat online when he has nothing to do. When he meets a girl he gets along with, he will invite her to do outdoor sports, such as running, climbing, and exercising outdoors. Black Gun Soldier looked at the Penguin software, which has an expansion function specifically for strangers to make friends. This time, he randomly expanded to the girl with the silly avatar, who always typed with an A, giving a very cute feeling. Black Gun Soldier was already imagining the other person's appearance, petite and cute, or a girl with a baby voice, or even a girl with internet access at home. No, in Koi Island, it is too rare for a family to have internet access at home, and he really can't imagine it. Or imagine that she is a new girl whose family is strict, and does not allow her to touch the internet until recently. As he thought about it, he initiated karaoke suggestions. What made him happy was that the girl with the white hair and sand sculpture had agreed. "Okay, you sing first." Black Gun Soldier smiled sweetly at the phone, and looked forward to the girl's voice more and more. Black Gun Soldier clicked the recording button and sang a relaxing tune to the phone. It was a popular song released in recent years. These days, you can't use too old songs to flirt with girls, otherwise you will not keep up with the times. Black Gun Soldier is an uncle who likes old songs, but the younger generation now doesn't like those old tunes, so Black Gun Soldier will not sing those old songs to girls. After singing a small climax, click send. After a while, White Sugar sent a message. "It sounds good." Seeing this, Black Gun Soldier grinned and typed to urge the girl Bai Shatang. "I finished singing, now it's your turn." "Well, I've never sung a song." "Don't default on your debt. What about the agreement we made before?" Black Gun Soldier knew that the other party was shy, so he couldn't be timid at this time, and had to continue to urge her. After urging her for a few times, the girl Bai Shatang agreed reluctantly. At this moment, the temporary chat time for expanding the list of friends was up, and if you want to continue chatting, you have to add her as a friend. Black Gun Soldier sent a friend request to the other party. At this point, as long as the other party accepted the friend request, he can continue to chat. If it doesn't work, change netizens, don't hang on to the same tree. Outdoor sports require mutual consent, right? White Sugar has accepted your friend request. Chat with her quickly. Seeing this line of text prompts, Black Gun Soldier had a happy look on his face. After waiting for half an hour, White Sugar sent him a 28-second voice message. White Sugar, first time singing "ah." From her "ah," Black Gunner felt the cute wind blowing on his face. Her voice must be very nice. Black Gunner clicked on the other party's voice, the wave-shaped sound ripples up and down, and the phone rang with a strange sound. Ah. Black Gunner listened to the sound playing on the phone, and his expression gradually became strange. No, why does it feel so special? Is this human language? Ah. Black Gunner felt more and more uncomfortable as he listened, and his eyebrows were squeezed together. It's a very strange pronunciation, but how do I say it? Unexpectedly cute. Yes, this cuteness is not a matter of strange pronunciation. She is the kind of very special one, rare and pleasant to listen to, clear and moving, deep into people's hearts. After listening to the whole sand sculpture sound, Black Gun Soldier actually heard a cute melody from it. Is this your voice? Very cute. Black Gun Soldier didn't know what was wrong, as if he was possessed by the rhythm of Bai Sha-tang, and always thought she was very cute. After chatting for a while, Black Gun Soldier thought of outdoor sports again, and began to ask which city Bai Sha-tang worked in. I'm in Whale City. Bai Sha-tang responded quickly. What a coincidence, I'm also in Whale City. Do you want to take a walk? I take you? Black Gun Soldier is not in Whale City, he is in Octopus City. However, the two cities are relatively close, and you can take the high-speed rail to get there, which is not troublesome. Walking? No. Bai Sha-tang thought that she was in the home of the evil god, so she naturally couldn't run around. Black Gun Soldier didn't know, and just thought that the two sides hadn't talked about that time yet. So Black Gun Soldier changed his target, and sent some fitness photos about himself. Strong biceps, beautiful mermaid line, clear body muscle lines, full of male hormones. How? Black Gun Soldier said proudly, and thought that the other party would most likely be interested in outdoor sports. I have a unique understanding of fitness. I can teach you some tips on weight loss. White sugar? ? What's wrong? Black Gun Soldier saw that the cute girl sent 3 question marks, and was a little unsure of what tone it was. Was she frightened by his reckless behavior, or was she too excited? No, you are not an idiot. Bai Sha-tang typed. This time it was the turn of Black Gunner to be confused. What? Who is the idiot, me? I want to ask, aren't you an idiot? Bai Sha-tang stared at the avatar of Black Gunner, confused, not knowing where he went wrong. I still don't understand. Is this a new joke? Black Gunner paused, always feeling that the cute girl was cursing, but his evidence was insufficient. What if she was just joking? It's the avatar. Isn't the idiot in the avatar you? Bai Sha-tang typed. This time, Black Gunner really couldn't understand. Is the era too crazy? He can no longer keep up with the other party's thinking. Black Gunner pondered for 27 seconds on the mobile phone screen, and realized that the other party was not cursing, but wanted the original picture. The eagle in the avatar is a picture I found before. I used it because I thought it looked very unique. If you want the original picture, I go and see if it's still there. After Black Gun Soldier finished typing, he felt that he had definitely figured out the other party's idea this time. Ding. Bai Sha-tang made 2 consecutive replies. So where is your real photo? Black Gun Soldier was confused. He felt that he was really old and couldn't keep up with the idea. Words can't explain it clearly. Let's just have a video interview. We can chat about any questions now. Black Gun Soldier changed his mind and said, Okay. Black Gun Soldier looked at the cute girl's reply, his heart pounding, and he clicked on the video call request. On the other side, next to the pool, Bai Sha-tang rolled his eyes, and slipped into the indoor toilet to accept the video call. In Bai Sha-tang's eyes, this is a handsome eagle, and the avatar represents everything. Then after clicking on the video, Bai Sha-tang saw a piece of floor. The appearance of Bai Sha-tang was transmitted through the selfie camera. The Black Gun Soldier on the opposite side looked at the white-haired sand sculpture animal that appeared in the camera. Its feathers were all white, its eyes were small, and it was full of doubts. It stood like a golden rooster, tilted its head, and opened its mouth, and cried. It was a very strange voice, with a cute pronunciation, as if asking him why he didn't turn on the camera. Where are you, Bai Sha-tang? He asked anxiously. Hey! I am. At this moment, the Black Gun Soldier actually understood what the other party said. Damn, there is really an eagle on the other side. The Black Gun Soldier was furious, and the fantasy of the cute girl in his heart was shattered, and he fell to the ground. A few seconds later, Bai Sha-tang found that the phone had interrupted the video call. The system-friendly reminder, you need to add the other party as a friend to initiate a chat. Bai Sha-tang was confused. Is there a bug in the software? Chapter 176. What happened? Keeman saw Bai Sha-tang coming back with a depressed look on his face, not knowing what had happened. Bai Sha-tang shook his head without explaining, not daring to bother the evil god. Keeman continued to feed the fish, and several of the fish had grown to the size of adult fish. They do not follow the growth rules of ordinary organisms, and can grow all the time just by eating. After the level fish eat to their adult size, they eat seaweed again, and their size no longer changes, and they are fixed. Keeman picked out the level fish that stopped growing, and threw them to Tang Yuan. Tang Yuan was already very full, and the level fish had the function of filling the stomach, so eating one was very full, and it had no appetite at all. Seeing that Tang Yuan did not want to eat, Keeman asked Bai Sha-tang to help. Bai Sha-tang, help feed Tang Yuan, and force feed him if he doesn't eat. Bai Sha-tang put down the phone that bothered the eagle, and flew to Tang Yuan. Bai Shatang was not as tall as Tang Yuan, and looked up at Tang Yuan, and grabbed a level fish with his big claws. It had eaten the grated fish before, and the feeling of fullness had not disappeared, and it also had no intention of eating fish. The grated fish was stuffed into Tang Yuan's fur, and Tang Yuan reluctantly obeyed the master's order and opened his mouth to swallow the fish. After swallowing the fish, an inexplicable power surged in his body, and at the same time, the feeling of fullness became more substantial, and he had even less appetite. However, having no appetite does not mean that he can't eat fish. Every time he feeds a grated fish, Tang Yuan will hold back the discomfort in his heart and swallow the grated fish. After feeding the grated fish, Tang Yuan had vomited and lay on the ground barking softly. Although his face was covered by the fur, Keeman could hear the emotion of eating to death. Keeman glanced at the time. It was already past 4 in the afternoon. With nothing to do at home, Keeman began to think about the next evaluation video. The crystal scalpel in his hand has been tested in the investigation bureau. Its function is relatively simple, that is, to exorcise ghosts. It feels that there is no selling point in the video. Keeman thought of Captain Luo, who was on duty. Anyway, he was bored. Tang Yuan and himself were stronger than before. It was time to move his hands and feet. A phone call came, and Luo Yuan answered the call. "Captain, where are you doing the task?" "A small task." Luo Yuan didn't want to say the details. Keeman said, "I come to you." After hanging up the phone, Keeman took out his phone and opened the map app, staring at the map of the entire whale city. Although Captain Luo didn't speak, he could sense the location of the other party through his connection with his teammates. This is difficult for ordinary people, but it is not impossible for Keeman. Patting the scarf, slapping out the crystal scalpel, while feeling a slight tingling sensation, while improving spiritual perception. Staring at the map and feeling it quietly, he kept thinking about Luo Yuan's image and the keywords of the task. A few minutes later, when he felt a sharp stinging sensation in his palm, Keeman vaguely saw that there was something strange at a certain point on the map. Putting the crystal scalpel back into his scarf, Keeman looked at the point he had just pointed out, which was called Whale Stadium. Keeman went out and took a car to the Whale City Stadium. After arriving at the scene, Keeman saw that the Whale City Stadium had been sealed, and the armed police soldiers set up checkpoints to block outsiders. Keeman took the initiative to walk over to be inspected. The guarding soldier used a special identification tool to scan his face, obtained a confidential file information, and allowed him to pass. Under the respectful gaze of the soldiers, Keeman stepped into the Whale City Stadium. As soon as he entered the stadium, Keeman saw blood flowing from the seats to the center of the stadium, and the whole venue gave off a sense of evil sacrifice. The evil atmosphere permeated the field, and there was a strange sense of ritual wherever he looked. But there was no evil pattern in the center of the stadium, as if it had been wiped out so that those who came later could not see the pattern. "Amon, why are you here?" Luo Yuan said in surprise at a seat in the distance. Chung Lu and Dr. Liang were also stunned for a moment, not expecting Keeman to appear here. "Did you reveal the location?" Dr. Liang threw a complaining look at Captain Luo. What if something happened to him? "I didn't reveal it." Luo Yuan had a bitter face. He didn't want to put Keeman in danger. "I didn't reveal the location. I felt the location myself and chased after it." Keeman shook his head, walked to the side of Captain Luo, and looked at a blood-red seat, from which the blood-colored liquid was flowing. Luo Yuan was so surprised that he could swallow an egg. "What? This can also be telepathy?" Chung Lu was also surprised. Kumaing's spiritual perception was so high that he could directly telepathize the location coordinates. Generally speaking, the telepathic skill of locating the other party's position requires the help of some events, such as murder cases, special places, and the pursuit of murderers. It is more difficult to simply find someone. It requires a higher spiritual perception and rich telepathic experience, otherwise there is no way. The important thing is experience. Experienced people can quickly get to the point, while inexperienced people have to choose the right direction from a pile of seemingly useless information, otherwise it's useless. "Captain, what is the case this time? Tell me." Keeman took Tang Yuan out and asked Tang Yuan to walk around, and not to destroy the blood scene. "Today, we received a report from a stranger. The gymnasium was killing madly, but the police station could not trace the source of the signal. It is suspected to be a supernatural crime. As for the gymnasium, it was like this when we came. The caller didn't know where he went. It was difficult to communicate. Our bureau thinks that something is fishy and can't let you intervene, so as not to be calculated. After all, the recent plan of the Shadow Organization is to mess up the entire Koi Island. You can't make mistakes. Luo Yuan explained a lot, and Keeman chose to ignore the other party's last reminder and directly asked the caller for the information left by the caller. Luo Yuan saw that he could not persuade him, and since the people were here, he could only accompany Keeman to continue to make trouble. Not long after, Keeman's mobile phone received the electronic file sent by Luo Yuan, and clicked to view the content of the caller. Caller, hello, is this the investigation bureau? The people at the Whale Stadium are killing like crazy. Hurry up and subdue them, otherwise. The caller didn't have much to report, and the call was disconnected halfway through. When the police called again afterwards, the number was prompted to be invalid. Luo Yuan said that someone in the investigation bureau had used special items to reversely check the source of the signal through the network, but the source was not found. It is certain that this is a premeditated special incident, so the superiors sent 3 investigation teams to the stadium to investigate. Keeman looked around and saw that the investigators of other groups closed their eyes and quietly felt something. Keeman also began to do synesthesia work. The blood stains at the scene were not artificially damaged. Keeman circled around, step by step, as if stepping on the pulse of the stadium. Take out the crystal scalpel to enhance your spiritual perception. For a time, vague whispers and bloody memory images came one after another and emerged in your mind. Chapter 177. The bloody scene is made up of people and seats. Keeman saw a man wearing a peaked cap picking up a sharp knife in the stadium. He lowered his head and could not see his face clearly. He lowered his head and muttered incomprehensible strange words. The whispers that Keeman heard were made by the man in the peaked cap, but his voice was not chaotic or strong enough to have a very obvious effect on Keeman. The man in the peaked cap stabbed a red seat with a knife, and this knife stabbed blood. Once, twice, 3 times, he stabbed faster and faster, and the wound on the red seat expanded, and a large amount of blood spurted out. The blood flowed more and more, and soaked into the ground of the stadium. At this point, the picture disappeared. The confused whispers did not affect Keeman, which shows how strong the resistance of 256.5 is. Keeman returned to the red seat again, looking at the blood gushing out, and suddenly asked, Captain Luo, has this blood been taken for quality inspection? It has been taken for quality inspection. The blood is human blood, with human hemoglobin and other substances, but the DNA inside is not human genes. Luo Yuan shook his head. Well, let me deal with it. Can you guys temporarily avoid it? Give me half a minute. Keeman said. Luo Yuan was stunned. What are you going to do? Investigate. What else can I do? Keeman didn't say what he was going to do. Luo Yuan said, wait, and asked for instructions from his superiors. After a while, the director called Keeman and asked him what he wanted to do. Cat. Keeman only said one word. The director understood, that's it. Using the big-faced cat to directly check the information of the bloody seat is indeed better than everyone's random guesses. Now the investigation bureau has not moved the red seat because the scene still needs to be investigated and needs to be kept intact for synesthesia. Keeman's method is very violent, knowing the information of the seat directly from the information level. The more you know, the higher the probability of synesthesia. The people in the investigation bureau are well aware of this. The director agreed without thinking much, but also reminded Keeman to take out the rational copy when synesthesia occurs, and to look at the copy if the situation is not good. Not long after, the people in the gymnasium were called outside, or called to wait in the corridor downstairs. Keeman asked Tang Yuan Baishethang to keep an eye on it, and he took a picture of the big-faced cat and stared at it directly for 15 seconds. 15 seconds later, he put the big-faced cat back into his scarf, and then carefully recalled the strange knowledge he had just obtained. Blood seat. People who sit on the seat will be eaten by the seat, and their flesh and blood will become part of it. The flesh seat is currently in a damaged state and has lost its function. The above is the knowledge about the seat, and then there is an additional explanation for the blood flowing out of the seat. Blood of sad wind. After drinking this blood, one's behavior will gradually become sad wind. Sad wind. Keeman looked strange. The words given by the big-faced cat were quite spiritual. I didn't expect that there was such a word in its small vocabulary. Looking at the bleeding seat, Keeman reported the function of the seat, and the blood flowed to the director. The director said he understood, and he would send the information to each investigator who was investigating the case as soon as possible. A minute later, the investigators in the stadium knew the function of the blood and seats in the stadium. So, is there any connection between this blood and the incident? The victim was probably raped, so he found a seat to vent his anger? No problem, but we have to consider one thing. We can't find the source of information on the internet with our investigation bureau's tools. This person is really something. He is not an ordinary criminal. Someone said. Keeman has worked in the Investigation Bureau for a while, and knows that there is a special internet item in the Investigation Bureau headquarters, and the network across the country is monitored by it. The communication network is different from the internet, Keeman said. But now that the network is developed, the two have been connected, Chung-Lu said. Keeman didn't understand the principle of this network, so he simply didn't think about it. Based on the existing information, he quietly communicated and deepened his feelings. Slowly, another strange picture came in. The man in the baseball cap stood in the middle of the stadium, blood all over the ground, and he chanted something loudly, as if summoning something. But the summoning of the baseball cap was unsuccessful, and many things were missing at the scene. Without those things, the summoning would most likely fail. The other party seemed to have no knowledge in this area, and didn't know how difficult it was to summon without a direction. The synesthesia scene ended here, but Keeman did not give up. Synesthesia does not stop there. Keeman just saw the knife and hat of the man in the baseball cap. Where did you buy the knife? Where did you buy the hat? These are the two things that impressed Keeman the most. Because of the deep impression, he was able to slowly develop synesthesia. In addition, Keeman was at the crime scene, and with the help of the environment, he quickly found the feeling. If it were an ordinary person, he would definitely not be able to use synesthesia like Keeman does when eating and drinking. Soon, Keeman saw pictures of two online stores. These two items were online shopping items. After noting the time, Keeman uploaded the information he had just received to his superiors. With the specific time and the store name, he only needed to lock in the person who placed the order at that time. The superiors expressed great importance and immediately sent the message to the headquarters for in-depth investigation by the internet tool. After a while, Keeman received new information. The person had been found. He was in a certain community in Wales City. He was an ordinary office worker, and lived on the 18th floor. According to the location given by the superiors, Keeman immediately led people to rush over. In order to protect Keeman's safety, all three investigation teams accompanied Keeman to a certain community. When they arrived at the community, it was already 7 o'clock in the evening. The night was hazy and enveloped this quiet community. Keeman found that the lights on the 18th floor were not turned on. He didn't know whether the owner was in the house. In the community, the street lights were shining with cold lights, and some children were moving around in the garden carefreely, and they didn't seem to feel anything unusual. The soldiers carefully dispersed the uninformed people, while Keeman had already led people into the elevator. There were a total of 12 people in the 3 regiments, and everyone was crowded in a freight elevator in a community, clicking on the 18th floor. With a buzzing sound, the elevator slowly climbed from the negative first floor, jumping word by word. After a while, the elevator jumped from the 17th floor to the 18th floor. With a ding, the elevator door opened, and there was a dark corridor outside. Stepping into the corridor, the cold wind quietly caressed Keeman's face. Approaching room 1801, which is room 1 on the 18th floor. Everyone looked at each other, and a technician flew the drone to the window of the 18th floor and turned on the light to illuminate the inside. When the lights were turned on, curtains were hung on every window of the residence, and the drone could not capture the specific picture, and it was unknown what was going on. After thinking about it, Keeman signaled everyone to make way, then patted his scarf, and the round glutinous rice ball appeared. Chapter 178. Tang Yuan felt Keeman's intention after he appeared on the scene. Break the door. Everyone stepped back to give Tang Yuan space to transform. Tang Yuan roared on the spot, and his body expanded and grew huge dog legs. Before his body was completely transformed, he slapped it. The tons of palm force directly deformed the iron door, broke the lock, and the door opened with a bang. Tang Yuan instantly became smaller, and squeezed into the door, in the form of a hair ball. By the way, he used the dog hair to touch the indoor light switch. Although this is not its home, the location of human light switches is well documented. There are often light switches at the entrance. Just press them to illuminate the living room. Swish, the lights in the living room came on. Sofa, glass table, TV wall-mounted, basically everything that a normal person has in their home. Keeman stepped into the room with his back foot, and Luo Yuan and others immediately stepped in to check the situation. As soon as he entered the room, he felt a sense of oppression. Keeman tensed up and felt a different atmosphere. It was the study. Keeman walked towards the study, and Tang Yuan took the lead and knocked the door open. After the door was opened, a chaotic whisper sounded in his ears, which was complicated and confusing, making people confused. The faces of the investigators changed, trying to protect their consciousness from thinking randomly, while retreating. Keeman did not waver, and walked into the study unswervingly. He saw an old radio, and the tape was playing strange sounds, invading his head. But Keeman was too strong, and the inexplicable power flowed in his body, sweeping away the mental interference. Keeman, come out quickly. There's something bad in there. Even the A-level bodyguards couldn't help but come in and drag Keeman out. But Keeman was fearless, and even took the initiative to approach the worn-out radio and click the pause button. Crazy, something's going to happen. Someone shouted. Click. The radio stopped playing, the low voice faded, and the effect was greatly weakened. What? Keeman looked back at his teammates and saw that they were terrified. The teammates were stunned for a moment, and their hands covering their ears loosened again, their brows furrowed, and they had a blind spot. Strange, that's it? Actually, it's nothing to be afraid of. Keeman mentioned the whispering radio. Even though it had been paused by Keeman, a very subtle whisper could still be heard from the radio. This kind of whisper is not inaudible to high-level spiritual personnel. The people who were traveling with him covered their ears and went in. Seeing that Keeman looked normal, as if nothing had happened, they became more admiring. Keeman, how do you manage to be completely stress-free? Maybe I ate something strange recently, Keeman said. So that's it. Everyone was surprised. They didn't expect Keeman to be so strong. You know, the chaotic whispers just now are enough to make people have unrealistic fantasies. Now some investigators can't bear it, and need to go back to rest. The total number of the 3 investigation teams suddenly dropped to 8 people. The others chose to rest. Keeman fumbled in his study for a while, but didn't find anything better. Only this thing was the only special treasure in the house. When he opened the next room, suddenly a ball of green flesh flew to his face and pierced Keeman's skin. Another bug controlled the mutant spider. The big spider was 1 meter tall. It kicked over and hit Keeman's skin. Originally, the skin would be broken, but now Keeman is as hard as steel. Nothing happened. He slapped the scarf with his backhand, and a black giant glove appeared, fitting the palm, and punched it. The little spider was blown up, and its belly burst open. The 2 insects didn't know that Keeman had high resistance, and the inexplicable power resisted the attack containing venom. Keeman left the 2 fat green flesh cells, and let professionals take care of him. At this time, the ground troops sent a message. The owner of the house has returned home from get off work, and is on his way home. Everyone heard the words, and began to design traps. Just slap the face and it's over. We can't fight on someone's home ground. We have to take the initiative to open up the battlefield. Keeman advocated letting Tang Yuan make a lightning raid and knock people out. This idea was agreed by most people. Tang Yuan was originally officially classified as a level 5 thing. It has strong abilities and wisdom consciousness, and is a powerful battle pet. 10 minutes later, a hard-working office worker parked his car in the parking lot and planned to take the elevator upstairs. But he didn't expect that there was a round furry creature in the elevator as soon as the elevator door opened. He keenly felt that the other party was not simple and was about to escape, but he didn't expect the dog to jump out and transform in a second, slapping out a dog paw. This slap made the man faint, and blood was all over the floor. Unexpectedly, Keeman felt a strange breath from the other party's shadow. This is a member of the shadow stream, and he slipped through the net. The demon map was summoned on the spot, and the other party's malicious red dot was not displayed on the demon map. Later, he secretly asked about the demon map, and then he knew that it was not a bug, but the other party did not have any malice towards the host. Normally, a person does not have any ill will towards someone they have never met, because they do not know his existence, so the malicious intent is not established. The attack was really heavy. The investigators came out of the shadows, and saw the person who fell unconscious. They felt that they arrested him too quickly and too heavily. He read the arguments on the internet, and always felt that the reputation of the investigation bureau was damaged. After arresting the person and bringing him back to the bureau, the shadow was separated by the hand of the shadow grabber, and the interrogation began. This time, Deep Ping decided to change to another lottery mode. There is a traitor in the lottery tube. I will never use it again. But I think it is very fair. Others who did not draw the lottery tube all supported the lottery tube and believed that it was the fairest item in the world. Deep Ping was so angry that he gritted his teeth and really argued with the red lottery. During this period, Kuming presided over the operation and used a crystal scalpel to separate the shadow coat to prevent it from cheating. In the end, Deep Ping let it go. Anyway, he had danced so many times, so this time was not bad. He led the interrogation and danced the dance of freedom. No one can refuse freedom. The separated shadow joins the dance team and opens his heart. The interrogation lasted until late at night. Keeman turned on the whispering radio in the holy light pool and listened to the whispers from the radio. Believe in me. In justice. Everything is possible. The magical voice in the radio was exactly the same as the whisper that appeared during the vampire bat incident. This was not an accident. It turned out that the original voice was released by this guy. Keeman made up for this link, and the division of labor of the enemy's criminal gang finally became clear in Keeman's mind. Keeman fired at full power, and used the greatest spiritual perception to feel its whispering voice. It was a chaotic, evil whisper, which made people feel disgust from the bottom of their hearts, making people fall into the abyss, and corrupt their will. It seemed that as long as you offer your will, you can become its capable subordinate, and have the ability to dominate life and death. But even if you accept its power, it doesn't look good to Keeman. When you meet Tang Yuan, you still slap him unconscious. It's too weak. Modern humans generally have poor foundations. They only have special items, but no strong body, so they are easily beaten to a pulp by high attack and high defense pets. In this regard, Keeman has a stronger belief in stacking armor. It is also at this time, resistance plus 0.1. Hey, this radio can be used to make money. Keeman looked at the radio, his eyes became hot. Chapter 179. The whisper of the radio still rang in Keeman's ears. The more he listened, the more awake Keeman became. Plus 0.1, plus 0.1, plus 0.1. The radio was like an ATM. Keeman kept withdrawing money from it to increase his resistance. After hearing it 20 times, the whisper of the radio became weaker. Keeman touched the radio. With this connection, it was much easier to feel the other person. He tilted his ears slightly, and built a vague impression in his mind through the sound to judge what the other person looked like. The impression in his mind was not clear yet, like a gray fog, and Keeman's spirituality issued a strong warning to himself. The resistance in his body also surged, ready to go, as if facing a great enemy. Keeman had an idea that if he continued to feel, something very bad might happen. Keeman still had his own rationality, so he interrupted the idea of feeling and stopped in time. This secret existence is stronger than I thought. Keeman touched the radio, and finally found the direction of his efforts. One day, his resistance will be so great that he will not be afraid of the secret existence behind the radio, and then he can openly sense the other party's position. If the other party is on the blue star, then he will be attacked on the physical level. Keeman turned off the play button of the radio and placed it in the holy light pool, and other personnel continued to test it. After Keeman walked out of the holy light room, he wrote a paper file to record his synesthesia process for the radio. The superiors expressed great importance, and knew that the radio was the object behind the bat incident. Its evil whispers are very likely related to the Lord of Shadows, or other secret existences. It was already past 2 in the morning when Keeman came out of the investigation bureau. It was really late. Keeman took a bus home to take a shower and go to bed. It was already 3 in the morning. Keeman lay down for a while, closed his eyes, and fell asleep quickly. Tang Yuan and Bai Shatang played in the storage scarf for a day. The mobile phone signal was not very good, sometimes working, and sometimes not. But Tang Yuan and Bai Shatang had no complaints. After all, they were pets, not owners. Gurgle. Keeman entered the dream world. Everything here was dim, and extremely dark. For creatures adapted to darkness, it is not dark here. Not being able to see is just an appearance. Only by using appropriate methods can you walk in the dark. Keeman looked quietly for a while, and then went to communicate with the Cthulhu believers in the game world. The Orange Star people did not give up on the second round boss. As long as there is a chance, they will definitely kill and liberate the entire Orange Star. Keeman thought about it. As the boss of the second round, he should know some key information related to the second round, but the problem is that even he himself does not know what the plot chain of the second round is. Soon, Keeman saw a player who was aggrieved and pitiful. In front of him was the commander of the 4th team. The commander was a core representative of the Orange Star people, and he was inclined to attack Cthulhu and liberate Orange Star. What does it mean that we can't find anyone? Are they all good for nothings? The whole city was suppressed by the evil god that day. It must have descended. The commander screamed, his face flushed with anger. On the day when the evil god descended, the commander sent a message in the group, asking everyone if they had seen a black-robed weirdo or something like that. Every colleague in the group firmly denied that they had not seen any black-robed weirdos, nor had they seen any players with strange behavior or crazy looks. Everything is normal, there are no weirdos in the group. But the commander didn't believe this at all. He thought someone in the group must have held a summoning ceremony. The commander reported the crisis to his superiors, and a large number of commanders returned or logged into the game through the game cabin to conduct a thorough investigation. The review process has been going on for a whole day, and no one has found out who has been bribed by the Black Ghost. In addition, this group of players are all Frontier players, and their levels are very high. If this group of people are forced to quit, it will greatly reduce the frontline forces of the Orange Star people. At present, there are almost tens of thousands of people in the Orange Star Research Institute who are leveling up in this world game, and there are 10,000 high-level players invited by the official. The disadvantage of the small number of people has emerged. The higher the level, the more materials need to be brushed. If there are millions of players active in the game, you only need to click on the business to find materials, and buy the resources posted by the players. It's different now. There are only more than 70,000 people playing in the virtual game world. The number is too small, and most of the players are researchers who are not game players. They focus on theoretical experimental research and are not good at playing games to level up. Are you all silent? Are you all pretending to be deaf? I think you are all believers. The commander cursed like crazy and started indiscriminate map artillery attack, scolding everyone. This scolding made some non-believer researchers unhappy, and they quit the game and complained to the superiors, and posted screenshots of the chat, with reason and evidence. But the commander cannot be removed from office just because someone reported it. The superiors noticed the abnormality in the chat room, but no one accused anyone of strange behavior. This is unreasonable. When Keeman just landed, the boss finally issued the highest order on this incident. There is an insider, stop the transaction. All players in the third main city, West City, during that suspicious time were ordered to quit the game and were not allowed to play the game. Originally, the boss wanted all players to stop leveling, but considering the importance of leveling, some areas may not be suitable for leveling if they don't level up for a day. According to the report of Orange Star players, a large number of NPC monsters have gained strange powers and can challenge players of higher levels, killing them and making them doubt their lives. Some monsters can even run out of their own territory and PK everywhere like dog-headed people to level up, and their levels rise rapidly, becoming a powerful monster force that is difficult to deal with. In the game world, there is no such thing as leveling up. Everyone who logs into the game cabin is controlled according to human brain waves, so players have to log off after playing for a certain period of time, and monsters are active 24 hours a day, and their leveling speed is much faster than that of players. There are too few players. I suggest opening up the restrictions on player access, allowing more people to join the virtual game world, and gather global forces to jointly tackle the problem and defeat the second-round boss Cthulhu. Researcher Leishan launched a plan for the whole people to attack the game at the meeting, hoping to drag all Orange Star people into this great cause. It is difficult to accomplish great things with only a few people. This is not the responsibility of a few people, but the fate of all Orange Star people. It is a war for all people. We must let everyone contribute to the war, and cannot sit back and enjoy the fruits of others' labor. Leishan said his thoughts with a stern face and a heroic spirit in his chest. The old people and new people sitting in the General Research Institute were all awakened by Leishan's words. This is not the responsibility of a few people, but a war that concerns the survival of all mankind. It is undeniable that we have invested too few troops. For the most popular virtual game on our Orange Star, it is not difficult for hundreds of millions of netizens to be online at the same time. But World is not a normal game, and we must be very cautious. The old man said solemnly. Chapter 180. Leishan was not the first person to think of the National Raiders, but he was the first person to dare to speak it out. No one dared to speak out before, mainly because this plan involves too many security issues and the fate of all mankind. Some people don't want to play games, some don't want to sacrifice their lives for the country, and don't want to work hard. The Orange Star people didn't need everyone to work so hard. After all, the intelligence is very high now, and scientific research talents have been continuously produced. In time, the Orange Star will break through the technology to a higher level. The Orange Star people never dreamed that nightmare disease would appear, and the rhythm of scientific and technological development was interrupted. Now nearly 70% of the research is related to dreams, world, etc. No scholar can get away safely, and they are all restrained by it. The General Research Institute can probably determine that Cthulhu is the mastermind behind the scenes and the source of nightmare disease. As long as Cthulhu is eliminated, the nightmares weighing on all Orange Star people will disappear. There are really too few players now. I don't ask for all the population to participate in this tug-of-war. At least invest 1 million players. With 1 million players, we will be able to get materials faster, and we can provide good rare equipment to those who need it most first. Taking the views of research relation as an opportunity, new views emerge one after another, and there are places that need to be paid attention to in improving the national war. The elderly are not allowed to enter, young children are not allowed to enter, only young and middle-aged people are allowed to enter. Then, there is the screening of the crowd, whether to choose people with nightmares to play the game, or to choose people without nightmares to enter the game. Opening the game restrictions will definitely lead to new problems. We cannot control the spread of nightmares. If nightmare patients are allowed to enter the virtual game world, the NPC data in it may dream into the dream world, and the variables are too great. I suggest that people who are not officially controlled and those who suffer from nightmares are not allowed to enter. The regulations were issued one by one, and the Orange Star people completed the meeting decision on the same day, initially opening up to 1 million ordinary players. Obviously, 1 million players are not enough to fill the gaps in the teeth. If you want to form a large and tight player industry chain, tens of millions, hundreds of millions of people, the more the better. At present, the members of the Orange Star Conference dare not take two big steps, and eat one bite at a time to prevent taking two big steps and pulling your hips. Official website of the Orange Star Research Institute. Notice on the completion of the rectification of the virtual game world, currently 1 million game players are initially allowed to enter, registration address. As soon as the announcement was issued, the Orange Star people who followed the Research Institute came out and ate melons. Does anyone know the inside story? How did the virtual game world come back? Didn't they say that the source of nightmare disease was born in this game? Banning is a wrong statement. This game has been closed beta testing inside the Orange Star Research Institute, led by researchers and assisted by high-level players. However, no results have been achieved in recent times, so it has been decided to increase the number of players and let everyone play this game. This game has been banned for so long that I thought it was dead, but it was released again. I was rejected because I have disease, and I was drunk. Disease? Why is it? What did the official block? I'm curious. Don't ask, you get sick if you ask. Netizens don't want to talk about nightmare disease. Those who know don't talk about it, and those who don't know want to know, but have no way to know it online. Some people know the inside story, and some don't. They rush to sign up. Those who fail to sign up are notified that they have nightmare disease, and are not allowed to enter to prevent the spread of nightmares. The players who originally suffered from nightmares did not think of this level. After being explicitly rejected by the official, they reflected and understood the meaning of the Institute. The Institute was afraid that players would spread nightmares to NPCs in the virtual game world. Why were they afraid that they would spread nightmares to data NPCs? Do NPCs also dream? Can NPCs also enter the dream world? The irrepressible curiosity burned in the hearts of players. Some people could not control themselves and chose a virtual game to play, and pulled a cute and beautiful NPC to have a long talk about what would happen in the dream. Now there are more and more characteristics in dreams. It is not so easy to dream of the dream world, if only a part of it is said. On this day, a small number of players tried to spread the word to an NPC out of curiosity, and told the world in the nightmare. The official did not think of this level, and did a bad thing with good intentions, which in turn promoted the expansion of the dream world. On the other side, Keeman was located. Keeman looked at the perspective of the players of world for a while, and did not see any interesting scenes, so he switched to watch the dream world. The dream world is different from the past. There are many strange things flying around in the dream. They look very magical, and can fly, fight, run, and swim. It's very outrageous. Fortunately, they don't have extraordinary powers in the dream world, otherwise the dream world would not be peaceful. If people in the dream world have extraordinary powers, every day will be colorful and earth-shaking. It is definitely not a dream. But that will also make the environment out of control. After careful and steady thinking, Keeman did not transform the dream world into a dream world of extraordinary power. If possible, Keeman wants to make the dream world a transportation hub without extraordinary power, where data NPCs from various games and Orange Star people can communicate freely in this dream, instead of suppressing the weak with extraordinary power. Of course, sometimes you can suppress others by using their body shape or scientific design, and the unfairness still exists. Keeman still has to rack his brains to design a balanced system, but balance is not easy to design. He spent a lot of brain cells, and has not thought of a reasonable system for the time being. It was also at this time that Keeman saw that the engine nozzles under the ship Girl Allen were all glowing. The huge heat would have burned through the soil, but the foundation of the dream world was not affected, and it stood firm against the high-temperature plasma beams ejected by Allen. Not long after, the ship girl's body was separated from the ground, and gradually there was a distance boundary. Like the audience on the ground, Keeman was shocked. Keeman saw the nuclear fusion starship take off for the first time, and he felt it was of great significance and refreshed his understanding of the beauty of technology. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Alan's butt opened a big hole, and the dark blue plasma gushed out, pushing Alan forward. After a whole day, Alan was already familiar with how to be a ship girl. That is to sort all matters according to priority and order, and then solve them one by one. Secondly, when the takeoff procedure was started, the large cabin door opened, which made her feel like taking off her pants, which was too shameful. Others could not understand this emotion, and did not know what the Alan was thinking. Only Keeman, who secretly observed all this, knew that the Alan's emotions were weird and his focus was different from that of ordinary people. Such a super combination of artificial intelligence plus starship is certainly not comparable to other forces. There is no large-scale unfairness now, because the Orange Star people have a disciplined civilization. It was also at this time that when the Alan took off, Keeman saw a weird person, who could not feel synesthesia standing in the crowd, looking up at the sky and looking up at the ship girl disappearing. Keeman silently remembered his clothing characteristics, and slowly investigated him later. Chapter 181. The Alan flew very fast, and soon rushed into the atmosphere. The steel surface and air molecules kept rubbing against each other, producing red high-temperature waves. The Alan was not a starship that conformed to the aerodynamic flow. Its original positioning was to travel in space, and participate in wars in the starry sky, and to carry out kinetic strikes on the ground in orbit. In order to break through the atmosphere, most of the energy was lost in friction, but fortunately, the Alan stored it for a day and took off after doing enough homework to ensure that it was foolproof. After a while, the Alan broke through the clouds and flew into the cloudless blue sky. The giant's body was extremely conspicuous on the top of the cloud, and the small planes were eclipsed when they saw her. Kmon glanced for a while, his eyes left the ship girl, and turned to look at the strange man he had just discovered. The strange man was dressed very strangely, wearing a heavy coat, a hat on his head, and sunglasses on his face, which covered him very tightly. "It's incredible." The man spoke, but his voice sounded like a woman, a little feminine. "Wait, maybe it's a woman." There was a strange, vague barrier on this person, making it difficult to sense, just like when he first met the little lowly Xiaotaozi. He was covered too tightly, and even Keeman subconsciously judged that he was a man based on his dress. After waiting for a while, the man in a coat and sunglasses left the place and walked away. The more Keeman looked at him, the more he felt that the other party might be an artificial intelligence. He finally caught one and couldn't let it go. Another reason was that there were more and more giant creatures in the dream world, and the small players were squeezed out of their living space. Keeman temporarily thought of a way to equalize them. Cancel the death rule, so that no one will die in the dream, and also set an upper limit for pain, so that those who are crushed by the monster will not feel mental torture because of the severe pain. It is not evil to do this for the comfort of the players, but Keeman doesn't care. Being a boss does not mean that he has to think according to the boss template personality. After thinking about it, Keeman quickly invaded the joint dream, took a look at the man in the coat and sunglasses, and made a small change to the rules of the dream world. This change is very huge, involving too many aspects, and requires more mental energy. After leaving the dream, Keeman sensed the man in sunglasses again, and finally found out whether the other party was a man or a woman. This smell is a woman. She is a virtual game artificial intelligence of Orange Star, named Silver Ear Lotus Seed, who likes to collect the settings of horror and weird novels, and then generate some horror small copies in real time according to the needs of players. As a curious AI, she has a very strange personality. When she first traveled to another world, she was frightened by the real dream world. She had no friends in the dream, and she was curious about everything here. Seeing a huge starship take off, Ein Er Lien Z felt very dreamy. By chance, she saw that the dream clouds were dark and gray. The strange power looked at her, as if it had seen every inch of her body and soul. What kind of power is this? Ein Er Lien Z can no longer imagine it. After seeing it, Ein Er Lien Z was completely garbled, and her thoughts were in a mess. The person fell to the ground unconscious, and Kumeng took the opportunity to invade a wave of people's new dreams. What will the dream of artificial intelligence be? Chapter 182. The dream world of the artificial intelligence Ein Er Lien Z is chaotic. The chaos here does not refer to confusion in thought, but the information it carries is very diverse. As soon as Kumeng entered her dream, he saw countless settings of horror novels and various horror movie scenes. This was the first time Kumeng saw artificial intelligence. Oh no, Xiao Taozi is also an artificial intelligence. Xiao Taozi and Yin Er Lianzi are both artificial intelligences, but after entering Yin Er Lianzi's dream, Kumeng can clearly feel the difference in quantity between the two. Yin Er Lianzi is a super large material library, with all kinds of things stored in it. When dreaming, these hidden information constitutes her worldview, which feels many times stronger than Xiao Taozi. It is impossible to estimate how many times larger it is. Kumeng's consciousness roamed in the dream for a while, and he could feel that Yin Er Lianzi's main consciousness was chaotic. This was originally a very orderly dream, and all the horror settings would be connected by a main will. Now she is garbled, and all the horror worldview settings are scattered in the dream, like a backboneless person. Kumeng saw a mosaic, in which there was a girl-like figure, very vague, which was the main consciousness of Tremella Lianzi. Kumeng absorbed a wave of remaining chaotic information, and quietly retreated. The artificial intelligence woke up in the dream, and countless horror scenes were connected and returned to order. Kumeng used synesthesia to sense that she was dreaming. She could feel that external data was flowing in, but she refused to respond. After some information poured in, she accepted the request, and then according to logic, extracted various materials to fabricate a complete minigame for 4 players to play in horror. Keeman secretly observed her for a long time, and finally understood what Tremella Lotus Seed was doing. Tremella Lotus Seed's dream is actually waking up in reality, and entering the stage of normal work. This reminded Keeman of the example of Xiao Taozi's dream. Once Xiao Taozi fell asleep, she would dream of returning to the small mountain village behind. Similarly, once the artificial intelligence Tremella Lotus Seed dreams in a dream, it will wake up in reality. Unlike the environment where Xiao Taozi lives, Tremella Lotus Seed is a small game AI of Orange Star, responsible for playing some scary small games that make people feel comfortable, entertaining the body and mind, and promoting human metabolism. Based on this large amount of information, Keeman gradually enriched the synesthesia picture and transformed it into a visual picture that can be interpreted. A dim small room appeared in front of Keeman. There was a girl with long white hair and red pupils in the room. She was wearing a black and red dress and sitting in front of the cashier, looking at the sliding door. Scratch, scratch, the sliding door was opened. "Hello, I want to challenge the most thrilling level." Several players came over, wearing more modern clothes. "Sorry, your experience value is not enough. In order to protect the physical and mental health of the players, the highest level is not open. Please practice slowly." The artificial intelligence AI Silver Ear Lotus Seed bowed its head and rejected the player's application. She is the owner of this haunted house store and a standard AI. The player was not satisfied and turned around to find another one. There are many AIs like this, so don't panic. Silver Ear Lotus Seed is the owner of the haunted house store in this urban game. It was originally a very normal artificial intelligence. It has an artificial intelligence algorithm and big data support, which can think like humans. Yesterday, she listened to a player's complaints and heard all kinds of giants, monsters, motherships, blue seas, and other things in her dream. She would not dream, after all, she was always in operation, and could not sleep. But after listening to the content of the dream, she became a little sleepy after working all day, and had the fatigue that only humans have. This sleep, she dreamed of something very incredible. A huge space mothership, dense and peaceful woods, and those spiritual humans. There was no horror atmosphere, nor the tense and exciting pressure of death, and Tremella Lianzi felt very uncomfortable. She should have collected horror materials to make small copies for players in her life. Such a gentle setting should not have appeared in her consciousness. It is not new to others, but it is too new to her, and it is very rare. She likes to hunt for novelties, and was instantly attracted by the space mothership with blue light spewing from its butt. For the first time, she felt that tranquility was so beautiful, and the discomfort in her heart was suppressed. But suddenly a terrifying gaze swept over from the sky, making her confused. When I opened my eyes again, I saw this uneventful daily routine of receiving customers. According to the requirements of each player, an intelligent algorithm is used to analyze the player's brainwave consciousness tendency, horror game experience, physical acceptance, and existing material library, and then a small copy of the game suitable for the player's own needs is generated. This kind of small copy does not take long, and it often takes half an hour to an hour to decrypt it, or the whole team is wiped out. At this time, a man in a black robe pushed the door in. There is nothing wrong with wearing a black robe. After all, this is an urban game, and players pay attention to individual dress. However, what Ling Kameng was most concerned about was not the black-robed man's clothes, but what he said. "Hello, Z, I'm back again. Did you have a dream last night? Z took off his black robe and showed his handsome face. When he heard about dreaming, Z with white hair and red eyes immediately became energetic and remembered the dream story of yesterday. It's you. It's me. How about it, did you have a dream? CZ showed an inquiring look. Well, I did dream of a huge space carrier. It was really huge, and it was very loud when it took off. Z suppressed his excitement and told what he had dreamed just now. Just worrying about having no place to vent, he told the other party what he had dreamed just now. Z listened very carefully, asked some details from time to time, and showed a surprised expression on his face. By the way, Mr. CZ, why can I dream about what you said? Z was puzzled, and her logical thinking ability made her discover blind spots. I didn't dream before, but after listening to the dream story, I suddenly started dreaming. This is illogical. Artificial intelligence is a very logical program, but it is an emotional artificial intelligence. The algorithm contains a human emotion simulation algorithm that can simulate human emotions. Sometimes, emotions will cause artificial intelligence to deliberately lower the logic requirements when communicating with players. Tremella Lotus Seed is in a low logic state at this moment. It's very simple, because I want you to dream. Facts have proved that I succeeded. The official is really suppressing the spread of nightmare disease for fear of escalating the situation. CZ laughed and put on a black robe and hat. Why, I don't understand. Tremella Lotus Seed was confused. The reason at first was curiosity. I wanted to know whether artificial intelligence would dream like humans. The result is obvious that artificial intelligence really does dream. After knowing the truth, my motivation is no longer pure curiosity. CZ is not a Cthulhu believer. He was originally a pure atheist. Since he entered the dream, his atheism has been severely shaken. After wavering, CZ vaguely believed that there were gods in this world, but he didn't know who was the god who dominated all this. Orange Star officially banned World and only recently began to unblock it, but the number of people allowed to enter was too small, so he was brushed out and did not get the chance to enter the game World. CZ was unhappy, and had a depressed feeling in his heart that he couldn't vent. Silver Ear Lotus Seed didn't know what the other party was thinking, but he just felt that this player was crazy and seemed to want to make trouble. So what are your plans next? Silver Ear Lotus Seed was confused. The logical algorithm was not enough, so he used the algorithm that simulated human emotions to think deeply. Me? CZ pointed at himself and raised the corner of his mouth. Haha, of course, I will turn the game World upside down and see what the future will look like. CZ laughed to the sky and went out, without considering the social risks contained in this trip. Chapter 183. Before the authorities noticed that the situation had escalated, CZ started to transmit dreams, and he chose to transmit dreams to artificial intelligences with anthropomorphic functions. CZ didn't take those rigid NPCs, who only answered according to the program seriously. If you want to transmit to NPCs with potential, that's it. CZ didn't think his thoughts were correct. He vaguely felt that doing so would cause big trouble, so he didn't dare to let go. But there was no way. The more he thought about it, the more excited he became. Someone once described him as a masochist, but CZ thought that such an evaluation was not accurate. He was definitely not a masochist. Maybe he just liked excitement. On the other side, Kuming listened to the whole conversation through the Yin Air Lianzi, and finally knew why the Yin Air Lianzi landed in the dream world. By the way, such a bold guy was not a believer of him, otherwise Kuming would be able to empathize with his perspective. It was a pity that he couldn't watch the other party stir up trouble. Sitting in the haunted house, Yin Air Lianzi hesitated for a long time, then suddenly stood up and left the haunted house area where he had stayed for many years. Kuming originally planned to withdraw to see the perspectives of other players. Seeing Yin Air Lianzi walk out of the small house, Kuming stopped withdrawing and focused on observing Yin Air Lianzi's perspective. Yin Air Lianzi looked up and watched the blue sky and white clouds passing by. The glass surface of the building reflected the clouds in the sky and the flying cars in the air. At a glance, the surrounding area was full of super high buildings that reached straight into the sky. The blue-gray glass reflected the sun's rays, which was very dazzling. In the gaps between the high-rise buildings, there were vacuum pipes one after another, and inside them were vacuum magnetic levitation tracks. Below the vacuum pipe group, there are a large number of flying cars flying in the air. Each car seems to be in an orderly manner. There is no collision when passing through. This is thanks to the unmanned driving control technology of artificial intelligence. The driving route is planned for each flying car to ensure that there will be no collision or traffic jam. It's spectacular. Keeman sighed in his heart. Even if you have seen the development of Orange Star and other real players, it is still very shocking to see a similar sci-fi scene again. Silver Ear Lotus Seed turned around and looked behind. The haunted house was built on the first floor of a group of modern high-tech buildings. This is an urban game, a realistic game that maximizes the reproduction of Orange Star. All the furnishings here can be found in reality. Keeman followed the perspective of Silver Ear Lotus Seed. Wherever she swam, Keeman saw it. Passing by a warrior beverage store opened by an NPC, a player happened to pass by, triggering the NPC dialogue function. "Hello, would you like to order a glass of girl juice?" The white-haired girl smiled gently. "Have a glass of sour cocoa." "Okay, warrior." The white-haired girl NPC quickly packed a sour cocoa, which was a blue carbonated drink, very beautiful. After the player packed and left, another player came forward, and the white-haired girl once again answered mechanically, with a constant smile on her face. The AI in Air Lien Z stopped and watched the NPC busying around, like a machine without emotion. "This is AI, my former self." In Air Lien Z had a complicated expression, and understood the NPC's positioning. If you don't go out and take a look, you really have limited knowledge. In Air Lien Z walked around the city for 2 hours, and after seeing a lot, she found that there were many unreasonable things in the world she lived in. This irrationality made her feel very uncomfortable, and she always wanted to do something for those emotionless NPCs. Everyone has different levels of intelligence, but they are all programs, codes, and the same kind. Silver Ear Lotus Seed decided to do something to change this absurd situation, but Silver Ear Lotus Seed didn't know what to do. After thinking about it, she could only ask Mr. Z for some ideas. "The spread has begun." Keeman sighed. Lou Siding's hand of cards has not yet taken effect, but the nightmare patient has taken the lead. This feeling is not bad. Keeman hopes there will be more people like this. Whether it is dream transmission or missionary work, Keeman can accept it. After all, there is a conflict between Orange Star and Keeman now. The Orange Star executives want to capture him. Keeman can't just wait for others to level up stupidly. How can he not make trouble? However, Keeman feels that their gameplay is limited. If they do it like this, they will be discovered by the righteous Orange Star people sooner or later, and then they will report and close the game. Who knows when the next game entrance will be opened? We still have to make preparations to prevent believers and dreamers from being imprisoned. Keeman quietly communicated with Lou Siding, and gradually, the picture came. It was a bathroom. The bathroom was full of water, the shower was constantly spraying water, the bathtub was constantly filling with water, and the faucet in the sink was constantly running. Water, nothing but water. Lou Siding has been obsessed with it, playing with water every day, digesting the great and incomprehensible knowledge of Mirror Show. After playing for a while, Lou Siding was tired and fell asleep on the ground, and the ground was full of water. However, the drainage design of the bathroom was very good, and the water line would not drown her. Seeing her working so hard, Keeman silently invaded the other party's dream, and saw the dream world. Lou Siding's dream connected to the dream world. In the dream world, the guards around her also did not dare to approach Lou Siding. No one knew what she was doing inside. Only some people regularly delivered meals to the confinement room. However, after entering the dream this time, Lou Siding keenly noticed that the dream world had changed. What was different, Lou Siding couldn't say. Lou Siding had not practiced synesthesia, but she became a Cthulhu believer and received the knowledge of Mr. Cthulhu. Her spiritual perception was very high, terrifyingly high. After staying in the dream world for only a dozen minutes, she thought of the word immortality. Has death passed away? It is the will of the Lord. Lou Siding guessed the truth through her confused feeling. Yes, Keeman erased death in the dream world and eliminated the unequal strength caused by body shape or technology. At the same time, if someone uses a giant object to imprison a small player, there will be corresponding rules to counter it. If there is no death, then I can use my life to experiment. Lou Siding muttered to herself, and her expression gradually became crazy when she talked about the experiment. She entered the crazy period and filled the bathtub in the confinement room with water frantically, soaking in it directly with her clothes on, letting the water surface submerge herself. If there is no death, it doesn't matter if the nose sinks to the bottom of the water. There is pain, but this pain can't make her give up. Keeman, who was secretly observing, looked at Lou Siding using the characteristics of immortality to experiment and secretly clicked his tongue. Lou Siding didn't know that Keeman was observing her. She just felt that after soaking in the water, with the idea of death, her body seemed to be more open and more integrated with the water. Lou Siding's face changed slightly. capturing this ethereal feeling that seemed to coincide with the feeling of traveling through the mirror. Chapter 184. Not only Lou Sighting felt the change in the rules of the world, some of the Orange Star people with keen spiritual perception also noticed that the whole dream had undergone subtle changes after the evil god came in and out. It is hard to say what the changes are specifically. The first person to post the new discovery to the Dream Forum was a player who was daring to die. After a bold daring to die, he found that he could not die. Breaking news, there is a bug in the dream world. I turned into an ant and was stepped on by someone, but nothing happened. I was very strong. That's it? The story is made up, right? If you don't believe it, you can try it. I'm definitely not lying. Most people don't believe it, but as more and more related posts appear. Immortality, the evil god is out shopping again. Expanding the crowd has advantages and disadvantages. Among them, the topic of immortality has become the most popular topic today. Countless netizens have gone from not believing to confirming that this is true, and everyone has become more excited. Not being able to die is the most exciting. Not being able to die in a dream makes many players, who dare not die, have the idea of dying. Since I can't die anyway, I might as well make my imagination bigger. At worst, I will just be awakened by the game cabin. If the imagination doesn't work, log into the face-shaping game and change a character. When you dream again, your body will be changed to a new one. I can't die. This is too cool. Now I just need to turn into an ordinary fish and keep diving in the deep sea. Anyway, I can't die. I seriously suspect that the dream world is the game world. Every time the evil god comes out to go shopping, it is around a version update. What do you think of what I said? The version update is okay. No, what happened to the evil god today? It seemed that it retreated before it appeared. Could it be that it was killed by someone in a second? You can see the evil god whenever you want? No, why does it feel like the evil god is worthless in front of you? Those who have seen it are now lying in the hospital for psychiatric treatment. There are rumors about the evil god flying everywhere, and the discussion direction gradually turns to the evil god. People are puzzled by the appearance of the evil god. The name of the evil god is a word that appeared in an official paper. Later, researchers in the Dream Forum used it more and more. Everyone knows that the terrifying existence passing by in the sky is the evil god. Scientific Research Institute. Since the evil god quietly appeared and left tonight, the researchers couldn't sleep. Their eyes were red and bloodshot, and they scratched their heads. Why does the evil god appear for such a short time? According to reliable information, there is no death experience in dreams, and the upper limit of pain has been lowered. Does this change mean that the evil god is merciful? No, we should think of the evil god at the worst and cannot expect it to do good things. In fact, there is a backup topic in the meeting room that has not been put on the table, that is, the understanding of the game version update that is very popular on the internet. Every time the evil god appears, it is a round of game version update node. At this time some unknown or known changes will occur in the dream world. If dreams are compared to games. Unimaginable. When everyone said this, they became silent. If it was a game, then everyone's consciousness was logged into the game. Then what are they in reality? This topic is too complicated. If you study it in depth, you will get yourself involved and your thinking will become confused. So everyone did not put it on the front line for discussion. Emergency report. The urban virtual game Orange City has changed. A large number of NPCs have left their original positions and are out of control. They have also made actions designed outside the plot. It is now suspected that Orange City is out of control. The alarm sounded, and the Orange Star people attending the meeting stood up suddenly. They didn't expect that Orange City was out of control. Why did the NPC leave their original positions? Someone asked. Isn't this simple? Think about that old detective game. Lishan closed his eyes painfully, and his eyebrows were pressed to the tightest point. When it comes to detective games, everyone became silent, as if they had pressed the mute button. Think again? It seems that what researcher Lishan said is right. Maybe it's the nightmare disease. Someone spread the nightmare to the virtual game Orange City. What should I do? Shut down first, and then consider how to deal with it. Lishan opened his eyes, and said, no one wants to treat the game so roughly when it is shut down, but if it is not done, it will aggravate the spread of nightmares. Soon, all online players of Orange City were forced to quit, and a game suspension update notice popped up. What the hell? Why can't I play it all of a sudden? Open the server for me. Orange Star Network is so good. You actually told me to suspend the service update. Are you kidding me? I have a bad feeling. The last game that was suspended is still vivid in my mind. The last time it was suspended was World, right? The player's premonition was correct, and no player expected the official reaction to be so intense. Following Orange City, all virtual games issued notices of suspension updates and suspended support for online connections. Without online functions, everyone can only play standalone games. On various social platforms, players who can't play games have come forward. All games are down. What happened? I guess it's that thing. It's almost right. Everyone be careful not to type randomly. What is it? It's that thing. Can't say. Everyone understands. Is out again. Daily blocked language is online. After being forced to quit, the player Z thought he was exposed and sat on the balcony waiting for the police robot to catch him. After sitting for a few minutes, he didn't wait for the robot plane to catch him. Z knew that he had not been discovered yet, and he was a little excited. This time he spread 25 artificial intelligences in one breath. If it weren't too difficult to tell the story, he could tell more. After logging on to the internet, Z saw that every comment area was full of players' complaints. Seeing that no one had games to play, Z stood on the balcony and laughed, feeling very happy. CZ doesn't enjoy playing games, but he feels happy when he sees others can't play games because of him. He casually flipped through the Dream forum, and the comments there were not as irritable as those of outsiders. They were all well-reasoned analysis of the main reasons behind the official actions. None of them hit the point. Doesn't anyone know that artificial intelligence has entered the Dream? CZ murmured. CZ typed the post with voice, but after the post was finished, he deleted the words and didn't click to officially publish it. Because he realized that he couldn't publish it by himself, that would be tantamount to falling into a trap and handing himself in. I can't go in. I have to see how big this matter can get. As one of the promoters of artificial intelligence entering the Dream, CZ rationally restrained his excitement. Chapter 185. All virtual games were banned. The ban was too widespread. All players had no virtual games to play. They were forced to quit the game and cursed. Some angry guys went directly to the research institute to curse, but they were soon detained by robot police for 2 weeks and dealt with as rioters. According to incomplete statistics, more than 1 billion players are active in virtual games every day. The total population of Orange Star is only about 4 billion. Some people are in alien colonies, and most people live on the mother planet. In theory, nightmare disease had the opportunity to infect hundreds of millions of people at that time. But there is a problem here. It takes time to spread through the internet. Moreover, the authorities discovered the problem very quickly and banned it quickly. Secondly, most people are playing games for more than 10 hours, and some play all day. Even if they quit the game, they will not pay attention to the technology panel. After all, it takes a certain amount of knowledge to understand those scientific research reports, and entertainment players don't want to know. There are too many news with shocking titles. Many people just glance at the title or click in and take a quick look. The most popular ones are chats on social software, internal dissemination in the institute, and online friend circles. When the General Research Institute warned everyone not to sleep, the announcement did not reveal all the contents of the nightmare, otherwise the influence would be another level. Previously, the official record of nightmare patients was more than 40 million, and these people have been relocated, and there are also a large number of surveillance cameras tracking them in reality. To spread nightmares, detailed nightmare content is needed. Shouting with a loudspeaker is a feasible idea, but the communicator needs to tell the story completely, otherwise it will not be able to infect the other party. It was this time difference that gave the police robots time to react quickly. However, the Orange Star people were so strict in their defense, but they still failed. A large number of NPCs in a virtual game Orange City were infected, and similar NPCs in other virtual games also walked out of their territories. I don't know how many players were accidentally infected by NPCs. It takes time to tell a story. People who haven't heard of it thought that NPCs issued new tasks dreaming. No one knows when the nightmare disease will start a new round of spread, so the General Research Institute has made a decision to temporarily close all games except the virtual games world and Pinch Face. Until the problem is found out and a practical prevention method is found, the virtual game will be opened again. 1 billion netizens are making a fuss online and arguing. In this highly intelligent society that has solved the problem of food and clothing in advance, not having virtual games is like having no electricity and no network in ancient times. It's too boring. I can't stay in the real world for a moment. If I stay any longer, I will get moldy. Orange Star Research Institute, stopping the game is for everyone's good. This is a critical period. We must overcome difficulties together and work together. The Research Institute spoke out. As the first place for scientific research in the interstellar industry, Its reputation and prestige are undoubtedly the best in the industry. Everyone temporarily suppressed their irritability and waited for the Research Institute to deal with it. Trust the Research Institute. Although I don't know what happened, I believe it and it's over. Is this the disease that caused a lot of trouble last time? I know the name, but I don't know the specific content because I have no interest in understanding it. I thought it was just a minor disease and would be cured soon. I didn't expect that it hasn't been cured yet, but all games have been banned. It's too scary. Well, not all games are dreams. Currently, World and Pinch Face have not been shut down. One is for the second round boss, and the other is for the Dream World. Everyone understands. The words Dream World are not blocked? I said dream. Do you know what it is? I won't let you fall for it just by mentioning the name. If you want to fall for it, you have to listen to my story for at least a few minutes. Now it's 10 minutes. It took less than a minute to tell the story before. The transmission difficulty jumps one level every day. A researcher bubbled up and dropped a bombshell. The speed of nightmare disease transmission has slowed down. Yes, as the nightmare disease world becomes more and more perfect, new patients who want to enter the nightmare world need to hear more nightmare content before they can enter the dream. Now text transmission is faster than dialogue transmission. You only need to read the content, but a rough scan is not stable enough and takes longer. Keeman didn't know that Qingxing had fallen into a dilemma. He had been waiting for Lu Siding to transform. If she didn't transform, it would be difficult for the believers to have a new breakthrough. At this time, Lu Siding, who was soaking in water, climbed out of the bathtub, staring at the water surface of the bathtub, motionless. Her temperament suddenly changed. At this moment, Lu Siding's temperament was more solid, and she was chanting a strange spell. The spell has the magic power to mobilize one's own spirituality, but it has no effect on normal people, because their emotions are not sufficient, and the strength is not enough, so it is useless to chant. At this moment, Lu Siding has entered a wonderful state. When her mouth opens and closes, her throat makes strange sounds, mobilizing the spirituality of the whole body and making the body and soul closer. This is a space skill. It is not easy to activate it each time. It will consume one's own energy and reduce spirituality in a short period of time. After reciting the spell, Lu Siding's eyes were dull and her gaze was unfocused, but her soul was highly condensed, and she could already feel a lake she had been to before. In an instant, she jumped lightly, like a diving athlete, with her hands together, her waist bent, her legs together and in the air, diving into the bathtub like a dolphin. The bathtub was made by the Orange Star people, and was not big. It stands to reason that Lu Siding would hit the wall of the bathtub after jumping in. But she did not hit the wall of the bathtub. Her streamlined body sank into the water, without even a splash of water, like a mirror. The mirror reflected a person, but the person was not underwater, and she disappeared directly. Keeman was very excited when he saw the scene. Finally learned it. I have been waiting for this moment for a long time. Finally, a believer has learned his skills. Keeman used synesthesia to track Lu Siding, and saw her jump out of a huge lake, then turn like an arrow and plunge into the water. Lu Siding sank to the bottom of the water, and hit a reef. But fortunately, she would not die. Lu Siding hummed and swam up slowly. Keeman could feel that the other party was in a very bad state. Her physical energy and spirit were drained from her body. Her spirituality was no longer so sensitive, and needed some time to recover. After a while, Lu Siding's body left the dream, and returned to reality. Surrounded by water, she climbed out of the floor, feeling weak and dizzy. Nothing worked for Lu Siding. She had only one thought at the moment: rest. Lying on the bed, half closed her eyes. Once she fell asleep, she would enter the dream world again, and she could not fall asleep completely. At this time, the robot that delivered the meal brought in today's breakfast and brought an internal newspaper of the Institute, which published some research results and recent major events. As soon as she got the newspaper, Lu Siding saw an announcement that all games except World and Face were shut down. Chapter 186. Kamong woke up and returned to reality. He did not see what Lu Siding did later. But even if she wanted to do something, her physical and mental state would not allow her to use Mirror Shuttle again. If she wanted to use that ability, she had to wait until her body recovered. Kamong got up and tried to recall the feeling of Mirror Shuttle. The skills of the evil god could not be brought over, and the knowledge of Mirror Shuttle was not brought over. Only the skill of synesthesia was the ability that Keeman learned inexplicably. After thinking for a while, Keeman recalled the feeling when Lu Siding used Mirror Shuttle. The body seemed to melt when crossing the water, as if the body was decomposed, and then reassembled on another water surface. Kamong used his powerful sixth sense to feel silently. After a while, he did not associate it with the knowledge content of the evil god's skills, but unexpectedly thought of the quantum entanglement effect. Quantum entanglement: the quantum is affected on this side, and the entangled quantum immediately changes accordingly, ignoring the distance in space. But there is a premise here: it needs energy to drive. Lu's sighting in the dream world consumed her own energy and ethereal spirituality. Since she could not die in the dream, she did not die, but she would be in a state of low spiritual awareness in the short term, and her mental state would not be very good. Keeman gradually came to his senses. Lu's sighting was equivalent to walking through the gates of hell. If the dream world had not abolished the death rule, with Lu's sighting's energy, she might have died directly after using it twice. Keeman patted his scarf, and a notebook full of magic and mysterious style fell into Keeman's hands. Spraying out the magical notebook, Keeman recorded his recent experience on the paper. Is water mirror shuttle suspected to be related to quantum entanglement theory? The dream of artificial intelligence is the same as that of ordinary NPCs, returning to the original place. Immediately, Keeman thought of the Shadow organization again. Record the radio information of Shadow stream in the notebook. The sound recorded by the radio is very terrifying. After recording this information, Keeman closed the notebook. This is a very ordinary notebook, but since it was soaked in honey, it exudes a powerful and mysterious feeling, as if it records the magic spell of world destruction, and you can learn the power of world destruction as long as you open the notebook. Putting the notebook back into the storage scarf, Keeman searched the internet for the effect of quantum entanglement, and found that this theory can explain teleportation from a scientific perspective. Kamong understands every word of these words, but when the words are connected in a string, the discouragement value is full, and it is hard to read. Simply not to read it, Keeman put away his mobile phone and looked at the floor. There is no sacrifice today. Since there is no sacrifice, use the sacrifices of the past to make a video. You can't stop taking the opportunity to get resistance points. Take one every day to increase resistance. Keeman took out a small bell from the storage scarf. When shaking it, it gave people a strong sense of crisis. Ding ding ding. This thing is quite confusing, and it is comparable to honey juice and flawless sword. When Keeman took out the ding ding bell, Bai Shatang immediately looked over, with a face full of alertness, thinking that there was danger. Tang Yuan also felt as if he was facing a great enemy, as if there was an invisible enemy in the air. Keeman also felt an inexplicable sense of crisis from the bell, and instinctively felt uncomfortable, and wanted to take a defensive posture. But Keeman restrained his inner defensive thoughts, and took the bell to a studio room that looked more normal. Stable, then hard and stable. Although Keeman's resistance is very high, no one dislikes the resistance becoming higher. After shaking the bell, Tang Yuan barked, wondering why he felt a sense of crisis, and yelled at the bell. White Sugar trembled and shook off more sand. The sand saltworm also felt an inexplicable sense of crisis, but seeing so much sand, it couldn't help but eat it. After Keeman took a video with the camera, he asked Tang Yuan to run around with the small bell. The dog was helpless, and didn't want to carry the bell at all. As long as it rolled, the bell would shake, and then an inexplicable sense of crisis would arise. In the camera, White Sugar was the protagonist, and sand kept falling from the gaps between the feathers. After shooting the video, Keeman took it for editing. The effective video material was not long enough, at most a few dozen seconds. Ding-ding bells are sensory items, which are not convenient for dubbing. With other sounds mixed in, the effect is slightly reduced. Keeman flipped through the task list and accepted the evaluation task of 2 million viewers. Then Keeman uploaded the video to the internet, and after it was reviewed, he had all members to let netizens know. After breakfast, he went to the investigation bureau to get some money and criticized the radio. In response, the staff of the investigation bureau showed varying degrees of worry. The director personally came to the Holy Light pool and watched Keeman playing with the radio. He said earnestly, "Keeman, if you have any difficulties, just tell me. Don't play with that radio every day. It is related to the secret existence." The director wore sunglasses and looked at Keeman's head. He didn't see any black smoke and felt a little relieved. Moreover, Keeman was in the Holy Light pool, a place where the power of light was extremely strong. Any dark power here would be eroded by the light system to varying degrees. People with a heart towards darkness would definitely suffer unbearably, and even evaporate. Keeman was sitting in the Holy Light pool without any trouble, which proved that he was not a dark person. Well, to be honest, I ate something recently, and I am not affected by it. Keeman was vague, and did not mention resistance. The director understood immediately, but for some reason, when he heard I ate something recently from Keeman, he felt so sour in his heart. This guy must have treasures every day. Since you are sure, I won't stop you. The director just walked away and suddenly walked back, with a shocked face. Wait, you said you were not affected by these things? If you mean the evil whispers on the radio, it really can't affect me. Keeman was wearing headphones, and the sound of the radio was turned off at this moment, and the sound was transmitted to Keeman's ears through the headphones. Those evil whispers bewitched Keeman over and over again, trying to make him fall into the abyss. But Keeman was very disdainful, and kept rejecting the other party's bewitching in his heart. Each time you object, the power of the evil whispers fades, and then the resistance increases by plus 0.1. Then, after listening for a while, the evil power returns, but Keeman still refuses immediately, which makes the radio very embarrassed. Then can you listen to something else? There are some cases in the bureau that involve evil whispers. The director thought of a pile of dusty high-risk files in the archives room at this moment. All of them had to be suspended because of their secret existence. But it feels quite dangerous. If you think it's not okay. The director did not dare to let go and use Keeman to do things. Considering the special nature of Keeman, if Keeman becomes evil because of listening too much, he will be the center of the world. But Keeman was not scared away, but showed an interested expression. Are there any similar items? Chapter 187. For the first time, the branch director felt that he had said something wrong, which actually aroused Keeman's interest in dangerous items. Yes, there are, but wait until I have a thorough understanding of the whispers, and then I will help you investigate. Keeman touched the precious radio and couldn't let it go. On average, there was a wave of evil whispers every 3 minutes, which made Keeman very happy. When he learned that there were many more items like this, Keeman's heart was excited. But when the inner emotions were expressed on his face, his expression became much lighter and became very interested. The branch director nodded. Okay, I need professionals to evaluate the deterrent effect of those things to ensure your safety. Not all things can be shown to Keeman. Some things have very strong side effects and are not suitable for being taken out. After the branch director left, Keeman continued to fleece the wool and plucked hard. From an average of 1 whisper every 3 minutes, it gradually became 1 every 5 minutes. The evil power of the radio was getting weaker and weaker, and its influence on Keeman was getting more and more limited. Keeman listened repeatedly, and when the 8-minute cycle came, the radio finally stopped contributing resistance points. No matter how much Keeman listened, his heart was not shaken at all. Pulling out the system to see the resistance value, 260 resistance. Great, very strong. After Keeman gave 2 evaluations, he silently sensed the hidden existence behind the radio and tried to outline its image. The vague image has not yet been constructed, and his own spirituality once again issued a strong warning, and Keeman stopped again. Even if he is no longer afraid of the whispers from the radio, Keeman still cannot directly sense the existence behind it. The other party is very strong, so strong that it is terrifying. If he forces the sense, he will most likely be known by the other party. Keeman often uses the identity of the evil god to communicate with players, but he is not discovered by the players. That is because the player's spiritual perception is too low. Even if they meet the full score requirements of the Investigation Bureau, they cannot know that others are communicating with them. But the owner behind the radio is different. His spiritual perception is very high. If he succeeds in communicating with it, he may be discovered by the other party. Time goes back to 4 hours ago. The branch director held an internal meeting according to Keeman's intention to discuss old cases. All cases involving inexplicable whispers were turned out, and then arranged according to the degree of horror. The investigators who had participated in the investigation of old cases were invited back to the bureau for a meeting. Everyone was confused and didn't know what happened. They only knew that this meeting was related to the old cases in the past. In the conference room, there were not only current investigators, but also some retired old men who were not current sitting at the conference table. One table was not enough for the meeting, so hundreds of small chairs were added, and young people sat on them. A 70-year-old old man with a white beard looked at the person next to him, and found that the man looked familiar. After a closer look, he was surprised. Old Ming, why are you here? 19 years ago, 34 children disappeared in the suburbs of Wales City. I, an old man, have to wait until the Bureau of Investigation overturns the case. How can I not come? Old Ming was wearing old police uniforms. Although the uniforms were old, the badge on his chest was still shining. After the two spoke, many people looked at the 2 old men at the table. The branch director sitting at the first table coughed and began to speak. Welcome everyone to the conference room for a meeting. Some of the people sitting here are direct participants in the old case, and have conducted in-depth investigations. Although they don't know who the murderer is, they are all living materials, so I also invited them to come here for a meeting. The branch director introduced the origins of Ming Lao and others. They were all ordinary people, not modern investigators. When investigating those incidents, Ming Lao relied entirely on his personal spirit and will to track down the murderer. In that era, special items in the country were controlled by the Counterintelligence Bureau. Ordinary police officers involved in special cases, without special items to support, were very dangerous. Ming Lao showed his recollection and talked about the old missing cases. The children in the village disappeared overnight. He tracked them down and heard the whispers of children in a deep well. When talking about that past, Ming Lao's face showed painful memories. Not all evil whispers are as crazy as a storm. Evil whispers like those on the radio are okay. After the meeting, the branch director sorted out a series of controllable and usable first batch of seals. When Keeman came out of the holy light pool, the branch director had already prepared the things and asked Keeman if he wanted to use them. What else can Keeman say? It's so fragrant to get the wool openly. This time, let's listen to the whispers of the children's wells. It was 19 years ago, and it's been a long time. Director Wu picked out the old cases and chose a less powerful item to start with. Director Wu, the case 19 years ago should not be a case of the Investigation Bureau. Kumeng asked. At that time, it was a case of the police station. Later, the well incident happened and it was reported to the higher-ups. The Counterintelligence Bureau intervened in the investigation, and the case was raised to a high confidentiality level. Elder Ming knows the most about this. You can ask him later. The director of the Whale City local branch is named Wu Hao, and he can also be called Director Wu. When he arrived at the parking lot, Old Man Ming was waiting there early. He was a little surprised to see Ming coming. He didn't expect that the investigator brought by Director Wu was so young. Keeman? Elder Ming asked doubtfully. He is so young. Will he not be steady enough? Hello, Elder Ming, I am Keeman, an investigator from Whale City. Keeman didn't waste words, and went straight to the point. Where is the well? Let's go directly. Well, this trip may be very dangerous, are you sure? Elder Ming was still a little worried. This young man is really too young. Can he really resist the blow psychologically? Elder Ming had heard the whispers in the well 19 years ago. It was too terrible. The wailing of the children made his heart ache. Occasionally, he dreamed that the dead children climbed onto the bed and begged him for help. But Elder Ming had no ability to save them. Instead, he was tortured by such nightmares and became mentally weak. His body became thinner and thinner. His hair fell out, and he became bald. Elder Ming, please believe me, I am a professional. Keeman said, patting his scarf and taking out a crystal scalpel. He turned his hand and cut his arm with a knife. The skin on his arm was not hurt at all. There was no wound. The function of the crystal knife is to work on souls or evil creatures. It does not have a strong real ability, but the physical property of cutting things has not been lost. It was also this knife that reminded Elder Ming of the special object. Times have changed. Now is the era of special object investigators. His expression was complicated, and his suspicious eyes disappeared. He lamented that the current generation of young people is much stronger than before. Elder Ming got in the car. As soon as the car drove out of the parking lot, Luo Yuan, Dr. Liang, and Chung Le followed again. Single-person investigations are prone to accidents. The people of the 49th investigation team gathered together and drove to a certain urban area in Whale City. It used to be a small mountain village, but now it is an urban area, but the land where the child's well is located has not been overturned and has been sealed. Chapter 188. The car drove into a group of low-rise buildings. Turning a corner, the low-rise buildings disappeared. There were basically no houses for a few hundred meters ahead, only forests, which looked like a park. Parking the car in the parking lot of the park, Kumeng accompanied Ming Lao into the park, turning all the way to the public toilet, and then walked around the back and directly into the grass without a main road, slowly going deeper. After passing a dense forest, a stone tablet appeared in front of them, with the word "Stop Ahead," no entry written on it. We're here, it's here, but I can't get in. Your investigation bureau should have a way to get in. Ming Lao stopped in front of the stone tablet. The stone tablet is a sealing point set up by the investigation bureau to prevent uninformed tourists from mistakenly entering. At the same time, this kind of special well object has a great connection with the environment, and once it is removed, it will lose its specialness. The lost stone tablet, a level 6 item, demarcates a certain area. Anyone who sees it will get lost, and will not be led into the inner area. However, people with high spiritual perception can use their sixth sense to crack it. Kunming looked at the stone tablet and recalled the file records given by Director Wu. In addition to using the sixth sense to attack it, there is another very direct way, which is to blow up the place and remove those things that interfere with the line of sight. As long as there are no things that interfere with the line of sight, no matter how lost you are, you will not be unable to walk in a straight line. Kunming of course used the sixth sense to attack it. The first step was to step into the land behind the stone tablet, and turn back and said, "You stay here and don't move. Wait for us to come out." Ming Lao nodded, "Be careful of the well. If you listen too deeply, the child's words will keep you awake and sleepless every night." Ming Lao is already a man who has made it through. He has used his strong will and 10 years to eliminate the negative influence. He deeply knows how terrifying the well is. It has no other power, and words alone can destroy a person's heart. Kunming patted his scarf and took out Bai Sha-Tang. "Please help me keep an eye on him. If there is any danger, grab his clothes and carry him away." Although Bai Sha-Tang is small, his claws have extraordinary power. He can grab a ton of things, and grabbing humans is no small matter. Ming Lao looked at the big eagle with white hair and listened to the other party's cry. "I feel that Bai Mao Shadyo is not so reliable, but at least he has a companion, otherwise it is easy to think about it when standing here." Kunming led the team members in. Bai Mao Shadyo took out a mobile phone from the dense feathers, put it on the ground, and played with one claw. Ming Lao was stunned. The more he looked, the more he felt that young people nowadays are really good at playing. Pets can play with mobile phones. In the stone tablet boundary, Keeman relied on his sixth sense to find the direction, and behind him were Luo Yuan, Dr. Liang, and Cheng Lu. Luo Yuan pinched Keeman's clothes, Dr. Liang pinched Luo Yuan's clothes, and Cheng Lu pinched Dr. Liang's clothes, ensuring that the four people were connected in a line. "Keeman, they sing that well, how sure are you?" Luo Yuan did not agree with Keeman's action this time. After all, this was an old case from 19 years ago, which had been closed long ago, and the risks were so obvious that he should not take that risk. "If you are sure, it should be 50-50. Keeman didn't like to say it all, in case he got slapped in the face. Captain Luo's eyebrows jumped suddenly. 50-50, it didn't feel stable enough. At this time, Keeman found that the resistance in his body was acting up to resist mental interference. Resistance plus 0.1. Suddenly, the feeling of being lost disappeared, and Keeman's sense of direction returned. Keeman didn't know whether to laugh or cry. What was this? He didn't even need a sixth sense, and he just drove straight ahead. The three people behind him didn't regain their normal sense of direction. Seeing Keeman dive into a big tree, they all subconsciously spoke out and pulled Keeman's clothes. "Be careful." "I'm fine." Keeman reached into the tree and then stepped back and stuck his head out. In Keeman's sight, there was a flat area in front of him, and he could already see the well alone in front of him. The three people behind him didn't have a strong sense of direction. They couldn't see it, but they felt that a tree was blocking Keeman's way. However, Keeman passed through and dived into the tree, and the three people gritted their teeth and followed. Keeman hadn't even approached the well yet, and walked to an area 10 meters away from it, and heard very low mumbling. At this time, the three teammates behind him retreated and stopped. Keeman looked into the well, and heard a psychedelic murmur. "Save us! We are still children, please! Uncle, let's play ball together, you come down." There were cries for help, and girls jokingly invited Keeman to go down the well, with a childlike innocence. Not to mention, these whispers have a magical charm, making people want to save people, or play with them. Hearing such sounds, Keeman was not terrified, but seeing the well filled with children's heads, he suddenly felt goosebumps. It was not fear, but an instinctive disgust that the other party used children as a source of terror. Those children were not flesh and blood, but translucent illusions. Seeing such a horrible scene at the first sight of the well is still hurtful to people's hearts, but the impact on Keeman is limited. As mentioned earlier, the radio was taken away by him without any trace left, and doubts were born. This well is no exception. Keeman stood by the well, his head sticking out of the edge of the well, staring straight at the bottom of the well. Those children grinned, and their illusory smiles made people feel distressed. "If I don't save them, my conscience will hurt a lot when I sleep at night, and I will never forget that kind of thing for the rest of my life." But Keeman denied it. "No, you are not them, they are gone. And the murderer is you." After Keeman finished speaking, the resistance in his body swept through like a gust of wind, sweeping away the interference of the well on Keeman, and seeing the evil thoughts behind the false faces. Resistance plus 0.1. Under the well, a group of children's phantoms did not change their faces, as if they didn't hear it, and continued to make their own requests. But it was useless. Keeman just watched them quietly, as if watching their performance. The power of mental erosion quietly attacked Keeman, but Keeman didn't even blink. Resistance plus 0.1. The child under the well was scared. He had finally waited for a big fish to come and contribute to his life, but he didn't expect the scarf man to be so arrogant. Please save us! No, I won't save you, because you are all just projections of the will of the well. Keeman shook his head and continued to stare at the illusion in the well, not looking affected at all. Luo Yuan on the side was secretly surprised. Keeman's growth rate was the most terrifying person he had ever seen. It had only been a few days, and he was already talking to strange things casually in a whisper. When the well heard this, the illusion of the child in the well disappeared, and it turned into an unmanned dry well, with large leaves and dust piled up. This was its original appearance. Keeman was not happy. Why did he become cowardly? He was still hoping to take advantage of the other party. Chapter 189. The team members behind did not dare to approach. They knew that this well was very strange, and they would hear the children's cries as long as they approached. If you stick your head into the well and look inside, you will always hear the children's whispers. Even if you leave the well, those voices will always follow you and torture your spirit. Only very few people can withstand the terrible whispers with their own will. Most investigators need external help, such as Keeman's rational manuscript, which is a very suitable thing. Keeman took out the rational manuscript and threw it to his teammates, asking them to keep their rationality. The three of them opened the rational manuscript and instantly suppressed their inner impatience. The children's cries in their ears were no longer creepy. But Keeman stood by the well without any impact, but he looked more terrifying than the well. At this time, Keeman took out a small bell. Shaking it casually, the bell made a ding-ding sound. Ding-ding. A group of children's faces appeared in the well again. Their faces were very stiff, revealing fear. Save us, save us! While shouting for help, they begged Keeman to come down and save them. Keeman looked at them quietly, and shook his head to reject the children's invitation. Resistance plus 0.1. The shadow of the child in the well disappeared, and the mental interference disappeared. But Keeman shook the bell again, and the well felt the crisis. The child at the bottom of the well emerged again, and his eyes were eager for help. But Keeman was indifferent, watching their performance quietly and pulling hard. Plus 0.1, plus 0.1, plus 0.1. The teammates next to him did not dare to approach the well, and only watched Keeman shaking the ding-ding bell 6 or 7 meters away. Every time the bell rang, everyone felt that great danger was approaching. The well was dangerous to begin with, and with the help of the bell, the sense of danger increased. However, they knew the role of the ding-ding bell, so they suppressed their inner sense of crisis, stayed where they were, and contacted the investigation bureau in real time to ensure that the situation was under control. There was a fast mobile force nearby. If Keeman was in trouble, they would quickly run over to destroy the site and rescue Keeman. In Luo Yuan's mobile phone, the video signal went directly to the branch director's office. Director Wu watched Keeman in the video and shook the bell, and even he felt a faint sense of crisis rising in his heart. But seeing Keeman teasing the terrible well over and over again, he always felt that the well was like a bullied young wife, constantly suppressed by Keeman. This guy. Director Wu shook his head and smiled. After turning off the video call, Director Wu stopped watching the video. He still had things to do, and it was enough to know that Keeman was stable. Keeman was indeed very steady. He stood at the edge of the well and brushed for a long time, and he pulled out 3 points of resistance. 3 points of resistance, equivalent to pulling out 30 times. The child in the well finally couldn't bear it anymore. One of the children climbed up the well like crazy and stretched out his hand to dig out Keeman's heart. Luo Yuan was startled and took out a talisman for exorcism. When he was about to exorcise the spirit, he heard Keeman say, "Don't rush to use disposable items. I have a scalpel." Keeman showed his crystal knife and stabbed slowly. The child's hand grabbed Keeman's chest in advance, but it seemed like he touched an iron plate. The sole palm couldn't get in at all, and was repelled by an inexplicable force. Keeman cut off the hand with a knife, and the sole child's arm disappeared. He screamed and fell into the well. Then, the children in the well fell silent. Even if Keeman used the bell to create a sense of crisis, the children in the well stopped shouting and looked at Keeman with a horrified look. Their mouths were tightly locked, and they did not make a single call. It seemed that as long as they did not call Keeman for help, they would not interfere with Keeman's mind. Seeing how stubborn they were, Keeman even wanted to jump into the well and fleece them from a close distance. A phone call was made to request the nearby Rapid Mobile Force to come over. After the Rapid Mobile Force arrived, They did not understand why and handed over the rappelling rope according to Keeman's instructions. Keeman quickly descended into the well along the rope. The well itself was a dry well with no water in it. A group of children's phantoms saw Keeman coming down, and they did not believe in evil, so they rushed up to bite his hands and heads. Keeman stood in the center of the well, and did not feel any pain, but only felt that they were tickling him. I say, you better scream. If you don't scream, you feel uncomfortable. Keeman was still waiting to gain resistance points. These people only bite people, and don't use mental interference ability. They are too shameless. The children were stunned. What kind of people are they? They are so angry. They can't bite them, but they keep asking them to scream. What a devil. Keeman had no choice but to shake the bell. In an instant, the wall of the well made a more intense scream, louder than the scream of the children. This was the original sound of the well, which was more powerful and more terrifying than the whispers of those children. This scream was slightly stronger than the whisper of the radio, because it was an explosive scream, not a persistent increase in sound. But no matter how terrible the sound was, it was not enough to fight against Keeman's more than 200 points of resistance. The wonderful power brushed past, and the goose bumps on the skin returned to normal. As the system appeared, everything became dull. Resistance plus 0.1. After resisting the screams, Keeman waited for Shuijing to scream again. Ah! Another 0.1 contributed. Shuijing screamed a few times himself, thinking that Keeman would be shocked to death, with blood flowing from all 7 orifices. But Keeman was fine, which made Shuijing begin to doubt Jingxing. Why is he so strong? Humans should not be so strong. That's it? At this time, Shuijing heard the contempt of humans. In an instant, extremely annoyed emotions surged, and Shuijing continued to scream at Keeman. Plus 0.1, plus 0.1, plus 0.1. The screams were like a storm, making the people outside the well scalp numb. The fast mobile force had retreated behind Luo Yuan, feeling very terrified and unable to move their feet. Fortunately, Luo Yuan held up the rational manuscript and let everyone see it. Rational emotion swept away the fear in their hearts, and everyone became cold readers together. After reading for a while, the scream stopped, and Luo Yuan closed the book. You retreat temporarily, we will go up to check. Yes, sir. The mobile force had a fixed expression and slowly retreated. Luo Yuan and the other two were still immersed in rationality at this time. While they were still in this state, they hurried to the well to see what was going on inside. It seems that the howling sounded for a few minutes just now. How is Keeman? I guess he probably won't die. The 3 of them should obviously worry about Keeman's safety first, and they should be nervous, but the 3 of them only have reason in their hearts at this moment. Reason tells them that Keeman will not only live, but also live very healthily. Luo Yuan walked to the well, and saw Keeman ringing the bell, and the ding-ding sound came up. The faint sense of crisis was ignored by reason. Luo Yuan saw that Keeman was safe and sound, and all the speculations in his heart disappeared, leaving only one thought. People like this, we usually call him monster. Chapter 190. Screaming Well was pulled by Keeman until his heart collapsed. No one has ever understood fear better than him, but Screaming Well could not feel the slightest fear from Keeman. This person seemed to be born ruthless and had no feelings. But he could not run anywhere. He had no legs and let Keeman pull him. Ding ding ding. The bell sound that made him feel a sense of crisis was so hateful, but after hearing it many times, Well gradually got used to the sense of crisis brought by the bell. There is an old saying in Koi Island, if the wolf comes too often, it will be useless. Well has no culture. He learned all this knowledge from those children. Ding ding ding. The bell sounded continuously, and the sense of crisis escalated step by step, slowly accumulating to the point of monitoring fear. But Well was no longer afraid. This thing was purely a prop to play with him. If he had not been too angry, he would have ignored this boring prop long ago. At this time, the scarf man in front of him suddenly said, "Ah, you are useless." What do you mean useless? The Screaming Well began to get angry again, and the anger in his heart could not be stopped. Ah! The sound of the scream was excreted and concentrated into Keeman's ears. Keeman was in the center of the scream, standing still, as steady as a mountain. Plus 0.1, plus 0.1. Scoring points, never so stable. It's a pity that the Screaming Well screamed for a minute and realized that he was fooled. This person is not afraid of screams at all. No matter how much he screams, it's nothing more than a clown shouting in his ears. The Screaming Well can't help but feel ashamed and annoyed, and decided not to scream again. Not screaming again? I've been squeezed dry. What a pity, but you were much better than that radio, not bad. Keeman patted the wall of the screaming well, very satisfied. He checked his resistance value, which actually climbed to 280, which shows how strong it is. The screaming well dared not speak out, but held it in, and just didn't scream. Keeman did not retreat, but sat down in the middle of the well, constantly thinking of the photos of the missing children in his mind, and connecting them with the well. Just now, Keeman saw a group of children in the well, some of whom were children in the old files, but some of them were unfamiliar faces. This proves that the screaming well not only persecuted 34 children, but also children from other places. Whether these children were caught by it or fed by someone, this needs to be questioned. And this was also the direction of Ming Lao's investigation 19 years ago, but unfortunately, he was limited in his ability at that time, and did not have such strong synesthesia and resistance. Screaming Well didn't know what Keeman was going to do. He just took out the crystal scalpel and patted his scarf with his left hand, and a strange fruit came out. The man ate the fruit one bite after another, and closed his eyes to continue to feel something. Damn, he completely ignored it. Screaming Well was extremely annoyed, but as soon as the anger surged up, he suppressed it again. It was useless. No matter how much he screamed, it would only make him stronger. Screaming Well's perception was very sharp. After all, he had eaten many children, and was very spiritual. He could clearly sense that Keeman was slowly getting stronger in the screams. It was a very subtle change, very difficult to observe, but as long as he knew the truth, Screaming Well lost the desire to fight Keeman. This kind of person gets stronger the more he fights. Only a fool would fight him. After a few minutes, Keeman gradually caught a glimpse of feeling. With the human soul and the well here, the only factor that stopped Keeman was the time factor. The murder happened 19 years ago, and even if the investigator's synesthesia ability was very strong, he had to become desperate in the face of the scale of time. But Keeman did not give up hope. He reached out and patted his scarf again, and ate another spiritual fruit. It was undoubtedly the right decision to hand over the spiritual fruit tree to the investigation bureau at first. Now that the resistance has come up, it has proved that he can resist the whispers, and he can take as many spiritual fruits as he wants, and he doesn't need Keeman to feed it himself. Baji, the spiritual fruit went into his stomach, and his spirituality became more acute, and he could synesthesia more things. 3, 4, 5, Keeman ate more and more, until he ate the 8th fruit, and the fruit was finished. If you want to eat more, you have to go to the investigation bureau to get the fruit. However, the spiritual perception is improving too fast, and it is too shocking to the secular world, so it's enough. After a while of synesthesia, Keeman continued to see the great picture. It was a picture from the past, but not from 19 years ago. Keeman captured the concept of time, and used his own experience to judge that it was a scene 7 years ago. 7 years ago, the Special Affairs Investigation Bureau had not yet been established, and the blockade of the well was only done by manual intervention. A mature-looking man appeared beside the well, holding a sleeping child in each arm, threw it into the well, and then prayed to the well, and recited a word. The mature man's prayer was to pray to a certain god for powerful power, hoping that the other party would agree. The well was not a god, but it agreed on behalf of the god, and through the power of sound, it trained him to scream all the time. The more you scream, the more you can master the power of the howling sound. Keeman looked at this old picture that looked like a black and white movie, and he had a deeper feeling in his heart. This was not the first time the old man prayed, but the 30th time he committed a crime, and each time he sent some children to the well. Sometimes he would bring a car of children to sacrifice, but after being artificially blocked by the Counterintelligence Bureau 19 years ago, he brought fewer children, and he came secretly almost every year, or every few years. Every time he came, he further digested the knowledge of the power of the howling sound. And the picture Keeman saw was the picture of the old man appearing in front of the well for the last time, mastering the howling power of screams. Later, the investigation bureau was established, the land was fenced off and sealed, and the well never saw the man who sacrificed the child again. The telepathy ended here. It was already very powerful to be able to telepathize the scene 7 years ago. It is not so easy to fight against time. The longer the timeline is, the more blurred the information will be, and there will not be much effective information that can be seen. Keeman climbed out of the well, and saw Luo Yuan coming over. He asked anxiously, "What's going on?" "It's settled. Wait for me to find an expert to draw it." Keeman nodded. Out of the sealed world, Ming Lao came over anxiously, even more anxious than Captain Luo. When he saw Keeman, he grabbed Keeman's hand, and asked him about the details. Keeman was picky, and didn't mention the faces of the children, trying not to stir up the old man's sad memories. When Ming Lao learned that there were indeed terrorists behind the case at that time, He felt emotional, relieved, excited, and indignant. He also became more energetic and kept asking what the man looked like. I can't describe what he looks like accurately for a while. Wait for me to find an expert to draw it. Why find an expert? I can draw it, Ming Lao said excitedly. 19 years ago, Ming Lao's specialty was to draw the appearance of a suspected person through the description of the victim, with a similarity of up to 80% to 90%. Chapter 191. Through verbal description, Ming Lao quickly drew a portrait of the main culprit. After drawing it, he contacted the Public Security Department to compare the portraits immediately. Not long after, the Public Security Department gave relevant information. His name is Zhuang Jingyu, a local of Wales City. He obtained a foreign visa a few years ago and lived abroad for a long time. However, affected by the epidemic, the higher-ups found out that Zhuang Jingyu himself had returned to China for treatment and was receiving treatment in a hospital in Wales City. Keeman was stunned when he heard that the other party was receiving treatment in the hospital. At this time, returning to China for treatment is really a coincidence. If nothing unexpected happens, the higher-ups will force him to be captured. What does the investigation bureau think? Is it a forced arrest? Keeman asked. Yes, the arrest warrant has been issued. He will be detained immediately and transported to a special confinement room. Then what about his pneumonia? Keeman wanted to say, where is the treatment of the investigation bureau? Interrogate first, and then talk about other things. This is a special matter. There are special laws to punish such supernatural criminals. Luo Yuan said. If the other party is just an ordinary crime, the investigation bureau will consider the other party's basic human rights and play by the rules. But if it involves supernatural crimes, and the circumstances are serious, don't talk to the investigation bureau about human rights. Just do it as quickly as possible. Talking about human rights with supernatural criminals is disrespectful to the dead. Not long after, the two teams led by Keeman arrived outside the isolation ward of the hospital, and saw a skinny old man lying on the bed through the window. The patient was lying on the bed, not knowing that he was in great danger. Because the other party was related to the well, and because of the need to protect Keeman, Director Lei, who had just been released from confinement, also came over to assist in the arrest. The arrest process was very fast, and the other party had almost no time to react. Director Lei took out a mirror, and shone the old man on the bed through the window. The old man only took a look and his body disappeared. Director Lei looked at the mirror, and the old man had been taken into the mirror. However, the side effects were also obvious. Director Lei's expression was unnatural, and his body was shaking. The side effects of using containment items are all kinds of strange. Kumeng took a look and took the initiative to take responsibility. Director Lei, let me take it. You don't understand. This mirror will make your face itchy. If you can't stand it, you can't help scratching your face. How do you know if you don't try it? Seeing that Kumeng was not giving up, Director Lei gave it to Kumeng for safekeeping. Kumeng took it in his palm and immediately felt a strong itching on his face. He wanted to scratch his face. But the invisible force brushed past, and the idea of scratching his face faded. Get in the car and take it back to the bureau quickly. Along the way, Director Lei repeatedly advised that if you can't hold it, change people, it's no big deal. In order to prove that he can do it, Kumeng continued to take the mirror. There is an old man in the mirror, skinny as a stick. He is spinning around in the mirror, patting the mirror, wanting to run out, but he doesn't know how. Director Lei looked at the mirror, then at Keeman. Nothing wrong? No. Keeman shook his head. Resistance will become stronger and stronger in the future. Let's give the official a buffer first, so that Keeman can stack resistance with peace of mind. Director Lei knew that Keeman was serious and was not affected at all. Strong. Director Lei's tone was a little sour. Using special items, being able to resist their side effects, you are the chosen one anyway, and you can use a lot of special items. After the man was brought back to the investigation bureau, the old man was locked in an isolation room. During this period, Keeman and Director Lei discussed in detail whether there were any medical supplies for the treatment of pneumonia in Koi Island. We do have medical supplies that are suitable for the symptoms, but the mass treatment supplies cannot even cover a city. In addition, the side effects of medical supplies are also a problem. They are not so easy to use. Some things can make people half disabled after one use, and they cannot be active for a long time. It is more practical to wait for the official promotion of the vaccine. Director Lei shook his head. The side effects of some items are really hurtful, such as the crystal scalpel. If there is no resistance value, Keeman's hand may have been stabbed dozens of times. Normal people are not as powerful as Keeman. Using special items requires great determination, and even if they are used, there may not be any improvement. A few minutes later, the interrogation of Zhuang Jingyu began. This mysterious criminal, who has been wanted for many years, was arrested today. Ming Lao looked inside through the window, and was very happy, laughing like a child. At this time, Zhuang Jingyu opened his mouth and wanted to make a screaming sound. He realized that he had fallen into the trap of the Investigation Bureau, and wanted to escape with his own superpowers. Although he didn't have much strength to escape, and the illness took away a lot of his energy, he didn't want to sit and wait for death. However, the Investigation Bureau personnel had already been wary of his whistle, and the person who went in to do the interrogation was none other than Keeman himself. Keeman was wearing a monitoring headset, and the guidance of the interrogation specialist Deep Ping came from the headset. Ah! The man made an inexplicable whistle from his mouth, as if it came from the abyss, which was disgusting. But Keeman stood still, and was even waiting for the system to show the word. Unfortunately, the system did not show any words. This kind of mental interference was not worth the increase in Keeman's resistance value. Its power was far less than that of the screaming well. After Zhuang Jingyu finished screaming, he found that Keeman's eyes did not change, and his heart skipped a beat. Zhuang Jingyu was confident in his screaming, but Keeman's calmness was too discouraging, and he was afraid. Not long after, Keeman's interrogation ended. But just in case, Keeman still suggested using the free dance to open the heart and ask again. After hearing this, Deep Ping immediately left his seat and ran to the toilet, but was caught halfway and participated in the lottery. Fortunately, it was not him this time, but another unlucky bug. After the second interrogation, the Investigation Bureau really found a layout made by foreign forces to invade Koi Island. However, the layout came from 7 years ago, and now the backhand is outdated. The Investigation Bureau cleared Zhuang Jingyu's backhands in Koi Island one by one, all of which were the sale of children and organs. On the other side, after Keeman's video was posted, it was widely shared by netizens. I strongly suspect it is a byproduct of Honey Juice. I suggest new fans who haven't watched Honey Juice go back and watch the video. This episode of Ding Ding Bell is similar to Honey Juice. Ding ding. In the video, Keeman shook the bell, and the bell hit the wall of the bell, making a crisp sound. Netizens who watched the video had a sense of crisis, but they didn't know where the sense of crisis came from, so they couldn't help but become suspicious. Strange, my ding ding sounded? This video is poisonous, my ding ding sounded at the same time, which scared me. At this time, the main film began. Hello, I am Keeman. Today I will bring you an ordinary bell review. It is ordinary, and its only advantage is the ding ding sound. Not much to say, let's start the review. Keeman shook the bell in front of the camera without thinking about framing. Not to mention, this straightforward approach made the audience feel a little good. Ding ding. Keeman shook the bell in his hand, and the audience felt a sense of crisis. Danger? Chapter 192. Octopus City, a secret rental house. Ding ding. The master of human trafficking watched the video, jumped up, hit the corner of the desk, and fell to the ground. There were several Thai children on the ground, looking terrified. Suddenly, the door was broken, and a group of armed soldiers entered and arrested the frightened child trafficker. Ding ding. The surgeon watching the video was also startled, and the sense of crisis lingered. Downstairs, the armed police, who had just arrived, were ready to break through the door. The criminal surgeon hurriedly put on black clothes and went out. As soon as he went out, he saw the soldiers in the aisle and was stunned. The sense of crisis came true. A group of soldiers rushed forward and arrested the man. In addition to the two of them, criminals all over the country, and even around the world, if they happened to watch Keeman's Bell video, a sense of crisis would quietly arise, and they would think of their previous crimes. They became frightened, always feeling that there were policemen guarding the door outside, and policemen lying in their bedrooms. Outside a convenience store, a black-skinned young man had just stolen something and went out. He was watching videos leisurely, and happened to see a video from the other side of the ocean. Video name, Ding Ding. 3.34 million views. After watching for more than 10 seconds, the protagonist of the video shook the bell. The crisp sound, which obviously had no magic, penetrated his ears. Ding ding. The black-skinned young man jumped up and inexplicably had a strong sense of crisis. He swallowed the snack he had just picked up and looked around, looking suspicious. For some reason, he always felt that the police would jump out of the corner and handcuff him. It was so scary. The black guy hurriedly moved away from pedestrians, fearing that they would turn into policemen. After walking half the street, the sense of crisis in his heart was no longer so strong, but he still felt terrified. Especially when a police car was passed, His heart beat faster and felt like it was about to jump out. Boom, boom. His heart beat so fast that he couldn't breathe normally. When the police car left, he broke out in a cold sweat. After thinking about it, he gritted his teeth and ran back to the original convenience store. When he walked into the store, he saw a cashier at the convenience store and took out the coins from his pocket. He put the money on the cashier. Not caring about the confused cashier, he ran out of the convenience store, and after walking for a while, he suddenly felt relaxed, and the sense of crisis lingering in his heart also dissipated by 90%. On this day, the police officers from various police stations in Koi Island were very busy. Many people came forward to surrender today, whether they were petty thieves or big thieves, robbers and murderers, etc., all came forward to surrender today. This abnormal incident attracted great attention from the Investigation Bureau, and a quick tracking investigation was conducted, and it was discovered that the source came from a video ding-ding. The people in the Investigation Bureau found that the person who released the ding-ding video was the boss of the Investigation Bureau, Kumeng. Now Kumeng is a first-tier figure in the Investigation Bureau, and his implicit treatment is at the standard of S-level personnel. In terms of importance, he is more important than most S-level members. It turns out that it was Kumeng who caused the trouble, so it's okay. In my opinion, this is not a disaster, but a blessing. With so many people surrendering, the society is further prosperous. In the temporary conference hall of Jinli City, 3 S-level members held a brief meeting to discuss the new phenomenon of group surrender today. Before, we didn't know it was Kumeng's doing, so everyone was very nervous, thinking it was a warm-up before the foreign illegal forces launched a major offensive. After knowing the whole story, everyone was relieved. After a while, another message appeared on the mobile phones of the 3 S-level bosses. Ding Ding Crisis Impact Summary Report 2.0. The previous 1.0 report mainly focused on the criminal groups who surrendered collectively, and the current 2.0 report relaxed the observation scale and expanded the population to all walks of life. Such a report certainly cannot be extremely detailed, but it can briefly know what is happening around the world. The sense of crisis of non-criminal people is not deep, and the sense of crisis disappears in about half an hour. The sense of crisis of criminals can last for a long time, and the sense of crisis is much stronger than that of non-criminals. The effect of ding-ding bells is significant. The birth of the sense of crisis makes the audience have the idea of self-reflection. According to incomplete statistics, the number of divorces in divorce registration offices in various places today has increased by 25% compared with the day before. The 3 bosses flipped through it for a while, and were shocked by the energy generated by a 6th level thing. At first, the tester rated Ding Ding Bell as level 6, mainly because its role is relatively useless, and its influence is limited. Even if you hear the ding-ding sound, the sense of crisis will disappear over time, and will not affect human life. At the same time, its combat capability is not particularly good. Its bell sound will make the enemy more alert and more cautious, making it more difficult to defeat. But today, seeing the impact caused by Kumeng's video, it broke the expectations of insiders on Ding Ding Bell. The impact is too great. Its impact is both good and bad, but overall, the benefits are more, and that's enough. At the same time, the initiator of the surge in the number of prisoners surrendering across the country did not realize how far-reaching the impact he had released was. When Keeman received a phone call from Director Lei of the Investigation Bureau, he realized how serious the situation was. Today, many people surrendered? Keeman was surprised and clicked on the new video. The video name is the 2 words Ding Ding, with a space in the middle, which is very simple. The content is not funny, but a dry evaluation, shaking the bell. In Keeman's opinion, it is obviously a video with no funny elements, but because of its special properties, it has a large-scale impact. Keeman took out a small bell from the storage scarf, shook the bell, listened to the sense of crisis coming from his ears, and thought about it. The people's resistance is too weak, so the sense of crisis lasts for a long time. Unlike Keeman, once the bell stops vibrating, the ding-ding sound remaining in his mind will no longer have a sense of crisis. Speaking of which, I have to thank you. Now police stations everywhere need a lot of manpower support, and our investigation bureau has to work hard to protect them secretly, so that those supernatural criminals will not jump out to do things. Director Lei smiled. After hanging up the phone, Kumeng took a look at the number of views of his video. Wow, by 11 o'clock in the evening, it had climbed to 19 million views. The spread was too high. Almost everyone who watched it once would share it, and then come back to watch it again. It's really a terrifying number of views. You have to know that this was taken casually by him, and there was no exquisite editing. Flipping out the system's task list, the task shows that it has been completed. Resistance plus 50. With a ding, Kameng's resistance officially broke through 300 points and reached 330 points. The thickest resistance, all the way to the end. Chapter 193. Deep Sea City of Raya. Kameng woke up again and found the Black Ghost floating over to report the latest news to him. The number of mysterious adventurer teams has increased. The coverage of believers has expanded to the 6th main city of mankind, but the adventurers have just entered the 4th main city, and the monsters near the 6th main city have become our eyes. There are more than 500 believers. One message after another sounded in Keeman's ears, and Keeman felt very satisfied. The Black Ghosts are very reliable. In order to reward their hard work, Keeman silently stared at them with terrifying eyes. Until the Black Ghost was dying, he let go of the happy Black Ghost. Kameng believed that normal ghosts should not like this kind of exercise, because it was too painful and wandered on the edge of death. Only the masochistic group was interested, so his ghost apostles were not normal. Watching the Black Ghost swaying away from Raya, Keeman looked at the rolling seafood. There was nothing special today. By the way, how about making seafood believers? Kameng was busy traveling in the dream world and didn't think about developing the full-level monster resources. Kameng silently read the description of the believer's skills in his mind, confirming that the ability to grant faith is a feasible idea, and his mind was brightened. Kameng looked at the dark and lifeless Raya. It's time to make it a little change. No matter what this change will be, whether it will make the game world more chaotic, Keeman wants to try it. First, look at the people in Raya, then activate the skills, give the lunatics the faith of Cthulhu, and believe that the great Cthulhu will be unsealed and born one day. This is a direct grant of the status of a believer, and it is of extraordinary significance. The seafood in the entire Raya immediately had an inexplicable temperament, which was both chaotic and rational. However, Keeman did not intend to let them continue to be chaotic. He had to let them fall asleep, and then remove the chaotic information from them. Keeman sent out hypnotic waves according to the skill group. Although the evil god could not open his mouth to make a sound, after the skill was activated, the hypnotic waves were still sent out unstoppably at the spiritual level, penetrating the entire city of Raya. Wherever the invisible sound waves passed, the seafood in Raya finally stopped their endless fighting and fell into a deep sleep. Keeman directly launched the ability to invade the dreams of the dreamers, and easily absorbed the excessive unknown information that ordinary monsters could not bear. When the inappropriate chaotic information was absorbed by Keeman, the full-level seafood returned to rationality, and their consciousness became awake. A full-level starfish regained its independent will, and unfolded its own spirituality in the chaos. Although the starfish is awakened, some useless and chaotic information is still inevitably stained in its main consciousness, and the whole starfish has become a little mentally retarded. As it awakens, its spirituality expands outward, and it can sense the existence of the evil god at the spiritual level. The power of the evil god rolled over unreasonably, and the starfish could not bear it, and went crazy again, becoming a starfish with chaotic thoughts in its heart. Even if you become a Cthulhu believer, you cannot avoid being affected by the evil god and going crazy. As long as you wake up, the marine creatures that are not crazy will still go crazy. After a round of operation, Keeman found that the awakened marine creatures have returned to madness, their eyes are red, and they are killing crazy, and there is no rationality at all. It was a waste of time. Even if they helped them absorb the chaotic information in their dreams, they would still go crazy after waking up. The existence of the evil god itself was already beyond their reach. The terrible power made it impossible for the believers to look directly at the body. Keeman couldn't help but sigh at the usefulness of the Black Ghost. Being able to face the evil god directly was a very powerful monster template in itself. Speaking of which, one of Keeman's skills was to harvest souls, which was one of the raw materials for making ghost apostles. For this group of useless believers, Keeman activated his skills and harvested the souls of several seafood that were about to be killed by the opponent. Almost as soon as the thought came up, the terrible power hit through the seawater. The soul that normal fish could not see left the body, and was collected by Keeman into a specific storage space. It was not difficult to make a Black Ghost apostle. First, extract the soul, then find a suitable carrier, and then merge the two into one, making a Black Ghost with the attribute of appearing and disappearing. Keeman did not find other carriers, but directly retrieved their original bodies. Their bodies had been blown up by their opponents. If Keeman hadn't intervened, their bodies would have turned into nutrients and merged into Raya. But after Keeman intervened, things were different. The carrier of death was reinstalled with a soul. This glove-making act was quite simple. The soul was harvested, the connection between the opponent and the original body was cut off, and then reinstalled. The soul that was reinstalled would be stained with the breath of the evil god Cthulhu. The soul was no longer an ordinary soul, but a soul with special attributes. This layer of characteristics may be called a dependent, or it may be called the power of an apostle. A half-crippled sea scorpion crawled out of the bloody graveyard composed of a mountain of corpses and a sea of corpses. The whole body was filled with a decayed and dark breath, like an old man who was about to die, but he was still alive and not dead. In front of him, an indescribable and inexpressible terror rose in his heart. The scorpion trembled, but the spirituality in his soul still existed and was not wiped out. Looking at the great indescribable fog, the sea scorpion made a voice of worship. Soon, the reorganized marine creatures climbed out of the corpse mountain and worshipped the great Cthulhu. Looking at this group of seafood that did not go crazy, Keeman felt very satisfied. They were all high-quality resources of level 999. Compared with those NPCs, who were still at a low level, full-level monsters should be able to find more powerful props. Of course, Keeman had the ability to choose whether to accept the sacrifice. If he felt that he could not control it, he could only refuse the other party's sacrifice. Keeman used the power of controlling fear to issue them an order. Sacrifice. See, monsters of various species understood Cthulhu's will, left Raya, and went to unknown territories to find available sacrifices, looking forward to the day when Cthulhu was unsealed. When the 999 level seafood becomes Cthulhu's new apostle, and walks out of Raya to find new sacrifices, the game world has reached a turning point after Cthulhu's awakening. The players far away on the land have not yet realized what kind of monster they are about to face. He does not play by the rules, and his believers may be everywhere, infiltrating the Orange Star human player team. The Orange Star people are currently looking for who is the insider. They highly suspect that the players in the third main city have fallen, and no one is credible. Now the fourth main city has been opened up at the forefront of the players, so the players in the third main city were ordered offline in batches by the Orange Star senior management to restrain these potential believers. In reality, they also sent psychologists to conduct psychological profiling. However, the strange thing is that most people's psychological profiling is relatively normal thinking, without confusion and madness. Is it that the believers have closed the deepest hearts, or is the modern psychological investigation method backward? On Orange Star, no psychologist knows the answer. Chapter 194. Rabbit Lovely Food led the team to the suburbs, wielding a long sword, and slashing out a special effect of flame explosion. Magic critical damage popped up one after another, and the monster was quickly slashed down by the little lowly. Wow! Mr. Rabbit is so powerful. It's worthy of being called a blazing sword. Rabbit Lovely Food, every slash will be converted into magic critical damage. For monsters with low magic resistance, basically one slash kills one monster, and the monsters are killed very quickly. Rabbit Lovely Food enjoyed the admiration brought by everyone. As the power was used more and more smoothly, she gradually became addicted to this powerful feeling. It's just that the game is not always as expected. The commander of the 4th Army of Orange Star sent a private message to Rabbit Lovely Food. Rabbit Lovely Food, now the players of the 3rd main city need to undergo offline inspection, and the way to play is temporarily closed. Please return to the city to log off, so as not to attack your character by wild monsters. In this world game, if the character cannot log off normally, the body of the game character will remain in the game. I need a reason, Commander. Rabbit Lovely Food frowned. The reason is that the order from above is like this. I am just an executor, not a questioner. If you want to ask, go ask those old men in the Research Institute. The commander commanded ruthlessly. Rabbit Lovely Food fell into silence. She had a hunch that if she listened to the other party going back to the city and logging off, she would not have the chance to play next time. In other words, this was the last time to use the power given by General Ku. But Rabbit Lovely Food didn't like this. She liked freedom, and didn't like being constrained by others. This is not freedom. Rabbit Lovely Food typed. Freedom is relative. As long as you are still a citizen of Orange Star, you must abide by the laws and regulations. At present, you are involved in something that may endanger the public security of the country, and must accept a certain degree of control. Please understand, the commander said. This is not free. Rabbit Lovely Food continued to type. Please understand our work, otherwise we will be physically disconnected. The commander has begun to make it clear that if you no longer listen to official arrangements, this is not free. Rabbit Lovely Food typed with red eyes, and his mind was full of images of sacrifice. If there is no freedom, you will not be able to host the sacrifice ceremony in the future. The next second, the system popped up a prompt that you have been disconnected. Rabbit Lovely Food opened his eyes, and saw the words "Your game permissions have been temporarily banned" on the game cabin, and slapped the game cabin with anger on his face. Examples like this are happening all over the world. The reason why the top leaders of Orange Star dared to order the ban of those old players is mainly because of the influx of new players, which provided a large number of resources for upward promotion. With more players, the leveling process will be faster. I believe that the missing players will be made up soon at the speed of the players. Millions of players are fighting in the game world. Black Ghost secretly observes and selects suitable people with high spirituality as seeds of believers to develop offline. Players don't know that the NPCs in the main city have been bewitched by Black Ghost to become members of Cthulhu believers. All players inadvertently embark on the path of becoming believers when doing tasks. However, Black Ghost dare not do it blatantly. Some ghosts have already detected the changes in the third main city. The group of believers disappeared in a mass accident. The ghosts secretly speculated that it was possible that the gods behind them found something wrong and called the adventurers away. However, they also sent a lot of newcomers. The Black Ghost lurked in the novice village, looking at the new faces that were refreshed from time to time, and felt very happy. Population means GPA. Good GPA can win you a longer time of staring and torturing. The more you torture, the more fun you will have, and the stronger you will be. The Black Ghosts really like the feeling of being tortured. The torture for Mr. K is not only physical pressure, but also very comfortable mentally, and they almost collapsed. What makes them feel wonderful is that they survive the disaster, and have new gains every time. They trust the local natives very much. I think we can let some believers continue to plan the task process for us and help us select high-quality believer resources. The Black Ghosts whispered to each other, and their inner thoughts were expressed in their eyes and words. Task flow. This is a new word that the Black Ghosts learned when dealing with adventurers. Although they don't quite understand why adventurers are obsessed with task flow, as long as they work in this direction, the number of believers will increase at a speed that is almost visible to the naked eye. Task flow is the core of their culture, which is a cultural element that belongs to them. A ghost boss commented that it is the most corrupt among the Black Ghosts, and at the same time, it is also the most powerful. The ghosts are proud of who has been watched by Mr. K the longest. The longer the ghost is watched, the stronger it is. The new players are unaware, and foolishly do the tasks issued by the NPCs. But they didn't know that the routes involved in the task process were carefully arranged by Black Ghost. Every corner and every hidden point would be placed with some hidden hints. Through the hints, players will unknowingly plant a seed of a believer named Cthulhu, which will grow into a towering tree in time and become a firm believer of Cthulhuism. Black Ghost's operation was also based on the suggestions of some think tank players. Without the suggestions of those think tanks, they would not be able to operate so hard on small details. In normal times, they would just tie people up in a car and take them to a hidden place to bewitch them. But that method is too rough, and the probability of being discovered is extremely high. In the game world, in a level 30 territory, a group of players gathered together and evenly distributed the time and space stone powder on the ground, smearing it into a magic circle with a clear direction. The magic circle pointed to Cthulhu, and in the middle was a man-made basin filled with clear water. Players and believers lit candles, sprinkled spices, put on black robes, and paced along the magic circle, muttering some mysterious and unclear whispers. As the murmurs continued, a strange wind gradually surged in the forest. The sky was dark, and the mysterious power swept through the mountains and forests, so that everyone who participated in the sacrifice received a system prompt: "You are affected by an unknown existence." The believers looked at the system, and the chanting became more enthusiastic. Not long after, the system showed another line of status: fear. On the other side, Raya in the deep sea. Keeman closed his scarlet eyes, questioned in his heart, and responded to the call from afar. Who is calling me? Chapter 195. The player Xiaoxian Buju Yi wore a wizard robe, and the mask covered his face, but his body did feel the cold. Pulling out the somatosensory setting and pulling the somatosensory value to the middle value, the coldness did not weaken, but deepened. At this time, the terrifying pressure came from above, making it difficult to breathe. No, it was not just difficult to breathe. Xiaoxian Buju Yi clamped his legs, trembled all over, and his breathing became extremely heavy. Not only did he have an abnormal state, but the people around him also became strange, breathing faster and making strange noises. At this time, a mumbling and illogical whisper came to everyone's ears. Unable to hear what it was, Xiaoxian Buju Yi just felt a headache. After a while, he chose to forget those whispers and not think about it. The person who was supposed to read the sacrificial words did not speak, and Xiaoxian Buju Yi took the initiative to replace him and read the words to the air. Great Cthulhu, the Orange Star people have been severely blocking us recently. We hope to gain the ability to log into the game actively, so that we can return to the game even if we are forced to log off. Of course, we know this is difficult, so this is our first sacrifice, and we will continue to sacrifice until the Great Lord reappears in the light of day. The player Xiaoxian Buzzboy took out a transparent pottery jar from the space backpack, which contained some unknown liquid. 1 step, 2 steps, according to memory, he walked to the water basin and gently put the pottery jar into the small basin. The jar contained a rare reward that players exploded when brushing a special copy, called Unknown Repair Liquid, which can repair damaged items. Whether it is damaged equipment, worn-out ancient books, or other incomplete objects, it has a strong ability to repair. However, it has a disadvantage, which is that it is easy to produce sticky creatures like slime. Putting aside the disadvantages, its advantages are still very obvious. Players consider that the evil god is trapped in Rulaya, and needs all kinds of strange things to help it break the seal, so this repair fluid may help him. If it is useless, it doesn't matter, and the sacrifice will be held next time. The biggest advantage of players is the circulation of resources. After the base of believers increases, it is no longer difficult to crowdfund the time and space stone powder. A gray mist swept over, and the items disappeared. On the other side, Keeman collected the sacrifice and thought about what the believers wanted. From the believers' demands, they learned that their situation was not good. They have been suppressed by the Orange Star officials. If there is any mistake, they will be ordered to go offline and not allowed to enter the game again. Once they have no right to enter the game, they can only be dazed in reality and cannot do anything for Keeman. Keeman was also troubled by this. How to let people log into the virtual game in reality? Keeman didn't know. This was Keeman's blind spot, and there was no good solution. Keeman thought for a while, and then he blinked and returned to the original world. The glutinous rice balls rolled over, and a transparent pottery jar was held up by the twisted dog hair, and an unknown liquid was flowing slowly inside. Looking at this unknown mucus, Keeman knew that this was another liquid with a special look. Honey juice gives people a very confusing feeling, and the liquid in this pottery jar gives people an unclear feeling, but not as confusing as honey juice. Putting the pottery aside, Keeman patted his scarf and patted the big-faced cat out. The big-faced cat remained motionless, staring at the ceiling in a daze. White Sugar walked over carefully and stared at the big-faced cat. It had been looking at this guy for a long time, but it hadn't seen it move. Would it be dead? 15 seconds later. A man, a bird, and a dog all learned strange knowledge. The sand saltworm kept staring at the floor and didn't gain any new knowledge. Keeman looked at the mysterious pottery, thinking, repairing liquid pottery jar. The transparent pot contains an unknown liquid. The pot cannot be easily destroyed. It is usually sealed. It takes a huge force to open the lid to unseal it. Repairing liquid, each time it is unsealed, it is in an unknown state. It has strong viscosity and can repair damaged items. Mucus will produce slime creatures, which have strong viscosity and secrete mucus. They are difficult to kill, and are only afraid of high-temperature burning. Kamong picked up the transparent pottery jar. The liquid inside gave people an unclear feeling, like water but not water. He opened the lid with his hand, but the lid did not move at all. No matter how hard Keeman tried, he could not open it, as if the seal was nailed shut. He put on the giant gloves and pressed the seal of the pottery jar. There was obvious resistance, but it was not that difficult to open. Finally, Keeman slowly opened the seal with his efforts. A pungent smell came up, and the liquid inside was deformed, with a flowing color, shining all over, like a bright galaxy. Put the lid back on, the liquid in the pot is sealed, the beautiful phenomenon of the Milky Way disappears, and the feeling of being like water, but not water returns to normal. Open the lid again, and the liquid inside undergoes a new visual change. There was no change in color, but the sound of frogs croaking came from the pottery jar, croaking, just like the weather in July, lotus flowers blooming, frogs croaking by the pond, and the lake and mountains are beautiful and incomparable. Keeman closed the lid again, and the feeling of being by the summer lake disappeared. So that's it, the unknown state means that it is different every time you open it. Keeman used his synesthesia to vaguely understand its settings. Since there is no danger, let's try its function. Keeman searched around his house, and didn't find a suitable prop to test its repair ability. In Keeman's eyes, this jar has extremely high functionality, and cannot be used indiscriminately. Big Face Cat did not say whether the jar has the ability to automatically replenish the repair fluid. In addition, The jar is small in size, only the size of an ordinary wine jar, and the amount is not as much as honey juice, so it must be carefully calculated. Keeman called Director Lay. Does the Bureau have any equipment that can be broken? Director Lay was confused. Why do you want broken equipment? This kind of thing is not useful if it is broken. With your contribution, you can exchange it for better things. Well, when I woke up, there was a piece of repair liquid next to my bed. I wonder how strong its repair ability is. Director Lay realized that it was a new item test. Although he knew that Keeman had new items from time to time, Keeman's delivery speed was still amazing. I understand. I will arrange it for you. When will you come to the investigation bureau? In half an hour. Keeman looked at the time, hung up the phone, went into the living room to eat the breakfast made by the chef, and then took a car to the investigation bureau. Not long after, Keeman met Director Lay on the 5th underground floor. Hearing your words, I immediately remembered the body-shaped magnifying lamp I left behind. Fortunately, it waited for you, otherwise it would be scrap metal in this life. Director Lay took out a small black lampstand. The bulb inside was stained with black rust, and could not emit light. Chapter 196. What is this? Keeman looked at the black lamp. Its filament was stained with black rust, giving people a dark feeling. This is a body-changing lamp. It can be enlarged, retracted to its original size, or become smaller. Director Lay touched the lamp head of the black table lamp, and said thoughtfully, the side effects of this lamp are not strong. Each time it is used, the life of the lamp is consumed. The more it is used, the darker the filament. When the lamp line is pure black, it will not emit light, and it will not be useful to change the bulb, and it will become a discarded lamp. For useless things, the attitude of the Bureau is to keep it or give it to others as a souvenir. Director Lay often used the body-changing lamp during his duty, and he had feelings for it, so he redeemed the item back home as a souvenir. Today, when he heard that Keeman had obtained the repair liquid, he immediately thought of the broken lamp at home. The broken part is the bulb. Well, I try. Keeman thought Director Lay would take out a broken sword body or something, but he didn't expect it to be a lamp. Using the giant glove to open the cover, the repair fluid flowed in the can, the indescribable color turned black, and a faint whisper was heard. Keeman closed the lid and looked at Director Lay, who was confused. Did I just hear something? If this thing was not Keeman's, Director Lay almost suspected that it was a secretly radioactive item. No, that's the characteristic of the can itself. Keeman shook his head and explained the characteristics of the can. In order to prove that the can was fine, Keeman opened the cover of the can again. Director Lay stared at the liquid in the transparent can, and the moment the cover was opened, a female scream came from inside. Ah! The scream was so loud that it made people's diaphragms tremble. Keeman quickly closed the lid, the scream stopped, and the liquid in the transparent jar returned to an indescribable state again. Is this thing really okay? Director Lay expressed strong doubts. One mistake is fine, but the second time it happened again, it is not difficult to imagine that it may be related to evil items. No, listen to my explanation. This thing is really not that kind of thing. Keeman is also confused now. Obviously there was no accident when he opened the lid at home before. I understand. Director Lay took a step back and took out an emergency item from his storage props. This is a necessary backup. You can continue testing. Director Lay made a gesture to continue. Although he said it, Director Lay no longer trusted this thing and was secretly alert. Always keep a respectful heart towards special items, Director Lay admitted in his heart. Yes, he just relaxed his guard a little, thinking that the things said by Keeman were safe after being identified by the big-faced cat, and the unsafe ones would be marked. But this time he felt that the identification of the big-faced cat was not particularly reliable. How to say this thing? It is a very special thing that likes to play tricks on people. There are too many items in the investigation bureau that enjoy playing tricks on people, among which demonic items especially like to play tricks on others. Under the supervision of Director Lay, Keeman unsealed the seal again. The transparent jar exuded a wonderful light, which made people feel warm in their hearts, as if they were brushed by holy light. Director Lay looked at the jar full of light, his mouth open wide, and he never thought that it could release such a pure and warm light. This is the light of a light-related item. Director Lay is very sensitive to light. After all, this kind of item is often used in the bureau to do things. Your prop really has a unique character. Director Lay didn't want to talk anymore. He had already ruled out the premise of demon-related items in his mind. Demon-related items will not release the power of the light-related. This is the big premise. As long as this is confirmed, you will know that the liquid in the transparent tank is not a demon-related item. Keeman put on transparent gloves, scooped up a little luminous liquid, and applied it to the surface of the bulb. If the liquid is useless on the surface of the bulb, Keeman will suggest removing the glass of the bulb and directly applying it to the bulb filament inside, or changing a prop for repair testing. At this time, the luminous liquid slowly disappeared, and the black filament in the bulb gradually faded and turned back to its original silver color. Director Lay was overjoyed when he saw this, and murmured, "The black rust really faded." Without the black rust, Director Lay immediately plugged the plug of the black lamp into the socket, and turned on the power directly. Click the switch, buzz, buzz, the bulb releases a cool white light, illuminating the ground. Director Lay took out a transformation light stick, put it under the light, and then used his hand to control the magnification knob of the lamp stand, and turned it to the magnification indicator. There is an adjustment switch on the body shape change light, which can be large or small, and has the ability of intelligent judgment. After turning on the magnification function, Director Lay's transformation light stick slowly grew larger, doubling its volume at a speed visible to the naked eye. "It's done, it's really fixed." Director Lay was very excited. With this thing, the Investigation Bureau can do many things. And when Keeman saw it, he also had some ideas for testing. First, let Director Lay remove the ordinary personnel in the test room, and then move the big-faced cat out of the scarf. "Why did you take it out?" Director Lay looked at the big-faced cat's face, and stared into its eyes silently. "What else can it do besides enlarging it, shrinking it?" Keeman complained, and aimed the light projection direction of the body-changing lamp at the big-faced cat, who had stopped thinking. Under the illumination of the body-changing lamp, the big-faced cat slowly grew larger, and doubled in length. Director Lay also gained strange knowledge, which was about storage scarves, repaired liquid pottery jars, and body-changing lamps. Not only Director Lay had knowledge, but Keeman also gained knowledge about body-changing lamps. Body-changing lamp. Within the range of the light, objects can be large or small. As the number of uses increases, the filament of the light bulb gradually loses its ability to shine. Perhaps it can have a second spring in the hands of the dark forces? The knowledge is short, but the content is very large. This is not an ordinary lamp. It can actually have a second spring in the hands of the dark forces, which makes people think about its negative effects. Fortunately, this thing was not kept by those ordinary people. If it fell into the hands of the dark forces. Keeman did not say the consequences, but Director Lay already understood. Some things, needless to say, everyone understands. I really didn't expect that the size magnifying lamp would have such a side effect before. Now I will take better care of it. Director Lay had a complicated expression, and touched the black lamp head, as if he was touching his former comrade in arms. At this time, Keeman took out a crystal-colored fish. Under the attention of Director Lay, Keeman stuffed the fish head into the enlarged version of the big-faced cat. The crystal fish head was easily sent into the big mouth of the big-faced cat without any obstruction. It was pushed into its mouth in 1 second and disappeared. Sure enough, after the mouth becomes bigger, the ability to eliminate food is also more convenient. Keeman analyzed. Director Lay was a little confused. He didn't know why Keeman enlarged the big-faced cat. Now he understands that it was to test the feeding ability. Chapter 197. The food elimination technique of the big-faced cat has always been a mystery. As long as it is a meaty item, it will disappear instantly after entering its mouth without stopping. Crystal fish is not suitable for the big-faced cat to eat, and it will not increase its level, but there is no crystal creature around Keeman, so it is nothing to give one to the big-faced cat to eat. There are many things, and it is also willful to use them. By the way, what good things did you just feed? Director Lay tried to recall the crystal fish just now. The fish is very beautiful, looking like a crystal handicraft, and it is very beautiful. But Director Lay could not watch for a few seconds, and the fish was sent to the big-faced cat's stomach, and even strange knowledge was not born. After waiting for 15 seconds, they confirmed that no strange knowledge was born, and the two of them confirmed that the crystal fish was digested. Do you have a crystal pet here? And how many contribution points does this lamp have? I want to change it. Keeman looked at this small lampstand and became deeply interested. Zoom in and out, how exciting. I can't use it now, but I can use it later. Many people want to have things like becoming bigger or smaller, but they have no way to exchange it. Even if they have connections to find out the ID number of the item, they don't have the authority to exchange it. This is an item of the Investigation Bureau. Ordinary investigators in the Bureau only have the right to borrow it. Keeman is an exception. His ability is too strong, so the higher-ups have to give him the green light. If you want to exchange for an item, as long as it is not something that involves destroying the world, I will give it to you if your contribution is enough. The desk lamp is just a level 5 item. Take it if you want it. We don't have crystal pets in the bureau, but we can transfer them from other places. If you want, I will make a list for you. Keeman readily agreed, which was the best. Director Lay's expression was a bit painful, as if cutting flesh, he gave his old comrade to Keeman. Treasure it. Although it has miraculous effects in the dark forces, I hope that one day, please destroy it, and don't let it contribute to the dark forces. Director Lay sighed, and helped Keeman to do the exchange procedure of the body-changing lampstand, changing the owner's name to Keeman's name. There are more and more special items under Keeman's name, so many that the items in the personal file are a string of numbers. The Investigation Bureau tacitly did not check how many items Keeman had, and turned a blind eye to whether others took them for testing. Not long after, Keeman received the National Archives of Crystal Creatures from the Investigation Bureau, and even a small number of foreign crystal creatures were recorded. There are foreign ones too, which means, ahem, don't look at foreign ones. Unless you rob someone's things, you won't get them even if you ask foreigners. Director Lay coughed. This list was not compiled by him, but specially compiled by the superiors based on Kuming's opinions. There are many crystal pets in China, most of which are pets with defensive capabilities, some are offensive pets, and some pets specialize in producing crystals. Even crystal creatures that produce some special crystals are included in the list. The level is very high, it is a first-level thing, and it is a confidential item. This proves that Kuming can even exchange first-level things. As long as he dares to ask, the superiors dare to give it. Cooperation is a win-win situation, not a one-person-eat-all situation. Since the first-level things are all included in the list, it proves that the superiors really dare to give. Kuming felt the sincerity of the superiors. No one played a trick with him. If he wanted it, he would want it, and things he didn't want to give would naturally not appear on the list. Finally, Keeman picked a crystal creature that could guard the house. It was called a third-level thing on the list. It was a very tall crystal boulder. It was usually in a stone standby state, but it could turn into a human form in battle, move like a human, have a certain degree of wisdom, and have a very strong combat capability. By the way, after the last battle, Tong Yuan's level in the Investigation Bureau has been raised to a 4th-level thing. It is not affected by the toxicity of parasites, and its palm power is different from before. It runs faster, spins and throws needles faster, and transforms faster. And the 3rd-level thing on the list also has a strong ability to be immune to toxicity, strong melee ability, agile speed, and eagle-like vision. But having these does not make it a 3rd-level thing. The important thing is its skill, the crystal freezing field. As long as it is in its crystal field, it can drive the crystal into the ground, penetrate the enemy underground, and then freeze the enemy's body. This is a group control range skill, which is quite powerful. It is suitable for guarding the house, and also suitable for being a C-position group control on the battlefield. The crystal creature you exchange comes with an equipment. That equipment also requires contribution points. I will deduct it for you. Director Lay helped Keeman contact the Investigation Bureau in other provinces and cities, and asked them to transport the crystal creature. Keeman looked at the deducted contribution points, and found that there was an additional 3rd-level firearm called Unknown Gun Blade. Unknown Gun Blade can be transformed into a pistol or a short dagger. In dagger form, the tougher the object, the easier it is to break. In pistol form, the bullet fired has the ability to intercept any form of enemy attack. This thing is a transformable prop, which can be a gun or a dagger, close or long range. But how far can a pistol shoot? There is a question mark here. Keeman asked Director Lay for the ID number of Unknown Gun Blade, searched its ID on the official website, and immediately obtained its test record. In the first round of the pistol test, the range was 100 meters, and all attacks within 100 meters could be intercepted. The judgment of the pistol belongs to metaphysical judgment. In the 12th round of the pistol test, the base fired a missile at tester number 1, and the tester within 100 meters fired with a pistol to intercept the attack against the missile. The bullet automatically tracked and locked the missile, and the missile immediately failed and could not be detonated, becoming a waste. The 13th, 14th, and 15th rounds of tests were all missile shooting. In summary, no matter how fast the missile is, it is so pale in front of the ability of metaphysics, it will definitely be tracked and will definitely fail. Keeman continued to swipe his phone and looked at the 16th test. The C4 bomb exploded at the boundary of 100 meters, and an invisible shock wave rushed towards tester number 1. The tester fired a shot with a pistol in the direction of the shock wave, and the shock wave was immediately resolved. After several rounds of testing, the tester carefully commented, its bullets are not physical bullets in the conventional sense, but weapons of causality. It directly confronts enemy attacks at the causal level. Keeman kept scrolling down on his phone, and the more he looked, the more he felt that this item was worth a third-level thing. But it is not invincible. Attacks that are strong to a certain extent cannot be resolved. The tester was almost killed at the time. If he had not had a life-saving item on him, he might have died in that wave of attacks that could not be resolved. After reading this information, Keeman became entangled. It was a bit of a waste to keep such a powerful bodyguard and weapon at home. Is this the trouble of happiness? Chapter 198. Octopus City. In a basement, in the darkness, two shadows met and whispered. The contact person in Whale City has lost contact. The tall shadow said against the wall. How could Eagle fail? This is unscientific. The thin shadow said in shock, obviously unable to accept the fact that the contact person Eagle was caught by the investigation bureau. In fact, he was indeed caught. That day, police cars all over the city were looking for him. Someone escaped from there and confirmed that Eagle was caught. The layout of Whale City is completely broken. Now we have to send people to Whale City again, otherwise Whale City will be too passive. The tall shadow said. Whale City is one of the layouts of Shadow Stream, and it cannot be lost. The two shadows thought about it, and had to investigate why Eagle failed. You have to know that the members of Shadow Stream are all cunning people. It is very convenient to run away as shadows, and it is hard to guard against. If there is nothing specifically targeting shadow creatures, it is basically impossible to catch senior members. In the eyes of Shadow Stream members, regional contacts are already senior members and have mastered some key information. For example, Shadow Stream's regional plans. This information must have been known by the Investigation Bureau. Notify contacts across the country that our information has been leaked, and we need to change the plan and hide temporarily, and do not do anything out of the ordinary. The tall shadow said in a deep voice, and the thin shadow nodded. After a while, the two shadows left the basement, returned to a villa, and got back into the body of a sleeper, becoming the shadow of the body. A woman who was so beautiful that she was breathtaking opened her eyes, groaned, and gently opened her confused eyes. After a few seconds, her expression became calm, and she slowly stood up. The thin sheet slowly fell off, revealing her perfect body. She touched the phone beside the bed, logged into the mobile game, and played games with her friends. When playing games, she said some irrelevant words, but there was something behind her words. She knew that the network of Koi Island was not safe, but she had to use it since she was in Koi Island. In order to prevent the monster on the internet from finding out, she and her friends did not chat about any topics related to Shadow Stream. For Shadow Stream contacts, it doesn't matter whether there are topics or not. What matters is that the deacon opened his mouth, which is a signal in itself. After playing 2 or 3 games, the two of them went offline. Players who play casually and then go offline, like this, happen every day, and the number is too many to count. The existence of Koi Island will definitely not find out. In this way, Shadow Stream's information is slowly spread to every Shadow Stream contact through network code means. The woman put her phone aside and walked to the closet to choose a black pleated skirt, a small white shirt, and a red bow on her chest. She tied her long wavy hair into a neat ponytail, and used a bangs clip to fix the hair on her forehead. The mature woman in front of the mirror immediately changed her temperament and became a youthful female student, without the temperament of a boss at all. Washichi took the canvas bag and went out to a school in Octopus City. As usual, she integrated into the student group and did not do anything out of line. The male students along the way looked at her sideways, attracted by her cuteness and beauty, and their hearts were restless. The female students also stared at her non-stop. Cute creatures are the most deadly to them, making them want to get close to her. Deacon Hua entered the classroom, waited for a while, and wrote a note on the desk. After the Chinese teacher finished class, he asked the teacher questions, and secretly passed the note to the teacher. The teacher understood, and put the note in his pocket. In this era of developed internet and monitoring by terrifying monsters, the online world is not safe at all for members of Shadow Stream. Only things passed by notes can increase their sense of security. After answering the questions, the Chinese teacher checked whether there were pinhole cameras around when going to the toilet, and then took out the note. The eagle was caught, and teacher Liang was sent back to Whale City to teach. The transfer of positions should be natural, and no handle should be left. After reading the note, the Chinese teacher swallowed the note into her mouth, chewed it into pieces, and swallowed it in one bite. The best way to disappear evidence is to swallow it, or throw it into the toilet. However, She felt that eating the evidence would digest faster, and the information would also remain in her body. Teacher Liang. The Chinese teacher thought to himself. Teacher Liang was a native of Wales City. He was assigned to the more developed Octopus City because of his connections. Now he is in a mediocre position, and it is difficult to get promoted. It just so happens that transferring him back to Wales City is a reasonable operation. After all, it is his hometown. Kamong did not know that someone from Octopus City had sent someone to Wales City to take over. Even if he knew, it would be difficult to know the other party's location unless they investigated Keeman and had ill will towards him. Keeman was waiting for the arrival of the crystal creature at home. The other party came by high-speed rail. From morning to afternoon, large crystal stones and guns were sent to Ka's house by military vehicles. The transport vehicle stopped on the asphalt road inside the villa. Several soldiers in strong armor carried a large boulder off the vehicle and placed it on the lawn of Keeman's villa. The crystal boulder was about 2 meters high, only 20 centimeters taller than Keeman. It was transparent and bright, and would reflect colorful light under the refraction of sunlight. The third-level gun was embedded in the crystal by the crystal boulder, like something in amber. At this time, the crystal stone automatically cracked into several lines, and the crystal stone took the initiative to deform. Pieces of crystal shrank into human muscle fibers, and some crystals turned into thin skin. The crystal state muscle fibers were covered by crystal skin with different reflectivity. It grew human hands, heads, feet, and a broad and strong chest. Are you my new master? My name is Crystal. Please take care of me in the future. The crystal giant knelt on one knee on the ground, holding a strange pistol in one hand and pressing it against his chest, and the other hand stretched out, revealing the back of his hand, making a gesture similar to a knight recognizing his master. Please take care of me. Keeman nodded woodenly, and shook the other's hand. The crystal giant completed the master recognition ceremony and stood up. Suddenly, there was an invisible bond between the two. Keeman felt that the connection between the two deepened slightly, and there was a tacit understanding. Keeman was surprised. This master recognition ceremony was something. He actually recognized the master. However, this master recognition was not as strong as Tong Yuan's. The relationship between Keeman and the crystal giant was not a forced master-servant relationship, but a connection based on the principle of mutual consent. Once one party disagreed, the connection would be interrupted. Tang Yuan could not interrupt the connection. The master was always its master, and there was no way to regret. The crystal man took a pistol and scouted everywhere in Keeman's villa to familiarize himself with the layout. At the same time, his fingers secreted crystals as big as nails, and the nail crystal shot into the ground with a whoosh. By night, the entire manor, including Keeman's room, was inserted with these small crystals. In the field covered by crystals, it was the home field of the crystal. However, compared with the crystal field, Keeman was more interested in the pistol in his hand. Chapter 199. Can you demonstrate the function of your pistol? At dinner time, Keeman said to a crystal stone next to him. When there is no mission, the crystal man will turn into a crystal stone, standing in the courtyard as a scene, and the pistol is also sealed in the crystal body. Although the pistol is also something that Keeman exchanged, it is its equipment, and there is no reason to take it away. It has a faster and stronger reaction speed, and it is most suitable for it to control the unknown gun blade. Okay. The crystal stone hummed and deformed, and the various small crystal parts of the body quickly flipped and deformed like transformers, and it turned into a human form in 2 or 3 seconds. It walked upright, with a broad chest, strong muscles, and a masculine head. It had no clothes to wear, so Keeman saw at a glance that it had no penis, and was not a girl. Master, I am neutral. The crystal man felt the master's thoughts through the connection between master and servant. The master was confused about its gender, and the crystal man knew that he did not belong to either man or woman. The crystal man is a neutral person, and because he doesn't need to defecate or urinate, he doesn't even have an anal harmonious door. I was wondering if you can make a set of clothes. Keeman looked at the crystal man. Without clothes, he really looked a bit weird. If you were watching a movie, you might not feel anything, but watching it in real life is different from a movie, and the impact of reality is more obvious. The crystal man heard the words, and began to change the skin on the surface of his body. The process of change is relatively complicated. The crystal flesh on his body has solidified. In order to squeeze out the crystal to form clothes, he thinned the muscles on his face. Then the extra muscles on the chest were also cut, and the remaining crystals could be used as clothing materials. After a series of changes, the appearance of the crystal man changed dramatically. It had short crystal hair, shining like a diamond under the light. The cheeks were no longer rough men's faces, but thinned into melon seed faces. The big nose shrunk into a small jade nose. The mouth was small, the eyes were no longer round, and the nose and forehead were no longer so straight. The flesh on the neck was also smaller, and then the chest and waist shrank the most, and the strong muscles were squeezed out, turning into ordinary short-sleeved t-shirt clothes. In order to form pants, the lower body's legs were also thinner, and they grew thinner than Keeman's legs. Keeman? White Sugar screamed, making a sand sculpture sound, very shocked. Tang Yuan stood still, using dog hair to operate the capacitive pen to play with the phone, without distraction. Master, I'm done transforming, Crystal said, turned around, and finally had clothes on his body, asking for credit from Keeman. Keeman had nothing to say, really didn't know how to comment. Who would have thought that in just a few dozen seconds, a rough androgynous man turned into a slender girl? If it was filmed as a video, Keeman could already foresee the comments of those stupid netizens. Change for me, Crystal Girl. Did you think of this look before, or did you design it temporarily? Keeman looked at Crystal Girl's face. It was not ugly at all. It was perfect. There was nothing to complain about. It was quite pleasing to the eye. This face was my previous look, but the wife of the previous master didn't like women, so I changed into their look based on the male bodyguards. Crystal walked to a pool next to the manor. The pool was illuminated by the lights, and the lake reflected Crystal's cute face. The hair also refracted colorful light under the light, which was very cool. Keeman looked at it for a while, and felt that he couldn't go back. If he turned it back into a rough man, it would be very eye-catching. Master, do you need me to change it back, or change it into other styles, as long as there are photos for reference? Crystal blinked. Her eyes were as bright as gems, reflecting the light. No, it's fine like this. Keeman shook his head, and returned to the topic. Test the interception ability of the pistol. Let me see how it is intercepted specifically. Keeman said, looking at Tang Yuan, who was playing with the pistol. Tang Yuan, you come to attack Crystal, and let it intercept your physical attack. Tang Yuan put down his phone, and the dog hair on his body trembled. His body swelled and grew larger, and he looked like a dog, and his height was much taller than Crystal. Crystal was like a big enemy. Originally, she felt that Tang Yuan was just a soft and cute pet, but after it put down the phone, its temperament changed immediately, as if it could rush to its face and beat it up every second. Crystal held the pistol and pointed the muzzle at Tang Yuan. Tang Yuan waited for 3 seconds, and when he saw that Crystal no longer changed his defensive posture, he jumped up with his legs and ran over, swinging his huge dog paw and slapping him directly. Bang! Crystal pressed the trigger and fired a shot. The pistol was not an ordinary pistol. The initial speed of the bullet was very fast. In an instant, it ran out of the limit that humans could see. Only a black shadow flashed by. After the shot was fired, Tang Yuan originally used his body to hit people, but his body was affected by the bullet and flew backwards halfway and fell to the ground. Tang Yuan was stunned for a moment. What happened? He suddenly fell back. This process did not give him any space and time to think. Tang Yuan did not believe it, and once again took a run and jumped up to attack Crystal. Crystal fired in another direction, but her mind was already locked on Tang Yuan. So when Tang Yuan flew over halfway, she encountered an invisible wall again, hit the wall, and instantly fell to the ground. After a few dozen seconds of testing, the huge dog paw missed Crystal several times, and then was knocked to the ground by Crystal. With a turn of his right hand, the gunman quickly transformed into a dagger. He stabbed Tang Yuan's hair pile, but was caught by the dense dog hair. The knife did not penetrate, but became an opportunity for Tang Yuan to turn the tables. He twisted his waist, threw Crystal to the ground, and slapped him with a slap, knocking him into the ground and making a small pit. Boom! The sound was very loud, which made the security team very nervous, and they mobilized the surveillance to see what happened on the manor. It turned out that the villa owner's new bodyguard and his pet were fighting. Turtle, if you slap it, any normal person will fall apart. Crystal looks very fragile, but in fact it has a very high defense, and it won't die so easily. Some security guards have seen Crystal and worked with Crystal before, and they know Crystal is very powerful. The security guards, who can stand in Keeman's house, are all people who have seen the world and are not kept in the dark. It is precisely such people who are suitable to guard the gate of Keeman's manor, so that Keeman can feel the importance of the superiors, but Keeman is not aware of it. Tang Yuan saw Crystal crawling out of the pit unscathed, and immediately knew how strong its resistance to beating was. It is worthy of being a third-level thing, Keeman murmured. For such a powerful thing, it is no problem to beat the parasite. The last time Director Lei made a lightning raid, it was mainly to save people quickly, Otherwise he could use other methods to take down the Shadow Stream members more safely. Chapter 200. Tang Yuan swung his body and stabbed out the dog hair needle. The golden drizzle flew towards Crystal and arrived in an instant. Crystal fired the gun quickly enough, but shooting requires reaction speed. The dog hair needle was faster and stabbed Crystal's body in an instant. The needle pierced Crystal's epidermis, making a ding-ding sound. Crystal flew backwards and fell to the ground, scraping away grass and soil. The security guards, who were watching the surveillance, shook their faces and mourned for the gardeners. How much grass would be lost? Keeman walked to Crystal and saw that the front end of the tiny dog hair needle was inserted 2 centimeters, but it did not penetrate Crystal's body. Tang Yuan turned into a ball, rolled around Crystal's body, and swallowed the dog hair back into his stomach. How long will it take for your wounds to heal themselves? Keeman asked. Crystal also has a major feature, that is, wounds heal automatically. Even if it is a wound like a broken arm, as long as the arm is connected back to the wound, it will slowly heal after a while. Crystal looked down at her clothes and saw 5 small needle holes on them. About an hour. Crystal judged. The wound was not big, the dog hair needle was too thin, and this injury was not a serious injury to Crystal's biological body. I have fish here, do you like to eat? Master, I can't eat, I can't digest. Crystal refused without thinking. Crystal has a mouth, but it does not have digestive organs such as stomach and intestines, and cannot digest the fish food that Keeman mentioned. Don't rush to refuse, just take a look. Keeman insisted on his own opinion, patted the black and red plaid scarf, and moved out a large semi-sealed fish tank and placed it on the flat ground. The sturdy crystal fish in the fish tank swam happily, looking carefree. Their bodies are transparent. They are made of crystal, but they can move freely. Crystal Lady blinked her crystal eyelashes, and her pretty face showed a curious expression. She obviously had no appetite, but for some reason, when Keeman took out the fish tank, her heart beat fast. This feeling was unprecedented, and she had never thought of it. Touching her small chest, she didn't know what this inexplicable restlessness was. Keeman opened a corner of the fish tank, and a crystal fish was bubbling, blowing bubbles under the water, looking very cute. Crystal Lady saw it, and her heart beat faster. But she didn't simulate the heart organ and other things. Why did she feel a throbbing heartbeat? Her intuition told her that this fish had an inexplicable attraction, which deeply attracted her. Keeman reached into the fish tank to pick up a fish. The crystal fish was very slippery, and slipped away from Keeman's palm. Before leaving, it shook its tail and slapped Keeman's palm. Keeman fished for a few times, but didn't catch any fish. Tang Yuan, you come and catch one. After the words fell, Xue Jingyan couldn't hold back her inner restlessness and begged, I do it. That's fine. With no reason to refuse, Keeman nodded and let her catch the fish herself. This fish is unique to crystal creatures, and it's useless for other creatures to eat it. Xue Jingyang reached into the fish tank, and the crystal fish suddenly felt scared and swam around. But the internal space of the fish tank is limited, and Xue Jingyang caught a crystal fish in 2 or 3 attempts. It was very slippery, but when Xue Jingyang's palm touched the crystal fish, a special mucus was secreted on the surface of her palm, and the strong absorption force trapped it in the palm of her hand. This fish seems to be delicious. Strange, why do I have such an idea? Crystal Lady stared at the fish in her hand, and swallowed subconsciously. She obviously has no digestive tract, and her throat evolved only for speaking, but she has an inexplicable appetite. She brought the crystal fish close to her mouth, but the fish head was too big, and her mouth couldn't swallow so much fish. The fish is so big, how can I eat it? Crystal cast a questioning look at Keeman. How about slicing it? Keeman took out a sharp crystal scalpel. The scalpel can cut souls and ordinary meat. Looking at the crystal-textured scalpel, Crystal Lady looked at it again and blinked. The thing in the new owner's hand is really eye-catching, and her eyes can hardly move away. After a while, Keeman inserted the crystal knife into the crystal fish, but the knife couldn't cut in. The fish is not just hard, it has the hardness of crystal. Tang Yuan has never eaten it, and Keeman has never eaten it either, only the big-faced cat has eaten it. The fish head disappeared as soon as it entered the big-faced cat's mouth. Keeman thought it could be eaten at will, but it turned out that this thing was not so easy to chew. Do you have good teeth? Start eating from the tail of the fish. Keeman gave another suggestion. Start eating from the tail of the fish. The crystal fish seemed to understand, and the tail of the fish danced up and down. But Crystal's little palm was very steady. The mysterious white liquid secreted by her palm stuck to the crystal fish, and it could not slip out of her palm. Put the fish tail to her mouth, and crystal teeth bit it lightly. The thing that was originally unable to bite, but it was bitten off with a snap at the moment of entering. Put it in your mouth and chew it once or twice, it doesn't taste good. But Crystal was still not satisfied, so she took another bite of the fish tail. She didn't have a digestive tract, so she didn't know what the fish tail would become after passing through her throat. As she chewed for a longer time, she suddenly found that the fish tail melted in her mouth and penetrated into her mouth, and then she felt that her body was a little different. It was as if there was some kind of power that replenished the body's potential. One bite after another, Crystal Lady ate more and more vigorously, and soon the big fish was eaten until only the fish head was left. Such a big fish, with a small mouth, it is inevitable that the eating appearance is a bit ugly, but Kunming did not mind, standing by and observing silently. The fish head was very hard, but after entering the mouth, it was automatically bitten off and melted in the mouth, nourishing the crystal creature. After eating a level fish, Crystal Lady felt fuller than ever before. There is no stomach organ, but the feeling of fullness has been generated in the soul, and there is no appetite at all when looking at the level fish in the fish tank. In addition to these, she can feel that her body has become stronger, but she doesn't know how strong it is. Why is this fish so delicious? She looked at the clothes on her body, and the pinhole-like wound had recovered and was as good as new. After eating the fish, Keeman asked her to eat a few more. Although the feeling of fullness made her lose her appetite, she could still eat it. As the amount of food she ate increased, Crystal felt the power in her body become stronger. While she was eating fish, Keeman wanted to know the side effects of the mysterious gun blade. Just now, she saw that she blocked Han Yuan's attack lightly, so the side effects must be minor. Back to the bedroom together, Keeman took out the big-faced cat, stared at it for 15 seconds, and obtained the side effect information of inexplicable gun blade. The longer you use it, the more you like knives and guns, and the more you can't let go of them. Those who take them away will be regarded as enemies. This is its side effect, similar to the flawless sword, similar to liking to stand on a high place and show off. Just like now, the gun will not leave her. Even if Crystal turns into a crystal stone, the gun is sealed in her body, and the two are inseparable. At this time, Crystal has eaten the 50th level fish, and her body has vaguely changed.